I sold all my houses, just to buy one caterpillar. All the people around thought I was a rich young master from the land of abundance, with some special weird hobby. However, what they didn't know was that 1 month later, the disease change era would begin, and all those who suffered from sickness would be strengthened by the rules. The heavier the virus, the higher the strengthening level. Not only were people with 5 kinds of cancer instantly strengthened into immortal golden bodies, with great terror in every hand movement and footstep, but also people with AIDS instantly awakened as disaster poison bodies, able to quickly spread viruses and make cultivation speed advance 1,000 miles in one day. But the caterpillar I bought was actually a mutated water bear bug. After swallowing it, I could awaken an undying body that could not only resist atomic bomb attacks but also quickly recover strength in 5 seconds. Right now, I was holding the water bear bug original body, carefully putting it into my backpack. I couldn't swallow it yet. After all, there was still 1 month before the end times came. If this thing was too poisonous and killed me, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Speaking of which, were there any other rare viruses that could quickly transform? Just when I had a headache, I suddenly remembered that in my previous life, Princess Lu Ruyan of the Lu family group got infected with AIDS virus because of her unclean lifestyle, and as a result awakened the disaster poison body, later also leading her family to a small glory. But spreading viruses was a bit disgusting. Thinking about the crowded buses waiting for me to water them really made me sick. Forget it, this path wasn't suitable for me. I really couldn't get over the hurdle in my heart. Brother, please wait. I turned around and found that the one who called me was a glasses man wearing a black windbreaker. Who are you? I became alert in my heart, gripping tighter with both hands the backpack containing the water bear bug. The glasses man smiled, then introduced himself. My name is Chang Shua, I'm the seller of the water bear bug. What does the seller want with me? Chang Shua showed a friendly smile. You spent so much money to buy this water bear bug, you must be from some big biological laboratory behind the scenes, right? My eyes narrowed slightly, my heart's alertness didn't decrease. What does this have to do with you? Don't be nervous, I'm here to talk cooperation with you. I work at a British biological research base located within Great Xia territory, and I can get many rare virus samples. This water bear bug was accidentally obtained by our research base in an experiment, and I secretly took it out. If you want some rare virus samples, you can find me. One sample costs 500,000, no bargaining. How about it? After Chang Shua finished speaking, his gaze stared tightly at me. I was silent for a moment, quickly weighing the pros and cons in my heart. On one hand, these rare virus samples indeed had enormous value. If I could get them, maybe I could gain unexpected abilities in future transformations. But on the other hand, Chang Shua's behavior of privately selling biological viruses obviously had something fishy about it. Would I get involved in unnecessary trouble? My head hurt a bit. I suddenly understood one thing. In my previous life, Lin Yuan, who bought the water bear bug, was always depressed during interviews. It turned out it was because of Chang Shua. After Lin Yuan won the bid for the water bear bug, Chang Shua undoubtedly also invited him to cooperate. However, Lin Yuan wasn't from a biological laboratory and had no need for those samples, so he rejected Chang Shua's proposal. But nobody expected that the disease change era event would suddenly happen. Heaven's will. What do you call great opportunity? This is what you call great opportunity. Just now I was still thinking about where to get some rare viruses, and now Chang Shua came to my door. Chang Shua just said 500,000 per sample. This price was a bit damn outrageous. I was now poor and had nothing. Where could I get money? I thought silently in my heart. Chang Shua saw that I kept silent and didn't speak, and became somewhat anxious. If you think the price is too high, I can apply for a friendship price for you, 300,000 per sample, can't go lower. You also know that British biological laboratories have very strict protection on this stuff. I'm taking a big risk secretly taking things from inside to do this. After Chang Shua finished speaking, his gaze moved to my face again, observing my expression. My heart moved. Although 300,000 was still a considerable sum, it was indeed much better than 500,000. But even so, I was far from being able to gather it. My eyes rolled, and my face showed some hesitation. I slowly spoke. Chang Shua, it's not that I don't want to buy, but 300,000 is still a bit high. After all, my demand is very large. How large is very large? Chang Shua asked somewhat excitedly. How many kinds of viruses does your research base have? This is about more than 100 kinds, most of them are rare viruses inside. Chang Shua thought for a moment and said, then if I want one sample of each kind, can you get them? Chang Shua was slightly stunned, a flash of hesitation crossed his face. After a moment, he slowly said, theoretically speaking, I can get them, but with so many, the risk is too big. If you really need them, you have to pay half as deposit first. This is no problem. I nodded in agreement. Then let's add each other as friends. When I have need, I'll contact you. Seeing me agree, Chang Shua was extremely excited in his heart. Big business, this was really big business. After Chang Shua left, I took a deep breath, my brain spinning rapidly. More than 100 kinds of viruses, 300,000 per sample, that meant I needed to prepare at least 30 million. Such a large sum of money, I definitely couldn't get it just by loans. Then I could only try that method. My gaze suddenly became sharp. In my previous life, when I was a black slave in Lu Family Group's mine, I would occasionally hear some lackeys chatting. They mentioned that Lu Family Group was collecting 1,000-year-old Tianshan snow lotus in large quantities from various places, then destroying them all in one place. At that time, I guessed that Tianshan snow lotus was helpful for Lu Ruyan's condition. The era of transformation has not yet arrived, and the Lu Group is still searching globally for a way to treat Lu Ruoyan. If this guess is true, then as long as I sell this information to the Lu Group, will I still lack funds? Anyway, even if my guess is wrong, the Lu Group can't do anything to me. Hehe, Lu Ruoyan, in the past life, your Lu Group enslaved me to death. This time, the result may be reversed. If I really cure you, causing you to lose a great opportunity, wouldn't you still have to thank me? Thinking of this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He took out his phone, found the phone number left by Lu Kailong in the news replay, and dialed it. 004, the contrasting Ruoyan Demon Emperor. After a few seconds of ringing, the call was quickly answered. However, the voice on the other end was not Lu Kailong's, but a clear female voice. Hello, this is the Lu Group Chairman's office. How may I help you? Tell Lu Kailong that I have a way to cure his daughter. Zhou Luo spoke bluntly, directly stating his purpose. Okay, please wait a moment. After a while, a tired-sounding male voice spoke again. It's not convenient to talk on the phone. Please come to our Lu Group, and I will have someone pick you up. All right. Zhou Luo agreed. After hanging up the phone, a large luxury car quickly arrived in front of Zhou Luo. As expected of the Lu Group, they didn't even ask where I was, but they could find me. Zhou Luo sat in the car, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. But this is fine, he couldn't be more eager for the Lu Group to work faster. The era of transformation is about to arrive, and there is much for him to do before that. Saving time is the best thing possible. The car drove smoothly. Soon, it arrived at the Lu Group building. Zhou Luo was led by the driver and entered the elevator to the chairman's office. In the Lu Group's chairman's office, Lu Kailong sat at his desk, occasionally glancing at the girl sitting in a wheelchair by the floor-to-ceiling window. The girl was extremely beautiful, but her figure seemed extremely weak, making one feel pity just by looking at her. She gazed out the window, her expression calm, appearing neither sad nor happy. Ruoyan, hold on a little longer, Daddy will definitely find a way to cure you. Lu Kailong's voice was full of guilt. The more he saw his daughter with such a calm expression, the more painful his heart became. Because he knew that the strange disease in his daughter was tormenting her body at all times. 10 years ago, when the signs of this strange illness first appeared in Lu Ruoyan's body, it directly caused her to faint from pain at school. Lu Kailong rushed to her side as soon as he received the news, taking her directly to the Eagle country for treatment, but after 3 years of treatment, he still returned empty-handed. During this period, he also learned that Lu Ruoyan was enduring pain that could be compared to childbirth every single moment. 3 years of treatment caused Lu Ruoyan to lose feeling in her legs. Now, 7 more years have passed, and not only her legs, but also the feeling in both of her arms has completely disappeared. It can be said that if Lu Ruoyan's willpower were not strong, perhaps she would have long since passed away. Knock knock. The office door was knocked at this moment. Lu Kailong took a deep breath and called out, "Come in." The door opened. Zhou Luo entered the office, led by the driver. The moment he stepped inside, Zhou Luo immediately saw Lu Ruoyan, sitting in a wheelchair by the window. Her stunning face, combined with her frail figure, made her appear as quiet as a virgin. But Zhou Luo did not think so at all. The moment he saw Lu Ruoyan, his pupils involuntarily contracted. In his previous life, even though he worked in the mine day and night, he had heard of Lu Ruoyan's famous nickname. Ruoyan, the Demon Emperor. These 4 big words made everyone shudder when they were mentioned. A month after the arrival of the era of transformation, a strange treasure suddenly fell from the sky in Shoha City, located in the eastern part of Jiangnan City. Countless powerful figures rushed towards the scene, eager to seize the opportunity. But in the end, Lu Ruoyan, relying on her disaster-saint body, carved a bloody path through the strong, placing the rare treasure into her embrace. If it had been just that, Lu Ruoyan would not have earned the title of Demon Emperor. The key is that, after obtaining the supreme treasure, Lu Ruoyan ruthlessly slaughtered all the living beings in Shoha City, using their blood to refine the treasure. Such methods were truly those of the most evil of demons. Some guessed that the reason Lu Ruoyan could be so cruel was probably because that strange disease had tortured her into this state. If I can cure this woman, I'll consider it a good deed. Zhou Luo withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at Lu Ruoyan. This woman is just a poisonous rose, and he had no desire to touch her misfortune. While Zhou Luo was sizing up Lu Ruoyan, Lu Kailong was also sizing up Zhou Luo. After receiving Zhou Luo's call, Lu Kailong had his people investigate Zhou Luo's background. A regular university graduate, currently working at a tech company, just an ordinary person. If this had been back when Lu Ruoyan first fell ill, and someone like this had come claiming they could treat her, Lu Kailong would have definitely told him to get lost as far as possible. Why should I believe a kid like you, when I have top-tier medical experts to turn to? That would be ridiculous. But now, Lu Kailong was completely in a state of hoping for a miracle, willing to try anything. As long as Zhou Luo's treatment method wasn't too outrageous, he was willing to give it a shot. So, tell me, how do you plan to treat my daughter? He cleared his throat and asked Zhou Luo. Before that, I need to confirm one thing. Zhou Luo smiled, Mr. Lu, if my method truly works for your daughter's condition, the reward of 100 million should be mine, right? Of course, I have plenty of money, just afraid you won't have the qualifications to receive it. Lu Kailong waved his hand impatiently, enough of the small talk, either tell me the treatment plan, or just leave, there are many others waiting like you. Seeing this, Zhou Luo stopped wasting time and directly said, your daughter's illness can be cured with the Heavenly Mountain Snow Lotus. Heavenly Mountain Snow Lotus, and then? Lu Kailong raised his eyes to look at Zhou Luo, his gaze as calm as ever. He had seen many people come and just name a medicinal herb, claiming it would cure Lu Ruoyan, but none of those herbs had worked. Over time, Lu Kailong had become numb to it. That's it, just the Heavenly Mountain Snow Lotus. Zhou Luo said confidently, his tone very direct. Of course, this confidence was something he had put on. In his past life, the Lu family had collected and destroyed vast quantities of Heavenly Mountain Snow Lotus, and whether it would work for Lu Ruoyan's disease was still unknown. Everything was just his guess. Fine, go get me some Heavenly Mountain Snow Lotus, brew it, and let Ruoyan drink it. Lu Kailong didn't waste time, immediately instructing his secretary to prepare the medicine. Although there were many counterfeit Heavenly Mountain Snow Lotuses on the market, and the real ones were incredibly rare, this was not a problem for him at all. While the secretary went to fetch the medicine, Zhou Luo's gaze would occasionally flicker towards Lu Ruoyan. I never expected that the once infamous Demon Emperor Ruoyan was so calm before awakening. TSK, if those who were killed by the Demon Emperor Ruoyan saw her like this, they probably wouldn't believe it. Zhou Luo thought to himself, feeling the stark contrast between the Lu Ruoyan of the past and the one he saw now before the disease era arrived. Since he entered the office, Lu Ruoyan had been quietly staring out the window without speaking, completely opposite to the Demon Emperor persona. 005, huge sum arrives. Virus transaction. Zhou Luo didn't notice that, as he was observing Lu Ruoyan, Lu Kailong's eyelids were twitching wildly. Damn it. How long is this brat going to stare at my daughter? My daughter is indeed stunningly beautiful, but you staring so blatantly, isn't that a bit too much? Damn it, if your method doesn't work later, just watch how I deal with you. Lu Kailong roared in his heart. But his face remained calm, as if nothing had happened. About an hour later, the secretary who had gone to get the medicine finally knocked and walked in. Boss, the medicine is ready. It only contains Tianshan Snow Lotus, nothing else. The secretary placed a thermos cup in front of Lu Kailong. Lu Kailong picked up the cup, glanced at Zhou Luo, then walked over to Lu Ruoyan. He took a sip himself first, then poured a little into the cup lid, and brought it to Lu Ruoyan's lips. Daughter, drink this and see if it works. Okay. Lu Ruoyan responded softly, then slowly drank the medicine in the lid. Mr. Lu, please let Miss Lu drink it all, otherwise the medicine might be too weak to work. Zhou Luo reminded him from the side. I know, don't rush. Lu Kailong didn't look at Zhou Luo, and continued to pour another small cup, repeating the same action. Just like that, it took about 10 minutes for the cup to finally be emptied. How is it, daughter? Feeling any better? Lu Kailong put down the thermos and stared intently at Lu Ruoyan. Lu Ruoyan frowned, and her pale face slowly began to show a faint blush. My hand. Her eyes, once calm like a still lake, suddenly showed ripples. She looked at her right hand in surprise. Lu Kailong quickly followed her gaze, and saw that her previously numb right hand was now slightly lifting. It really works? Lu Kailong looked utterly shocked. He truly hadn't expected that such a hastily prepared herbal medicine would actually help his daughter's illness. After the shock came sheer joy. Ha ha ha. Daughter, you're saved. You're really saved. Lu Kailong laughed heartily, his laughter echoing throughout the office. Zhou Luo also let out a sigh of relief. Though he had pretended to be calm, he was actually very nervous. Good thing it worked. Zhou Luo's eyes showed a trace of gratitude. If no one were around, he might have bowed to himself. Fortunately, he had remembered this gossip well when he heard it. Otherwise, those over 100 viruses would have been a nightmare to handle. Lu Ruoyan gently waved her white right arm, a rare joy flashing in her eyes. Then she tried to move her left arm, but this time it didn't work. It still rested motionless on the wheelchair. Father, the left hand, still doesn't move. Her voice carried a hint of disappointment. Lu Kailong quickly looked at Zhou Luo. Mr. Zhou, what's going on? Mr. Lu, don't worry yet. Zhou Luo cleared his throat and continued, treatment always takes a course. Just keep giving Miss Lu Tianshan Snow Lotus every day, and her condition will slowly improve. I see, I was just too anxious. Lu Kailong suddenly understood, and now completely believed in Zhou Luo. After all these years, Zhou Luo was the only one whose treatment had any effect. Seeing the trust in Lu Kailong's eyes, Zhou Luo suddenly felt like laughing. Come on, man, I just made that up on the spot, and you actually believed it? Although Zhou Luo didn't know why the Tianshan Snow Lotus worked on Lu Ruyan's illness, that wasn't important now. He licked his lips and said to Lu Kailong, well, since my method worked, about that 100 million reward. Of course, I, Lu Kailong, always keep my word. Lu Kailong waved his hand and directly said to the secretary, go, transfer 100 million to Mr. Zhou's account. Yes, sir. The secretary quickly left the office. Inside the room, soon only Zhou Luo and Lu Kailong's father and daughter were left. Mr. Zhou, if my daughter's illness truly gets cured in the future, I will offer another 100 million as a token of gratitude. Lu Kailong said excitedly. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I will never forget the kindness you've shown me. Lu Ruoyan, who had always been quiet and reserved, unexpectedly spoke at this moment, her bright eyes and white teeth looking at Zhou Luo, her face full of gratitude. No need, it's the least I could do, just getting your illness treated is enough. Zhou Luo's expression suddenly turned strange, and he quickly said. He was already avoiding the Lu family's big demon, so why would he want her to repay him? In fact, if Lu Ruoyan's illness could really be cured before the mutation era, Zhou Luo would have no hesitation in killing her once the mutation era passed. Zhou Luo hadn't forgotten that in his past life, he had died at the hands of the Lu group. Ding dong. Suddenly, Zhou Luo's phone, which had been in his pocket, rang. He took it out and saw a text notification. The money has arrived. Zhou Luo froze for a moment, looking at the long string of numbers on his bank card, his heart immediately overwhelmed with excitement. Damn, even though he had lived 2 lifetimes, he had never seen this much money. But he quickly calmed down. The most urgent task now was to contact Chang Shua and have him gather the more than 100 types of viruses. If he could get his hands on those viruses, wouldn't he have whatever he wanted once the mutation era arrived? A mere 100 million would just be a useless number by then. Mr. Lu, I still have some things to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. Zhou Luo quickly found an excuse to leave. Mr. Zhou, take care. Lu Kailong cupped his hands towards Zhou Luo. Mr. Zhou, thank you. Lu Ruoyan also looked at Zhou Luo with a grateful expression. Seeing this scene, Zhou Luo nearly couldn't hold back a laugh. What would their expressions be like on the day before the mutation era arrives when the heavenly Tao issues a warning? Would they want to kill him by then? Ahem, take care, both of you. Zhou Luo quickly left the Lu group. He was truly afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would lose his composure and be caught by Lu Kailong for questioning. After leaving the Lu group, Zhou Luo wasted no time and immediately sent a message to Chang Shua. The money is ready, I want a copy of all the viruses from your research base, over 100 types, can you get them? Not long after, a reply came. No problem, just get the deposit ready, come to this address for an offline transaction. Immediately after, an address was sent to Zhou Luo's phone. Zhou Luo went to the bank, took out a suitcase full of cash, and quickly made his way to the destination. 006, viruses mutate? Is there such a good thing? In Jiangnan City, inside a high-end hotel. Zhou Luo placed the suitcase filled with cash on the table and looked at Chang Shua across from him. I've brought the deposit. I want a copy of all the viruses from your research base. Is that okay? Of course, no problem. Chang Shua's eyes lit up as he walked over and opened the suitcase. Upon seeing the cash inside, he was incredibly excited. He casually took out 2 stacks, checked them, and confirmed that it was real money. He then hurriedly closed the suitcase and turned his gaze to Zhou Luo. Give me 2 days. In 2 days, at this time and this place, I'll have everything you want ready for you. Zhou Luo had no objections to this. But he didn't let Chang Shua take the money and leave immediately. Instead, he stopped him. Hold on, before you go, you need to show me proof that you work at the research base. Otherwise, what if you're a scammer? Who am I supposed to go to for an explanation? Chang Shua seemed to have anticipated that Zhou Luo would say this. He immediately pulled out a card and an ID from his pocket and handed them to Zhou Luo. This is my work badge and ID, you can check them yourself. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo took the 2 cards from Chang Shua's hands. After comparing the information and photo on the ID card and confirming it matched Chang Shua himself, he finally looked at the work badge. Shunaite Biopharmaceutical Research Base. Name, Chang Shua. Position, Virus Library Management Director. The work information of Chang Shua was clearly written on it. After confirming there was no problem, Zhou Luo handed the items back to Chang Shua. Alright, we'll do it your way. 2 days later, I'll bring the rest of the money here, we'll trade money for goods on the spot. Deal. Chang Shua nodded. When he heard the words rest of the money, a flash of excitement appeared in his eyes again. This was a huge sum of 30 million in total. As long as he got it, he wouldn't need to worry for the rest of his life. As for, what if the company found out? He wasn't afraid of that. For some reason lately, the company's internal management had already become a complete mess, and besides, every virus in the virus library had more than one sample. Even if he took one, no one would notice. Just as he was immersed in the joy of living the rest of his life worry-free. Zhou Luo's voice pulled him back to reality again. Alright, there's something I need to ask you, can you put all those 100+ viruses into one test tube? This request was something Zhou Luo had already thought through. After all, the viruses in the research base where Chang Shua worked were all extremely dangerous. Maybe as soon as he swallowed them, he'd die within an hour. So, his plan was to take them all at once during the very last minute of the age of mutation. And if he wanted to do that, he definitely couldn't hold 100+ test tubes and swallow them one by one, right? It would be best to put them all together, so it would be easier to take them. But these words sounded completely different in someone else's ears. What? Chang Shua was stunned. Then, he looked at Zhou Luo with an expression full of confusion. If you do that, then these viruses lose their research value. You're a guy from the Biological Research Institute, don't you even understand that? And if all these 100+ viruses are put together, they might go through secondary, or even multiple uncontrollable mutations. By then, no one would know what kind of thing the mutated virus would become. Maybe even an entire city could fall. As he said this, a trace of fear flashed through Chang Shua's eyes. He was very clear what kind of devil-level viruses were stored in the research base where he worked. Mutated Ebola, mutated rabies, mutated smallpox, and so on. Any one of them alone was something that made the world tremble in fear. But now, Zhou Luo actually wanted him to put all these terrifying viruses, which could easily kill hundreds or thousands of people, into one mix like raising poison bugs? Oh my god, was this guy planning to destroy the world? Chang Shua's eyes scanned Zhou Luo a few times, secretly guessing in his heart. Why do you care what I'm doing? I'm giving you money, just do what I say, isn't that enough? Zhou Luo wasn't frightened at all by what Chang Shua said. On the contrary, he was even more excited. Mutation? There's even such a great thing. Mutation is good. Let it mutate. He couldn't wait for these viruses to mutate even stronger. The best would be for these 100+ viruses to mutate into one extremely terrifying, world-destroying supervirus, then he'd be even happier. This. Chang Shua was choked and speechless. After a long pause, he finally nodded stiffly. No problem, I'll do it the way you said. He had figured it out. After getting the money, he would just run far away, leave this troubled land behind, and go overseas from Disya. By then, no matter what Zhou Luo wanted to do, it had nothing to do with him. As long as the money was in place, that's all that mattered. 2 days later, don't be late. Seeing that the other party agreed, Zhou Luo finally relaxed. The two of them left the hotel separately. These more than 100 types of viruses will definitely allow my strength to reach an incredibly terrifying level. Even top-tier powerhouses like the Emperor Gu from my past life, who had all 5 cancers, would not be my match. Thinking about this, a spark of fighting spirit ignited in Zhou Luo's eyes. In his past life, he was enslaved and driven by the Lu family group, working as a black slave in dark and unseen mines every day, eventually dying in frustration. In this life, he would never let such a thing happen again. Step by step, he would reach the peak of Blue Star. It's still not enough, this is still not enough. Zhou Luo took a deep breath, and his gaze became sharp. These more than 100 viruses were indeed powerful. But Zhou Luo still felt uneasy. Blue Star had a massive population base, so naturally, many people suffering from rare and incurable diseases existed. After the outbreak of the disease mutation era in his past life, powerful beings suddenly appeared all over the world, each one stronger than the last. Top-tier figures like Lu Ruoyan and Gu Qianhua also rose to the surface. There were also some individuals who had not originally been ill, but by sheer luck, had obtained treasures that drastically increased their strength. The variables were too many, and Zhou Luo simply could not guarantee that with only these more than 100 viruses, he could dominate the world. Since I've been reborn, I must become the strongest, otherwise, wouldn't I be wasting such a good opportunity? Zhou Luo licked his lips, and a new plan began to form in his mind. As for the virus collection, he considered it mostly finished. Perhaps, after the disease mutation era arrived, there were more factors than just illness that could make someone stronger. Chemical waste and nuclear wastewater, substances that ordinary people avoid, could also make one soar to the skies. Just right, there's a large chemical factory in Jiangnan City. I'll go see if I can get some chemical waste from there. Then, I'll pour that chemical waste into the virus test tubes and shake them. The more Zhou Luo thought about it, the more excited he became. This would be incredibly satisfying. Without further hesitation, Zhou Luo immediately went to the roadside, hailed a taxi, and quickly headed toward the chemical factory. 007, True Technology and Ruthless Work. Mingxing Chemicals. As the leading company in the chemical industry in Jiangnan City, Mingxing Chemicals held a massive industrial park located on the west bank of the Xijiang River. At noon, a taxi slowly stopped near Mingxing Chemicals. Master, this is good. After paying, Zhou Luo stepped out of the taxi and looked toward the gate of Mingxing Chemicals in the distance. As a major enterprise in Jiangnan City, the gate of Mingxing Chemicals was built impressively. Very good, it has spirit. Zhou Luo's lips curled into a faint smile. To obtain various harmful chemical substances for the human body, Mingxing Chemicals was undoubtedly the best choice. However, he couldn't directly go to Mingxing Chemicals for this. Because substances harmful to the human body, Mingxing Chemicals would never sell to individual customers like him. Moreover, with the small amount of money he had, Mingxing Chemicals wouldn't even look at him, so they wouldn't bother with such illegal activities. Zhou Luo's purpose was very clear. What he wanted to find was the chemical waste generated during Mingxing Chemicals' production. One of the reasons why the people of Sakura country had far superior combat power than other countries in the previous life was because of these chemical wastes. Scenes from his memories flashed through Zhou Luo's mind. After the disease mutation era arrived in his past life, Sakura country immediately entered the top 3 most powerful countries in the world, and the most important reason was nuclear wastewater. On the eve of the disease mutation era, the people of Sakura country ran to the sea and drank the seawater like crazy. After the disease mutation era arrived, the seawater mixed with various substances instantly increased the strength of the people of Sakura country several times. It could be said that they gained from disaster. The nuclear wastewater diluted countless times by seawater. Even the diluted stuff already had this kind of power. Then what if it was pure, undiluted chemical waste? Wouldn't the effect multiply several times over? Let's look around. We'll definitely find where they're dumping the waste. Without hesitation, Zhou Luo started searching around Mingxing Chemical. After about 20 minutes passed. Sure enough, Zhou Luo found their waste outlet near a small branch of the West River next to Mingxing Chemical. The dumping site was very well hidden. If Zhou Luo hadn't been looking for it on purpose, he never would have found it. But when Zhou Luo got to the dumping site, someone had already beaten him there. Brothers, do you see this? Mingxing Chemical really is secretly dumping into the West River. The tip from the local guy was spot on. A skinny man stood next to the outlet, holding up his phone and live streaming the scene. As he streamed, he explained what was happening. Zhou Luo listened and figured out who the guy was. It was a web influencer on Douyin, known as Brother Decheoj, who had recently blown up by filming chemical companies secretly dumping waste. Excuse me, please make way. Zhou Luo walked up and spoke, taking out a small bottle he had prepared earlier, ready to collect some of the chemical waste. But the moment he opened his mouth, he scared Brother Decheoj so badly he jumped. Who are you? Brother Decheoj immediately turned around, cold sweat breaking out on his back, staring at Zhou Luo with deep suspicion. At that moment, his livestream chat was exploding with comments. It's over. Brother Decheoj run, this guy must be from Mingxing Chemical. Holy crap, is Brother Decheoj in danger? Did Mingxing Chemical send someone to silence him? Already terrified, Brother Decheoj got even more nervous reading the messages. Please move aside, I'm in a hurry. Seeing how scared he was, Zhou Luo felt amused and helpless inside. But he didn't want to explain anything, just wanted to quickly collect the waste and leave. What do you want to do? I'm warning you, this is a lawful society now. If you... Brother Decheoj instinctively stepped aside a few paces, trying to act calm while glaring at Zhou Luo. But Zhou Luo didn't even glance at him, just walked straight to the dumping pipe and looked at the water pouring out. The wastewater flowing from the pipe was yellow with a greenish tinge, bubbling and gurgling, full of toxic energy and high-tech evil. To ordinary people, this kind of wastewater would be something to stay far away from, but Zhou Luo looked at it like it was a priceless treasure, his eyes shining. Nice, this stuff looks real nice. He licked his lips, unscrewed the cap, and started madly filling his bottle with the chemical waste. His actions left Brother Decheoj and the livestream viewers completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this guy doing? Why do his eyes sparkle when he sees chemical waste? Holy crap, why does he look at it like it's some gorgeous goddess? Could he be another exposer? Also here to blow the whistle on Mingxing Chemical? That comment reminded Brother Decheoj. Bro, are you here to expose Mingxing Chemical too? He stepped forward, carefully asking. Just as Zhou Luo finished filling his bottle and slipped it into his pocket, he looked at Brother Decheoj and said, "Nope. I'm just here to collect some wastewater." "Huh? What are you gonna do with that chemical waste?" "What else? Of course I'm taking it back to drink it." Brother Decheoj silently dropped a question mark. The livestream chat exploded in confusion from Zhou Luo's reply. Chemical waste. Take it back. To drink it? Can those words even go together? Brother Decheoj was still in shock. But Zhou Luo gave him a meaningful pat on the shoulder. "Friend, I suggest you take a bottle back too. This thing is really amazing, drink it and you'll become stronger." "Bro, stop joking." Dechao's mouth twitched slightly, and his gaze towards Zhou Luo changed. This kid's brain must be messed up. This chemical waste, which is yellowish green and bubbling, can make someone stronger if drunk? Bro, are you trying to fool a ghost? I'm not joking, I'm serious. Zhou Luo smiled faintly, understanding that saying such things would indeed sound unbelievable, so it was normal for Dechao to not believe him. After saying this, he turned and left without further explanation. Looking at Zhou Luo's retreating figure, Dechao felt like something was off. "Hey, brothers, why do I feel like this guy isn't joking?" he muttered to himself in the live broadcast room. "I think he's just seriously talking nonsense. Upstairs, I can prove what he said is true. After drinking the chemical waste, I really got stronger. Bro, why did your hair disappear, and why is your head sharp at the top?" The bullet comments were full of laughter and jokes. Dechao saw this and could only smile bitterly, thinking that maybe he had misjudged the situation. How could someone get stronger by drinking chemical waste? It's pure nonsense. 008, the Beast King descends. The precursor of the mutation era. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, it was time for the agreed-upon transaction with Chang Shuo. Zhou Luo brought the other half of the cash to the hotel, and sure enough, he saw Chang Shuo waiting in the room. "I've brought the other half of the money. Where's the thing I want?" Zhou Luo put the box of money on the ground and looked at the opposite side. "Just this." Chang Shuo carefully pulled out a small box, then gently placed it on the table. He opened the box with delicate movements, and a sci-fi-like spiral test tube appeared in Zhou Luo's sight. "As per your request, I've put all 105 mutated viruses from our research base inside." While speaking, Chang Shuo also took out a USB drive. Inside is the detailed information of these 105 viruses. "This is the only copy, so you'd better take good care of it, I won't be able to get another one." "Got it." Zhou Luo only glanced at the USB drive before shifting his gaze back to the test tube. The transparent test tube had a faint blue unknown liquid inside. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything special about it. But Zhou Luo knew that the substance inside the test tube was the true miracle drug that could instantly elevate someone to a godlike level. Seeing Zhou Luo staring at the test tube without saying anything, Chang Shuo couldn't help but cough twice. "Ahem, let me say it clearly first, it was you who asked me to put all the viruses together. I can't guarantee whether the virus samples inside will remain in their original form after you take them back." Seeing Chang Shuo's "don't come looking for me if something goes wrong" look, Zhou Luo couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry, I definitely won't come looking for you." He closed the box and put it into his pocket. Then Chang Shuo counted the cash in the box, and after confirming everything was fine, the transaction was completed successfully. "Well, I'm leaving now. If fate allows, we'll meet again." Zhou Luo left without looking back. After getting the money, Chang Shuo also prepared to leave. But when his eyes glanced at the table, he realized that the USB drive containing the virus details had been left behind. "What the hell, how could I forget the data?" Chang Shuo scratched his head. Logically speaking, the data on the USB was far more important than the virus samples themselves. As a researcher at a biological institute, how could he forget such an important thing? It was truly strange. "Forget it, I've already got the money, so I won't bother with other stuff." Chang Shuo shook his head and decided not to meddle any further. He grabbed the money and quickly left the hotel. Time passed slowly. Soon, there was only 1 week left before the mutation era would arrive. At noon, inside a high-end apartment building in Jiangnan City. This was a new home Zhou Luo had just bought. "Your international delivery, please sign." The door was knocked, Zhou Luo opened it, and after signing his name on the delivery slip, he brought the package from Sakura country into the house. "The nuclear wastewater from Radiation Island has arrived, now everything is ready, just waiting for the east wind." He opened the package, took out the only small bottle filled with nuclear wastewater, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth in a smile. This was a treasure he had specially asked someone to get from Radiation Island in Sakura country. 100% pure nuclear wastewater, many times purer than the seawater those people in his past life drank in Sakura country. With these things, when the era of mutation arrives, won't I be invincible right away? After placing the bottle safely into the storage cabinet, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation in his heart. Ever since that day when he got over 100 types of viruses from Chang Shuo, he never stopped moving forward to become stronger in the days that followed. Any method he could think of to become stronger, he went out of his way to gather it. At this moment, his storage cabinet was full of treasures. After closing the cabinet door, Zhou Luo walked to the fridge, took out a bottle of iced cola, then returned to the sofa to watch TV. Breaking news: 10 minutes ago, Eagle Nation's Copper Gate Bridge suddenly collapsed, casualties unknown. On the TV, the news anchor was quickly reading the report. Some messy footage was mixed in between. Though the images were blurry, one could faintly recognize it was the famous Copper Gate Bridge in Eagle Nation. However, the once majestic and grand Copper Gate Bridge was now broken in the middle, as if it had been split by something. The era of mutation is really coming. Seeing this news, Zhou Luo instantly perked up. He remembered clearly that in his past life, the reason for the collapse of Eagle Nation's Copper Gate Bridge was the arrival of a beast king in Eagle Nation. The Beast King was called Red-Tail Sharp Scorpion, and because the era of mutation hadn't officially begun yet, its realm upon first arrival was only at the second realm, mutation stage. It was exactly because of this that the Eagle Nation's military was able to kill it later with hot weapons. But even so, Zhou Luo still clearly remembered that the arrival of Red-Tail Sharp Scorpion caused 50,000 deaths and injuries in Eagle Nation. At first, Eagle Nation tried to block the news everywhere, not wanting the existence of Red-Tail Sharp Scorpion to leak out. What they didn't expect was that, in this age of the internet, information spread incredibly fast, and the disturbance caused by Red-Tail Sharp Scorpion was too huge to hide. In just 2 days, photos and videos of Red-Tail Sharp Scorpion fighting the Eagle Nation military were leaked all over, plunging the entire Blue Star into panic. After all, Red-Tail Sharp Scorpion's huge body, over 10 meters tall and dozens of meters wide, and its terrifying tail pincers that split Copper Gate Bridge in one strike, were just too shocking. Great, all my preparations were not in vain. Zhou Luo quietly clenched his fists. He had considered one possibility. That was, what if this time, after being reborn, he returned to a normal world line? But now with this news, the unease in Zhou Luo's heart was completely broken. It's settled. The era of mutation is really about to arrive. 1 week later, he would completely overturn his fate from his past life and become the strongest person in this world. 1 week later. The era of mutation is about to begin. In 24 hours, all humans will begin to evolve. The more and worse the diseases and negative conditions in the body, the higher the level of evolution. Time until the era of mutation begins: 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. In the early morning of this day, this voice appeared in the minds of all humans on Blue Star at the same time. The voice didn't sound male or female, but was full of authority. Only 1 minute later, the entire internet of Blue Star exploded in an instant. Did you hear a voice saying that the era of mutations is about to begin? Damn, so it's not just me hearing it? I thought I was hallucinating. The entire human race is evolving? Is that for real? The worse the disease, the higher the evolution level. So, I was just diagnosed with terminal lung cancer yesterday. Does that mean there's hope for me? Awesome. Terminal lung cancer? It's not just hope, you're heading straight to the heavens. The discussions on the mutation era were flowing one after another online. That night, no one on Blue Star could sleep. Originally healthy people were immediately pounding their chests and stamping their feet, regretting why they didn't have more diseases. And those who were already plagued by illness were now overjoyed, shouting that the heavens had eyes. 009, the era of mutations begins. Lu Corporation. Inside the chairman's office. Damn. How could the mutation era suddenly descend? Lu Ruyan sat in a wheelchair, her face full of confusion and disbelief. Of course, there was also a deep regret. Because according to the will of the heavenly Tao, after the mutation era begins, the more serious the illness in the body, the stronger the person will become. But during her treatment with the Tian Mountain Snow Lotus, her illness had improved by nearly 40%. In other words, after the mutation era arrives, her strength will be greatly reduced compared to before. Damn it, it's all that Zhou Luo's fault. It's all his fault. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, angrily saying, I must kill him. Inside the room, Lu Keilong's face was also very dark. Had he known that the mutation era would descend, he would not have let Lu Ruyan take the Tian Mountain Snow Lotus. But now, it's too late to regret. Daughter, don't rush. Lu Keilong snorted coldly. Zhou Luo is just a healthy ordinary person. When the mutation era arrives, he will definitely become the lowest in the food chain. And although you have a disease in your body, this rare genetic disease will let you leap into a powerful being. Once the mutation era begins, we'll capture Zhou Luo. By then, you can take whatever revenge you want. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan could only temporarily suppress her anger and nodded heavily. Alright, father, I'll wait for that moment. I'll make Zhou Luo regret ever coming into this world. Jiangnan City. Zhou Luo stayed in his room, with several noticeable bottles and jars placed on the table in front of him. The most eye-catching one was the test tube placed in the middle. It's been almost a month, the virus inside here has definitely mutated to an unprecedented level. Zhou Luo looked at the test tube, feeling very excited. The blue liquid that was originally in the test tube had now completely turned black. If one looked closely, Zhou Luo could even see something moving inside the black liquid. It looked as if something was fighting inside. I wonder what kind of surprise you'll give me. Zhou Luo took a deep breath, steadying his mind, then his gaze shifted to the other bottles nearby. They included the mutated water bear organism from an auction, industrial wastewater from Mingxing Chemical, nuclear wastewater bought from Sakura Country, and lethal poisons he collected from other sources. Concentrated DDT, Cloud Mountain Green, deadly Ganges water, and so on, all substances that could kill a normal person on the spot. Zhou Luo had gathered them all. No matter which one, if a normal person consumed it, they'd definitely die instantly. But for Zhou Luo, these were treasures. He wouldn't exchange them for any amount of money. Let's mix them together, in case there's not enough time later. Zhou Luo quickly mixed all the substances in the bottles in front of him. Soon, a small bottle with dark green unknown liquid, emitting a foul smell, appeared in his hand. Here were the water bear protozoa, nuclear wastewater, chemical wastewater, and a bunch of unknown, highly toxic mixtures. And the test tube containing the mutated virus, he did not open it. For this test tube, Zhou Luo planned to take it alone. After finishing all this, he silently sat there, quietly waiting for the arrival of the disease era. Time passed slowly. 1 minute 31 seconds until the disease era begins. 1 minute 30 seconds until the disease era begins. 1 minute until the disease era begins. The final minute, it can begin now. Zhou Luo's whole body trembled. Without saying a word, he directly picked up the test tube filled with the virus, opened it, and poured the black liquid into his stomach in one go. The moment the black liquid entered Zhou Luo's mouth, a fiery burning sensation immediately spread from the root of his tongue. Next, his throat, esophagus, and all the way to his stomach, he felt a sharp, fiery pain. Not only that. After the pain in his stomach started, Zhou Luo suddenly realized that cold sweat had begun to seep from his back without him noticing. At the same time, waves of pain started to spread through his body, from weak to strong, and within a few seconds, it was so painful that Zhou Luo almost fainted. Hold on. Zhou Luo gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and with great difficulty, he raised his arm, grabbed the bottle that already contained mixed nuclear wastewater and other toxins, and poured all the liquid into his mouth. Perhaps because of the prior experience with the virus, this time Zhou Luo didn't feel much. Because the intense pain coming from his body had taken all his attention, leaving him no time to notice the slight sting in his throat. If someone were to see Zhou Luo now, they would surely be shocked by his appearance. His eyes bulged, his face swelled up like pig liver, and his body was covered in dense blood vessels, making him look like a devil from hell. 10 seconds until the disease era begins. 9 seconds until the disease era begins. 1 second until the disease era begins. As the countdown reached the final second, it felt as though an invisible large hand had swept across the world. All humans suffering from diseases and pain suddenly realized that their internal suffering had disappeared. Not only that, they were also surprised to find that their bodies seemed to be different now. Those suffering from lung cancer, with every breath, inhaled a massive amount of spiritual energy, and their physical strength increased exponentially. Those with skin diseases found their skin as hard as stone, impervious to knives and guns, immune to water and fire. There were also people born with disabilities in their legs, who now felt an incredible strength in their legs, with the ability to leap over 10 meters high with a single jump. Like them. At this moment, Zhou Luo had already recovered from the excruciating pain he had just been in. Infected with water bear virus gain talent, immortal body, severed limbs rebirth. Infected with mutated rabies virus gain talent, brain operation speed increased by 1000%, comprehension increased by 1000%. Infected with mutated Ebola virus gain talent, golden divine blood, emperor's blood, spiritual energy absorption speed increased by 10,000%. Infected with nuclear waste water gain talent, physical strength enhanced by 1000%. Infected with. One after another, enhancement effects appeared in Zhou Luo's body. The moment each enhancement appeared, Zhou Luo could clearly feel his body's strength increase further. Detected 138 negative conditions in the individual, achieving the state of being plagued by 100 diseases, strengthening infusion in progress. 010, plagued by 100 diseases. Supreme talent. Fusion progress, 98%. Fusion progress, 99%. Fusion success. Plagued by 100 diseases. 9 nether chaos body. 9 nether chaos body, impervious to all laws, resonating with heavenly laws, star bone jade bone, emperor's blood sacred heart, divine eyes and words, soul transforming into void. Boom! In an instant, Zhou Luo felt an extremely powerful force explode from within his body. At this moment, spiritual energy began to rapidly compress within a range of almost half of Jiangnan City, centered around Zhou Luo. The spiritual energy formed a massive whirlpool. The spiritual energy continuously poured into Zhou Luo's body. And Zhou Luo himself had now become the eye of this spiritual storm. First stage 1. First stage 2. First stage 3. Zhou Luo's realm was constantly rising. In just a moment, he had reached the 9th stage of the first stage. But even so, Zhou Luo could still feel that he was continuing to draw in the world's spiritual energy. The spiritual vortex was still not stopping, continuously gathering towards Zhou Luo's body. 9th stage of first stage. First stage of the transforming realm 1. Boom! Zhou Luo's entire body trembled. At this moment, his realm had already reached the 2nd realm, the transforming realm. Even the disaster saint body of Lu Ruyan from his previous life took a whole week to break through to the transforming realm. But now Zhou Luo had managed to achieve it in less than 3 minutes. Wait, it's not stopping. Zhou Luo held his breath and focused again. His dantian, like a black hole, was still wildly swallowing and expelling. He could feel that the first stage of the transforming realm was far from his current limit. First stage of the transforming realm 1. First stage of the transforming realm 2. 5th stage of the transforming realm. 6th stage of the transforming realm. Finally, Zhou Luo's realm stabilized at the 6th stage of the transforming realm, and his dantian gradually calmed down. 6th stage of the transforming realm. Zhou Luo lightly sensed the terrifying power within his body. He was certain that, as long as he wanted, with just a flick of his hand, the entire apartment building he was in would collapse instantly. Is this what it feels like to be strong? Zhou Luo took a deep breath, the smile on his lips curving upwards more and more. He was finally no longer the harmless lamb that could be slaughtered at will in his previous life. The power of the 6th stage of the transforming realm, at this stage, was something that only he and the entire Great Xia might possess. Boom boom boom. Just as Zhou Luo was pondering, the apartment building beneath him suddenly started to shake and sway. From outside, there were also several loud explosion sounds. It was as if a dozen hand grenades exploded at the same time. It's it, the silver-armored mysterious flood dragon. Zhou Luo immediately understood what was happening. At the same time in his previous life, at this very moment when the disease era had just begun, a silver-armored mysterious flood dragon at the first stage of the transforming realm suddenly appeared near a boarding school in Jiangnan City. Because the disease era had just begun, even the humans who had awakened from their past lives but were afflicted with severe illnesses were still at the first stage. Therefore, the sudden appearance of the silver-armored mysterious flood dragon caused countless deaths and injuries. Countless children from various families perished in its hands. At that time, the Great Xiao Order had not yet collapsed completely, and Zhou Luo had not been captured by the later strongly rising Lu group. And this boarding school was located near Zhou Luo's original residence, so it could be said that Zhou Luo had almost witnessed this brutal massacre with his own eyes. I remember that in my previous life, after the silver-armored mysterious flood dragon was killed, its dragon spine turned into a silver spear with immense power. Perfect, I'm short of a weapon, and you'll do. Zhou Luo smiled faintly, and in the next moment, his entire body instantly vanished from his spot. At the entrance of Sunshine Primary School, the Jiangnan City police looked at the terrifying silver-armored mysterious flood dragon in the sky, their eyes flashing with seriousness. It was nighttime, and the children of Sunshine Primary School were all resting in their dormitories. If this silver-armored mysterious flood dragon reached the dormitory building, countless lives would be lost. Fire first, draw that beast's attention, don't let it harm the children. The team leader of the action squad, Chen Dao, immediately ordered, and the team members quickly picked up their firearms and opened fire at the silver-armored mysterious flood dragon in the sky. Bang bang bang. Countless rounds of firepower poured out, but these bullets, which would normally easily kill carbon-based life forms, seemed to lose all their power when they touched the silver-armored mysterious flood dragon's skin and were instantly deflected. Not even a scratch was left. Roar. However, their purpose was still achieved. The attention of the silver-armored Xian Zhao quickly shifted away from the students. Its scarlet eyes turned toward the police officers at the door, a flash of disdain crossing its gaze. A mere ant dares to disturb my meal? Die. In the next moment, the silver-armored Xian Zhao soared through the air like a dragon, sweeping its tail at the police officers below. Bang! 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 The tail strike was incredibly fast, and the officers had no time to react before being hit. Those who coughed up blood, those who fell. The fully armed officers were now in total disarray. Damn beast. Chen Dao gritted his teeth, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The team he led had been hastily formed after the outbreak of the mutant era today, with team members all being awakened individuals suffering from serious illnesses. But even so, the most skilled among them only had the power of the third stage of the beginner realm, far from being a match for the silver-armored Xian Jiao. Captain Chen, how long until reinforcements arrive? Among the injured officers, a young man with a neat chestnut-colored haircut stood up, looking at the captain. The bureau said they've gone to call in military firepower. It should be about 10 more minutes. Chen Dao replied after a moment of thought. Right now, there were no experts in the transformation realm in Jiangnan City, so to deal with the silver-armored Xian Jiao, large-scale firearms would have to be used. A week ago, the red-tailed sharp scorpion that appeared on Eagle Country's Tongmen Bridge had confirmed that while beasts of this level in the transformation realm were terrifyingly strong, they still couldn't withstand large-scale firepower attacks. His mission was to delay the silver-armored Xian Jiao by any means possible until reinforcements arrived, ensuring it didn't harm the children at Sunshine Primary School. 10 minutes, huh? The young man with the chestnut-colored hair flashed a determined look in his eyes when he heard that number. Xianzhe, what are you planning to do? Chen Dao's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition surged in him. At this moment, the silver-armored Xian Jiao seemed satisfied with its attack, ignoring the now helpless ants below, and turned back toward the dormitory building. Captain Chen, how many grenades do we have? The young man called Xianzhe didn't answer Chen Dao's question but instead asked him back. 13. Chen Dao answered instinctively. Xianzhe smiled and said to the captain, before the mutant era started, I was disabled in my legs. I'll attract this beast's attention, and then you all throw the grenades at it at the same time. We'll blow its ass apart. Chen Dao's eyes flashed with concern as he heard this, but that beast is too strong. This is dangerous for you. Right, my sister is still in the dormitory. If I don't do it, who will? Xianzhe waved his hand carelessly, alright, I'm heading out. Don't let me down, or I'll hold you all responsible. He said, half joking. Then, a smile appeared on Xianzhe's face. He looked at the silver-armored Xian Jiao in the sky and shouted, Beast, your grandpa Qian is still alive. Where are you running to? With that, he raised his rifle again and fired wildly at the silver-armored Xian Jiao in the sky. Bang! 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 The attack, as ineffective as scratching an itch, once again angered the silver-armored Xian Jiao. It roared and flew back toward Xianzhe. That's right, come find your grandpa Qian. Xianzhe laughed loudly as he leaped onto the roof of the security office at the gate, like a monkey. When the silver-armored Xian Jiao saw that Xianzhe hadn't fled but instead was provoking it, it immediately became enraged. A faint silver glow appeared on its body, preparing to give this ant in front of it a good lesson. But just as it flew in front of Xianzhe, when there were less than 10 meters left from the ground, in the squad, 13 grenade pins were pulled at the same time and thrown all at once toward the sky, in the direction of the silver-armored Xian Jiao. A violent flame burst out in the sky in an instant. Boom, rumble, rumble. The deafening explosion echoed across the entire Jiangnan city in a flash. Whoa! The silver-armored Xian Jiao was blasted by this sudden strike, and its vision went black. Its whole dragon head was blown open and covered in blood. Especially its scarlet eyes, which were now a mess of flesh and blood. The intense pain drove the silver-armored Xian Jiao to fly wildly through the sky without direction. Over on Xianzhe's side, because he was too close to the Xian Jiao, he was also caught in the blast. His bulletproof vest was shattered, his body covered in wounds, but the smile on his face remained the same as before. With the last bit of strength left in his body, he jumped back into the squad and shouted to Chen Dao and the others, brothers, open fire. Bang bang bang. Countless bullets flew toward the now exposed dragon head, making the silver-armored Xian Jiao scream in pain. At first glance, the situation seemed completely reversed. But what Chen Dao and the others didn't expect was that in less than 3 minutes, the bloodied dragon head of the silver-armored Xian Jiao had already almost healed. Its scarlet eyes opened once more, scanning the surroundings, and it locked onto Qianzhe's figure on the ground again. At this time, Qianzhe had already fallen unconscious from his heavy injuries. But the silver-armored Xian Jiao had no intention of letting him go. Roar! It let out a low roar, its figure turning into a streak of silver lightning, appearing above the squad in the blink of an eye. Zzz. The silver-armored Xian Jiao held its claws half-closed in front of its chest, and a glowing sphere filled with terrifying thunder power began to form instantly. How can it recover so fast? Chen Dao's face turned ashen. He could clearly feel that once the thunderball was released, their entire squad would be wiped out. And now, there were still 5 minutes left before reinforcements arrived. Defeat was certain. Chen Dao was unwilling. Only now did he truly understand what the beginning of the mutation era meant. Power, in the end, it's still all about power. If he were also a powerhouse in the mutation realm, would he still fear this little dragon in front of him? Chen Dao slowly closed his eyes. But after a long time, the burning pain from thunder that he imagined never came. Captain Chen, someone's coming. At this moment, an excited voice from a teammate suddenly came through. Is it reinforcements? Chen Dao's heart trembled. He immediately opened his eyes, thinking the army had arrived in time. But when he opened his eyes, what he saw made him freeze. In the sky, under the bright full moon, a figure was standing midair, facing off with the silver-armored Xian Jiao. Roar! The silver-armored Xian Jiao looked at the man who had suddenly appeared, and a trace of anger flashed in its eyes. It hadn't even finished dealing with the ants on the ground, and now another obstacle had popped up? Courting death. With a thought, the thunderball in its hands had fully gathered. It waved its claws, and the thunderball flew out, wrapped in wild thunder power, heading straight forward. A petty trick. Just right to test my 9-nether chaos body. The figure in the sky was none other than Zhou Luo, who had rushed over after hearing the explosion. With his hands behind his back, he stood firm. Facing the raging thunderball, his face stayed calm, showing no sign of fear. Boom! The thunderball moved at an extreme speed, reaching Zhou Luo in an instant. The wild thunder power exploded in a flash, instantly forming a thunder domain filled with destruction. Roar, roar! The silver-armored Xian Jiao looked at this scene, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in its eyes. This thunderball was nearly a full-powered strike. No way this human who appeared halfway through could survive it. Next, it was time for it to enjoy its bloody feast. The silver-armored serpent wanted to turn back and leave. But at that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind it. You want to leave? Did I agree? The silver-armored serpent turned back suddenly. It saw that the thunderous domain had gradually started to dissipate. And at the center of the domain, that figure standing with hands behind its back remained there. The 9-nether chaos body, invulnerable to all laws. Its expression was calm, breathing long, showing no signs of injury. How could this be? The silver-armored serpent was greatly shocked. I've heard your serpent's spine is quite impressive, so I will keep it as my weapon. Zhou Luo grinned, not giving the silver-armored serpent any chance to react, and immediately struck out with one hand. A palm imprint, nearly the size of the entire silver-armored serpent, suddenly appeared, violently slamming onto its body. Boom! The silver-armored serpent was sent crashing down to the ground, its massive body smashing into the deserted playground of Sunshine Primary School, creating a huge pit. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Whether it was teachers, students, or members of the Chen Dao squad who rushed to support, all were wide-eyed in shock. Such terrifying strength. The silver-armored serpent couldn't last even a round against Zhou Luo? Who exactly is this person? 012, instant kill. Refining the silver serpent spear. Roar. The silver-armored serpent, trapped in the pit, let out a begrudging roar, still attempting to rise and struggle. But Zhou Luo gave it no chance, directly floating above the silver-armored serpent and grasping it by its throat. Still trying to struggle? Who gave you the courage? Zhou Luo smiled slightly, then reached forward with his right hand, and a phantom giant hand suddenly gripped the serpent's head. Sizzle. The phantom hand squeezed hard, and the silver-armored serpent offered no resistance as its spine was pulled out. Only the headless serpent body remained writhing in the pit, seemingly unwilling to die so easily. Buzz. After the silver-armored serpent's spine was extracted, it gradually started to shrink, ultimately transforming into a shining silver spear along with its head. The serpent's head became the spearhead, the spine became the spear shaft, and the entire spear exuded a fierce killing aura. Not bad, indeed, it's not an ordinary item. Zhou Luo weighed the silver serpent spear in his hand, feeling very satisfied. After all, since the onset of the Calamity era, a person's strength is determined by more than just their cultivation. The number of treasures one possesses is also a crucial factor of strength. Zhou Luo remembered that in his past life, there were many healthy individuals with average talent, yet due to sheer luck in obtaining some unparalleled treasures, their strength soared, ultimately dominating a region. To become the strongest in the world, such treasures must not be overlooked. This silver serpent spear, while not classified as a supreme treasure, is certainly a rare find at this point in time. Zhou Luo strapped the silver serpent spear onto his back, then turned his gaze to Sunshine Primary School on the ground. After this battle, Sunshine Primary School was in complete disarray. Fortunately, the dormitory buildings were still relatively intact, and the students were safe and sound. When Zhou Luo looked at the group of children, they too directed their eyes toward him. Countless shining innocent eyes were now filled with admiration. They would probably remember the events of today for the rest of their lives. Zhou Luo scanned around and then prepared to leave. The silver-armored serpent was dead, he had more important things to do next. His figure gradually receded into the distance. Once he completely vanished from everyone's sight, Chen Dao finally reacted a bit slowly. He quickly made a phone call to headquarters. This is Chen Dao, the silver-armored serpent at Sunshine Primary School has been dealt with by a mysterious person. Also, call for an ambulance right away, my team members are in danger. Be quick. After leaving Sunshine Elementary School, Zhou Luo, with the silver flood dragon spear, quickly returned to his apartment building. What he needed to do next was to quickly refine this silver flood dragon spear in his hands. The first major opportunity that has come to Jiangnan City since the opening of the mutation era is the Nanshan Secret Realm in 3 days. A memory flashed through Zhou Luo's mind. The Nanshan Secret Realm was a well-known major opportunity after the opening of the mutation era in his previous life. There were countless treasures in the secret realm, and the most precious among them was a congenital supreme treasure called the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate. Zhou Luo clearly remembered that in his previous life, after obtaining the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate, Wu Qiyun, known as the Trigram Armor Supreme, was just a rookie at the initial stage. Because the opening of the Nanshan Secret Realm coincided with the 3rd day after the arrival of the mutation era, when the world was still unaware of what this secret realm was, Wu Qiyun merely relied on luck to obtain the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate. Otherwise, how could such a powerful defensive formation, the 8 trigrams changing heaven array, fall into his hands? Wu Qiyun solely relied on the 8 trigrams changing heaven array to withstand the full force attack of 5 different beast kings at the same time, gaining fame and being called the Trigram Armor Supreme. Initial stage, transformation stage, divine stage, spirit transformation stage, forbidden stage, these were the 5 levels of cultivation defined by the heavenly Tao after the opening of the mutation era. I must obtain the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate. A glimmer of determination flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. At this point in his previous life, everyone was unaware of the importance of the secret realm. But he was different, he was a reborn individual. The 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate was something he must have. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Luo's focus returned to the silver flood dragon spear in his hands. With a thought, a surge of intent burst from Zhou Luo's mind, shooting straight into the silver flood dragon spear. After the intent entered the silver flood dragon spear, what Zhou Luo felt first was a wave of hatred. Hee, you little flood dragon really hold a grudge, even after death, you refuse to fall into my hands? Zhou Luo's mouth curled up slightly, his tone playful, but it's a pity, now that you are in my hands, you have to listen to me. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining consciousness of the silver-armored flood dragon within the spear was instantly shattered. This was the power brought to Zhou Luo by the 9 underworld chaotic body. Spirit soul transformation. Not to exaggerate, there absolutely isn't anyone in today's world whose soul strength could compare to Zhou Luo's. After shattering the consciousness of the silver-armored flood dragon, Zhou Luo began to refine the silver flood dragon spear. Without the obstruction of the silver-armored flood dragon, the refining process was exceedingly smooth. It took only half an hour for Zhou Luo to imprint his soul mark onto the silver flood dragon spear. At that moment, Zhou Luo truly felt that the silver flood dragon spear had become his possession. Describing it as an extension of his own arm was not an exaggeration. Very good, the silver flood dragon spear has been refined. Next, I need to dedicate myself to cultivation. Zhou Luo carefully stored the silver flood dragon spear, then directly sat down cross-legged on the ground. For him, who possessed the 9 underworld chaotic body, when it came to the speed of cultivation, he could claim first place, and no one would dare to claim second. Zhou Luo was very confident, even that Gu Qianhua, who had all 5 cancers in his previous life, couldn't match his speed of cultivation. 3 days should be enough for me to break through to the 7th level of the transformation stage. Zhou Luo muttered to himself. But then he thought of something else and couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity I still don't have a powerful breathing technique, otherwise, let alone the transformation stage, directly breaking through to the divine stage wouldn't be impossible. Although Zhou Luo was not an awakened one in his previous life, he understood the function of breathing techniques. With a good breathing technique, one could more efficiently absorb and utilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Forget it, no need to think about it for now, there is still some time before the strongest breathing technique comes into being. Preparing for the Nanshan Secret Realm is the priority. Zhou Luo held his breath and focused, beginning to frantically absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. 013, Incomplete Calamity Sacred Body. Lu Ruyan's mind broke down. Just as Zhou Luo was diligently cultivating. In Jiangnan City, within the Lu Corporation, Lu Ruyan had already left the wheelchair and was now sitting cross-legged on the ground, feeling the spiritual energy around her. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes. Damn Zhou Luo. If it weren't for him, how would my Calamity Sacred Body be so incomplete? On Lu Ruyan's beautiful face, resentment filled her features at this moment. Although she had mentally prepared herself for her body to decline after the onset of the anomaly era. But she didn't expect the decline to be so drastic. She already knew that she could have become the legendary Calamity Sacred Body, cultivating at a speed 1,000 times that of ordinary people. But now, several courses of the Heavenly Mountain Snow Lotus had destroyed her Calamity Sacred Body, turning it into this incomplete version. Not only had her cultivation speed slowed by more than half, but all the unique talents of the Calamity Sacred Body had also disappeared. If it weren't for the most crucial talent of the Calamity Sacred Body, revival still existing, she would have truly exploded with anger. However, precisely because of the incompleteness of the Calamity sacred body, she could only use this talent once. After that one time, it would completely fail. Father, have you found where Zhou Luo is? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan became furious, her cold gaze instantly turning to Lu Kailong beside her. Lu Kailong, feeling sweat pooling under Lu Ruyan's intense gaze, quickly shook his head and said, "Our people have found the place he used to live, but that house was mortgaged by Zhou Luo a month ago, and during this time, Zhou Luo hasn't returned even once. Whether he is still in Jiangnan City is a problem." Lu Kailong's tone was somewhat uncertain. "Then check his bank statements. No matter where he goes, he will need to spend money, right?" Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. She hated Zhou Luo to the core. Clearly, she could rely on the Calamity sacred body to dominate in this newly arrived anomaly era, becoming one of the strongest in the world. But because of Zhou Luo, all of this was shattered. Even Lu Ruyan doubted whether Zhou Luo had known that the anomaly era would arrive and came early to set her up. But this suspicion was too far-fetched, so Lu Ruyan didn't dwell on it. "There's a problem with the bank, our people can't get in touch, so we can't check." Lu Kailong sighed. Ever since the anomaly era arrived, the world could be said to have turned chaotic. He could clearly foresee that it wouldn't be long before the established order would collapse completely. Strength would be the hard currency of the future. Regarding Zhou Luo destroying Lu Ruyan's Calamity sacred body, Lu Kailong also hated him to the extreme. If he could find Zhou Luo, he certainly wouldn't let him off easily. At that moment, suddenly, someone knocked on the office door. "Manager Lu, we've found the person you were looking for." Upon hearing this, both Lu Ruyan and Lu Kailong were invigorated. "Come in quickly." Lu Kailong waved his hand. The secretary pushed the door open, holding a notebook. On the notebook's screen, a video was playing. In the video, a young figure stood with his hands behind his back in midair, facing a gigantic silver flood dragon. Then, in the video, the young man casually waved his hand towards the silver flood dragon. A huge palm print appeared in midair, violently crashing onto the flood dragon's body. That massive flood dragon, with its astonishing might, was actually sent directly into the ground by that palm strike. Next came the scene where the youth forcefully seized the flood dragon's spine. Perhaps due to the filming distance, the video was not very clear, but each scene was still visually striking. Of course, the most crucial thing is that Lu Kailong and Lu Ruyan both recognize who the young man is that casually killed the dragon. Zhou Luo? Lu Kailong's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes were also filled with shock at this moment. Why is he so strong? Lu Ruyan's tone was quite complicated. She never expected that Zhou Luo, who looked incredibly healthy, would become so terrifyingly powerful after the arrival of the chaotic era. This was completely more fierce than her disaster sacred body. Although her current disaster sacred body was a broken version, Lu Ruyan could clearly sense that even if her disaster sacred body were complete, it would absolutely not compete with Zhou Luo in the video. "Daughter, it seems, we can't proceed with the original plan." Lu Kailong gritted his teeth and said, "Since Zhou Luo is so strong, we can only go flatter him and wait for the right moment to act. No matter what, our Lu group has cooperated with Zhou Luo before, and I also gave him 100 million. This counts as a bond." After hearing what Lu Kailong said, Lu Ruyan could only silently nod her head. She was not foolish and knew when to do what. Now that Zhou Luo was clearly many times stronger than her, if she wanted revenge, she could only wait until her own strength improved, surpassing Zhou Luo. Before that, everything had to be endured. Seeing that Lu Ruyan did not refuse, Lu Kailong also felt relieved. He turned to his secretary, "Help me find Zhou Luo's contact information, I want to personally visit him." "Yes." The secretary quickly left. Inside the apartment building, Zhou Luo was practicing when suddenly his phone rang. He picked it up to see it was a call from the Lu group. Seeing this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but smile playfully and press the answer button. "This is Zhou Luo, what can I do for you?" On the other end of the line, Lu Kailong's voice immediately came through. "Great. It's really you, Mr. Zhou. I am Lu Kailong, and I have been looking for you these past few days. I wanted to repay you for helping my daughter, and I finally found you." Lu Kailong's voice sounded very excited. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Just right, he had been planning to visit the Lu group to get rid of Lu Ruyan and Lu Kailong directly. Isn't this just coming to his door? Thinking this, Zhou Luo smiled and replied, "Mr. Lu, how do you plan to repay me?" A response quickly came from the other end, "Your kindness to our Lu group is too great to express over the phone. Mr. Zhou, how about this, you tell me your address, and I will bring my daughter to personally visit you." As soon as Lu Kailong finished speaking, Zhou Luo agreed immediately. "Alright, I will send you the location. I will wait for you here." On the other end of the line, after receiving the location Zhou Luo sent, Lu Kailong's mouth almost split from ear to ear. I guessed right, Zhou Luo is indeed thinking of the bond we have with the Lu group. Being able to connect with a strong person of this level, the future of our Lu group will definitely be bright. Lu Kailong felt cheerful. He smiled at Lu Ruyan. Daughter, let's go. We will visit Zhou Luo together. You must remember, do not show any hatred in front of him, everything will wait until your strength improves before we take our revenge. Lu Ruyan slowly nodded, her red lips slightly parted. Father, I know my limits, I will definitely not let Zhou Luo notice. That's good, time waits for no one, let's move out immediately. Lu Kailong smiled slightly and quickly left the Lu group with Lu Ruyan, heading towards Zhou Luo's residence. Half an hour later. There was a knock on Zhou Luo's door. Mr. Zhou, I am Lu Kailong, my daughter Lu Ruyan and I have come to visit you. As Lu Kailong's voice rang out. It wasn't long before the door was opened from the inside. Zhou Luo also appeared at this moment in the sight of Lu Ruyan and Lu Kailong. Mr. Zhou, you finally opened the door. Seeing Zhou Luo, Lu Kailong immediately put on a smile on his face. Looking at him like this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Before the Era of Mutation arrived, the Lu group was one of the largest enterprises in Jiangnan City. When going out, no one dared to disrespect Lu Kailong. But this wealth-oozing chairman was now bowing and scraping in front of him, his face full of smiles. Zhou Luo sighed secretly, all of this was brought by strength. He knew very well that it was definitely because someone recorded him slaying the dragon at Sunshine Elementary and posted it online, which made Lu Kailong and the others come to him so actively. But this is also good, Lu Kailong and Lu Ruyan taking the initiative to find him saved him a task. Mr. Zhou, you. Seeing Zhou Luo silent for a long time, Lu Kailong immediately wanted to use his prepared words to get closer. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhou Luo. Chairman Lu, you must have seen me killed at silver-armored Xianjiao at Sunshine Elementary, which is why you came to find me, right? Zhou Luo's mouth curled into a playful smile as he cut to the chase. This completely threw Lu Kailong off balance. But he reacted quickly and immediately replied, Mr. Zhou, that scene of you slaying the dragon is now all over the internet, truly a young hero, filled with heroism. Oh, and then what? Zhou Luo continued to look at Lu Kailong, with a faint smile on his face. Lu Kailong's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that he said something wrong? Seeing the atmosphere about to become awkward, Lu Ruyan immediately stepped forward, smiling brightly at Zhou Luo. Mr. Zhou, you saved Ruyan's life. These days, Ruyan has been thinking about how to repay you. But no matter how Ruyan thinks, she can't come up with a way, so she thought about coming to directly consult you. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan took another step closer to Zhou Luo. She sent charming glances, her cheeks blushing, and her pair of watery beautiful eyes closely fixed on Zhou Luo. What do you think, how should Ruyan repay you? Ruyan will definitely try her best to fulfill it. A scent of maidenly fragrance wafted over. Zhou Luo looked at Lu Ruyan before him and couldn't help but be amazed. As expected of the Ruyan Demon Emperor, using all means to achieve her goals. If he weren't a rebirth, he might really be fooled by Lu Ruyan's appearance and willingly become her subordinate. After all, although Lu Ruyan was ruthless, her looks were recognized as the number one in the world in his past life. This woman must not be kept alive. Ahem. Zhou Luo stepped back a bit, lightly coughed twice, while also looking at Lu Ruyan, his lips curving into a playful smile. Speaking of repayment, I actually have something I want you to help with. What do you need? Just say it, Ruyan will definitely accomplish it. Lu Ruyan was immediately overjoyed, but her expression remained unchanged, still maintaining that shy beautiful demeanor. Since you are so sincere, I will speak frankly. A trace of coldness flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes, and his tone suddenly turned icy. I want to kill you. As soon as the words fell, a bright silver long spear suddenly appeared in Zhou Luo's hand without him knowing when. The tip of the spear resembled a dragon's head, and the spear body resembled a dragon's spine. Just a glance was enough for ordinary people to feel a chilling killing intent. At that moment, an ominous premonition surged in Lu Ruyan's heart. Just as she wanted to retreat, the next second she felt a sudden chill in her heart. Pfffff. The silver dragon spear lunged forward, piercing through Lu Ruyan's heart as if it were an unguarded realm. Several bursts of blood splattered against the wall behind Lu Ruyan. Zhou Luo moved incredibly fast. By the time Lu Ruyan's eyes gradually lost their light, Lu Kailong by the side finally realized what had happened. Zhou Luo, you. Lu Kailong was shocked and horrified. He completely couldn't understand why Zhou Luo wanted to kill his daughter. And still so merciless, so decisively took away Lu Ruyan's life. Did his daughter offend him somewhere? There was no time to think more. When Lu Kailong spoke these three words, the silver dragon spear had already pulled out from Lu Ruyan's heart. Immediately afterwards, the spear tip turned around and quickly pierced directly through Lu Kailong's heart. Thud. Both of them fell straight back. The walls of the corridor were already splattered with blood. Killing two people took less than 10 seconds in total. The Lu group will no longer exist from now on. After doing all this, Zhou Luo felt extremely satisfied in his heart. Personally, he had avenged himself, eradicating the Lu group that had abused him in his previous life. Publicly, he had also removed a great disaster from the world. In this life, the tragedy like the previous life in Xiaohe City would not happen again. After confirming that Lu Ruyan and Lu Kailong were truly dead, Zhou Luo did not stay here for long and directly left this house he had just bought. The age of mutation had begun, and things like houses were no longer as important as before. As long as his strength was enough, he could go wherever he wanted. This house got dirty? Sorry, I'll just change to another one, I'm that willful. About an hour after Zhou Luo left. In the corridor, Lu Ruyan, who had no breath before, suddenly radiated a black light from within her body. The black light quickly spread throughout her body, beginning to heal every wound inside and out. Before long, all the wounds were completely healed. At this moment, Lu Ruyan slowly opened her eyes. What first came into view was Lu Kailong, who lay with unclosed eyes beside her. And the walls around, splattered with blood. The memories in her mind began to recover. Lu Ruyan's stunningly beautiful face gradually twisted. Resentment, anger, all kinds of negative emotions began to brew in her heart. Zhou Luo. I, Lu Ruyan, will never forgive you. She clenched her silver teeth tightly, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth due to the force, and shouted in a hysterical rage. At this moment, Zhou Luo's neighbor suddenly opened the door and stepped out, a muscular man with a bare chest. Who the hell is going crazy? Do you still let people sleep? As soon as he came out, the shocking scene before him immediately rendered him frozen in place. Murder, murder. Before the muscular man could shout out loud, Lu Ruyan's cold eyes suddenly locked onto him, instantly appearing in front of him, her right hand gripping his neck. Crack! In the next moment, the muscular man's cervical vertebra was immediately crushed. After killing one person, Lu Ruyan felt no psychological burden at all and didn't even glance at the muscular man's corpse. She simply walked straight to Lu Kailong's body, quietly picked him up, and then entered the elevator. At the moment the elevator doors closed, a drop of blood tear quietly slid down from Lu Ruyan's eye. Zhou Luo, you killed my father and caused my disaster-stricken divine talent to fail. In the future, I will make you feel my pain. Lu Ruyan muttered to herself. 015, Wind and Cloud converge. Clue to the innate supreme treasure. 2 days passed. In a house. Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on the ground. As he breathed in and out, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously flowed into his body. Until it reached a critical point, Zhou Luo's dantian suddenly shook. Transformation Stage 6, Transformation Stage 7. He let out a long breath. Zhou Luo reopened his eyes. Just as I expected, I'm at Transformation Stage 7 now. Although he had broken through his realm, Zhou Luo still felt somewhat dissatisfied. I can feel that the efficiency of my 9-nether chaos body in absorbing and expelling spiritual energy is terrifying, but there's just no good breathing method to assist in the transformation. Zhou Luo shook his head, feeling some regret in his heart. If there was a good breathing technique, his current realm would definitely not just be Transformation Stage 7. The Nanshan secret realm is about to open. I hope there's a decent breathing method inside. Zhou Luo stood up, dusted off his clothes, and then walked straight out the door. After leaving the building he was in, Zhou Luo looked up at the sky. He saw, not far away, a huge crack opening in the clouds, with countless rays of golden light shining out from it. The location of the golden light was directly south of Jiangnan City, at a mountain called Jinan Mountain by the locals. That was the place where the South Mountain secret realm would open. It's still early, I should go online to see what has happened in the world these past 2 days while I was in seclusion. In this life, with my unexpected existence, I wonder if things will develop the same as in my past life. Zhou Luo's mind stirred, and he immediately picked up his phone. After looking for a while, a hint of joy appeared on his face. It seems that nothing has changed because of my rebirth. Zhou Luo smiled slightly. This was great news for him. Since everything in the world remained the same, his benefits as a reborn being would be significantly increased. Being able to foresee certain events would bring him tremendous advantages. The Great Xia still has 5 major powers. There's the Bailey Group, led by Black Feather King, and the Gu family from Aodao, led by the 5-organ celestial body, Gu Qianhua. Also, there's the Skull Society, with Yang Tianying, and the Great Xia Alliance. The only difference is that the Lu family group is missing, but there's a Jiangnan villa that was incorporated by the Lu family in my past life, located in the Jiangnan city where I am. Zhou Luo put away his phone and looked again toward Jinan Mountain. Now, he had awakened the 9-nether chaos body, and his strength ranked first in the Great Xia. To say he was the strongest in Blue Star would not be an exaggeration. These forces posed no threat to him. What he needed to do now was to head to the South Mountain secret realm to find Wu Qiyun, who had obtained the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc in his past life. As long as he found Wu Qiyun, it would mean he had become the biggest winner in this South Mountain secret realm. It's time to set off. Zhou Luo collected his thoughts and quickly began walking toward Qinan Mountain. Once he reached the transformation realm, his physical abilities had become exceedingly terrifying. Even flying freely was not difficult for him at all. However, flying consumed a lot of spiritual energy, so unless dealing with aerial beasts like the silver-armored Xian Jiao, it wasn't particularly necessary. I can't wait to reach the divine realm. By then, I can fly whenever I want without worrying about energy consumption. As Zhou Luo hurried toward Qinan Mountain, he thought to himself. About 20 minutes passed. Zhou Luo finally reached the foot of Qinan Mountain. At this moment, at the foot of Qinan Mountain, a large crowd had already gathered. Zhou Luo took a quick glance and determined that most of the people inside were awakened ones. Why are there so many people? Didn't fewer people participate in the South Mountain secret realm? Looking at the bustling crowd in front of him, Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes in confusion. Just then, the crowd in the distance suddenly stirred. Members of the Bailey group have arrived. Damn, the one walking at the front should be Black Feather King's sister, Lu Yuer. That's her. I heard that Black Feather King's strange illness is hereditary. Although his sister's condition is lighter, she still has 60% of his strength. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhou Luo also turned his gaze toward the front of the crowd. The most eye-catching figure was the woman in a black gauze dress. She looked relatively young, probably around 20. Black Feather King's sister? Zhou Luo watched as Lu Yuer walked toward him, a glimmer of thought appearing in his eyes. He had indeed heard of this person in his past life. But she was definitely not involved in the affairs of the South Mountain secret realm. In the previous life, there was absolutely no shadow of the Bailey group in the Nanshan secret realm. It seems that the collapse of the Lu group has indeed caused some changes to the timeline. However, this is of no great importance. No matter who comes, the biggest winner in this Nanshan secret realm will only be Zhou Luo alone. Because only he knows who ultimately obtained the 9-yang Bagua plate in this Nanshan secret realm. Wu Qiyun. As long as he finds him, the 9-yang Bagua plate will change hands. 016, Bailey Group in Jiangnan Villa. With this thought, Zhou Luo withdrew his gaze and no longer looked in the direction of Lu Yuer, preparing to search for Wu Qiyun's figure in the crowd. In his previous life, he had seen Wu Qiyun on television more than once, so he was very clear about his appearance. With his current enhanced vision from the transforming realm and the 9-nether chaotic body, as long as Wu Qiyun showed up, he would definitely not escape Zhou Luo's eyes. Just when Zhou Luo was about to start looking for Wu Qiyun, suddenly, the crowd standing beside him quickly retreated backwards. In no time, Zhou Luo was left standing alone, the area around him completely empty. The reason was simple. Because the Bailey group led by Lu Yuer was approaching this way. The onlookers smartly made way for the Bailey group to pass. Only Zhou Luo remained standing still, drawing many curious glances. What is this kid daydreaming about? The Bailey group is coming, and he still dares to block their path? Impressive, isn't he just a pure fool? The Bailey group isn't scared of offending anyone, and it's not long since the Black Feather King cleared Taishan City. Let's have a fight, let's see the methods of the Bailey group. Bro, hurry over, stop dazing. The onlookers immediately began to whisper among themselves. Some eager to watch the excitement were not afraid of trouble, not only commenting on the situation, but also eager for the Bailey group to take action. Others, unable to watch any longer, hurriedly shouted for Zhou Luo to come over. All these voices, of course, fell into Zhou Luo's ears. But he had no intention of retreating at all. In his previous life, he had already suffered enough grievances due to his lack of strength. In this life, having been reborn and awakened the 9-nether chaotic body, if he still had to back down everywhere, Zhou Luo felt it would be better to find a block of tofu to crash into and die. From the day he was reborn, Zhou Luo secretly swore in his heart. In this life, only others will give way to him. The kind-hearted advice around him did not make Zhou Luo move an inch. Just in that moment, the members of the Bailey group had arrived right in front of Zhou Luo. Lu Yuer, leading them, saw Zhou Luo standing still and not moving at all, even not glancing at the Bailey group, and her cold eyes slightly narrowed. Are you blind? Daring to block our Bailey group's way, do you think? A lean man next to Lu Yuer immediately stepped forward, ready to teach Zhou Luo a proper lesson. But Lu Yuer directly raised her hand to stop him. Step back. Lu Yuer lightly parted her red lips, and the lean man immediately stopped in his tracks. However, his expression still showed some dissatisfaction. Lu Yuer paid no attention to him, but silently took a step forward, coming to Zhou Luo's front, and asked, "Which faction do you belong to, sir?" "Just a solitary wanderer." Zhou Luo replied lightly. As soon as these words came out, the onlookers couldn't sit still again. I thought this kid was from some big faction for daring to block the Bailey group, but turns out he's just a solitary wanderer? Damn, he's tired of living, daring to act so smug. Don't say it, he really does seem smug, but the consequences could be. Hee, acting tough might just cost him his life, this deal really is a loss. Hearing Zhou Luo call himself a solitary wanderer, Lu Yuer's purple eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. Immediately after, she turned her head and waved her hand at her subordinate. Ignore him, continue.
We are leaving. Yes. The subordinates immediately obeyed the order. Led by Lu Yuer, a group quickly split into two and passed by Zhou Luo's side. This action left the people around stunned. Lu Yuer actually let him go? Is it true or not? When did the Bailey group become so soft that they can't even handle a young man blocking their way? Everyone was confused.
You have to know, news had just come from Taishan City yesterday that the Black Feather King, leading the Bailey group, had wiped out all local forces, big and small. Those who refused to submit to the Bailey group were ruthlessly suppressed. For such a strong-handed Bailey group to let Zhou Luo go today? What's going on? Zhou Luo noticed that Lu Yuer had no intention of causing him trouble, and could not help but look at her. If Lu Yuer had dared to command her subordinates to act, he would have directly suppressed everyone from the Bailey group without hesitation.
However, since Lu Yuer did not do so, Zhou Luo was happy to be at ease.
Soon, everyone from the Bailey group passed by Zhou Luo.
At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the distant sky.
As it approached, the shadow grew larger until it transformed into a handsome young man in front of everyone.
Sister Yuer.
As soon as the man got closer to the ground, he directly called out to Lu Yuer. Then he landed right next to Lu Yuer. It's the third young master of Jiangnan Mountain Villa, Ruan Yanfeng.
Jiangnan Mountain Villa has indeed sent someone.
I said that with such phenomena appearing on Qinan Mountain, how could the local major force, Jiangnan Mountain Villa, stay silent? I've heard that before the mutation era began, Jiangnan Mountain Villa and the Bailey group were old friends.
I didn't expect this to be true. Wow, then other major forces might not be in a good position. The onlookers immediately recognized the identity of the handsome young man. Sister Yuer, why did only you come today? Where is your brother? After Ruan Yanfeng landed, he smiled and asked Lu Yuer.
My brother has other pressing matters to handle, so only I came.
Lu Yuer's tone was as plain as water, seemingly unimpressed by Ruan Yanfeng's attentiveness.
However, Ruan Yanfeng didn't mind at all, just nodded slightly and said, that's fine. My family only sent me to check on the situation at Qinan Mountain.
Now we can work together.
After that, he looked towards Zhou Luo not far away, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Sister Yuer, I saw what happened just now. This guy dared to block your way, how about I help you teach him a lesson? Hearing this, Lu Yuer couldn't help but frown. My brother told me before coming that it's better to avoid trouble, don't bother with this.
Don't worry, Sister Yuer.
I broke through to the 6th level of the initial realm yesterday. Although my strength is not as good as your brother's, it's no problem to deal with a young punk. Ruan Yanfeng put on a smile he thought was charming. Wait for me here, I'll be right back. Saying this, he didn't care if Lu Yuer agreed or not and walked directly toward Zhou Luo.
Seeing this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but slightly frown.
He thought he would finally get a moment of peace, but unexpectedly, this kind of sycophant popped up.
But that's fine. Since this young master of Jiangnan Mountain Villa is looking for death, he won't mind sending him on his way. Then, he'll wipe out Jiangnan Mountain Villa as well.
This way, the event line would coincide with his past life. I'm truly a genius. A smirk appeared at the corner of Zhou Luo's mouth as he turned to look at Ruan Yanfeng, who was walking toward him.
017, thunderous means. Directly instant kill.
Under the gaze of everyone, Ruan Yanfeng quickly arrived in front of Zhou Luo. Because I saw Sister Yuer today, I'm in a good mood.
Ruan Yanfeng's pair of slender eyes slightly squinted.
Staring at Zhou Luo, he said lightly, I give you a chance to choose. If you want to live, go kneel and apologize to my sister, Yuer.
I will spare your life. If you do not wish to live, then I will kill you. Ruan Yanfeng's tone was very calm.
But everyone present, after hearing his words, could not help but break into a cold sweat. Everyone's gaze turned to Zhou Luo at that moment, wanting to know how he would choose.
However, in most people's hearts, there was already an answer. He would definitely choose to kneel and apologize. As long as Zhou Luo wasn't a fool, there was only this path to choose. Otherwise, would he choose to die? I said being arrogant brings disaster, right?
Just now, he stood still, refusing to give way to the Bailey group.
Now it's good, if he doesn't kneel, he waits for death. Let's see if he dares to act so arrogantly in the future. Everyone's face changed to one of watching a show.
Ruan Yanfeng listened to the discussions around him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly curl up. This was the effect he wanted. Now that the age of mutation had arrived, their Jiangnan Villa, as the most powerful force in Jiangnan City, must establish their authority well. When coming to check the anomalies at Kananshan, he had been sternly advised by his brother that no matter what happened at Kananshan today, he had to create a big scene.
Let the world know the name of Jiangnan Villa.
In the future, everyone who sees Jiangnan Villa would have to be respectful, otherwise, Zhou Luo today would be their fate. That was his true purpose.
Letting Wei was just an excuse. Is there no third option?
Zhou Luo looked at Ruan Yanfeng, who had an arrogant expression, and asked softly.
There isn't. Kneel or die, choose one.
Ruan Yanfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, he was already becoming displeased.
I am already good enough to give you a way out, yet you still want a bargain? He decided that if Zhou Luo did not know what was good for him and did not kneel right away, he would directly kill him. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly,
Ruan Yanfeng felt a chill at his chest. Looking down, he found that Zhou Luo had somehow pulled out a completely shiny silver spear. The spear tip had already penetrated his heart.
You.
Ruan Yanfeng's eyes widened, he wanted to say something, but a mouthful of blood surged up his throat. His pupils began to gradually fade, in just a millisecond, he lost his life.
Puff.
Zhou Luo pulled the silver spear out of Ruan Yanfeng's chest and then flicked it to the ground. The blood on the tip of the spear was all shaken off, becoming clean again. He looked at Ruan Yanfeng, who was lying on the ground with lifeless eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved. Let me tell you what the third option is, it is.
I kill you. At this moment, the foot of Kananshan echoed only his voice.
All the people present were deeply shocked by the scene unfolding before them.
So fast. It was simply too fast. The process from Zhou Luo taking the spear to killing Ruan Yanfeng took less than a second. They didn't even see how Zhou Luo had drawn the silver spear.
At this moment, the hearts of everyone present were filled with shock. One by one, they looked at Zhou Luo as if he were a monster. Those who had just mocked Zhou Luo were now as quiet as a cicada in winter, afraid to make even the slightest noise, fearing Zhou Luo would turn to them. Not far away, Lu Yuer now had only shock and confusion in her beautiful eyes.
Who exactly is Zhou Luo?
Just now, her gaze had been fixed on Zhou Luo and Ruan Yanfeng without moving. With her current cultivation level of the 7th stage, she could be considered the highest among all present. She should be among those whose cultivation was nearing the peak after the age of mutation had just begun.
But even so,
she still couldn't see how Zhou Luo had killed Ruan Yanfeng. Not a single movement of pulling out a gun, it was as if, with the closing and opening of his eyes, the tip of the silver serpent spear had already pierced Ruan Yanfeng's heart.
It was truly terrifying. Lu Yuer felt incredibly relieved about her earlier choice at this moment.
Fortunately, she didn't act like a fool and insist that Zhou Luo step aside. Otherwise, she was quite sure that the person lying there right now would most likely be herself, not Ruan Yanfeng. Under countless gazes, Zhou Luo's thoughts moved, and the silver serpent spear suddenly began to shrink, ultimately being tucked into his sleeve. This was an effect of the silver serpent spear after refinement, it could change size according to Zhou Luo's will.
Just like the Monkey King's Rui Jingu Bang.
The crowd was deeply shocked by this magic-like effect. Such a function, they had only seen in television novels before the arrival of the mutation era.
Why is it that with the onset of the mutation era, such mythical abilities appeared in reality?
Feeling the astonished eyes of those around him, Zhou Luo remained completely calm.
This size-changing function was actually not uncommon. But now that the mutation era had just begun, most people simply did not know yet. The real holy artifacts in this world could be directly absorbed into the body.
This was much more impressive than merely changing size. For example, the 9-yang Bagua plate in the Nanshan secret realm had this function. After retracting the silver serpent spear into his sleeve, Zhou Luo continued to search for Wu Qiyun's figure.
Calculating the time, only a few minutes were left until the Nanshan secret realm opened. Wu Qiyun must be hiding in the crowd at this moment.
He had to find him, otherwise, such a great opportunity to obtain innate treasures would be missed. Whether by coincidence or not, as Zhou Luo looked into the crowd, he just happened to see a familiar face. In the crowd not far from Zhou Luo, an old man with a goatee, thin and agile, was sizing up Zhou Luo. When the goateed man saw Zhou Luo glance his way, he swiftly averted his eyes, fearing Zhou Luo would notice him. But it was already too late.
Found him. Zhou Luo's eyes lit up.
This goateed old man was the Wu Qiyun he was looking for. In his past life, this old man had appeared on interviews for the Great Xiao Alliance many times, thus, Zhou Luo had memorized his face deeply. After locating Wu Qiyun, Zhou Luo did not keep staring at him, but instead looked away, as if he had only casually glanced at Wu Qiyun. Sure enough, after Zhou Luo shifted his gaze, Wu Qiyun deeply sighed in relief.
There was no way, Zhou Luo's strength displayed just now was simply too terrifying. That ruthless way of killing was something unseen even before the peaceful era.
If such a fierce person focused on him, he would want to quickly slip away rather than continue to join the crowd. 018, the Mountain Guardian Beast.
The last winner?
Things returned to calm. After Huan Yanfeng died, no one dared to look down on Zhou Luo anymore. Not even anyone dared to get close to Zhou Luo. This led to an unnatural empty space forming at the foot of Qinan Mountain, where previously there had been a bustling crowd. Other than Zhou Luo and Huan Yanfeng's body, there was no one else in the open area.
Zhou Luo naturally enjoyed this peace.
Although it was a bit conspicuous, no one would dare to trouble him again. Not far away, Lu Yuer looked at Zhou Luo, who was calm and gazing quietly ahead at Qinan Mountain, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly. After thinking for a moment, she gracefully moved her steps and slowly walked toward Zhou Luo.
Miss.
One of her subordinates wanted to speak from behind but was immediately silenced by a glare from Lu Yuer.
Soon, Lu Yuer reached Zhou Luo's side.
Sir, Yuer was rude just now, and I specially came to apologize to you. She spoke slowly, her voice clear and beautiful, perfectly resembling an elegant woman. Zhou Luo glanced at Lu Yuer, who surprisingly came to apologize to him, and couldn't help but look at her again.
This woman is not simple.
Clearly, she did not provoke me just now, yet at this moment, she is facing so many people's gazes to come apologize to me.
What is her aim?
Zhou Luo could naturally see that Lu Yuer wanted to befriend him. However, Zhou Luo currently did not wish to get involved with others. First, get the innate treasure, the 9 Sun 8 trigrams plate, then talk.
Alright, you can leave now. Zhou Luo waved his hand, signaling Lu Yuer to go away.
Seeing this, a hint of dissatisfaction did not appear on Lu Yuer's face.
Instead, she slightly nodded. Yuer takes her leave.
After saying that, she turned and left. This scene made everyone watch in disbelief. Amazing, the little princess of the Bailey group came to apologize to him, and he is really not courteous at all. If you were as bold as her, you could do it too.
Is this what it means to be strong? Hey, who do you think is stronger, him or Lu Yuer's brother, the Black Wing King? Isn't that obvious? Definitely the Black Wing King. He is recognized as one of the 5 strongest in the Great Xia. This guy, even if we don't know his name, if he were really powerful, how could he have no fame at all? What you said makes sense. The waves of discussion reached Lu Yuer's ears as she returned to the Bailey group.
She did not deny this statement. In her view, although Zhou Luo was strong, he was absolutely not as powerful as her brother. The incredible speed at which Zhou Luo killed Huan Yanfeng, her brother could also achieve. After Lu Yuer returned to the Bailey group, everyone's attention gradually shifted away from Zhou Luo and her, returning to the strange occurrences at Qinan Mountain. As time slowly flowed by, the golden divine light breaking through the clouds was nearly covering the entire Qinan Mountain.
Zhou Luo picked up his phone to check the time. 3 minutes left.
He took a deep breath, and his gaze suddenly glanced at Wu Qiyun in the crowd. Wu Qiyun was also looking at Qinan Mountain, which was cloaked in a layer of golden light, with eyes full of shock, just like everyone else present. Such a scene could never have occurred before the onset of the Era of Changes. Initial Realm Level 2, just stepping into the ranks of Awakened Ones, speed shouldn't be too fast. Zhou Luo secretly observed Wu Qiyun's cultivation. In his previous life, Wu Qiyun only mentioned that he obtained the 9 Sun 8 trigrams plate in the Nanshan secret realm, without revealing specific details. Therefore, Zhou Luo still needed to stay a bit cautious. If Wu Qiyun had some unknown strange ability that made him lose his target, that would be a big problem.
Boom! Just as Zhou Luo was pondering,
a tremendous sound suddenly came from the sky. The clouds were instantly dispersed by an immensely wide golden light, then the entire Qinan Mountain was completely enveloped. Then, the ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly began to rumble and shake. The huge Qinan Mountain also began to slowly change with the tremors.
In just a moment, Qinan Mountain surprisingly split into 2, revealing a crack like a heavenly gate.
The crack was illuminated by golden divine light, and the people outside couldn't see the scenery inside at all.
But everyone present could feel something extraordinary must be hidden inside that crack.
Charge!
It was unknown who led the shout.
Immediately, everyone at the foot of the mountain rushed towards that crack as if their lives depended on it. This included Wu Qiyun.
It's moving!
Zhou Luo quickly noticed this point and immediately followed the crowd. No, to be accurate, followed closely behind Wu Qiyun, heading towards the crack.
However, he did not move too far forward.
He only kept less than 10 meters of distance from Wu Qiyun. Wu Qiyun might have been too weak in body, unable to squeeze past those strong and sturdy individuals, and was left behind at the back of the line. As everyone was rushing madly towards the crack,
suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared from within the crack.
Following closely, the shadow slowly walked out from the golden light.
Everyone could finally see its appearance. A massive python, completely black in color.
This giant python was dozens of meters long, its body thicker than a concrete pillar. As soon as it appeared, it twisted its massive body and instantaneously arrived in front of the crowd. Then, it opened its enormous mouth, its body merely probing slightly forward.
5 or 6 lucky individuals immediately fell into the gaping maw, swallowed whole by the giant python, their fates unknown. Run, run! There's a monster! Everyone was frightened. Those who had been at the front of the crowd turned and ran, wishing they could grow 4 legs to escape faster. However, among them were some who were braver. It's just a snake, we've awakened, what are we afraid of? Let's all go together and slay this beast, then we can enter that heavenly gate to find treasures. This speech indeed inspired many who were initially planning to flee. They steadied themselves, preparing to resist the giant python together. But the next second, the giant python merely flicked its tail. Those awakened who wished to slay the python were all sent flying dozens of meters away, dying on the spot. The others who survived did not think twice and immediately turned to run. This included Wu Qiyun. All of this was captured by Zhou Luo's eyes. As expected, this guardian mountain beast has appeared, just like in my previous life. Zhou Luo watched the giant python rampaging through the crowd, his gaze flickering. He remembered well that this giant python had killed many in the Nan Mountain secret realm. Its presence had caused heavy casualties among the first group who arrived at Qinan Mountain, with none able to break through its defense and enter the Nan Mountain secret realm. Only later, when the Great Summer Alliance sent strong warriors to provide aid, was the giant python slain, and the Nan Mountain secret realm finally truly opened. But what specifically happened during this time? How did an inconspicuous awakened one like Wu Qiyun end up becoming the bearer of the 9 suns and 8 trigrams disc? All of this had to be witnessed by Zhou Luo himself. With this thought, Zhou Luo quietly took a few steps back, his eyes fixed on Wu Qiyun. As soon as Wu Qiyun showed any movement, he would follow immediately. 019, Great Summer Alliance. Overestimating oneself, Lu Yuer. The crowd retreated like a tide, quickly returning to the foot of Qinan Mountain. But the guardian mountain giant python relentlessly pursued from behind, and every minute, 10 or more people would die at its hands. The originally dense crowd was rapidly diminishing. Unknowingly, perhaps due to misfortune turning into good fortune. Wu Qiyun, who had been squeezed at the back of the crowd from the start, now occupied the advantage of escape. After reaching the foot of the mountain, he quickly found a large tree for cover, hiding behind it. Once in cover, he occasionally peeked out towards the direction of the giant python. But what he didn't know was that not far from him, a pair of eyes was quietly observing his every move. On the other side, the guardian mountain giant python, once in the crowd, immediately showed its brutal side. A casual flick of its tail could directly kill a large group of unlucky souls. With another opening of its mouth, several people were swallowed alive by it. Those who had charged recklessly toward that heavenly gate were now filled with extreme regret. At the back of the crowd, the Bailey group, which had initially chosen not to charge with the crowd, was now in an extremely safe position. Lu Yuer watched the chaotic scene of slaughter before her, without a hint of compassion in her eyes. Instead, her eyes narrowed slightly, as if she was pondering something. After a moment, she turned to the people of the Bailey group behind her and softly said, "You stay here and wait for me, I'm going to meet this little worm." "Miss, this is too dangerous. You can't go." "Yes, miss, if something happens to you, how can we explain it to young Master Heyu?" As soon as she spoke, opposing voices immediately arose. But Lu Yuer didn't care at all, "It's fine. My ability is similar to my brother's, if I want to run, this little worm can't catch me." "But I don't want to repeat myself, I brought you here not to have you reject my orders." Some wanted to persuade her but were immediately pushed back by Lu Yuer. Now, those who had wanted to persuade her quickly shut their mouths. Lu Yuer didn't hesitate, she focused her mind, and a pair of black feathered wings spread out behind her. In the next moment, with a slight flap of her wings, she flew directly toward the giant python's location. The movement caused by Lu Yuer was quite significant. It caught the attention of Zhou Luo, who was nearby. Is this the ability that originates with the Black Feather King? Zhou Luo carefully observed those black wings. As a 9-nether chaos body, Zhou Luo's eyes had been endowed with the ability of law eyes and spiritual language. With just one glance, he directly saw through the power characteristics of these black wings. Speed, pure speed. No wonder people from the past always said that the fastest person in the world was the Black Feather King of the Bailey group. Even the imperfect black wings awakened by the Black Feather King's sister allowed her to become so fast. It's unimaginable how fast the Black Feather King, who has fully awakened black wings and has a more severe condition, would be. After Lu Yuer dove down and dashed above the guarding giant python, she wielded her black wings and gave a slight flap toward the giant python. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of black feathers immediately whizzed out, shooting directly at the giant python. These black feathers did not get blocked like other people's attacks upon touching the giant python's surface but instead directly pierced through its scales and sank deep into its flesh. Hiss. The guarding giant python twitched in pain, and then a deadly intent erupted from its cold snake eyes as it swung its tail directly at Lu Yuer in midair. But Lu Yuer's speed was even faster than its own.
As the snake's tail was about to hit her, she swiftly dodged to the side. Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
After dodging this attack, Lu Yuer used that move again, and dozens of black feathers once again pierced into the giant python's body. It seemed as if Lu Yuer was gaining the upper hand.
This scene reignited a glimmer of hope in the eyes of others who were still fleeing.
If Lu Yuer could directly eliminate this giant python, wouldn't they be able to enter that door? Watching the giant python cry out in agony from being pierced, Zhou Luo silently shook his head. It's just like scraping. He knew very well. Although the giant python looked like it was suffering a lot, in reality, Lu Yuer's 2 attacks had only made it feel a little pain. It was still far from being injured. Sure enough, after several attacks from Lu Yuer, the giant python seemed to be completely enraged, emitting a blood-red aura all over, as if it had entered a frenzied state. Whoosh! With a sound of breaking air, a tail swipe, far faster than before, directly swiped toward Lu Yuer. This time, Lu Yuer was not as calm as before, clearly caught off guard. She only tried to dodge when the tail was almost at her face. But it was too late. Although it didn't directly hit Lu Yuer, but this strike fell solidly upon Lu Yuer's wings. With a smack, Lu Yuer was directly knocked from the air, crashing to the ground with a thud. Her black gauze dress was instantly covered in dirt, and blood began to seep from the corner of her mouth. Miss! The people from the Bailey group quickly surrounded her. Lu Yuer struggled to get up, her already pale face now completely devoid of color, as fragile as a willow in the wind. Retreat, hurry retreat. Just as she wanted to speak, in the next moment, the giant python was already less than 10 meters away from her. Its enormous jaw opened wide, lunging directly at Lu Yuer. Despair and regret instantly flashed in Lu Yuer's eyes. She had overestimated herself. At the same time, she had underestimated the strength of this giant python before her. After all, the era of mutation had only just begun, and she had too little experience dealing with beasts like giant pythons. Just when she was in despair, a shadow suddenly appeared 3 inches from the giant python's body. Bang! The shadow gathered a fist and struck directly at that position. The giant python instantly reacted as if hit at a vital point, its entire body convulsed for a moment, and its wide-open jaw quickly closed. Hiss! Its body twisted and retreated over 100 meters in an instant, with a pair of cold snake eyes glaring intently at the extra figure. It's a person from the Daxia Alliance. Zhou Luo also cast his gaze over, immediately recognizing the identity of the attacker. It was a bald, muscular man in a special uniform. This uniform was the official attire of the Daxia Alliance. In a past life, Zhou Luo had some connections with the Daxia Alliance, so he recognized it at a glance. The Daxia Alliance has indeed arrived, exactly like the trajectory of events in my past life. Zhou Luo glanced again in Wu Qiyun's direction. Wu Qiyun was still hiding behind that big tree, peeking at the front battlefield, showing no signs of leaving. It seems that the variables will only occur after entering the Nanshan secret realm. Zhou Luo initially thought that Wu Qiyun had triggered some special switch, causing him to enter the Nanshan secret realm early and thus obtained the treasured 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate with his ordinary strength. Now it seemed that this guy was merely lucky. After entering the Nanshan secret realm with everyone else, he didn't know what he did, accidentally stumbled into the storage place of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate and took it away. In that case, let's not waste any more time. Zhou Luo's eyes turned cold. The reason he hadn't acted to deal with the giant python was to observe Wu Qiyun. Now that the results were in, he no longer needed to watch. Hastily dealing with this giant python and letting Wu Qiyun enter the Nanshan secret realm was the priority. Next, it was time for him to act. 020, 1 man, 1 gun. Again, a quick kill. The battle on the field was still intense. After Lu Yuer retreated, the giant python fought fiercely with the burly man from the Daxia Alliance. However, as time slowly passed, even the onlookers could see that the burly man was still at a disadvantage. The strength of the mountain-guarding giant python exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only was it strong, it was frighteningly strong. This was definitely a mutated beast of the transformation realm. Damn it, this python is way too fierce. After being struck back about 10 steps by the python's tail, the burly man was already cursing inwardly. His name was Chu Hanyu, one of the top experts in the Daxia Alliance in Jiangnan City, with a strength at the 8th level of the initial realm. Upon hearing that a giant python had appeared in Kananshan, he was immediately sent over by the Jiangnan City headquarters to assist in resolving the issue. He had thought that as the strongest in Jiangnan City's Daxia Alliance, he could easily deal with this python, but now it was clear that this was not the case. Not to mention eliminating the python. He was almost about to be taken down by the python himself. Just now, he had already sent a distress signal to the headquarters. The headquarters also told him that they had dispatched an armed team, expected to arrive in about 10 minutes. But how could he hold on for 10 minutes? On the other side, Lu Yuer could also see that Chu Hanyun was about to collapse. She gritted her teeth and looked towards Zhou Luo's direction. In her eyes, among all the people present, if anyone could fight this giant python, it would only be Zhou Luo. But since earlier, she had been secretly observing Zhou Luo and found that he seemed to have no intention of making a move. It seems that I won't be able to enter the abnormal Qinan mountain this time. No, I must leave quickly. Once the people from the Dasha Alliance can't hold on, I'm afraid I'll also meet my end here. I must hurry back to inform my brother. The phenomenon in Qinan mountain is clearly not simple. Maybe there's some great opportunity hidden inside. Lu Yuer had already planned to have her men take her away with them. But just then, the figure that had been standing still in her eyes suddenly moved. Is he going to make a move? Lu Yuer's heart trembled. Just ahead, not far away. Once Zhou Luo decided to take action, he directly pulled out the silver dragon gun from his sleeve. In the next moment, he was already holding the silver dragon gun above the giant python's head. The giant python, which had just obtained an advantage in the battle with the strongman, saw another bug approaching and immediately showed a trace of disdain in its snake eyes. Then, it casually swung its tail towards Zhou Luo's position in the sky. The serpent's tail tore through the air and rushed towards Zhou Luo at lightning speed. Be careful! On the ground, Chu Hanyun, who had found a moment to catch his breath, saw this and hurriedly yelled at Zhou Luo, trying to warn him. But the next moment, he suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had seen something unbelievable. In the sky, Zhou Luo looked at the incoming attack, his face extremely calm, with no trace of fear. Child's play. He simply waved his hand lightly. That massive serpent's tail was instantly sent flying back as if cut from its string like a kite. The guard python felt a sharp pain from its tail. It was even more intense than when it had been punched 3 inches by the strong man moments ago. Hiss hiss. With vertically slit pupils, the guard python was staring intensely at Zhou Luo in the sky, thinking how to retaliate. But it soon noticed something was wrong. Where is the person? The one who was just above its head? Gone. The serpent's eyes quickly reacted, scanning the surroundings repeatedly, but still couldn't find Zhou Luo's figure. At that moment of confusion for the giant python, a magnetic voice came from directly above its head. Stop looking, I am here. Hiss. The giant python flicked its tongue and immediately opened its mouth, attempting to spray Zhou Luo with venom. This venom was its trump card, capable of instantly dissolving a strong opponent of the same realm. But before it could unleash it, Zhou Luo, standing above the giant python's head, directly plunged the silver dragon gun downward. Poochie! The silver dragon gun pierced through the giant python's head from top to bottom as if it was entering unoccupied territory. Boom! 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 The guard python's body twisted continuously, and with each breath, it caused chaos at the foot of Qinan Mountain. Yet the silver dragon gun in Zhou Luo's hand seemed to be fixed inside its head, remaining utterly unmoved. Until streams of black blood flowed out from the tip of the silver dragon gun. The giant python's body gradually lost its vitality. The light in its vertically slit pupils began to fade away. In just a moment, the guard python had already lost its life force. An abnormal beast from the early stage of the second era is still too weak for me to intervene. Looking at the cold python corpse beneath his feet, Zhou Luo's right hand exerted a slight force, and the silver dragon spear was pulled out from the giant python's head. No, I should say I am too strong. A slight smile crept at the corner of his mouth. In this life, he felt what it meant to be a strong person. He was no longer the weak person from his previous life who could not even lift a chicken. Dead, dead? On the ground, Chu Hanyun saw the giant python dead, his eyes almost bulging out. This beast that almost killed him moments ago was eliminated by Zhou Luo in just 2 moves? It didn't even have a chance to fight back. It was a complete crushing defeat. Is there really someone like this in Jiangnan City? Chu Hanyun quickly glanced at Zhou Luo, and the more he looked, the more familiar Zhou Luo seemed. Isn't he the mysterious man who killed that silver-armored dragon that appeared above Sunshine Elementary School a few days ago? It's actually him. Recognizing Zhou Luo's identity, Chu Hanyun immediately understood. At that time, the era of the Calamity had just begun. Most people's strength was still in the early stages, and facing that silver-armored dragon, their only solution was powerful firearms. But just when the support of their Great Xiao Alliance was about to arrive, Zhou Luo's sudden appearance stunned everyone, including their Great Xiao Alliance's commander. One person, directly tearing apart the almost invincible silver-armored dragon. That scene was truly terrifying. After the incident, although Zhou Luo chose to leave, the Great Xiao Alliance continued to search for his whereabouts. Little did they expect to encounter him today. Lu Yuer was also deeply shocked when she saw Zhou Luo kill the mountain-guarding giant python with one shot. This scene felt eerily familiar. It seemed just like when Zhou Luo had instant-killed Ruan Yanfeng, right? As if he had kicked a dog to death on the side of the road. With a casual shot, he directly took down this terrifying giant python at the transformation stage. I have underestimated him too much. In her heart, Lu Yuer had redefined Zhou Luo's strength. She felt that Zhou Luo's strength could be on par with her brother's. Chapter 21, Entering the Secret Realm. Wu Qiyun's Secret. After Zhou Luo killed the mountain-guarding giant python,
everyone else at the scene was stunned, deeply shocked by Zhou Luo's power. So much so that until now, no one had noticed they could enter the Nanshan secret realm. Zhou Luo looked at the group of people frozen in place, his brow slightly furrowing.
This won't do.
Looking at the situation, if he didn't enter the Nanshan secret realm first, the others probably wouldn't enter either. But he still had to follow Wu Qiyun. What should he do?
Zhou Luo momentarily fell into a dilemma.
But soon, he thought of a solution. Without hesitation, Zhou Luo flew toward the golden crack in Qinan Mountain that looked like a heavenly gate.
Seeing his actions, everyone reacted immediately. Now that the only obstacle, the giant python, was killed, wasn't this the best time to enter that heavenly gate? What were they waiting for? Charge! In an instant, everyone regained the initial fervor, rushing forward. Wu Qiyun was naturally among them. Lu Yuer and Xu Hanyun hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to follow and enter Qinan Mountain. Before long, the fast runners had already successfully stepped into the area of the golden crack in Qinan Mountain, disappearing from everyone's sight. It was as if there was another space behind that crack. Some more cautious people were still hesitating, but seeing many people rush in, they gritted their teeth and entered the golden crack together. And just as everyone rushed into that crack, no one noticed that, not far from the crack, in a thicket, Zhou Luo was hiding here. That's right, he did not choose to directly enter the South Mountain secret realm. Instead, he pretended to step into the golden crack, but at the critical moment, he quickly withdrew and found a hiding spot. The purpose was to wait for Wu Qiyun to arrive and enter the South Mountain secret realm together. Here he comes. Suddenly, Zhou Luo's eyes brightened. Not far ahead, at the back of the group, Wu Qiyun finally arrived near the crack. Looking at the gigantic crack radiating golden light, a rare gleam of greed surfaced on the shrewd old face of Wu Qiyun. As a clever person, Wu Qiyun knew very well that after the advent of the disease epoch, strength was everything. As someone from the lower tier of the awakened ones, whenever such phenomena with great opportunities appeared, he had to participate. Otherwise, he would spend his life as prey, at the mercy of others. Buzz. Wu Qiyun did not hesitate. Following the crowd, he directly stepped into the secret realm. In the next moment after he entered the secret realm, Zhou Luo also moved, almost at the same time entering the South Mountain secret realm with Wu Qiyun. A flash of white light. Everyone who stepped into the crack had now entered the South Mountain secret realm. Zhou Luo was no exception. As his vision returned, Zhou Luo looked around and found himself in a dense forest, just like the others who had come in. Not far ahead, there was a larger clearing, and in the clearing stood an ancient-looking tower-like building. Besides that, there were no other recognizable objects, just patches of bushes. The people who were transported here were now looking around with curious expressions on their faces. Many people, after observing their surroundings and finding no danger, collectively shifted their gaze to that small tower. It was obvious. This tower was the most important area in this mysterious space. If there were great opportunities, they were most likely hidden within this tower. Some bold individuals had already stopped lingering and were walking towards the tower. Someone took the lead and others followed suit. Zhou Luo, who had teleported in with Wu Qiyun and was now at the back of the group, couldn't help but flash a look of curiosity. So this is the South Mountain secret realm? Although he had heard the term South Mountain secret realm countless times in his past life, it was always from others' mouths. But this time was different, he was entering it himself. This tower must be the Pagoda Tower, Zhou Luo thought as he looked at the tower-like building ahead. The Pagoda Tower was the most important building in the South Mountain secret realm. Inside the tower, there was nothing else, just a hall on the first floor and a spiral staircase leading to the top of the tower. It seemed rather ordinary. But this staircase had blocked everyone who participated in the South Mountain secret realm in the past life. Whether they were ordinary awakened ones or talented geniuses, none could step onto the tower's summit from this staircase. This matter became a regret in the hearts of all geniuses in the past life. Because after this time, the South Mountain secret realm would never appear again. What would happen at the top of the tower, no one knew. Yet even so, Wu Qiyun had obtained the innate treasure, the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate, from within the South Mountain secret realm. When others asked him if he had reached the top of the Pagoda Tower, he shook his head in denial. But when asked how he obtained the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate, he fell silent. He went to the Pagoda Tower. Zhou Luo's eyes suddenly moved. Not far from him, Wu Qiyun was now walking towards the Pagoda Tower with the main group. Didn't this guy say he has never climbed the pagoda tower? Zhou Luo felt a bit confused. Could it be that Wu Qiyun used some method unknown to others to reach the top of the tower, and he won't say it himself? It's very possible.
Thinking of this, Zhou Luo immediately quickened his pace.
The two entered the pagoda tower one after another. As soon as Zhou Luo stepped into the hall of the pagoda tower,
he saw that many people were already trying to climb the stairs. After all, the tower was quite empty apart from this spiral staircase, making it clear that something good was hidden above the stairs.
Something's off, why am I getting heavier and heavier?
But the people attempting to ascend the stairs noticed a very serious problem. Every step they took upward made their feet feel heavier.
In the end, they couldn't even lift their legs anymore.
But if they thought about giving up and tried to step back, their thighs moved freely again.
Aren't you a bit too weak? Can't even get past these stairs?
A few people seemed to feel no pressure at all, looking at those who couldn't move past 10 floors like they were fools. They ignored the others stuck in place and hurriedly moved up the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs,
Zhou Luo watched the scene unfold.
So, this is the famous staircase. People from the previous life had already analyzed the staircase in the pagoda tower clearly. The higher the talent, the more stair levels one could climb. This completely disregarded any other factors, willpower, mental strength, etc. were useless. I wonder if Wu Qiyun's Jiuyang Bagua disc is really not obtained from within this pagoda tower as he said. If what he said is true, then after I follow him to get the Jiuyang Bagua disc, can't I also climb the tower?
Zhou Luo suddenly thought of something.
With his Joyo Chaos body, gained by accumulating over 100 negative statuses, climbing this pagoda tower should be easy, right? It all depends on whether Wu Qiyun's words are true or not.
He's up.
Zhou Luo's eyes focused. Ahead, Wu Qiyun had already reached the foot of the stairs, his face full of eagerness.
022, the Jiuyang Bagua disc is in hand. Under Zhou Luo's watch, Wu Qiyun quickly started to climb the stairs.
In the beginning, as he took the first few steps, Wu Qiyun was still relaxed, with no signs of discomfort on his face. But when he reached the 15th floor, Wu Qiyun suddenly felt that every step upward required several times more effort than before. In the end, he stopped at the 19th floor.
He was only one step away from the 20th floor.
But even with gritted teeth, trying desperately to lift his leg, his face turned red, he couldn't do it.
Damn! Wu Qiyun burst out with a curse. He gave up.
Although he gave up, his eyes still showed reluctance as he looked toward the top of the pagoda tower. He only needed to climb a staircase, which could possibly change his fate, yet why couldn't he be more resilient?
Wu Qiyun was extremely regretful.
He slowly retreated, eventually walking down the stairs and returning to the hall. But he did not want to give up just like that. Instead, he turned and walked towards the entrance of the pagoda tower, wanting to check the wild forest outside for any opportunities.
Oh?
I didn't expect what he said in his previous life to be true.
Zhou Luo's eyes lit up. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that he is likely to gain two great opportunities on this trip to the Nanshan Secret Realm?
I really didn't expect that the Jiuyang Bagua disc isn't even the greatest opportunity in the Nanshan Secret Realm.
Then what could possibly be at the top of the pagoda tower?
Zhou Luo decided that after he got the Jiuyang Bagua disc, he must check the top of the tower. But right now, the most important thing is to quickly catch up with Wu Qiyun. After leaving the pagoda tower, Wu Qiyun found a direction based on his feelings. Directly plunged into the dense forest. What place is this, exactly? How can there be such a vast world hidden inside Qinan Mountain? Damn it, I really wasted the first half of my life, I should have come to Qinan Mountain earlier. As Wu Qiyun walked through the forest, he observed his surroundings. It wasn't until he had ventured 300 meters forward. Roar! Suddenly, a beast's roar came from behind, startling Wu Qiyun and making him tremble all over. Looking back, he discovered that there was an unknown beast not far behind him, which had appeared out of nowhere. This beast was robust, resembling a tiger, but it had a long horn in the center of its forehead.
Run! Without thinking, Wu Qiyun rushed in a random direction to escape.
Behind him, the beast was naturally in hot pursuit. Although Wu Qiyun was weak, he was still an awakened one. In this moment of life and death, he unleashed a speed unimaginable for someone his age. But the beast was not slow either, steadily chasing right behind Wu Qiyun.
Soon, Wu Qiyun suddenly noticed a cave not far ahead.
The entrance of the cave was very small.
Wu Qiyun quickly assessed that even he had to turn sideways just to enter. If he could get in there, that beast definitely couldn't follow. He was saved.
Wu Qiyun felt a rush of excitement and quickly turned sideways to dive into the cave.
Sure enough,
after he entered, that tiger-like beast really couldn't get in. The beast wandered around the entrance for a while before finally walking away begrudgingly. Inside the cave, Wu Qiyun found that after the beast left, he didn't choose to exit through the cave mouth. Instead, he turned and looked into the dark interior of the cave. If I wander around inside, who knows what I might discover? Wu Qiyun thought silently to himself. He walked deeper into the cave. It was very dark inside, with only a few rays of sunlight shining in from the entrance. There was no other light source. But this was no challenge for modern man Wu Qiyun. He immediately took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. The cave was instantly illuminated. Wu Qiyun could see the structure of the cave clearly. The cave was small, estimated to be only a few dozen square meters. The only entrance and exit in the cave was the crack that Wu Qiyun had come through. After lighting up the whole cave, Wu Qiyun's gaze was immediately drawn to something. There, next to the wall at the deepest part of the cave, stood a half-meter-high stone platform. Above the stone platform lay a bagua plate. What is that thing? Just as Wu Qiyun was about to reach for the bagua plate, suddenly, a voice came from behind him. This thing was here all along. Wu Qiyun immediately trembled in fear. He hurriedly turned back and found that someone had entered from behind him without him noticing. And this person was very familiar to him. It was the terrifying man who killed the giant python in Qinan Mountain. At the moment he saw Zhou Luo. Wu Qiyun's expression hardened. Without thinking, he charged straight towards the bagua plate. Though he didn't know why Zhou Luo was following him. But Zhou Luo's earlier words also made him realize one thing. This bagua plate was definitely not simple. If he could obtain it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Wu Qiyun was astonished to find that he couldn't move anymore. Looking back, he saw that Zhou Luo was gripping the back of his collar. The immense strength coming from the clothes rendered him immobile. Pretty smart, no wonder you're the Guojia Tianzuan. However, the owner of this bagua plate is no longer you. Prepare to go on your journey. With Wu Qiyun's face filled with fear and bewilderment, Zhou Luo's silver dragon spear had already pierced through his chest. Wu Qiyun's eyes gradually lost their light. In the end, he died quietly. Thud. Zhou Luo tossed Wu Qiyun's body aside. You are also a damned person, so don't blame me for being ruthless. He looked at Wu Qiyun's corpse and murmured. In his previous life, Wu Qiyun had participated in some actions against the Beast Kings. But he himself was not a good person, purely a lecherous ghost. If he was simply lustful, that would be nothing to say. After all, not many men are not lustful. But this old guy's objects of lust were some very young girls. Such a person is not worth mourning over. Zhou Luo did not pay any more attention to Wu Qiyun. Instead, he turned his gaze to the bagua disc on the stone platform. Such a dignified innate treasure, the Zhouyang bagua disc, actually appears in such an inconspicuous cave. Zhou Luo stepped forward without hesitation and directly picked up the Zhouyang bagua disc. At the moment he touched the Zhouyang bagua disc, a golden light suddenly flashed across the dust-covered disc. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Luo found that his mental power was gradually being absorbed by the bagua disc in his hand. But the amount absorbed was not much, so Zhou Luo just slightly frowned and did not choose to let go. After a moment, the bagua disc gradually became calm. Is this a successful recognition of the master? Zhou Luo suddenly realized that he had formed a strange connection with the bagua disc. It is said that such innate treasures have their own consciousness and will recognize a master. Now it seems to be true. Zhou Luo's heart was filled with joy. Now, he could be considered to own his first innate treasure. In his previous life, Wu Qiyun, with an ordinary body, could rely solely on the Zhouyang bagua disc to stand at the peak of the world and gain the title of Divine Master of Hexagrams. Now Zhou Luo not only had the Zhouyang Chaos body, a monstrous physique, but also obtained the Zhouyang bagua disc, this innate treasure. Who in the world could be stronger than him? Now that the Zhouyang bagua disc is in hand, it's time to head to the Tower of Ascension. Let me see what treasures are hidden at the top of this tower. Zhou Luo felt a stir in his mind and the bagua disc was directly absorbed into his body. He did not hesitate and turned to leave the cave, walking towards the position of the Tower of Ascension. 023, ascending to the top of the tower. Just as Zhou Luo left the narrow cave entrance, suddenly, a gust of wind surged from the side, and the tiger-shaped beast that had chased Wu Qiyun into the cave appeared before Zhou Luo. You beast are quite clever, you know to guard the cave entrance. Initial stage 9, with barely enough strength, you'll do for a simple test of the Zhouyang bagua disc's defense. Zhou Luo felt a stir in his mind. The Zhouyang bagua disc instantly appeared in his hand. A mysterious reddish-yellow halo erupted from the center of the bagua disc, and immediately, 8 large characters floated around Zhou Luo's body. Qian, Dui, Li, Jin, Sun, Kan, Zhen, Kuan. The 8 large characters formed an eggshell-like protective shield, firmly enclosing Zhou Luo at the center. The next moment, the tiger-shaped beast's full-strength claw slammed against the protective shield. With a buzzing sound, that claw was actually deflected. The protective shield didn't even ripple once. As expected of an innate treasure, Zhou Luo's eyes lit up, and immediately seized the opportunity of the tiger-shaped beast being rebounded to eliminate it with a single shot. The Zhouyang Bagua disc was also recalled into his body. Too bad this beast's level is too low, it can't unleash the maximum power of the Bagua disc. Zhou Luo secretly thought it was a pity. However, he could roughly sense from that moment that even if a divine-level beast jumped out now, the Bagua disc could still protect him well.
Moreover, as his realm increased, the Bagua disc's might would become stronger.
Just like in his previous life, Wu Qiyun, relying on his own peak transformation realm, could withstand the attacks of 5 Forbidden Realm Beast Kings. This already suffices to show how terrifying the defensive power of the Zhouyang Bagua disc is. If only this treasure also had attacking attributes. Zhou Luo shook his head inside, then quickly walked towards the pagoda tower. He only had one thought in his mind: to quickly go to the top of the pagoda tower and then leave the Nanshan secret realm. Inside the pagoda tower, many people gathered in the hall of the tower, their eyes filled with regret as they looked at the stairs. They all tried the stairs first but ultimately realized their own limits and returned empty-handed. At this time, only a few were still challenging the stairs. But each of them was an awakening with exceptional talent. Xu Hanyun and Lu Yuer were among them. The two entered the Nanshan secret realm at the very end of the group, making them the last batch to enter the pagoda tower. Once inside the pagoda tower, they immediately searched for Zhou Luo's figure. However, after asking a round of people and finding no one who saw Zhou Luo, they decided to challenge the stairs themselves to see what it was all about. At this point, they had already reached the 36th level of the stairs. From the hall, one could see that they were stuck right in the middle of the pagoda tower. From this, one could deduce that the total number of levels in the pagoda tower was probably 72. It's getting harder and harder. On the steps, Xu Hanyun and Lu Yuer could feel it becoming increasingly difficult with each step they took. Especially for Lu Yuer, whose talent was weaker than Xu Hanyun's, climbing the 36th step nearly exhausted all her strength. However, Lu Yuer did not give up easily. She gritted her silver teeth, using all her energy, but ultimately stopped at the 38th level, unable to progress further. Is this the only place I can reach? Lu Yuer felt unwilling. Especially when she saw Xu Hanyun push himself to the 39th level, her heart ached with regret. If she knew that the reason for the strange phenomenon in the Qinan mountain was the opening of the secret realm, she would definitely have persuaded her brother, Lu Feiyu, to join her instead of coming alone. This was definitely a huge loss. Lu Yuer looked up at the end of the stairs, feeling a sense of regret. However, when she saw Xu Hanyun striving to reach the 40th level, she felt much better inside. Because she knew that Xu Hanyun, like her, would not be able to reach the top level. In that case, the Daxia Alliance would not have the opportunity to reach the top of the tower, just like her Bailey group. Her own failure was undoubtedly terrifying, but others' success was even more distressing. If I can't have it, you can't have it either. Thinking this way made it easier to accept. Lu Yuer let out a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to give up, a sudden noise came from behind her. Turning around, Lu Yuer was instantly stunned. She saw a familiar figure skipping up the stairs, moving 3 steps at a time, quickly approaching her. Please make way, I'm in a hurry. In less than 30 seconds, Zhou Luo was already beside Lu Yuer. Hearing this sentence, Lu Yuer was still a bit dazed but subconsciously stepped aside for Zhou Luo. Then, Zhou Luo, as if unaffected by any resistance, effortlessly passed by her side. Once again, he took 3 steps at a time and directly jumped to the 41st level. Still on the 40th level, Xu Hanyun was gritting his teeth, preparing to rush to the 41st level, but at this moment, he was also stunned. Wait, buddy, don't you feel any pressure? He looked at Zhou Luo, who was moving swiftly between the steps, and posed a soul-searching question. Pressure? What pressure? It's very easy. Zhou Luo directly answered Xu Hanyun with his actions. After dropping this line, he took another step forward, instantly leaping from the 41st level to the 44th level. The whole movement was smooth and easy. While he was sweating profusely just to step onto the 41st level, Zhou Luo made it seem effortless. The red-faced Xu Hanyun formed a striking contrast. I play your mother. Xu Hanyun was completely stunned. He knew Zhou Luo was strong, but how could he be this strong? Not to mention, the mutated era had only just begun a few days ago, and he had already reached the 8th layer of the initial realm. The speed of this realm's improvement was already the best in Jiangnan City. Furthermore, according to the Great Xia Alliance headquarters statistics, his talent was considered pretty good even in the entire Great Xia. But even so, in this floating tower, he had been instantly killed by Zhou Luo? He couldn't even step onto the 41st layer despite giving it his all, while Zhou Luo crossed it with a single stride. It felt like the stairs beneath imposed no restrictions at all for Zhou Luo. Xu Hanyun felt a bit unbalanced in his heart. But no matter how unbalanced he felt, Zhou Luo's back gradually began to disappear from his view. He saw Zhou Luo moving swiftly, stepping onto the 44th layer without stopping, striding towards the top of the tower.
In no time,
Zhou Luo had already crossed the final 72 layers without stopping once.
Is this the top of the floating tower?
When Zhou Luo stepped onto the top of the tower, he saw only a secret room before him. In the center of the secret room, there was a mysterious array diagram engraved on the floor. At the center of the array diagram stood a short, stout pillar. The top of the pillar was hollow, and the shape seemed familiar to Zhou Luo.
Isn't this the Zhouyang Bagua disc?
Zhou Luo's brows furrowed slightly as he walked up to the pillar, observing for a moment, and discovered that the empty part perfectly matched the Zhouyang Bagua disc.
Could it be that the Zhouyang Bagua disc is the key to unlock the opportunities within this floating tower? Zhou Luo's eyes lit up. He chose to follow Wu Qiyun to obtain the Zhouyang Bagua disc, which was indeed the right choice.
Otherwise, if he had chosen to go directly up the tower, he would probably just be shedding empty tears over this hollow pillar. 024, complete form of the Zhouyang Bagua disc. After discovering that the hollowed-out position on the pillar was identical to the Zhouyang Bagua disc,
Zhou Luo did not hesitate and directly summoned the Bagua disc from within his body. Following that, he directly inserted the Bagua disc into the hollow gap.
It was surprisingly a perfect fit when the Bagua disc was inserted.
Buzz! At the moment when the Bagua disc and the pillar became one,
the mysterious array beneath Zhou Luo's feet suddenly began to operate, and the entire secret room was instantly filled with ethereal light. Seeing this, Zhou Luo hurriedly took a few steps back, leaving the range of the array. It was still unclear what this array was, and Zhou Luo would not gamble with his own safety.
Soon,
under Zhou Luo's watch, the array gradually condensed into a radiant energy sphere like a giant sun, which ultimately merged into the Bagua disc at the top of the pillar. The secret room gradually returned to calm. After the Bagua disc absorbed that giant sun, a continuous crimson glow appeared on its surface, unlike anything extraordinary. Zhou Luo stepped forward, first lightly touching the body of the Bagua disc with his hand, wanting to test it. But this test revealed that the Bagua disc seemed to become even more friendly to him.
Zhou Luo felt completely at ease. He directly retracted the Bagua disc and then sensed the change within it. I understand. After a while, Zhou Luo's expression transformed into immense joy.
After the Zhouyang Bagua disc absorbed that giant sun, it actually gained an extra function.
Reflection damage. It could reflect all attacks back to the attacker.
Moreover, Zhou Luo could amplify the Zhouyang Bagua disc using spiritual energy, allowing it to reflect even higher damage than before.
A divine skill. Zhou Luo's breathing became a bit rapid.
He was very sure that the Zhouyang Bagua disc he had heard about in his previous life definitely did not have the ability to reflect damage.
Otherwise, Wu Qiyun wouldn't have been given an extremely mocking nickname by his rival Turtleshell Heavenly Sovereign.
It seems that in his previous life, Wu Qiyun never ascended the pagoda. The reason he obtained the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate was because he accidentally encountered it while being chased by that strange beast in the dense forest. No wonder when people asked him about the process of obtaining the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate, he never mentioned it. This kind of shameful thing, I wouldn't say either.
Zhou Luo immediately understood everything. What a delightful surprise this is.
Originally, the defense power of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate was already terrifying, but now it has added an offensive means. Truly worthy of being a congenital treasure. After Zhou Luo stored the 8 trigrams plate in his body, he looked around and found that there was nothing else in the secret room, so he turned back and walked towards the tower's base. On the way down the tower, Zhou Luo discovered that Chu Hanyun had actually stepped onto the 42nd floor, resting and preparing to charge toward the 43rd floor. Good perseverance, my friend, but I must remind you that everything at the top of the tower has already been taken by me. There's no point in you climbing up. Given that he was one of the Dasha Alliance, Zhou Luo kindly reminded him and then continued to walk down the stairs.
Watching Zhou Luo's departing figure, Chu Hanyun's mentality almost broke. Thank you,
he said through gritted teeth, his face wearing a smile as he shouted at Zhou Luo. Immediately after, he had no intention of climbing the tower anymore and directly turned to give up.
What's the point of climbing? If all the opportunities are taken by Zhou Luo, if he doesn't leave now, wouldn't he truly become a clown?
After Chu Hanyun went downstairs, he found that Zhou Luo's shadow had long disappeared. After asking someone nearby, he learned that Zhou Luo had directly left the pagoda as soon as he came down. I must go back and thoroughly investigate this person's identity. It would be best to pull him into our Dasha Alliance. Chu Hanyun secretly made a decision in his heart. During this trip to Qinan Mountain, Zhou Luo's displayed strength was undoubtedly at the peak of Jiangnan City. It is likely that even Jiangnan Villa cannot surpass him. And Jiangnan Villa had already rejected the Dasha Alliance's invitation, clearly wanting to establish their own independence, and their attitude towards the Dasha Alliance was also very subtle. In the future, a conflict between both parties wouldn't be impossible. Under such circumstances, all the Dasha Alliance could do was to try to win over all the lone wolves located in Jiangnan City. Zhou Luo clearly fits the characteristics of a lone wolf strongman. After this person awakened, he first killed that silver-armored mysterious flood dragon, protecting Yangguang Primary School, and later came to Qinan Mountain to save my life. He should have a good impression of our Dasha alliance. Chu Hanyun murmured, already thinking about how to pull Zhou Luo into the Dasha alliance. And not far from him, among the crowd of Bailey group, Lu Yuer had similar thoughts. After witnessing Zhou Luo swiftly moving up the staircase of the pagoda, she realized that she had ultimately underestimated Zhou Luo. His strength, perhaps, is already at the peak of Dasha, at the same level as her brother. Such a person shouldn't be offended even if they don't try to win him over. When she returns, she must investigate Zhou Luo's background thoroughly and find ways to please him. After leaving the pagoda, Zhou Luo began to explore the surrounding dense forest alone. In his previous life, the South Mountain secret realm only opened for an hour, and then everyone inside the realm was teleported out. Now, there were only 20 minutes left of that hour. Although time was short, it was enough for Zhou Luo to thoroughly search the surroundings. This secret realm is truly mysterious. I wonder how it was formed. After exploring the entire secret realm, Zhou Luo couldn't help but sigh. He had almost completely understood the essence of this South Mountain secret realm. This South Mountain secret realm is just a not too big, not too small special space. Seeing that there was nothing special left to find, Zhou Luo began to meditate on the spot, preparing to wait for the South Mountain secret realm to send him out after an hour. Time slowly passed. An hour quietly arrived. Suddenly, a white light flashed across the sky, and the surrounding scenery gradually faded away. When his vision returned, Zhou Luo found that he was already back at the foot of Qinan Mountain. Looking at Qinan Mountain, he discovered that the golden crack, which served as the entrance to the secret realm, had now disappeared. Qinan Mountain had returned to its original appearance. The South Mountain secret realm is over, it's time to go back and break through to the divine realm. Zhou Luo stood up from the ground. Though he was very strong now, he still didn't dare to relax. Because he knew that just 1 month after the South Mountain secret realm's conclusion was when a major reshuffle of this world would happen. Beast kings descending, treasures appearing, forces contending. Despite the constant dangers, there were also increasing opportunities, more and more. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. Of course, during this month, what Zhou Luo cared about most was that breathing method, said to be the best in the world. Before that, I must quickly break through to the divine realm, that's the hard truth. Only by reaching the divine realm can I securely obtain that breathing method. Zhou Luo murmured to himself. The breathing method was what he needed the most, he would never easily let it slip away. 025, Lu Ruyan's conditions. The Beast King descends? Jiangnan Mountain Villa, in an extremely luxurious reception room. Bang! Ruan Xingtian could no longer contain his anger after hearing his subordinate recount what happened over at Qinan Mountain and slammed his palm down, shattering the table. Bastard! How dare you harm my son? Zhou Luo, I want you dead. Ruan Xingtian gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage. He truly did not expect this. At the beginning of the disease change era, someone could easily eliminate Ruan Yanfeng. And this person was actually in Jiangnan City. He thought that with Ruan Yanfeng's strength, sending him to investigate Qinan Mountain's anomaly would be foolproof. After all, during these 3 days since the disease change era began, Jiangnan Mountain Villa had already cleared away most of the forces in Jiangnan City. By rights, there should have been no sudden emergence of a strong person like Zhou Luo. What a miscalculation. On the sofa in the reception room, an exceptionally beautiful figure was sitting there, her cold yet enchanting aura causing the subordinate who came to report to glance at her twice. After Ruan Xingtian finished his rage, she gently opened her red lips and said, Master Ruan, I told you before, there is a world-class expert hidden in Jiangnan City. If you had listened to me, your precious son would not have died so easily. This woman was Lu Ruyan. After burying her father, Lu Kailon, Lu Ruyan immediately sought out Jiangnan Mountain Villa. For no other reason, she deeply understood that if she wanted revenge, relying solely on her incomplete disaster saint body was far from enough. And Jiangnan Mountain Villa was the best ally in her eyes. It's too late, everything is too late. After hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Ruan Xingtian was filled with regret, his eyes turning red. Ruan Yanfeng ranks second among his 3 sons in terms of talent. If given more time to grow, he could have absolutely become the backbone of Jiangnan Mountain Villa. But all of this was ruined because of Zhou Luo. Master Ruan, now you can consider the conditions I mentioned earlier, right? Lu Ruyan calmly looked at the regretful Ruan Xingtian. Help me restore my incomplete disaster saint body, and then we will join forces to eliminate Zhou Luo. As long as I kill him, I will leave Jiangnan City, and your Jiangnan Mountain Villa will still remain the leading force in Jiangnan City without any changes. How about this condition? After speaking, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes stared closely at Ruan Xingtian, waiting for his answer. I promise you. Ruan Xingtian took a deep breath, thought for a while, and then directly agreed. Now the Nanshan secret realm had ended. From Zhou Luo's performance in the Nanshan Secret Realm, it is clear that he is absolutely a top-tier expert at the transformation realm level. As the highest-ranking person in Jiangnan Villa, Ruan Qingtian himself was currently only at the first level of the transformation realm. He knew very well that if he relied only on himself, it would be very hard to achieve revenge. Because according to the intelligence, Zhou Luo had obtained a mysterious opportunity inside the pagoda of the Nanshan Secret Realm. He did not know what this opportunity was, but he also understood that after Zhou Luo got this opportunity, his strength would soar significantly. In this situation, he urgently needed an ally to work together against Zhou Luo. Lu Ruyan was a very good choice. Having a blood feud with Zhou Luo, her talents were not low either. Just the incomplete version of the Calamity Saint body allowed Lu Ruyan to reach the 7th level of the initial realm in just 3 short days. If this Calamity Saint body were completed, Ruan Qingtian didn't dare to imagine how terrifying it would be. Don't worry, I will make sure to find a way to restore your Calamity Saint body. Once your Calamity Saint body returns to its complete form, we will join forces and catch Zhou Luo off guard. Ruan Qingtian immediately declared, his eyes filled with anger towards Zhou Luo. That's wonderful. Lu Ruyan smiled, her lips curling into a stunningly beautiful smile that could take one's breath away. What the two did not notice was, during their conversation, outside the reception room, stood a young man with a gloomy expression, fists clenched, eyes filled with anger and sorrow. After standing outside for a while, he seemed to have made a decision and immediately turned to leave. On the other side, after leaving the Nanshan Secret Realm, Lu Yuer directly left Jiangnan City, preparing to rush back to Baiji Group to tell her brother Black Feather King everything that happened with Qi Nanshan. And Chu Hanyun quickly returned to the headquarters of the Daxia Alliance in Jiangnan City to report this matter to the subleader. Recruit. We must do everything possible to recruit such talent. Wang Lin, the subleader of Jiangnan City, waved his hand immediately after hearing this, his eyes filled with a thirst for talent. There was no way around it, the Daxia Alliance was currently in urgent need of people. Although it is an official organization, all awakened individuals with some talent wanted to establish their own factions, and few were willing to join their Daxia Alliance. Of course, the most important reason was not that the conditions the Daxia Alliance offered were poor. But there was an unchanging rule within the Daxia Alliance: one could not harm innocent civilians, nor could one engage in heinous acts. This rule was almost universally followed during peaceful times. But now that the change era had begun, everything was different. Those who suddenly awakened and gained great power were unwilling to obey such ancient iron laws anymore. Moreover, most awakened individuals were seriously ill. Over many years of fighting against diseases, many people's minds had already twisted. Such individuals would be even less likely to join the Daxia Alliance. Even if they did not want to establish their own factions, most would choose to rely on other major powers instead. Of course, Wan Lin's desire to recruit Zhou Luo also stemmed from more than just this consideration. Just today, a piece of news arrived from the icy northern realm of Daxia. In the early morning hours, a powerful king of beasts suddenly appeared in Mosui City, and the Daxia Alliance, along with a group of strong individuals, fought desperately to resist, yet still could not withstand even an hour under that beast king's hand. In just 1 hour, Mosui City was completely wiped out. Even before the change era began, the terrifying power of the developed firearms had no effect on that beast king at all. After the fall of the Great Xiao Alliance, the entire city turned into hell. The severity of the scene made the escaping messenger tremble uncontrollably while recounting it. Wan Lin was fearful that such a beast king would suddenly appear in Jiangnan City as well. If it really happened, their Great Xiao Alliance's strength would undoubtedly not be able to resist. Therefore, he had to prepare ahead of time. Before such a thing occurred, he needed to make all possible preparations. He did not want to see his hometown, Jiangnan City, fall into such a doomsday-like scene. Thinking of this, Wang Lin put on his coat and said to Chu Hanyun, "Hanyun, let's go. I will accompany you to visit Mr. Zhou." Chu Hanyun was immediately shocked. "Alliance leader, you are personally going with me?" Of course, this shows our Great Xiao Alliance's sincerity. Wang Lin nodded and then strode towards the conference room's door. No time to lose, let's set off quickly. 026, the Great Xiao Alliance's invitation. Zhou Luo's decision? Jiangnan City. Inside a residence, Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After a moment, he suddenly heard a crisp crack sound from within his body, as if a certain shackle was broken, and Zhou Luo's realm surged dramatically. 9th layer of the transformation realm. Ha! After stabilizing his inner realm, Zhou Luo exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He opened his eyes, filled with joy. The power of the 9 underworld chaotic body exceeds my imagination. There was no hindrance at all during the breakthrough, just like flowing water. Zhou Luo was very clear about how terrifying this trait was. Countless people in his past life were stuck at one realm, unable to advance no matter how hard they tried. Even those genius with excellent physiques experienced the same issue.
But the current Zhou Luo didn't have to worry about such problems at all. If he wanted to break through, it was as easy as breathing. This was still without any breathing technique. If he had a breathing technique, Zhou Luo couldn't even imagine how fast his cultivation speed would be. Is someone there? Suddenly, Zhou Luo frowned. He sensed two auras approaching outside the door. One of them felt somewhat familiar. Soon, someone knocked on the door of the room where Zhou Luo was. A familiar voice came from outside. "Mr. Zhou, it's me, Chu Hanyun." Hearing that it was indeed Chu Hanyun, whom he had met on Qinan Mountain, Zhou Luo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Looks like the Great Xiao Alliance has come. After a brief thought, he understood Chu Hanyun's purpose for visiting him. Zhou Luo stood up and walked over to open the door. Standing outside the door, besides Chu Hanyun, was also a face that Zhou Luo found very familiar. "Mr. Zhou, let me introduce you to this one." Seeing Zhou Luo come out, Chu Hanyun's face lit up, and he was about to introduce Wang Lin to Zhou Luo. But before he could speak, Zhou Luo spoke first. "So it's Alliance leader Wang." He had read much about Wang Lin in his past life. As the sub-alliance leader of the Great Xiao Alliance in Jiangnan City, this person acted justly, especially towards civilians, and he had a good reputation. So Mr. Zhou knows me? Wang Lin was somewhat surprised. He remembered he had never interacted with Zhou Luo before. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he was the leader of the Jiangnan branch of the Great Xiao Alliance, and it wasn't strange for Zhou Luo to know him from somewhere else. Since Mr. Zhou knows me, then it's easy to handle. Wang Lin had no intention of beating around the bush. He got straight to the point. "Mr. Zhou, I have come this time on behalf of the Great Xiao Alliance to invite you to join us. Regarding the terms and treatment, you can rest assured, it will certainly be at the level of a branch leader. Of course, if you don't want to manage affairs, you can also choose to hold only a nominal title." Wang Lin directly laid out the conditions to win Zhou Luo over. He understood very well that when facing a strong person like Zhou Luo, sincerity was absolutely the most important first step, not hiding anything. After listening to Wang Lin's story. However, Zhou Luo still shook his head. "Sorry, I don't have any intention of joining any forces for now." To be honest, the conditions given by Wang Lin were already very high. The treatment of a branch leader is already considered top tier within the Great Xiao Alliance. Just in terms of power, being able to directly become the lord of a city is a dream for countless men in the world. Moreover, regarding resources, the Great Xiao Alliance also promised that any treasures or artifacts produced in the future would be first enjoyed by the branch leaders. You could say that the Great Xiao Alliance gave everything they could. However, none of this still moved Zhou Luo. Although Zhou Luo had a good impression of the Great Xiao Alliance and recognized their way of doing things, he currently had no intention of joining any force. Zhou Luo only had one thing most important at the moment: improving his strength. He had a unique information advantage as a reborn person, allowing him to know about various events that were about to happen and the treasures that would soon appear. At this time, choosing to join any force would definitely not be a good choice. Is that so? After hearing Zhou Luo's decision, a hint of disappointment flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Although he had thought of this possibility in his heart, seeing Zhou Luo actually refuse made Wang Lin a bit dejected. However, he quickly adjusted himself. "Mr. Zhou, I have one more request." Wang Lin took a deep breath and looked at Zhou Luo. "If one day Jiangnan City faces a crisis, could you lend a helping hand to our Great Xiao Alliance? As long as you agree, the conditions I just mentioned will also apply. Whatever you want, we of the Great Xiao Alliance will do our best to satisfy." After speaking, Wang Lin stared intently at Zhou Luo, a hint of nervousness in his expression. "What are you talking about?" Seeing this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but frown. Seeing him like this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. So it really doesn't work after all. But just when this thought popped up in his mind, Zhou Luo's voice once again came through. "I am a native of Jiangnan City. If Jiangnan City faces a crisis, if I don't step up, who will?" As soon as these words came out, Wang Lin's dejection was swept away. He looked at Zhou Luo, and his gaze gradually became ecstatic. "Mr. Zhou's righteousness." Seeing Wang Lin's excited appearance, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel a bit amused. He waved his hand. "All right, if there's nothing else, you can go. I still need to cultivate." "Then fine, we won't disturb you. Hanyun, let's go." Wang Lin immediately understood, and without any delay, left with Chu Hanyun. On the way, Chu Hanyun couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect Mr. Zhou could actually agree." Hearing this, Wang Lin couldn't help but smile and said, "I knew from that sentence he said that Mr. Zhou is definitely a person who understands righteousness. In our Great Xia, there are indeed many people with faith." After speaking, he sighed again. "It's just a pity we couldn't truly pull him into our Great Xiao Alliance." The two gradually walked away. On the other side, inside the house, Zhou Luo stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching as Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun's figures gradually disappeared below. A hint of sighing appeared on his face. The Great Xiao Alliance, what a pity.
Recalling his last life, the Great Xiao Alliance was gradually declining under the siege of several other major forces. Although their style of doing things was very righteous, and they had a great attitude towards the common people. But in chaotic times, others don't care if you are righteous or not.
Strength is the most convincing thing.
The reason he agreed to the Great Xiao Alliance and would take action at a critical moment in the future was also because of a favor from his last life.
In his last life, a beast king descended upon Jiangnan City, and he was affected too.
It was the Great Xiao Alliance that stepped in and saved him amidst the disaster. In this life, I can finally repay this kindness. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo picked up his phone and glanced at the time. It's almost time, there are 3 days left until the opening of Taishan Mansion.
A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes.
Taishan Mansion is the place where the strongest breathing technique in the world from my last life, Dai Zhongzhen Haiju, was born. This breathing technique is extremely powerful. It is said that those who master it can unleash spiritual power within them like a raging sea, causing mountains to tremble with each breath. The rhythm of breath of those who reach full mastery resonates with the earth's veins, and their every move carries the might of the 5 great mountains, with legend saying that at the pinnacle, one can quell a 100-mile tsunami with a single breath.
Such a top-tier breathing technique should belong to me. Zhou Luo made up his mind, he must seize this breathing technique. No one can stop him.
027, today, I will be a good person. While Zhou Luo was still cultivating inside his room.
Not far from his standalone villa, on a hillside. I've found you, Zhou Luo. Dare to kill my brother, I will make you pay with your life.
The shadowy man who had been eavesdropping outside the guest room was now observing the interior through a military binocular.
He was none other than Ruan Yanfeng's elder brother, Ruan Shanlin.
Upon learning that his brother Ruan Yanfeng had been killed, Ruan Shanlin, who usually pampered his brother, nearly fainted from rage. Especially when he was preparing to find their father, Ruan Qingtian, to discuss revenge strategies, he overheard Ruan Qingtian and Lu Ruyan's plot, which seemed to suggest they did not plan to take revenge immediately but wanted to wait slowly.
How can this be? Ruan Shanlin believed that the era of mutation had just begun, and no matter how strong Zhou Luo was, could he possibly be stronger than heavy weaponry? Absolutely impossible. So, secretly without telling Ruan Qingtian, he diverted a group of elite troops that had been hired by Jiangnan Villa after the mutation era began to seek revenge on Zhou Luo. Behind him stood over a dozen fully armed men, each holding a powerful heavy sniper rifle, lying on the ground, their gun barrels collectively aimed at Zhou Luo through the glass. In the sky, an Eagle Nation imported military helicopter armed with a heavy machine gun hovered above Ruan Shanlin. The gun barrels were still targeting the room where Zhou Luo was located. Not only that. About 100 meters away from Ruan Shanlin,
2 imposing armored tanks had already loaded their ammunition, waiting for Ruan Shanlin's order, and Zhou Luo's villa would instantly be reduced to dust. To deal with Zhou Luo, Ruan Shanlin had essentially emptied out all the secrets of his own Jiangnan villa. Especially these 2 armored tanks.
Initially, after the mutation era began, they had to invest considerable resources to obtain these 2 tanks for Jiangnan villa. Young master, should we fire?
Beside Ruan Shanlin, the commander of the elite troop immediately asked.
Seeing everything had been prepared.
Ruan Shanlin's lips curled into a slight smirk, and a glint of madness flashed in his eyes. Zhou Luo, go to hell and pay for my brother.
Fire. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom.
At Ruan Shanlin's command, more than a dozen heavy sniper rifles opened fire simultaneously, and the large-caliber armor-piercing bullets that could penetrate steel shot toward Zhou Luo's forehead.
Not only that.
The military helicopter circling in the sky also began to spin its gun barrel at high speed. On the ground, the tank's barrels immediately spewed out 2 flames.
In an instant,
the standalone villa where Zhou Luo was located was directly blown to ruins. Dust filled the sky.
Haha, Zhou Luo, you have angered Jiangnan Villa, who could survive that? Elder brother avenged you, Zhou Luo will soon accompany you.
Ruan Shanlin couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. After laughing for a while, he suddenly began to weep bitterly. But just as he finished saying these 2 sentences, the commander beside him suddenly widened his eyes.
Young master, something is wrong. In the villa's location, the dust in the sky slowly dissipated. In the ruins,
a figure was gradually revealing itself.
Jiangnan Villa.
I had planned to solve you after obtaining the breathing technique.
But I didn't expect you to seek death.
Zhou Luo held the 9 Suns Bagua plate, with a shield of black and white covering him, his eyes filled with killing intent. The moment Ruan Shanlin's troops opened fire, he realized something was wrong and decisively summoned the 9 Suns Bagua plate to protect himself. Thus, at this moment, Zhou Luo, not to mention being injured, didn't even have a speck of dust on his clothes under the protection of the 9 Suns Bagua plate.
I was still careless.
A flash of regret crossed Zhou Luo's eyes. He should have gone to Jiangnan Villa to deal with this trouble right after coming out of the Nanshan secret realm.
Although he wasn't injured at this moment. But being disturbed during cultivation was not a good thing. Especially since he had just found a place to stay and could no longer live there now. After solving the trouble, he would need to find another place to stay. What a waste of time. Wait a minute.
Thinking of this, Zhou Luo's eyes suddenly lit up.
I'm about to wipe out Jiangnan Villa, why do I need to find another place to live? Isn't it enough to live inside Jiangnan Villa? Zhou Luo's thought instantly became clear.
He looked towards Ruan Shanlin on the distant hillside, a smirk creeping across his lips.
So you came to take revenge for your brother? No problem, since you two brothers are so close, I'll do a good deed and let you reunite early. So that you won't suffer from such longing pain anymore. In the distance.
Seeing Zhou Luo's gaze on him, Ruan Shanlin instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, after seeing Zhou Luo safely withstand a round of fire from his troops, he almost doubted his life. You must know that, after this round of firing, even a person of the transformation realm would have to die with hatred.
How did Zhou Luo withstand it? Not only did he doubt his life.
The commander beside him looked at Zhou Luo as if he were a monster. Before today, if someone had told him that he could withstand a dozen heavy sniper rifles, a heavy machine gun, and 2 heavy cannons and not die, he would have absolutely thought that person was crazy. But today, Zhou Luo did just that. As this round of fire rained down, the villa where Zhou Luo was located was now completely shattered. Yet he stood there, unharmed as if nothing had happened.
Is this scientific?
The commander swallowed hard, filled with fear.
Continue firing. If he can withstand the first round, I don't believe he can survive the second round. Ruan Shanlin gritted his teeth and immediately issued the order.
Hearing this, the commander quickly reacted and immediately ordered the troops.
Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Countless flashes of fire erupted again. The same firepower as before once again covered Zhou Luo. Come on.
Seeing this, Zhou Luo not only chose not to dodge but stood still, waiting for the attack to strike him.
Buzz. In an instant, countless bullets fell onto the shield expanded by the Nine Suns Bagua plate.
But just when they touched the shield, Zhou Luo's Bagua plate suddenly erupted with a crimson glow.
In the next moment,
all the bullets that landed on the shield seemed to be controlled by some great force, directly turning around and flying back towards their origin.
Puff puff puff.
The foreheads of the more than 10 snipers lying on the ground were immediately penetrated by their own bullets, their pupils gradually dilating. In the sky, the alloy shell of the military helicopter was also instantly turned into a sieve, flames erupting from its body as it fell straight to the ground. The fate of those 2 heavily armed tanks was even more tragic.
With a loud rumble, it echoed in the air.
2 tanks exploded immediately, and the drivers inside were instantly turned to bones.
This well-equipped, heavily armed elite force was completely wiped out. 028, the might of the Nine Suns Bagua disc. Lu Ruyan is running away? Listening to the explosion sounds around,
Ruan Shanlin and the commander were completely dumbfounded.
What happened? What the heck is going on? Why did our attacks bounce back?
The commander held his head in his hands, his face filled with shock.
He couldn't understand. Truly couldn't understand.
He had never thought that one day, his well-equipped troops would die at their own hands.
I am killing myself?
The commander was about to go crazy.
Ruan Shanlin was also completely lost at this moment.
He looked around at the more than 10 snipers, each shot in the forehead, feeling as if he were in a dream.
Why?
Ruan Shanlin's heart was filled only with deep regret. He shouldn't have hidden it from Ruan Qingtian and come to seek revenge on Zhou Luo by himself.
Because he really didn't expect Zhou Luo to be so terrifying. Not only did he withstand 2 rounds of bombardment from his troops, but in the second round, he directly counter-killed everyone on his side. What's the difference from a god?
Just when the 2 were still in shock, Zhou Luo's figure had already appeared before them.
Is it Jiangnan Villa?
He held the silver jiao gun, its tip aimed at Ruan Shanlin's throat. Tell me, where is your lair?
Ruan Shanlin snapped back to reality. He looked at Zhou Luo and suddenly laughed like a madman. Impossible. I will never betray.
Before he could finish speaking, the silver jiao gun pierced directly through Ruan Shanlin's throat. Blood slid down the gun tip. The commander beside him was so terrified that he almost wet his pants.
Don't kill me. He collapsed on the ground, looking at Zhou Luo with eyes full of fear.
The era of peace had lasted too long. Today was his first time facing true death. He could betray the great Xia, bringing his troops to rely on Jiangnan Villa. He himself was no hero, naturally fearing for his life.
Sure, but you need to tell me, where is Jiangnan Villa's lair?
Zhou Luo looked at him with disdain.
I'll tell you.
Jiangnan Villa is located in Wutong district. There is a large private estate there.
Without saying anything more, the commander immediately revealed Jiangnan Villa's location. The next second,
The silver jiao gun also penetrated his throat. The commander's eyes dimmed as he died with hatred.
After resolving the two,
Zhou Luo didn't hesitate and immediately took the silver jiao gun, heading towards the location mentioned by the commander.
Today, he must flatten Jiangnan Villa. No one can stop him. Jiangnan Villa.
In the reception room,
Ruan Qingtian, after hearing the report from his subordinate, immediately got angry and stood up. What do you mean? My son took our troops away? This disobedient brat dared to hide such a big matter from me? Ruan Qingtian was furious.
He knew that Ruan Shanlin must have mobilized the troops to seek revenge on Zhou Luo. As a father, he was well aware of his son's character. He would never let go of a grudge, let alone the grievance of killing a brother. At this moment, another handsome young man who looked 70% like Ruan Qingtian walked into the reception room. He was Ruan Haiyun, the second among the three brothers of the Ruan family. Ruan Haiyun smiled and said to Ruan Qingtian, "Father, my brother did this after careful consideration."
Now that the era of disease transformation has just begun, how strong can Zhou Luo really be?
Our troops have extraordinary firepower, even the strong in the transformation realm would fall under those two cannons, let alone there are more than just 2 tanks mobilized?
Hearing this, Ruan Qingtian gradually calmed down. However, his tone was still angry. "You brat, don't make excuses for your brother. I know, he can mobilize the troops without a word. There must be your cooperation too. When he comes back, I'll teach you both a lesson."
Hearing this, Ruan Haiyun was not afraid. He just sighed and said, "As long as I can avenge my third brother, father, I am willing to endure any punishment you and big brother give me."
"Humph. You've said all the good things."
Seeing this, Ruan Qingtian could not help but snort coldly. Although he was angry at Ruan Shanlin and Ruan Haiyun's actions, he understood their feelings. If he did not know that Zhou Luo was so strong, he would have wanted to find Zhou Luo for revenge himself. After all, it was not someone else but his own son, Ruan Yanfeng, who was killed by Zhou Luo. Seeing that his father, Ruan Qingtian, did not truly mean to blame him, Ruan Haiyun breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He quickly turned his gaze to the beautiful Lu Ruoyan, who was sitting on the sofa. So beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful.
Ruan Haiyun had heard for a long time that the eldest daughter of the Lu group was an unparalleled beauty.
Seeing her for the first time today, the rumors were indeed true. Just as he was preparing to greet Lu Ruoyan, he saw her stand up from the sofa and ask Ruan Qingtian, "Master Ruan, may I ask where the restroom is?"
Ruan Qingtian was about to answer. But Ruan Haiyun hurriedly said, "Miss Lu, the restroom is right in the hall, let me take you there."
But before he could finish, Lu Ruoyan directly refused, saying, "No need, I can go by myself." After saying this, she lightly stepped away and left the reception room.
Until Lu Ruoyan left, Ruan Haiyun's eyes remained fixed on the entrance.
Seeing this, Ruan Qingtian could not help but smile. "Stop looking, Lu Ruoyan has already reached a cooperation with my Jiangnan mountain villa. No matter what, we are all on the same side. You will have plenty of opportunities to approach her in the future."
Father is right, I lost my composure.
Ruan Haiyun quickly regained his senses, and a smile appeared on his face. But what they did not know was that after Lu Ruoyan left the reception room, she did not go to the so-called restroom. Instead, without saying a word, she avoided everyone's gaze and quickly left Jiangnan Mountain Villa.
Once outside the bounds of Jiangnan Mountain Villa, Lu Ruoyan chose a direction without a second thought and quickly ran away. Damn Ruan Shanlin, why did he have to provoke that madman?
As Lu Ruoyan ran, she cursed Ruan Shanlin. She knew very well that the so-called elite troops Ruan Shanlin brought could not hurt Zhou Luo. Not only that, but whether Ruan Shanlin was alive or dead was also unknown. And after killing Ruan Shanlin, Lu Ruoyan was very sure that Zhou Luo would definitely come straight to Jiangnan Mountain Villa. Staying at Jiangnan Mountain Villa was nothing but waiting for death. Running away quickly was the right thing to do. I finally found a glimmer of hope to complete the disaster sacred body, and now it's gone. Lu Ruoyan was furious. Originally, by her estimates, with the vast power of Jiangnan Mountain Villa, helping her complete the disaster sacred body would be a matter of a few days. But who would have thought that Ruan Shanlin would be so impatient? What a complete failure. It seems I need to find another force that can help me complete the disaster sacred body. While Lu Ruoyan thought this, she rapidly left the area of Jiangnan City. 029, single-handed. Jiangnan Mountain Villa destroyed. In the reception room of Jiangnan Mountain Villa, Ruan Qingtian and his son were chatting while waiting for Ruan Shanlin to return. They were completely unaware that Lu Ruoyan had used the excuse of going to the bathroom to escape. Calculating the time, it should be soon. Ruan Haiyun looked at his watch. An hour had passed since Ruan Shanlin left with people. This time was enough to kill Zhou Luo. I hope Big Brother can bring back Zhou Luo's intact corpse. A cold glint flashed in Ruan Haiyun's eyes. Daring to kill my third brother, I will hang him at the entrance of our Jiangnan Mountain Villa for 7 days and nights. It's hard to vent the anger in my chest.
Ruan Qingtian sneered as he replied, "That's probably impossible.
Under that level of firepower, they might not even find a single bone of Zhou Luo."
"True, what a pity." Ruan Haiyun sighed.
But the moment he spoke these words, a voice suddenly came from outside the meeting room door.
"What a pity." "I don't think so."
"Who?" Both father and son looked watchfully towards the door of the meeting room. In the next moment, a familiar figure suddenly burst through the door, landing right in the center of the meeting room.
"Elder brother?" Upon seeing the figure, Ruan Haiyun was first delighted. But soon, he could no longer smile. It was indeed his elder brother, Ruan Shanlin.
However, at this moment, there was a large hole in Ruan Shanlin's throat, as if something had pierced through, and blood had soaked his upper body. His eyes were wide open, his unfocused pupils staring directly at Ruan Haiyun, sending chills down one's spine.
"Elder brother."
Ruan Haiyun's joy turned to sorrow, and his anger erupted. Ruan Qingtian's expression darkened to the extreme, his eyes glaring at Zhou Luo, who had appeared at the door.
"Zhou Luo, you want to die."
He clenched his teeth, a blatant killing intent filling his eyes.
"I brought back Ruan Shanlin's corpse for you. You don't thank me, and yet you want to kill me? Is this how you treat guests at Jiangnan Manor?"
Zhou Luo smirked slightly, his words almost driving Ruan Qingtian and Ruan Haiyun to madness.
"You killed both my sons, do you really think I am a soft persimmon that you can squeeze?
Since you dare come today, then stay forever, accompany my son in death."
Ruan Qingtian's expression hardened.
In the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, clearly the power of a transformation realm. He stepped forward, and his figure suddenly vanished from where he stood, immediately reappearing in front of Zhou Luo. His arm drawn back like a taut bow, violent spiritual energy wildly gathered at the peak of Ruan Qingtian's fist, and then he struck out.
Boom!
This punch, using nearly all his strength, slammed against a black and white shield that had appeared around Zhou Luo, creating a thunderous sound.
"Shatter for me."
Ruan Qingtian felt disdain within. After the awakening of the mutation epoch, he had seen many such shield-type treasures or abilities.
But without exception, they could not withstand his strike. This shield of Zhou Luo's would definitely.
The moment this thought crossed his mind, Ruan Qingtian realized something was off. He discovered that his punch not only failed to harm Zhou Luo's black and white shield.
There wasn't even a hint of fluctuation. Ah!
Before Ruan Qingtian could react, he felt a rebound force traveling from his arm. This counterforce was no less than the punch he had just thrown, directly shattering the bones in Ruan Qingtian's right arm.
Is this the strength of the Jiangnan Manor's master? You're not that impressive. Zhou Luo stood within the shield, watching Ruan Qingtian as if he were a clown. Put!
Ruan Qingtian was so furious that his whole body trembled, he couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of old blood. As the master of Jiangnan Manor and the leader of the 5 major forces of Great Xia since the mutation epoch began, he had never been mocked like this. "Father, I'll help you." Inside the room, Ruan Haiyun saw his father Ruan Qingtian at a disadvantage and immediately wanted to step forward to help. But before he could make a move, he saw a cold gleam rapidly enlarge in his eyes.
Put!
The silver serpent spear pierced through Ruan Haiyun's chest, finally embedding itself into the wall. Ruan Haiyun's body gradually fell, lifeless.
When adults fight, what business do children have to meddle?
Zhou Luo casually waved his hand to summon back the silver serpent spear, and then looked at Ruan Qingtian, whose face was now flushed red. "Master Ruan."
"You say so, right? Zhou Luo. I, Ruan Qingtian, will never coexist with you." Ruan Qingtian's eyes were bloodshot, wishing he could tear Zhou Luo into pieces.
In just one short day, his 3 sons had vanished like smoke.
And the murderer was the same person. Such deep-seated hatred was about to consume Ruan Qingtian's rationality.
However, he ultimately did not let hate cloud his judgment. Ruan Qingtian, still holding on to reason, knew he alone could not match Zhou Luo.
"Lu Ruyan, come out and help. Otherwise, you won't escape either."
He shouted towards the outside of the reception room, hoping to draw Lu Ruyan out to join him. But after a long while, there was no response from outside the door.
"Lu Ruyan, don't be a coward. If you don't join me, neither of us will survive." Ruan Qingtian shouted again towards the door. Yet still, no one responded. Seeing this, Ruan Qingtian's heart suddenly dropped, cold sweat dripping down his back. Could it be that Lu Ruyan had already run away? A guess sprung to his mind instantly. Lu Ruyan?
Zhou Luo frowned slightly at the name Ruan Qingtian shouted.
What was going on? Wasn't Lu Ruyan killed by him? How could she still be alive? Is this Lu Ruyan, the daughter of Lu Kailong from the Lu Corporation?
A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes as he questioned Ruan Qingtian.
Ha ha, it's her. You never saw that coming, did you? She is still alive. After Lu Ruyan had already fled, Ruan Qingtian realized he might not live through today and quickly betrayed Lu Ruyan. If you don't act like a human son, I won't let you off easy either. Ruan Qingtian immediately recounted how Lu Ruyan had survived.
When Lu Ruyan approached him, she had shared all this with him to show her sincerity, so it wasn't hard to repeat. I really didn't expect, the disaster sacred body has 2 lives, how careless of me.
A glint of realization flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes.
In his past life, he knew the disaster sacred body cultivated extraordinarily fast and had high talent, but he didn't realize it could resurrect once. This trait of the disaster sacred body was surely kept hidden by Lu Ruyan as a trump card, so it was normal for him not to know. After getting the news about Lu Ruyan from Ruan Qingtian, Zhou Luo shot without hesitation, directly piercing Ruan Qingtian's heart, ending his life. Jiangnan Mountain Villa, in that instant, completely ceased to exist.
030, the god of killing. Changes in Mount Tai, earthly evil energy.
After dealing with Ruan Qingtian, Zhou Luo fixed his gaze on the window, coldness flashing in his eyes. As expected of Ruyan the demon emperor, extraordinarily cautious, she ran away before I even arrived. But it doesn't matter, even the complete version of the disaster sacred body in your past life was no threat to me, let alone a flawed version?
Zhou Luo cleared his thoughts and didn't plan to dwell.
Since Lu Ruyan had already fled early, she was probably long gone from Jiangnan City by now. If he wanted to chase, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, utterly futile.
But that didn't mean Zhou Luo wouldn't kill Lu Ruyan.
In the future, if he learned of any clues about Lu Ruyan, he would still go after her and slay her.
Pray that you better not let me find you.
Zhou Luo retracted his silver flood dragon spear and began to clean up the remaining forces at Jiangnan Mountain Villa. With only a few days left before the Mount Tai Mansion opened, he had to seize the time to break through the divine realm to firmly seize the Daizong Town C formula. In this situation, Zhou Luo had no extra time to waste on Lu Ruyan.
News of Jiangnan Mountain Villa's destruction quickly spread throughout the entire Great Xia. When people heard of Jiangnan Mountain Villa's collapse, their first reaction was disbelief, thinking it was a joke.
But when some thoughtful individuals discovered the bodies of Ruan Qingtian and his sons in the vicinity of Jiangnan Mountain Villa and took pictures, suddenly, they were shocked. Wow, this corpse is Ruan Qingtian himself, I've seen him before.
Ruan Qingtian is really dead? Who killed him? Who is so powerful? Jiangnan Mountain Villa is too miserable, being one of the 5 major forces, and it was destroyed just a few days after the onset of the mutation era. Does anyone know who did it? This is too terrifying.
I have a friend who knows the inside story. Actually, it goes like this.
The Grand Jiangnan Mountain Villa, recognized as one of the 5 major forces of the Great Xia after the onset of the mutation era, just vanished? Moreover, it is unknown who obtained the insider information, revealing the whole sequence of events.
Zhou Luo, single-handedly, first killed Ruan Yanfeng, then killed Ruan Shanlin, and finally kicked open the gates of Jiangnan Mountain Villa, killing Ruan Chengtian and Ruan Haiyun.
This terrifying record instantly frightened all the onlookers. Is this true? One person directly toppled one of the 5 major forces? Zhou Luo is too amazing, who would dare to provoke him now? I wonder what level of cultivation this big shot has reached, isn't he already ahead of all humanity? I would like to call him the killing god of Jiangnan. Online, discussions about the downfall of Jiangnan Mountain Villa were in full swing. Moreover, some good-natured people gave Zhou Luo a nickname, respectfully calling him the killing god of Jiangnan.
It's just that Zhou Luo's methods were too decisive and too ruthless.
With one word of disagreement, he exterminated the entire Jiangnan Mountain Villa. Isn't this the act of a killing god? Indeed, it is terrifying like this. On this day, Zhou Luo's name was deeply etched in everyone's hearts.
Meanwhile, far away in Tai Mountain City, within the Bailey Group,
Lu Yuer also saw the news about Zhou Luo and Jiangnan Mountain Villa online. Zhou Luo moved so quickly, directly destroying Jiangnan Mountain Villa.
Lu Yuer's small mouth gaped open in shock. Having seen Zhou Luo's strength, she had already anticipated that one day Jiangnan Mountain Villa would fall at his hands. After all, Ruan Yanfeng stubbornly provoked Zhou Luo, and she couldn't stop it, ultimately leading to his demise.
With Ruan Yanfeng dead, it represented a complete enmity between Zhou Luo and Jiangnan Mountain Villa.
But the problem is, Zhou Luo's strength was too terrifying, far exceeding that of Jiangnan Mountain Villa. So, in Lu Yuer's view, Zhou Luo would definitely be the last winner. But what she didn't expect was that all of this would happen so quickly. She had just returned from Jiangnan City, and now she received the news of Jiangnan Mountain Villa's downfall.
This person must not be provoked. Lu Yuer mentally tagged Zhou Luo as someone absolutely not to provoke.
In the future, if someone from her Bailey group were to provoke Zhou Luo without realizing it, she would definitely do without hesitation, first crippling that person, then dragging them to apologize to Zhou Luo. I wonder how my brother's strength compares to his.
A thought suddenly popped into Lu Yuer's mind. She walked out of the room and asked the butler at the door, has there been any news from Tai Mountain?
The butler respectfully responded, "Miss, just 10 minutes ago, young master successfully broke through to the third level of the pre-mutation realm by absorbing the Gusha Qi emanating from Tai Mountain. It's expected that within 2 days, he will break through to the fourth level of the pre-mutation realm." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuer's beautiful eyes flashed slightly, continuing to ask, "Have the origins of that Gusha Qi been investigated clearly?" "Not yet, but our people are close to tracing back to the source. It seems to be emanating from the depths of Tai Mountain. But it is still unknown what exactly is emitting the Gusha Qi." The butler responded. "Okay, I understand." Lu Yuer lightly nodded her head and returned to the room. Her gaze looked out the window, and a hint of worry crossed her eyes. Just yesterday, the highest of the 5 peaks located in the eastern part of Tai Mountain City, which is also the namesake of Tai Mountain City, Tai Mountain, suddenly enveloped by a thick aura of Earth Fiend. As the largest force in Taishan, the Bailey Group naturally sent people to investigate at the first moment. However, their people discovered that this Earth Fiend aura was not only harmless to the human body, but could also be absorbed for one's own use, greatly increasing cultivation. After receiving this news, her brother, King Heiyu, immediately went into seclusion in Taishan without saying a word. His training speed exceeded everyone's expectations. In just one day, King Heiyu broke through from the second level of transformation stage to the third level of transformation stage. "I have a feeling that something big is about to happen." Lu Yuer sighed lightly. In recent days, news of Beast Kings descending was heard from all over the world. Every Beast King's appearance meant the destruction of a city. What she worried about most was whether the strange phenomenon in Taishan was a precursor to the arrival of a Beast King. If so, then the Bailey Group would face catastrophic disaster. Should I contact Zhou Luo? An idea sparked in Lu Yuer's mind. This Earth Fiend aura was undoubtedly a rare treasure, capable of rapidly enhancing one's realm. But, aside from their Bailey Group, no one else knew about this news. If she told Zhou Luo about this matter and shared the Earth Fiend aura with him, wouldn't that also be a way to befriend Zhou Luo? After all, there was plenty of Earth Fiend aura, her brother alone couldn't absorb it all. Moreover, bringing Zhou Luo to Taishan meant that if a Beast King really appeared, the Bailey Group would have an extra ally, right? Thinking of this, Lu Yuer's eyes suddenly lit up. She then left the room. This matter needed to be reported to her brother. If he agreed, she would contact Zhou Luo immediately. Dialing the phone. Lu Yuer explained her worries and her idea of contacting Zhou Luo to Lu Feiyu. On the other end of the phone, a calm voice replied, "Yuer, your concerns are not unfounded, let's proceed as you said." "Okay, then I will go right now." Lu Yuer felt a surge of joy in her heart. After hanging up, she quickly found the newly added Zhou Luo's number in her contacts and dialed it. 031, entering Taishan. The origin of the Earth Fiend aura? Jiangnan Mountain Villa. In a secret room. Zhou Luo listened to Lu Yuer's voice on the other end of the phone, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Earth Fiend aura, there is such a good thing? No wonder in my previous life, although King Heiyu's talent and cultivation speed was clearly inferior to Gu Qianhua and Lu Ruyan, he was the first among the 5 major forces to break through the divine realm. It turns out the Earth Fiend aura was the reason. Zhou Luo suddenly realized. "Mr. Zhou, have you thought about it? Would you like to come to our Taishan?" On the phone, Lu Yuer, seeing Zhou Luo hadn't spoken for a long time, couldn't help but ask again. "Thank you, Miss Lu, for your warm invitation. I will set out after finishing my current matters." Zhou Luo didn't refuse and directly accepted Lu Yuer's invitation. He needed to cultivate quickly to break through to the divine realm, so there was no reason to refuse Lu Yuer, or the goodwill offered by the Bailey Group. To share such a precious Earth Fiend aura, the Bailey Group showed great sincerity. Zhou Luo remembered this favor. "That's great. Please contact me directly when you arrive in Taishan, and I will send someone to pick you up." Seeing Zhou Luo agree, Lu Yuer's tone added a touch of joy. She had witnessed Zhou Luo's strength. If a Beast King really appeared in Taishan, then Zhou Luo's presence would undoubtedly be the greatest assurance. The phone call soon ended. This Earth Fiend aura comes at the right time. Once I absorb the Earth Fiend aura and break through to the divine realm, the time for the Taishan mansion to open should also be approaching. At that time, with my extraordinary realm of cultivation, no one in the Great Xia can compete with me for the Daizong Town Sea technique. Zhou Luo slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, then immediately got up and set off towards the direction of Mount Tai. In just half a day's time, Zhou Luo had already arrived at the foot of Mount Tai. Looking around. That majestic Mount Tai was indeed, as Lu Yuer had said, completely surrounded by waves of dark red mist at this moment. Is this the Earth Sha Qi? Zhou Luo felt it slightly and could indeed perceive the existence of spiritual energy within these dark red mists. Moreover, it was extremely pure spiritual energy. Such purity. Could this be caused by the Daizong Town Sea technique? A guess suddenly emerged in Zhou Luo's mind. It should be known that the main purpose of breathing techniques is to purify the spiritual energy of the world, allowing awakeners to absorb it more easily.
A good breathing technique is like a divine weapon on the path of cultivation.
For someone like Zhou Luo, possessing a top-level physique like the nine-nether chaotic body but lacking a good breathing technique is like Lu Bu riding a dog. Even though it wouldn't be too low, it could never compare to Lu Bu riding the red hare. Looking again at the pure spiritual energy hidden within the Earthsha Qi, it was completely identical to the spiritual energy refined by a breathing technique.
I'm afraid this is indeed the work of the Daizong Town Sea technique.
Zhou Luo's conviction in his guess deepened. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited.
Just the phenomenon created had such pure spiritual energy, what if he cultivated the Daizong Town Sea technique itself? The world's #1 breathing technique truly lives up to its name. Mr. Zhou.
At this time, Lu Yuer's voice came from behind Zhou Luo. Turning around, he found Lu Yuer had arrived with the butler.
Mr. Zhou, my brother is currently cultivating deep in Mount Tai. I've already informed him, so you can go directly inside. During this time, I will guard the outskirts of Mount Tai, protecting the two of you. If there is any disturbance, I will notify you immediately. After approaching Zhou Luo, Lu Yuer gently spoke. Then I'll not be polite. Zhou Luo nodded, thanked Lu Yuer, and directly dove into the Earthsha Qi. The moment he entered the Earthsha Qi,
Zhou Luo felt as if all the pores in his body had opened, greedily inhaling the surrounding pure spiritual energy.
So refreshing. In just an instant, Zhou Luo felt his cultivation slightly increased. This was still without officially starting his cultivation, he had merely entered the range of the Earthsha Qi. If he had directly begun formal cultivation, he couldn't even imagine how fast it would be. Is this the feeling of having a top-level breathing technique?
Zhou Luo took a deep breath, and his determination to obtain the Daizong Town Sea technique grew even stronger.
Without hesitation,
Zhou Luo continued forward until he stepped deep into Mount Tai, reaching the area where the Earthsha Qi was most concentrated, before directly sitting cross-legged on the ground. Nine-nether chaotic body, operating at full speed.
Buzz. The moment Zhou Luo began to cultivate,
a wave of energy tides formed by Earthsha Qi suddenly surged around him. The tides flowed violently, ultimately forming a huge vortex that spiraled around Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo was like the center of the vortex, frantically devouring the incoming Earthsha Qi.
Zhou Luo's cultivation was rapidly increasing. In less than 5 minutes, he had reached the mid-stage of the 9th layer of limbo transformation.
The vortex of Earthsha Qi surrounding him still showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it grew larger, gradually attracting all the Earthsha Qi within hundreds of meters.
Such a phenomenon immediately surprised the Black Feather King, Lu Feiyu, who was also cultivating deep in Mount Tai. What's going on? Lu Feiyu opened his eyes and looked at the huge vortex of Earthsha Qi ahead.
A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. But he remembered that his sister had just told him that Zhou Luo had already entered Taishan, and then he understood everything. However, soon, a new question arose in his heart. How did he create such a commotion? With such a speed of absorbing spiritual energy, could it be that his awakened talent is similar to Gu Qianhua's? Lu Feiyu secretly speculated. However, he did not dwell on it for long, instead he cleared his mind and quickly entered a state of cultivation. This earth evil energy was extremely precious, the more he could absorb in a short time, the better. Who knows if there will still be this earth evil energy in a few days? Lu Feiyu continued to inhale and exhale the surrounding earth evil energy. A small vortex soon appeared around him. This vortex was similar to the one created by Zhou Luo, but its scale was much smaller than Zhou Luo's. The difference in scale was like comparing the Milky Way galaxy to the solar system. Time slowly passed. Lu Feiyu was deeply immersed in his cultivation when suddenly his brow furrowed. Why does it feel like the spiritual energy in the earth evil energy has become thin? He opened his eyes in confusion. It was just that after opening his eyes, he was instantly stunned. He saw that the vortex of earth evil energy gathered by Zhou Luo had almost covered the entire Taishan. And within the range of the vortex, Lu Feiyu was suffering from an undeserved disaster. All the surrounding earth evil energy had been snatched away by Zhou Luo, and even with all his might to absorb, only a few thin strands of earth evil energy were left. No way, buddy. You can cultivate, but why are you robbing my earth evil energy? Thief. Lu Feiyu was completely dumbfounded. He swore that he had never felt like calling the police as urgently as today in his life. 032, Breakthrough to the Divine Realm. Black Feather King's mindset collapsed. Zhou Luo was completely unaware of what was happening outside. At this moment, he had his eyes closed, and the Jodo Chaos body was operating at full speed, with every pore and every drop of blood in his body greedily devouring the surrounding earth evil energy. His cultivation level was rising rapidly, instantly reaching the 9th level of the transformation realm. Only one last step remained to break through to the divine realm. Until the spiritual energy in his dantian reached a critical point. Boom! Zhou Luo's body shook, and an extremely powerful aura instantly spread outwards. Divine realm, achieved.
Finally broken through.
Zhou Luo slowly opened his eyes and casually waved at a big tree 100 meters away.
Underscore.
Then, a sharp sound of air being torn echoed. A tree thick enough for 5 people to hug was directly sliced in half, with a smooth cut. In the divine realm, a thought of killing arises in the heart, and every move hides the miraculous. The realm I once looked up to, in this lifetime, in just a few days, I have already stood here. In Zhou Luo's heart, a sense of overwhelming momentum arose, as if he could see all the mountains as small.
If nothing unexpected happens, he is most likely the first person at this moment to break through to the divine realm. Even the leader of the top 5 forces, the head of the Gu family from Aodao, Gu Chenhua, who has the 5 organs transformed into immortals, did not achieve this speed as he did.
Although I have broken through to the divine realm, I still need to be steady. Zhou Luo quickly concealed his unleashed pride. He knew very well that the first explosion period after the onset of the Age of Mutations had not yet arrived. By then, countless treasures would appear one after another, and geniuses would emerge in droves, with beast kings appearing one after another.
The divine realm, although not weak, could still not be considered invincible in the world.
After all, a beast king's lowest realm is the divine realm, even the transformation realm is not unusual.
Continue to cultivate. Zhou Luo cleared his mind, preparing for the second round of cultivation.
This earth evil energy is a good thing. Before obtaining the Daizong Jinhaiju, he could not afford to waste it.
Let me see how this earth evil energy can help me break through to which level of the divine realm.
Buzz. With the familiar buzzing sound ringing out, the surrounding earth energy once again gathered towards Zhou Luo.
At the same time,
Lu Feiyu, who had just gotten a breath of relief from Zhou Luo, was now eagerly absorbing the surrounding earth energy. After much difficulty watching the terrifying huge whirlpool finally stop, he didn't want to miss such a good opportunity.
Just when Lu Feiyu was immersed in his training,
his brow suddenly furrowed again.
No way.
Lu Feiyu silently thought to himself that something was wrong. Opening his eyes, he indeed saw that familiar huge whirlpool starting to gather again.
Damn it! Lu Feiyu almost swore out loud. What the hell is happening? Wasn't it supposed to have stopped just now? Why is it starting up again?
Lu Feiyu felt his mindset about to break down. He thought Zhou Luo had absorbed enough earth energy and was preparing to break through to the next stage. But how could it be that just a little while later, Zhou Luo started absorbing earth energy again?
Could it be that in just a few minutes, Zhou Luo already finished his breakthrough? No way.
The corner of Lu Feiyu's eye twitched. You have to know that when he recently broke through from the second level of the transformation realm to the third level, it took him nearly half a day. That speed is already fast. For those with average talent, just breaking through one level at the initial stage could take tremendous mental effort. At the shortest, 1 or 2 weeks, at the longest, several months or even years.
Is this guy completely free of bottlenecks?
Lu Feiyu felt like crying but had no tears. He was even regretting whether he should have agreed to his sister to call Zhou Luo over. Now, if he wanted to train, he could only snatch those thinly scattered earth energy lingering outside the whirlpool.
It felt as if he was eating the leftover scraps of Zhou Luo. No, this is eating leftovers.
A sense of desolation suddenly surged in Lu Feiyu's heart. Thinking of himself as the Black Feather King, the recognized leader of one of the 5 major powers of the Great Xia. Now, he has actually fallen to living off others' leftovers. Just as Lu Feiyu's thoughts were running wild, he suddenly noticed that the earth energy enveloping Mount Tai was rapidly disappearing.
Damn! Mount Tai is about to be fully absorbed.
Lu Feiyu was suddenly shocked and immediately did not dare to slack off, using all his strength to absorb the thin earth energy scattered outside the big whirlpool. Just a little more until reaching the 4th level of the transformation realm. No matter what, he had to break through first. Eating leftovers is just eating leftovers. Anyway, if he doesn't say it, no one else will know.
Lu Feiyu clenched his teeth, fully operating his dantian. 1 hour later,
he felt a jolt in his dantian, and his realm instantly rose from the 3rd level of the transformation realm to the 4th level.
After the breakthrough, Lu Feiyu had no intention to continue training on Mount Tai. No other reason.
He glanced at the huge whirlpool still sucking in the earth energy, his forehead covered in black lines.
He couldn't snatch it back. He absolutely couldn't snatch it back.
This Zhou Luo was simply inhuman. The speed of absorbing earth energy was just outrageous. No wonder his sister kept mentioning Zhou Luo after returning from Jiangnan City. This guy is indeed a freak.
Sai, let's head down the mountain first.
He stood up directly, ready to return to the foot of Mount Tai to meet up with his sister. When he reached the foot of the mountain, leaving the range of earth energy, Lu Yuer, who had been waiting there for a long time, immediately greeted him.
Brother, why did you come out so quickly? Lu Yuer looked at Lu Feiyu, with confusion in her eyes. Wasn't it said to stay inside until the earth energy disappeared? Wasn't this a bit too quick? Cough, cough, the earth energy inside Mount Tai has somehow become thinner, so I came out early. Lu Feiyu awkwardly coughed twice, then immediately added, but I also took this opportunity to break through to the 4th level of the transformation realm. It's still considered a small achievement. So that's how it is. Lu Yuera nodded, somewhat understanding but still confused. She glanced at the top of Mount Tai and could clearly see the ghostly energy gradually dissipating. However, isn't there still a lot left? Isn't it a bit of a waste to just walk away? Such a doubt popped into Lu Yuera's mind. But seeing that her brother seemed uninterested in continuing this topic, she pushed the doubt aside. By the way, brother, where is Mr. Zhou? Why didn't he come out with you? Lu Yuer asked again. Hearing his sister mention Zhou Luo, Lu Feiyu rolled his eyes inwardly. You still have the nerve to bring up Zhou Luo? He is the one you brought to the village. If it weren't for Zhou Luo, I would still be stuck inside enjoying the ghostly energy. I just went to check on him, he's currently breaking through. He'll be out once he's finished. Though he grumbled about Lu Yuer, Lu Feiyu still found an excuse to brush it off. Then let's wait for Mr. Zhou together. Lu Yuer didn't suspect anything and just nodded with a smile. Good, I'm also curious to see what kind of person this Mr. Zhou is. Lu Feiyu accepted without refusal, his interest piqued as he looked deep into Mount Tai. Previously, his impression of Zhou Luo was limited to the word impressive mentioned by Lu Yuer. But now, he truly wanted to see Zhou Luo, to see who this freak was that had nearly absorbed all the ghostly energy covering Mount Tai. 033, Mount Tai Phenomenon. Secret Realm opens early? Deep inside Mount Tai. After completing the final great cycle, the ghostly energy that covered the entire Mount Tai finally dissipated almost entirely. 2nd level of the Divine Transformation Realm. Opening his eyes, Zhou Luo felt the changes in his body and couldn't help but smile slightly. In less than a day, his cultivation had jumped from the 9th level of the transformational realm to the 2nd level of the divine transformation realm, thanks to the ghostly energy. Without this ghostly energy, it would have taken him at least half a month to break through to the 2nd level of the divine transformation realm. Time to head down the mountain. After stabilizing his breakthrough a bit, Zhou Luo started walking down the mountain. He soon arrived at the foot of Mount Tai and saw Lu Yuer and Lu Feiyu waiting there. Mr. Zhou, you're down. Upon seeing Zhou Luo, Lu Yuer was the first to rush forward. The moment she saw Zhou Luo, she could clearly feel the changes in him. He was not the same as before entering Mount Tai. Could it be that Mr. Zhou has broken through to the late stage of the transformational realm? A terrifying thought suddenly popped into Lu Yuer's mind. This era of mutation has only started for a few days. Her brother Lu Feiyu, who is among the top talents of the Great Xia, has barely reached the 4th level of the transformational realm, a foot in the door of the mid-stage. But Zhou Luo? He directly skipped to the late stage of the transformational realm. The 3rd step to the divine transformation realm must be close, right? Miss Lu, this is. Zhou Luo smiled back, then shifted his gaze to Lu Feiyu standing beside Lu Yuer, asking curiously. Mr. Zhou, this is my brother Lu Feiyu. Lu Yuer quickly introduced. Oh, so you are the Black Feather King, I've heard of your great name. Zhou Luo nodded slowly, he had guessed this when he first saw Lu Feiyu, as the resemblance between the siblings was undeniable. Not at all, it is I who has long revered Mr. Zhou's name. Ever since my sister returned from Jiangnan City, she has been mentioning your name. Seeing you today, Mr. Zhou's cultivation is indeed unfathomably deep. Lu Feiyu spoke with great humility. But because of the ghostly energy earlier, there was always a hint of resentment in his eyes when he looked at Zhou Luo. There was no other way, the ghostly energy that could have securely pushed him to the late stage of the transformational realm. Because of Zhou Luo's arrival, everything was snatched away, and no one could accept this. Lu Feiyu was already quite composed, having no intention of pursuing the matter, but in his heart, there was a hint of resentment. Zhou Luo also noticed this subtle and resentful gaze. At first, he was a bit puzzled, but after thinking for a moment, he understood the reason. He paused, then spoke, Brother Lu, I apologize for the earlier incident. In the future, if the Bailey Group needs help, as long as it is within my ability, I will surely lend a hand. Oh, Brother Zhou, you make it sound so formal. We are friends, how can we be so clear-cut about it? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Zhou Luo's words, Lu Feiyu was immediately overjoyed. Exchanging Disha energy for a friend like Zhou Luo was not a bad deal at all. One could even say it was a huge profit. After all, Zhou Luo was the fierce character who alone broke through Jiangnan Mountain Village. This kind of achievement could be called the most luxurious since the beginning of the mutation era. While the two were chatting, Lu Yuer nearby was somewhat confused. What was going on? What exactly happened just now? How did these two become good friends in just a few words? Is this what friendship between men looks like? I don't understand it at all. Just as Lu Yuer was puzzled. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the heavens and earth changed.
The ground underfoot began to shake as if an earthquake was coming, and the majestic Taishan was no exception, with countless rolling stones rising up, creating a cloud of smoke that slid down from the peak. Dust filled the entire sky, as if doomsday had arrived.
What happened?
Both Lu Feiyu and Lu Yuer were startled, their eyes turning towards the heights of Taishan. They saw that on the top of Yuhuang Peak, covered in a sea of clouds, golden light suddenly erupted, dyeing the surrounding clouds a golden yellow.
Heaven and earth phenomenon, it's a phenomenon. The expression on Lu Feiyu's face instantly turned serious.
At this moment, once a phenomenon appeared, it indicated that something great was about to happen within Taishan.
Thinking positively, it might be a secret realm emerging like Jiangnan Chinan Mountain.
But if thinking negatively, it might be the arrival of a beast king. If it's the latter, the whole city of Taishan would face destructive disaster.
Currently, the mutation era had just started. Even he, a top-tier human with peak power, had no ability to face a beast king with at least divine realm strength.
Lu Yuer also understood this, looking up at Yuhuang Peak with a face full of worry.
Unlike the two's fear and trembling,
Zhou Luo, upon seeing the phenomenon on Yuhuang Peak, showed no signs of panic but instead wore a face full of joy.
Taishan Mansion is about to open early.
I never expected that after absorbing the Disha energy completely, I could actually trigger the early opening of Taishan Mansion, truly a blessing from heaven. Zhou Luo was overwhelmingly delighted inside. In his previous life, the sign of Taishan Mansion opening was a light door appearing on Yuhuang Peak. Humans who stepped into the light door would be directly transported underground in Taishan, entering the legendary territory of the Lord of Taishan, which also housed the world's #1 breathing method, Daizong Zhenhai Ju, the secret realm of Taishan Mansion. Of course, it also had another familiar name, known as the Underworld. According to those who had safely exited Taishan Mansion, once you entered, the first thing you faced was tens of thousands of hellish evil ghosts. Although each evil ghost had a strength in the initial realm, there were simply too many of them. If it weren't for the presence of top experts from the 5 great powers like the Black Feather King among those who participated in the Taishan secret realm, most people would have perished at the hands of these countless evil ghosts. Brother Zhou, we should leave this place first.
Lu Feiyu retracted his gaze from Yuhuang Peak,
wanting to leave Mount Tai with Zhou Luo and Lu Yuer. There is no other reason. Currently, no one knows what the anomaly on Mount Tai represents, and he does not want to gamble on whether the Beast King has descended. First, quickly leave the range of Mount Tai and observe from a distance for some time.
Okay, then let's go. Zhou Luo also understood Lu Feiyu's intention.
However, he did not directly state that there was no danger on Mount Tai. Instead, he chose to leave with Lu Feiyu. Because ever since the anomaly appeared on Yuhuang Peak, there would be 3 days of brewing time before entering the Tai Mountain Mansion.
3 days later would be the right time to enter the Tai Mountain Mansion.
He would take this 3-day buffer time to stabilize his cultivation and then attempt to break through to the 3rd level of the Divine Realm.
034, Top Powers Gather. The meeting at Yuhuang Peak. The news of the anomaly on Mount Tai quickly spread throughout the Great Summer.
At first, everyone speculated whether it was the Beast King who had descended. After all, 2 Beast Kings had already descended into the Great Summer recently, and with the anomaly on Mount Tai, everyone was like startled birds, fearful and worried. Even some awakeners already in Tai City hurried to flee to Lin City on the same night they heard the news, afraid of being affected. There was no choice, the Beast Kings were just too terrifying. The Beast King that descended in Mashu City was still alive, and with the current human combat power, there was absolutely no way to deal with it. The Great Summer Alliance also tried to use powerful thermal weapons, but these Beast Kings seemed naturally immune to thermal weapons, completely different from the Awakeners among humans. The damage thermal weapons caused to them was pitifully small. The only thing that could truly hurt them seemed to be the spiritual energy used by the Awakeners. Fortunately, after the Beast King destroyed Mashu City and 3 surrounding cities, it stayed in place, showing no intention of going elsewhere for a short time. Otherwise, the casualties caused would probably multiply by several times. As the news spread rapidly, time also flowed slowly. By the 2nd day, everyone's suspicions had diminished significantly. Because, in the past, the anomalies caused by the 2 Beast Kings had lasted no more than half a day. However, the anomaly on Mount Tai lasted a full day without any trace of a Beast King appearing. This meant that the anomaly on Mount Tai was very likely a new secret realm. Ever since the news about the Chi Nan Mountain secret realm came out, countless Awakeners who did not go to participate were slapping their thighs in regret, hating themselves for not going. If they had gone, would the opportunities on the pagoda have been obtained by them? Of course. The key reason is that some gained many opportunities in the dense forest of the Chi Nan Mountain secret realm. From rare fruit that could enhance talent and cultivation, to ancient spiritual treasures, those who didn't obsessively pursue the pagoda had more or less gained something. Moreover, the casualty rate in the Chi Nan Mountain secret realm was particularly low. It was basically safe. Who wouldn't want to participate in such a good thing? Thus, when the 2nd day passed without any Beast Kings appearing on Mount Tai, those eager Awakeners began to head towards Tai City. Some more cautious awakeners wished to observe a bit longer, but when the third day came and there was still no sight of the Beast King, everyone couldn't sit still any longer.
Countless awakeners flocked towards Tai City.
Various major powers within the Great Summer also sent people there. In addition to Jiangnan Mountain Villa and Bailey Group, the three major powers also arrived in Tai City on the third day, waiting for the opening of the Tai Mountain Secret Realm. The Skeleton Society, Gu Family, Great Summer Alliance. The three great powers that came to attend the Mount Tai Secret Realm were all the strongest among them. The so-called skeleton respect Yang Tianying, Celestial Body Gu Qianhua, and Rivers and Mountains Split Chui Lingfei. All three were undoubtedly powerful warriors who had already entered the transmutation realm, among which Gu Qianhua, possessing 5 celestial hearts, had the highest cultivation level, reaching the 4th stage of the transmutation realm. According to the original path, the fastest progress in cultivation among the 5 great powers should be Lu Feiyu, who absorbed the earthly fiend Qi. But now that the earthly fiend Qi was intercepted by Zhou Luo, Lu Feiyu's cultivation had already fallen behind Gu Qianhua. Now, besides the destroyed Jiangnan Villa, the other 4 great powers of the Great Xiao were gathered at Mount Tai, together with Zhou Luo's presence, making it quite lively.
Time moved to the 4th day.
At this moment, the golden light emitted from the Jade Emperor Peak of Mount Tai had dyed the sky within several tens of miles into a golden hue. The awakeners who came to participate in the Mount Tai Secret Realm had already filled the entire Mount Tai. On the platform in front of the Jade Emperor Peak, Zhou Luo and the 2 siblings of the Lu family had arrived early, waiting for the opening of the Mount Tai Mansion.
Not just them.
The skeleton clubs Yang Tianying, Gu Qianhua of the Gu family, and Chui Lingfei of the Great Xiao Alliance all brought their people to the Jade Emperor Peak as well.
Zhou Luo stood beside Lu Feiyu, his gaze measuring the 3 of them.
Gu Qianhua looked like an old man on the verge of death, but just by observing his stature, which was unlike others of his age, and the sharp glint in his eyes from time to time, one could tell he was different from other elderly people. Chui Lingfei, on the other hand, seemed like an unremarkable middle-aged man, with no identifiable features, making it hard to spot him in a crowd. But this man was currently the top awakener in the Great Xiao Alliance, taking the concept of not judging people by appearances to the extreme. The 2 of them were easy to recognize. Zhou Luo had seen them on TV and in the news many times in his past life.
However, it was Zhou Luo's first time meeting Yang Tianying from the Skeleton Club.
With long hair, a gloomy expression, a slim and skeletal physique, and large tattoos on the back of his hands, he looked like a typical hoodlum.
But Zhou Luo knew very well that this guy was not someone to be underestimated.
When it came to being ruthless, Yang Tianying was even more terrifying than Lu Runyan, who was known as the Smoke Demon Emperor in the past life. It was said that before the Era of Mutation began, Yang Tianying was captured by a mafia boss he had offended. That boss had people break Yang Tianying's limbs one step at a time, then used special methods to crush the bones in his body, and made him take a special drug that caused unbearable pain.
But the mafia boss didn't expect that Yang Tianying would not die from the torture. Instead, he endured until the Era of Mutation began. Such inhumane torment completely twisted Yang Tianying's psyche.
Until the mutation era evolved his bones into supreme jade bones, he directly tied up that mafia boss and captured his entire family, subjecting them to terrifying tortures. From that day on, Yang Tianying's methods became extremely perverse and vicious. Even the skeleton club under him began to follow his example.
Things like killing entire families were commonplace for them. I remember, the Daizong Zhangkeju seems to have been taken away by him, Zhou Luo pondered while observing Yang Tianying.
It was said that the Daizong Zhangkeju was only seen when everyone entered the Mount Tai Mansion and broke through 3 barriers to reach the core area of the Mount Tai Mansion. The reason Yang Tianying became the final possessor of the Daizong Zhangkeju was because of the uniqueness of the supreme jade bones in his body. In one of the levels, a unique advantage was gained, allowed to enter the core area ahead of everyone. What a pity, with me here, the Daizong Zhenhaiju will only belong to me.
Zhou Luo's mind gradually calmed down.
His 9-nether chaos body also possessed the trait of a star marrow jade bone, not inferior to Yang Tianying's supreme jade bone. Moreover, the 9-nether chaos body granted him a talent of law spirit speech. He could see through any level at a glance.
At the top of the Jade Emperor,
golden light gradually gathered, and finally, under the gaze of countless eyes, transformed into a golden light gate. Seeing this light gate, everyone's breath momentarily stopped.
The Taishan Mansion has opened.
Zhou Luo's expression tightened. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time.
035, arrogant Yang Tianying.
The instant the light gate appeared, a strong man couldn't wait any longer, wanting to be the first to enter the Taishan secret realm, rushing straight to the front of the line, even surpassing the 100-mile group and the other 4 major forces. I missed the Chinan Mountain secret realm. This time, I must be at the forefront of the Taishan secret realm.
The opportunities inside might just be mine.
The strong man's mind was occupied by greed, completely oblivious to the killing intent approaching from behind him. In the next moment, the skeletal form of Yang Tianying moved, arriving behind the strong man without him noticing at all. Then, a trace of coldness flashed in Yang Tianying's eyes, and his right hand stabbed forward, instantly piercing through the strong man's chest.
Puff!
The strong man spat out a mouthful of blood, turning back with an unbelievable expression as his life force rapidly faded away. He could never have imagined what he did to provoke young Tianying, resulting in him being killed. In your next life, remember to be more aware, never walk in front of me. Young Tianying's gaze was incredibly indifferent. After casually saying this, he pulled his right hand out from the strong man's chest, blood splattering everywhere. The strong man's body fell down, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he gazed at the golden light gate ahead.
The entire process was incredibly swift. Young Tianying acted without the slightest hesitation.
It was as if he was not killing a person, but a mere wild dog. This scene deeply shocked everyone present. The mutating era had only just begun a few days ago. At this moment, most people's mindsets had still not detached from the peaceful society. Therefore, seeing young Tianying kill so recklessly struck a heavy blow to their souls.
Young Tianying, what are you doing?
Among the crowd, the representative of the Great Xiao Alliance, Chui Lingfei, immediately couldn't sit still, standing up to shout at young Tianying, killing in public. Do you really think there are no laws in this world?
Laws? Ha, what a joke you're telling.
Young Tianying sneered, showing no respect for the Great Xiao Alliance backed by the official power. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in his tone. The chaotic times have come, even your Great Xiao Alliance can't take care of itself, yet you still think about laws with me?
In this world, strength is the law. Young Tianying spoke bluntly. Chui Lingfei was filled with rage but found no reason to rebut.
Since the mutating era began, the Great Xiao Alliance had been trying hard to maintain the original social order. But all of this was in vain.
Social order was only relatively normal on the first day of the mutating era.
After that day, killing was rampant, fires were common, and various heinous incidents followed one after another. The entire Great Xia. No, it should be said that the whole Blue Star had turned into a chaotic mess. This was the tide of the era, and no one could resist.
You all listen to me.
Yang Tianying no longer paid attention to Chui Lingfei but turned to address everyone present. From now on, if anyone dares to offend me, Yang Tianying,
or provoke my skull club, and this person will be next.
This time, I, Yang Tianying, will be the first to enter the Taishan secret realm. Whoever comes next will die. After saying that, Yang Tianying strode towards the luminous gate. The crowd, who had been restless, were stunned into silence by his words, not daring to take a step forward, fearing they would touch Yang Tianying's bad luck.
Chui Lingfei also showed no intention of moving.
Yang Tianying possessed the supreme jade bone, making his combat strength extremely powerful and seemingly invincible at the same level. He represented the Dasha Alliance in this trip, aiming only for the opportunities within the Taishan secret realm, so there was no need to recklessly expend their strength.
Not just Chui Lingfei. Gu Qianhua and Lu Feiyu shared the same thoughts.
Since Yang Tianying acted so recklessly, let him be reckless. After all, not everyone who enters the secret realm first can seize the opportunity.
The Qinan Mountain secret realm proved this point well.
Just as everyone was prepared to watch Yang Tianying enter the luminous gate, Zhou Luo suddenly moved. He strode forward, moving past countless astonished gazes, heading straight for the luminous gate. His speed was astonishing. In just a few breaths, he caught up with Yang Tianying and stood in front of him.
Brother Zhou.
Lu Feiyu was taken aback at first but hurried to call out to Zhou Luo, yet Zhou Luo was too fast. Before he could finish speaking, he had already passed Yang Tianying. The others were equally puzzled.
Is this person crazy? Does he dare to provoke a madman like Yang Tianying? Did that guy's fate just now not teach this kid anything? Yang Tianying wouldn't blink while killing, and he's not avoiding his sharp edge?
Courage is commendable. The second corpse is about to appear. No, this person looks very familiar.
I remember now, isn't he that god of death? God of death? You mean the Zhou Luo who wiped out the entire Jiangnan Mountain Manor by himself? It really is him.
Wow, the god of death is not someone to provoke. If these two meet, something big is bound to happen. The crowd buzzed with talk. Some sharp-eyed individuals had already recognized Zhou Luo's identity, indeed the god of death who had stirred up a storm not long ago. With just himself, he had taken down one of the 5 major forces, Jiangnan Mountain Manor, which was terrifying to the extreme.
Zhou Luo, do you want to go against me?
Seeing Zhou Luo pass him, Yang Tianying's face was suddenly filled with hostility, his tone icy to the extreme.
He also recognized Zhou Luo's identity.
If it were anyone else, he wouldn't say a word but would directly strike. However, Zhou Luo's strength was enough to make him cautious. The overall strength of Jiangnan Mountain Manor ranked the lowest among the 5 major forces, otherwise, it wouldn't have been wiped out by the Lu group. But to destroy the entire Jiangnan Mountain Manor by himself, Yang Tianying believed it would take him a lot of effort. Hearing Yang Tianying's words, Zhou Luo stopped, looking at him with an indifferent expression. This Taishan secret realm is not your home. Do I need your permission to be the first to enter? Zhou Luo, I'm not arguing with you. Give me a favor and let me enter the luminous gate first.
The Skull Club will consider you a friend. If not, don't blame me for taking action. Yang Tianying said in a low voice.
He had already made his statement, and if Zhou Luo really snatched ahead of him, he would lose face greatly. Besides, his caution towards Zhou Luo didn't mean he was afraid to act. If you truly won't give me face, don't blame me. After hearing Yang Tianying's words, Zhou Luo not only did not agree. Instead, he said nonchalantly, then hurry up and strike, stop talking nonsense, I'm in a hurry. You're seeking death. Yang Tianying was completely enraged, and without hesitation, he swiped his claw towards Zhou Luo's chest. I let you pick up your ears. Bang! A claw filled with strong killing intent, when moving through the air, was directly intercepted by a silver spear. Yang Tianying's claw collided with the silver dragon spear in Zhou Luo's hand, and unexpectedly emitted a sound of metal clashing. This is the effect of Yang Tianying's supreme jade bone. Every inch of his bones was like a divine weapon, extremely hard yet incredibly sharp. How could an ordinary spirit weapon block my attack? Seeing the silver dragon spear in Zhou Luo's hand, Yang Tianying couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold smile. The next second, his figure exploded with power, and the fierce claw wind attacked Zhou Luo like a torrential rain. Zhou Luo's expression remained unchanged, the silver dragon spear in his hand spinning and shifting, blocking all attacks. Yang Tianying, whose realm was only in the changing realm, could not escape Zhou Luo's keen eyes, as Zhou had already reached the divine realm. Although Zhou Luo perfectly neutralized each of Yang Tianying's attacks, he discovered that the spear in his hand was beginning to gradually bear the burden, as if it would shatter under the storm of claw strikes. No wonder it is the supreme jade bone, its combat power is indeed fierce. Zhou Luo sighed inwardly. Actually, it would be very easy for him to deal with Yang Tianying. He could directly summon the 9 Sun 8 Trigrams plate, and Yang Tianying wouldn't be able to harm him at all, while also needing to worry about being counterattacked. The reason he didn't do so was that he wanted to test his current strength. Now, after a round of exchanges, Zhou Luo already felt that he was almost crushing Yang Tianying. As long as he wanted to, he could directly force Yang Tianying to retreat in embarrassment, without any power to fight back. But Zhou Luo didn't expect that. He hadn't made a move yet, and the silver dragon spear in his hand was already on the verge of collapse. After all, it is not an innate treasure. Zhou Luo secretly shook his head. It seems that in the future he must find a suitable weapon for himself. It had to be at least a spirit treasure. If it was an innate treasure, it would be even better. The silver dragon spear in his hand was already struggling to keep up with his pace. Hee, how much longer can that broken spear in your hand hold on? Yang Tianying's attacks continued. While striking at Zhou Luo, he occasionally taunted him, as if it was not Zhou Luo who held the upper hand, but rather Yang Tianying. Indeed, it can't last much longer. Zhou Luo smiled coldly, then without hesitation, he violently retreated to escape Yang Tianying's attack range. Want to escape? A mere killing god, no big deal. Thinking Zhou Luo was on the verge of collapsing, Yang Tianying said playfully. But the next second, he realized he was wrong. Because Zhou Luo not only didn't leave, but instead raised the spear tip, directly aiming at his throat. I still have use for this spear, so I won't keep playing with you. Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and the spear in his hand shot out. Die! With a loud shout. The spear tip of the silver dragon spear had already reached Yang Tianying's throat. Yang Tianying only felt a chilling killing intent locking onto him, making it difficult to move as if all his strength had been drained. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. As the silver dragon spear pierced into Yang Tianying's throat, it surprisingly only broke the skin and was then stopped by the throat bone. The surrounding area fell into dead silence. Everyone thought that Yang Tianying was about to die at Zhou Luo's hands, but unexpectedly, the spear in Zhou Luo's hand could not pierce through Yang Tianying's throat bone. Ha 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 ha. Yang Tianying suddenly laughed out loud. He looked provocatively at Zhou Luo, his tone filled with amusement. My whole body is supreme jade bone, unbreakable by knife or spear, ordinary weapons cannot kill me. Zhou Luo, I admit you are strong, but what use is that? Ha 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 ha. Just as he was laughing wildly. Clap. Suddenly, a sound rang out again. But this time, the sound was no longer that crisp ringing of metal clashing. But it was even more oppressive than before. Slap. Before everyone could react, the same sound followed closely after. Yang Tianying's face, somehow, had 2 red palm prints on it. And the one who struck was none other than Zhou Luo. What's the use? Let me tell you what it's good for. Zhou Luo swung left and right, wildly slapping Yang Tianying's bony face. Smack, smack, smack. The slaps came down like raindrops, leaving Yang Tianying dizzy and completely bewildered. So what if I can't kill you? Let me ask you, so what if I can't kill you? Pick up your ears. I said pick up your ears. Smack. Another round of wild slaps. Yang Tianying's 2 faces, along with his 2 ears, instantly swelled up, looking like a pig's head. Bang.
In the end, Zhou Luo kicked young Tianying in the chest, sending him flying dozens of meters away. The whole process left everyone present completely stunned. Countless gazes shifted back and forth between Zhou Luo and young Tianying, each face filled with shock. Is this right? Isn't young Tianying supposed to be the most powerful person in the Xia dynasty? How could he be beaten into this state by Zhou Luo? He didn't have any strength to fight back at all. His face was really swollen. Waste. After enjoying a good beating, Zhou Luo sneered, casually throwing out two words that made young Tianying furious, then elegantly stepped into the light gate. Once his figure gradually faded from the light gate, young Tianying, who was nearly biting his teeth to pieces, slowly got up from the ground, his gaze towards the light gate filled with extreme malice. Zhou Luo, I will kill you. I will torture you to death. His voice was as cold as a hellish demon, sending chills down the spines of those around him. After dropping his harsh words, young Tianying chose not to linger there any longer but directly turned and left Mount Tai. The secret realm within Mount Tai indeed held great opportunities, but in his current state, he couldn't compete with others for it. Moreover, Zhou Luo was still inside. If he went in, wouldn't he be asking for a beating? After young Tianying completely left, the crowd gradually came back to their senses. We can enter the secret realm now. No one will stop us anymore. Brothers, charge! In an instant, the crowd surged towards the light gate like a tidal wave. Among them, the groups from the Bailey Corporation, the Gu family, and the Xia Alliance rushed in the fastest, quickly stepping into the light gate and disappearing from sight. At the same time, deep beneath Mount Tai, Zhou Luo, who had long been teleported in, fixed his gaze tightly on an ancient city ahead. On the gate of the ancient city, three large, dragon and phoenix-like characters were engraved. Tai Shan Fu. Finally in. Zhou Luo slowly exhaled, feeling a bit impatient in his heart. Now, the winner of the Daizong Jinhaiju from his previous life, young Tianying, had been driven away by him, and no matter how reckless he was, he wouldn't dare to come in and compete for opportunities. This meant that the greatest variable on his path to obtaining the Daizong Jinhaiju had vanished. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile. I'm really sorry, the final winner of this Taishan Fu secret realm has already been booked by me. 037, 10,000 ghosts to the sovereign. The three trials of Taishan Fu. Moments later. With flashes of white light around him, those awakeners who had followed Zhou Luo into the light gate were all teleported into the secret realm. What a suffocating feeling. After seeing the scene in the secret realm, everyone's first feeling was one of extreme oppression. The dome was impenetrable, chaotic and desolate, filled with strange rocky terrains, and ahead lay a dark ancient city. Everywhere exuded eeriness. Taishan Fu? Could this be the legendary hell? Among the crowd, Gu Qianhua, after seeing the three large characters carved on the city wall, suddenly, a frown tightened on his brow. As the oldest person present, he had considerable knowledge and naturally understood the value of the three characters Taishan Mansion. With his reminder, everyone present was suddenly taken aback. The four characters Yin San Difu, Underworld, were familiar to every citizen of the Great Xia. Now, had they actually stepped into the underworld? Were they still alive? Everyone hurriedly checked their bodies. But soon, everyone realized that nothing had changed in them. I have a feeling that this secret realm will be very different from the one in Kananshan. In the Great Xia Alliance, Cui Lingfei observed the towering city wall ahead, and a sense of unease suddenly rose in his heart. The greatest danger in the Kananshan secret realm came from the exotic beasts lurking in the dense forest, but there were not many of those beasts, so the danger level was quite low. However, this Taishan Mansion felt all wrong to him. The majestic city wall standing in the darkness looked like a vast mouth of an abyss, ready to swallow everyone who stepped inside. Damn it! What the hell is this underworld? It's probably just a trick to scare people. There must be great opportunities hidden inside this ancient city. I'm not afraid of any ghosts or gods. A hot-tempered person couldn't sit still any longer, cursing to bolster his courage, and directly walked toward the city gate. The bold awakeners were still in the majority, and now with one person leading the way, the others also threw the talk of underworld out of their minds and followed him toward the gate. Let's go! Seeing that the others had started to move, Cui Lingfei no longer hesitated. However, Gu Qianhua and Lu Feiyu, the brother and sister, did not act, seemingly wanting to observe the situation a bit longer. Brother Zhou, do you think there's danger in this Taishan Mansion? Lu Feiyu walked up to Zhou Luo and asked him. In his opinion, Zhou Luo was the biggest winner in the Kananshan secret realm, the ultimate getter of the floating tower opportunity, so he should have insights about such places. I'm not sure. Zhou Luo shook his head, not revealing what he knew. Based on his memories from his past life, the first trial of Taishan Mansion, myriad ghosts worship the ancestor, should occur here. But after all, he was too weak in his past life and had not truly participated in the Taishan Mansion secret realm, only hearing rumors, so he needed to observe cautiously.
Although his current power could certainly surpass the crowd, due to the dark experiences of his past life, Zhou Luo still acted very prudently. Seeing Zhou Luo shake his head, Lu Feiyu did not ask further, simply continuing to focus on the Taishan Mansion gate. If the leading Chui Lingfei and his group entered the Taishan Mansion safely, he would not hesitate to lead his 100-person group to follow.
But if something went wrong, that would be another story. Not long after, under Chui Lingfei's guidance, the group quickly arrived at the city gate. The gate is actually closed. How do we open it? From afar, because the light was too dim, they couldn't see clearly. Now that they were up close, everyone discovered that the gate of Taishan Mansion was tightly shut. Open what? We aren't like before, still weak mortals. Let's combine our strength and break it open.
Someone in the crowd sneered, then immediately threw a punch at the massive city gate.
Bang! A loud sound echoed. The gate remained unmoved, showing no damage from the punch. So hard?
The puncher couldn't help but frown, then looked at everyone. Let's all strike together to open this gate.
Okay.
As soon as he said this, the crowd immediately agreed. Just as everyone was about to strike together, suddenly, that tightly sealed tall city gate. Suddenly, strange squeaking sounds erupted. The city gate slowly opened inward. But the people under the city wall did not show any joy at this sight. Instead, they were filled with fear. When the city wall was fully opened, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a mass of abysmal evil spirits. Their bones were dry and jagged, their faces green with sharp teeth. These evil spirits were surrounded by swirling black mist like boiling water. And their resentful thoughts condensed into thick, poisonous gas, accompanied by the surrounding cold winds emitting a mournful wail. There are, really, ghosts. Among the crowd, a timid person had already been scared to the point his legs went weak, his voice filled with terror. But most of the people who came to this place were quite calm. Although they inevitably felt fear upon seeing this group of evil spirits, they still observed that the strength of these evil spirits was basically at the initial stage level 1. Don't be afraid. The strength of these ghosts isn't high, they are all at initial stage level 1. If we work together, we can drive them all back. As the leader, Chui Lingfei waved his hand and led the people from the Great Xiao Alliance to charge forward. With strength close to the mid-stage of the transformation realm, Chui Lingfei's attacks on these evil spirits were like chopping vegetables. With a casual strike, several evil spirits perished at his hands, with no power to resist. That's right. Everyone, let's attack together. Seeing how easily Chui Lingfei killed those evil spirits, the crowd no longer hesitated and began to strike back. The scene instantly became chaotic. These evil spirits indeed weren't strong. Under the assault of the crowd, their numbers were rapidly decreasing. But soon, everyone noticed something unusual. The poisonous gas released from the bodies of the dead evil spirits seemed to affect their minds. Why the hell are you hitting me? Evil ghost, die. I am human, can't you see? As time passed, many people on the battlefield were eroded by the poisonous gas and began to attack their companions. Many people hadn't expected such a development, so they were directly ambushed and suffered serious injuries. Meanwhile, inside the Tai Mountain Mansion, these evil spirits seemed to come endlessly. After one group died, another batch followed. With this, the humans, who were previously dominating, fell into a disadvantage. I understand now. From a distance, Zhou Luo, who had been observing the battlefield situation, now had a sense of understanding. In his past life, he often heard that the first trial of Tai Mountain Mansion caused great casualties among the awakened, but he was somewhat skeptical. After all, they were just a group of initial stage level 1 little ghosts. No matter how many there were, could they withstand everyone working together? But now it seems that the factor causing great casualties among the awakened wasn't the evil spirits themselves, but the poisonous gas they released upon dying. This poisonous gas is indeed tricky. If one is not careful, they can lose their minds. Zhou Luo looked at Chui Lingfei in the battlefield. Although he was the strongest person on the field, under the compounded effects of the thick poisonous gas, his eyes were gradually turning red. If he stayed like this for a while longer, his mind was likely to also be compromised, and at that time, he would become the greatest accomplice to the evil spirits. It's time for me to take action and quickly break through this first trial to obtain the Daizong Jinhai formula. Zhou Luo's expression was calm as he directly summoned his 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc. While others feared the poisonous gas, he had no such fear. With the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc in play, the poisonous gas could not approach him at all, and would be blocked outside the shield. 038, the second trial. The reversal of the 5 senses formation. The moment the 9 Suns 8 Trigrams disc was activated, Zhou Luo stepped forward directly towards the battlefield. Since Brother Zhou has already made a move, if I continue to stand by and watch, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Seeing this, Lu Feiyu immediately decided not to watch any longer. Yuer, stay here and wait for me. I'm going to help Brother Zhou. After reminding Lu Yuer, he went on his way alone.
This poisonous gas was indeed strange, even Lu Feiyu could not guarantee he wouldn't be affected. So he would never let Luoyuer fall into such a dangerous situation. The time has come.
In the distance, Gu Qianhua saw the top combat powers of this trip to Mount Tai take action one after another, and he no longer hesitated, summoning a treasure tower shaped like a delicate pagoda to join the battle.
Boom! 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 With the addition of Zhou Luo and the other three, the human side, which was gradually at a disadvantage, immediately turned the tide, pressing the evil spirits so hard that they couldn't even get out of the door. Among them, the most eye-catching was Zhou Luo, who had a 9-yang bagua plate floating high behind his head, black and white colors swirled around him, and with every sweep of his silver dragon spear, several evil spirits were taken away. The miasma released by the dead evil spirits, upon contact with the black and white shield, retreated as if a mouse had seen a cat. In just a few minutes, a large area around Zhou Luo was cleared, and the ground was covered in the ashes of the dead evil spirits. So strong.
Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were filled with admiration. Just now at the Jade Emperor's Peak, when Zhou Luo crushed and drove back young Tianying, they were already shocked.
But at that time, Zhou Luo had not yet summoned the 9-yang bagua plate. Now that the 9-yang bagua plate had appeared, Zhou Luo's battle strength had increased tremendously. Is that bagua plate the treasure he obtained in the Tower of the Buddha? What a great opportunity!
Someone fixed their gaze on Zhou Luo's 9-yang bagua plate, a hint of greed flashing in their eyes. But soon, that greed was replaced by reason.
Who would dare to provoke Zhou Luo after the incident with Yang Tianying? Isn't that the same as seeking death? There must be a treasure in the Mount Tai secret realm that is similar to that bagua plate. If I can obtain it, wouldn't I also stand at the pinnacle of the great Xia, just like him?
Everyone's minds were buzzing, quickly turning their attention to the Mount Tai secret realm. Thinking of this, everyone became even more vigorous.
Each person wanted to quickly finish off these pesky evil spirits to truly enter the Mount Tai mansion in search for opportunities. Soon, tens of thousands of evil spirits were rapidly decreasing.
The greatest credit besides Zhou Luo was Gu Qianhua, who summoned the treasure tower. The exquisite treasure tower lit up with 5-color divine light, and with a casual wave of Gu Qianhua's hand, a beam of divine light directly struck the crowd of evil spirits. Any evil spirit that came into contact with the divine light instantly melted away, turning into piles of ashes in an instant. After just finishing off a large batch of evil spirits, Zhou Luo's gaze also turned to Gu Qianhua, who held the treasure tower.
5-color exquisite tower.
He recognized the origin of this treasure in an instant. It was one of Gu Qianhua's strongest treasures from his previous life. It is said that this 5-color exquisite tower was originally one of Gu Qianhua's collection pieces, but after the era of mutation arrived, it suddenly shone with divine light, revealing the power of an innate supreme treasure, which Gu Qianhua directly refined for his own use. Though both are innate supreme treasures, it is still a bit inferior compared to my 9-yang bagua plate.
Zhou Luo squinted his eyes slightly and shook his head secretly.
The 5-color exquisite tower is primarily for killing. With a sweep of its divine light, flesh and bones cannot survive. However, the 9-yang bagua plate, as the world's strongest defensive supreme treasure, can block all of the 5-color divine light as long as the holder's cultivation isn't too lagging behind. Moreover, Zhou Luo's 9-yang bagua plate was a complete version, not only invincible in defense but also capable of reflecting all attacks. It was many times more powerful than the broken version of the bagua plate that Wu Qiyun had in his previous life.
It's a pity that the greatest opportunity within the Mount Tai mansion is the Daizong Zhenghaiju. There are no innate supreme treasures hidden here, otherwise, I would have another weapon at hand.
Zhou Luo cleared his thoughts, no longer thinking about other matters, and turned his attention to clearing the evil spirits.
Before long, the evil spirits were completely eliminated with everyone's united efforts.
During this time, Cui Lingfei lost his sanity for a moment due to coming into contact with the miasma too early. Turning to his companion beside him, he launched an attack. Fortunately, Zhou Luo was close enough and had noticed Cui Lingfei's strange behavior in advance, quickly controlling him.
Mr. Zhou, thank you so much just now. Without your help, this might have become my heart's demon. After the battle, Cui Lingfei approached Zhou Luo, sincerely expressing his gratitude. No need to thank me, it was just a minor effort. Zhou Luo slightly shook his head and did not say much more. At this moment, all the evil spirits had been eliminated, and the first trial of Taishan Mansion, 10,000 ghosts worshipping the ancestor, had been cleared. He only wanted to hurry into the second trial to quickly obtain the Daizong Zhenhaiju. Once we leave this place, I will visit again to express my thanks. Seeing this, Cui Lingfei cupped his hands and took his leave, no longer wishing to disturb him further. Inside the city gate. After the evil spirits were completely eradicated, the scene in Taishan Mansion finally appeared before everyone.
It was a vast and enormous square. The square was extremely empty, without any clutter, exuding a mysterious and eerie atmosphere.
Why is it so empty? This is different from what I imagined. Something's wrong, very wrong. This square must be a trap.
Upon seeing the empty square, the crowd displayed hints of confusion in their eyes.
In their eyes, Taishan Mansion, resembling an ancient city, should have bustling buildings behind its gates. But the first sight they encountered upon entering Taishan Mansion was this strange large square. It's easy to guess that there must be a problem within this square.
Yet, there was no other path available. To advance, they had no choice but to step onto the square.
Unlike the doubts in everyone's hearts, Zhou Luo's mind instantly recalled a name upon seeing the square. Second trial, the reversal of the five senses array. The reversal of the five senses array, as its name suggests, would leave anyone who stepped into it utterly lost in their senses. What seems forward may actually be left, what seems right may actually be backward.
What the eyes see, what the ears hear, and what the nose smells are all false. To pass this challenge, one can only hold on to their heart, subtly sensing where the core of the array lies and breaking it.
Is that guy Yang Tianying leading everyone in this trial? Zhou Luo suddenly thought of something.
In his past life, Yang Tianying became the one who obtained the Daizong Jinhaiju precisely because he found the core of the array faster than anyone else in this second trial and broke through. Moreover, his method was extremely crude, relying on the strength of his supreme jade bones. He would crash against the array according to his instincts. If you told him to go forward, he would go forward. If you told him to go backward, he would go backward. Not caring about anything else, he eventually guessed the right direction of an array's core and smashed it. Without Yang Tianying this time, I will take the title of the fastest to break the array. My nine-nether chaos body gives me the law spirit voice that can see through any array. Breaking arrays is really at my fingertips. With his mind made up, Zhou Luo stepped onto the square ahead of everyone, showcasing his confidence.
039, 13 steps to break the array. The audience is stunned. The god of killing has gone up. Is he not afraid that there are traps in this square? How reckless. Are you stupid? With the power of a god of killing, what is he afraid of? Have you forgotten how he killed those evil spirits earlier? The crowd began to murmur as they saw Zhou Luo take the lead into the square.
Gu Qianhua and the others turned to look at Zhou Luo's action.
Soon, the moment Zhou Luo stepped into the square, a buzzing sound echoed.
The entire square suddenly revealed a mysterious array, prompting the crowd to step back in fear.
Indeed, there is a trap. What kind of array is this, that covers such a vast area, enveloping the entire square? There is no way forward here, the only way to continue is to enter the array.
The reversal of the five senses array shrouded the path ahead as well. Everyone quickly understood that if they wanted to delve deeper into Taishan Mansion, they could only choose to break through the formation before them. Wait, let's see how he responds. Someone with a thoughtful mind planned to observe how Zhou Luo was handling the formation.
If Zhou Luo couldn't handle this great formation, then they could only step back. It would be ridiculous, if someone as strong as Zhou Luo couldn't get through, what hope did they have? In the crowd, Luffy you noticed Zhou Luo stepping forward, and his expression became slightly serious. Brother Zhou takes the lead. That's fine. If danger appears inside the formation, I can rescue him from outside.
He had already prepared in his heart, if things went wrong later, he would immediately step in to support Zhou Luo.
Inside the formation. The moment Zhou Luo entered the formation, he felt his five senses were instantly robbed. Everything before him felt dreamlike, it seemed real, but it was entirely an illusion created by the inverted senses formation. His ears and nose were no different, everything he heard and smelled was also illusory. Zhou Luo tentatively took a step forward, but to everyone else, he appeared to step left. Stepping again, this time he seemed to step right. Zhou Luo knew he was testing this inverted formation, but others were entirely clueless and thought he was breaking the formation. First left, then right. I've memorized it. Everyone mentally noted Zhou Luo's every move, afraid to miss anything. What a remarkable inverted senses formation.
On the platform, after Zhou Luo tentatively took 2 steps, he stopped all movement. At this moment, he could clearly feel that if he did nothing and calmed his mind, he could sense a correct path in the darkness.
This should be the proper way to break the formation. Zhou Luo understood everything and no longer suppressed the power of his law eye and spiritual language.
He saw a faint golden light flashing in his pupils, followed by an instant change in the scene before him. From the illusions created by the inverted senses formation, it instantly transformed into the original appearance of the square, with the formation patterns clearly visible beneath his feet and several key formation points brightly displayed in front of him. After seeing the positions of the formation points, Zhou Luo no longer hesitated and stepped directly toward one of the formation points. With the support of the law eye and spiritual language, even if Zhou Luo was affected by the inverted formation and went the wrong way, he could quickly adjust his angle based on the formation point's location. In just 13 steps, he stepped directly into the formation point. The moment he entered the formation point, Zhou Luo felt his sense of direction return as if he was completely free from the interference of the inverted senses formation. The entire process was incredibly easy, taking less than 3 minutes. Brother Lu, I'll go ahead and wait for you. After passing through, Zhou Luo turned back and waved to Luffy Yu, then straightly walked deeper into Taishan Mansion. Okay. Luffy Yu, who had been called by name, was momentarily stunned, and after a while, he finally reacted. There was no other reason. It was simply that Zhou Luo's passage was too easy. So simple that it seemed abnormal. To know that just watching the formation above the square made him feel incredibly mysterious, it was definitely a top-tier ancient formation. Logically speaking, with such a powerful formation, breaking through should be very difficult, right? How could Zhou Luo break it in less than 3 minutes? Could it be that this formation was just for show and actually very simple? This thought suddenly arose in Luffy Yu's mind. Not just him. The others, watching Zhou Luo leave the formation so easily, also started to feel eager themselves. This formation is too deceptive, it looks so frightening, yet others can pass in just a few minutes. No way, I have to hurry over too, or all the opportunities in Taishan Mansion will be taken by the god of killing. He eats meat, and I have to drink some soup along with him. That's right, this formation is so simple, watch me break it easily. Ha, every step that the killing god took, I have memorized in my heart. I just need to simply replicate it, and I'll definitely break the formation faster than the original master. Countless people, full of confidence, immediately stopped staying where they were and stepped into the range of the inverted great formation. But there were also some more cautious people who didn't act impulsively and continued to stay behind, observing. Soon, those who stayed behind observing began to notice something wrong. Why are the people who entered the inverted great formation all walking in circles? Even worse, they kept bumping into the people next to them. The people inside the formation were even more confused. No, this can't be right. I followed every step that Zhou Luo took, I've repeated it several times, so why can't I get out yet? And clearly, there was a wide road in front of me, but when I took a step, it felt like I was violently bumped into by someone? Everyone was puzzled in their hearts. Outside the formation, Lu Feiyu, Gu Qianhua, and the other experts, upon seeing the scene inside the formation, immediately understood. The reason Zhou Luo went through it so easily earlier wasn't because the formation was weak. It was simply because Zhou Luo was too powerful. Look at these ordinary people who entered the formation, they still haven't figured out what happened. Luckily, I wasn't the first one to enter, otherwise, just figuring out how this formation works would have taken me half the day. Lu Feiyu secretly thanked himself. He had already figured out what the formation did, which was most likely to confuse a person's sense of direction and the 5 senses, making them unable to know where they were going. If he had entered the formation following those people after Zhou Luo, he would have wasted a lot of time just figuring out the logic of the formation. It's time to go in. I can't fall behind Zhou brother too much. You error, come with me. If I break the formation first, I'll wait for you outside the formation. Without hesitation, Lu Feiyu directly took Lu Yuer into the formation. Gu Qianhua did the same. As everyone was focusing on breaking the formation. Deep within Taishan Mansion, Zhou Luo had already arrived at a magnificent palace. This is the third test? Zhou Luo looked around, only to find countless meditation cushions in the hall. And these meditation cushions had an incredibly beautiful name in his past life. Enlightenment cushions. This third test of Taishan Mansion was a test of one's enlightenment. Anyone who sat on a cushion would have a wordless heavenly book appear in their mind. The stronger the enlightenment, the more words would gradually appear on the wordless heavenly book. Once all the words appeared, the heavenly book would reveal its true form and transform into the Daizong Jinhai secret. And enlightenment was often linked to talent, so in his past life, young Tianying had relied on his strong talent, combined with the time advantage brought by the supreme jade bone in the second test, to directly become the one who obtained the Daizong Jinhai secret. A test of enlightenment, what difference does this have from being handed to me? Zhou Luo smiled slightly, without any hesitation, he directly sat on the nearest meditation cushion. Among the various traits of the 9 nether chaos body, the Emperor Blood Sacred Heart represented the ultimate enlightenment. For Zhou Luo, this third test was completely a matter of ease. 040, the 5 Great Mountain Sutra. The real top-level breathing technique? The moment he sat on the meditation cushion, a wordless heavenly book suddenly appeared in Zhou Luo's mind. This isn't right? But Zhou Luo didn't show the expected joy. Instead, he was a bit confused. Where's the supposed wordless heavenly book? Why is it all filled with words? He saw that the so-called wordless heavenly book was covered with a dense array of small characters. Zhou Luo, not believing in evil, flipped through a few pages, only to find that each page was the same. What is going on? According to the normal process, shouldn't I be cracking the wordless heavenly book and then obtaining the Daizong Jinhai secret? Now that the wordless heavenly book has words, how can I crack it? If he can't decipher the wordless heavenly book, then what about his Daizong Jinhai Ju? Zhou Luo felt somewhat confused. But soon, he discovered something was off. No, what's written in this book seems to be a breathing technique too.
Zhou Luo's eyes lit up.
He observed it carefully. Gradually, a burst of ecstasy emerged in Zhou Luo's eyes. What's written here is actually the Five Mountains scripture. The scripture details that the Five Mountains scripture is the superior technique of the Daizong Zhenhaiju, and that the Daizong Zhenhaiju evolved from the Five Mountains scripture. Only those with exceptional talent and comprehension can observe the Five Mountains scripture on a meditation cushion. In his past life, no one ever observed the Five Mountains scripture on a meditation cushion, and no one knew that this so-called world's #1 breathing technique, Daizong Zhenhaiju, was just a small part of the Five Mountains scripture.
This is really unexpected.
Zhou Luo sighed inwardly. He initially thought the Daizong Zhenhaiju was invincible, but didn't expect there to be masters beyond it. With just a simple glance at the Five Mountains scripture, he could sense the supreme power of this breathing technique.
The Five Mountains scripture is divided into 9 levels. Upon reaching the first level, one can carry the illusory shadow of Mount Tai, stepping on the path to split the earth by 3 inches. At the third level, one can comprehend the sword energy clouds of Mount Hua, condensing supreme sword intent, piercing through gold and jade with flying flowers. At the 5th level, one refines the essence of the earth fire of Mount Hong, burning rivers and drying seas with a single breath.
At the 7th level, one incorporates the millennium cold marrow of Mount Hong, summoning the cold tide of the 9 underworlds, freezing 3,000 miles with one's palm. If one practices to the 9th level of great perfection, one can merge with the essence of the Songshan mountain range, resonating flesh and blood with the earth's veins, standing as if on the unshakable mountain. Such a powerful technique should be mine to use. Zhou Luo suppressed the excitement in his heart and immediately began to comprehend the Five Mountains scripture.
The meditation cushion is not just a simple tool to hand over the Five Mountains scripture to anyone.
Within a stick of incense, which is half an hour, if Zhou Luo does not fully comprehend the Five Mountains scripture and successfully practice to the first level, then the Five Mountains scripture will forever vanish between heaven and earth. Such a powerful breathing technique naturally possesses intelligence. If even the most talented and perceptive person in the world cannot master it within half an hour, it would rather not exist than submit to mediocrity. Inside the great hall, it was as quiet as before. Zhou Luo sat on the meditation cushion, his breathing began to fluctuate regularly.
The Five Mountains scripture was being comprehended by him little by little. At the same time, inside the reversed Five Senses Great Array, those who stepped into the array first had begun to grasp the rules of this reversed grand formation. The later arrivals, like Lu Feiyu and others, had already begun to calm down, silently perceiving the mysterious guidance in the air. Their progress was much faster, with Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua leading notably, both less than 10 meters from the nearest core of the array. About 10 minutes passed. The two finally stepped into the range of the core, and their distorted 5 senses instantly returned to normal. "Little guy from the Bailey group, I'll go ahead, you take your time to help that little girl." Gu Qianhua left the array without any pause, heading directly toward the depths of Mount Tai. While Lu Feiyu stayed in place, thinking of ways to guide Lu Yuer, still trapped in the array. After all, as a top talent from the Great Xia, with Lu Feiyu's assistance, Lu Yuer successfully broke the array in just 3 minutes. "Yuer, let's go, we'll find Brother Zhou and see how he's doing." Without a second thought, Lu Feiyu took Lu Yuer into the depths of Mount Tai. Due to the speed-oriented talent of the Lu Feiyu siblings, although they took 3 minutes, they surprisingly arrived outside the Great Hall simultaneously with Gu Qianhua. "Little guy, so fast?" Gu Qianhua was somewhat surprised. He was already rushing with all his might, yet was still caught up by Lu Feiyu. But he didn't think much of it and quickly shifted his focus back to the Great Hall. "I see Mr. Zhou." Lu Yuer had sharp eyes and immediately spotted Zhou Luo sitting on a cushion. "What is this cushion?" Gu Qianhua, on the side, observed the cushions in the Great Hall with a look of confusion. Could it be that the opportunity is hidden within these cushions? Lu Feiyu pondered for a moment and, without hesitation, led his sister into the hall, preparing to sit on a cushion like Zhou Luo. Gu Qianhua did the same. Since Zhou Luo was already sitting on a cushion, it proved that this cushion was very likely the place of opportunity. Even if there was no opportunity within the cushion, it was probably the key to solving the next challenge. In short, sitting on the cushion like Zhou Luo was the right decision. Just as the three were about to sit down, suddenly, the cushion Zhou Luo was sitting on suddenly erupted with several beams of light, enveloping the entire Great Hall. After a moment, the light gradually receded. Zhou Luo slowly opened his eyes. "I did it!" He was filled with immense joy. He had already mastered the first level of the Five Mountains Classic. After mastering it, that divine book had already drilled into Zhou Luo's mind, equivalent to recognizing him as its master. "Oh, you all came too." Zhou Luo stood up from the cushion, turned his head, and saw Lu Feiyu and the others staring at him in confusion, so he smiled and said, "Brother Zhou, what is this?" Lu Feiyu had a strange expression. When he saw the phenomenon appearing after Zhou Luo sat on the cushion, a guess arose in his heart. Could it be that they had arrived too late? Just like what his sister described in the Tower of Pagodas, the opportunity within this Taishan mansion had already been taken by Zhou Luo?
If that was the case, then there was no need for him to waste time sitting on a cushion.
Brother Lu, I can only say that there are mysteries above the cushion.
Zhou Luo shook his head and did not explain much. Although he had already obtained the Five Mountains Classic, the Daizong Jinhai secret was still within the cushion.
If Lu Feiyu could comprehend it quickly, he would still have a chance to obtain the Daizong Jinhai secret.
Although it could not compare to the Five Mountains Classic, it was still a top breathing technique in the world.
I understand, thank you, Brother Zhou.
Seeing this, Lu Feiyu did not hesitate and directly sat on the cushion to start comprehending. Since Zhou Luo said so, he naturally would not doubt it. Lu Yuer and Gu Qianhua, seeing this, hurriedly followed suit, and the three quickly immersed themselves in the divine book. I have already obtained the greatest opportunity in the Taishan mansion. I am too lazy to fight for any small gains. Zhou Luo was already prepared to leave the secret realm of the Taishan mansion. Indeed, the Taishan mansion still hid many magical weapons and earth spirit treasures waiting for fated people to discover.
But those things were entirely useless to Zhou Luo now.
Regarding talent and comprehension, he had already reached the peak, no exotic fruits could help him advance further. As for magical weapons, Zhou Luo vaguely remembered that the strongest weapon unearthed in his previous life in the Taishan Mansion's secret realm was on par with the silver flood dragon spear he currently held.
Moreover, searching for these things was truly a waste of time, utterly unworthy for Zhou Luo to do. What Zhou Luo needed most now was to find a quiet place to diligently cultivate the Five Mountains Classic. This great hall was definitely not suitable. Lu Feiyu and the others were just the first wave, and it wouldn't be long before those awakened within the flipped great array would rush in, making it extremely noisy. The silver flood dragon spear is indeed already falling behind for me. Zhou Luo secretly shook his head. On the Jade Emperor Peak, although he could suppress Yang Tianying with absolute strength, he did not have a suitable weapon to kill him. Only a weapon that could slay the supreme Jade Bone would be a congenital treasure. Yet the only congenital treasure he currently possessed was the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, not categorized as a weapon. It doesn't matter, there isn't much time left until the day of the Ta sword's emergence. Zhou Luo squinted his eyes, having already made up his mind. Since he had reincarnated, he had naturally chosen his weapon. And as the Taya sword, which is heavy with murderous energy among the innate treasures, was his top choice. 041, the Beast King descends. Chu Hanyun's determination. While Zhou Luo was devoted to his training. In Jiangnan City, Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun stood in front of a virtual panoramic military map, both looking extremely serious. On the map, several enormous beasts, as large as small mountains, were lurking in a certain mountain range. If Zhou Luo were present, he would instantly recognize that this mountain range was none other than Qinan Mountain. Hanyun, the crisis of life and death for Jiangnan City has arrived. Are you prepared to face death? Wang Lin looked determinedly at Chu Hanyun. I am fully prepared. Chu Hanyun's expression was firm, his gaze unwavering. As a person with beliefs from the Great Xia, the moment Chu Hanyun joined the Great Xia Alliance, he was already ready to die for the Great Xia. Moreover, it was his own home, which he was born and raised in, facing crisis now. These beasts, which suddenly appeared on Qinan Mountain an hour ago, all had the strength of the transformation phase. If it were just that, Jiangnan City would not be in such an exaggerated situation of life and death. The key was that after these beasts appeared on Qinan Mountain, they did not rampage everywhere, but gathered together, seemingly waiting for something. And this phenomenon was not unfamiliar to the Great Xia Alliance. What these beasts were waiting for was the Beast King. A Beast King is about to descend on Jiangnan City. At the moment this news was received, Wang Lin immediately notified everyone to evacuate the entire population of Jiangnan City. The farther away from Jiangnan City, the better. Even nearby cities had to leave. Otherwise, after the Beast King descends, it won't just affect Jiangnan City. Even the surrounding cities would be attacked. But alas, with so many people in Jiangnan City, even if the notifications were sent, they could not be evacuated all at once in a short time. Based on past experiences, there was only 1 hour left until the Beast King descended. This hour was the last chance for them in the Great Xia Alliance. Kill these few beasts. Otherwise, when the Beast King descends, these powerful beasts in the transformation phase will become the strongest helpers for the Beast King. They would cause many troubles for the entire Great Xia. Have we contacted Mr. Zhou? Wang Lin closed his eyes tightly, then opened them again, looking at Chu Hanyun and asking. As soon as he learned about the impending Beast King, he had tried to reach Zhou Luo. But he couldn't get through at all. Zhou Luo's phone had no signal whatsoever. Later, the investigation revealed that Zhou Luo had gone to Mount Tai 3 days ago and was currently in the secret realm of Mount Tai. Not yet, Mr. Zhou probably hasn't left the secret realm. Chu Hanyun shook his head, indicating he was powerless. This secret realm lasted surprisingly long. It seems we can't wait for Mr. Zhou's help. Wang Lin sighed. The Qinan Mountain secret realm had only lasted an hour, but now 3 hours had passed since the secret realm of Mount Tai opened.
And Zhou Luo was the one he thought was the most likely to help Jiangnan City resolve this crisis. Now that Zhou Luo was unreachable, Jiangnan City could only rely on itself. Notify the military district, prepare to mobilize all heavy firepower, and eradicate these beasts. Wang Lin did not dwell on this matter for long and issued the command directly.
Yes. Chu Hanyun immediately went to inform the military district. Soon,
the military district's firepower was ready, just waiting for Wang Lin's order.
Fire!
Wang Lin waved his hand, and a wave of missiles launched violently, exploding deep in Qinan Mountain.
Boom!
A deafening sound echoed, and the entire Qinan Mountain range was instantly filled with dust. But when the dust settled, the several beasts at the center of the explosion were completely unharmed.
How is this possible? Wang Lin was horrified.
The power of this round of missiles is enough to destroy a small mountain, more than enough to deal with the transforming beasts in the realm of change. Yet after one round of firing, these strange beasts not only did not die, but they did not even have a single scratch on them.
What on earth is going on?
Leader, it seems there is a protective shield around these strange beasts. Chu Hanyun noticed something was wrong and shouted directly. Hearing this, Wang Lin hurriedly looked over and indeed saw a thin, milky white shield surrounding the strange beasts. The color of this shield was a perfect match for the aura that was brewing in the center of the strange beasts.
Could it be that the Beast King is protecting them?
A glimmer of despair flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Since the onset of the mutated era, the Beast Kings that have descended upon Blue Star all possess at least the strength of the divine realm. And not just any simple divine realm, most of them are in the later stages of the divine realm. At this level, unless it's a nuclear weapon, a large-scale and indiscriminate weapon, ordinary firearms cannot harm them at all.
If this shield is truly from the Beast King, then their plan would be ruined.
Currently, the people of Jiangnan City have not yet fully evacuated. If they use nuclear weapons, many innocent lives would surely be lost. Such an act goes against humanity and is not the intention of their Great Xia Alliance.
Continue to launch. Wang Lin gritted his teeth and gave the order again. Boom! 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 The second round of missiles was quickly fired off entirely.
When the dust settled, the shield remained intact as before.
Continue. Give me the last missile, fire clean. Wang Lin would not accept defeat. Boom! Boom! Boom!
For the third, fourth, and fifth rounds, the missiles stored in the military zone were completely exhausted, yet that layer of shield showed no damage whatsoever.
Wang Lin's face was filled with despair.
He had never felt so powerless in his life.
Chu Hanyun beside him felt the same way.
A silence fell in the command room. After a long while, Wang Lin's trembling fingers touched the metal on his chest, his lips moved. Hanyun, you should leave, get out of Jiangnan City. Though Chu Hanyun had already expressed his resolve to fight to the death, at this final moment, Wang Lin could not bear it. Chu Hanyun was very young, with high talent. As long as he was alive, there were limitless possibilities ahead. He did not want to see such a young man sacrifice himself here.
But Chu Hanyun did not respond to Wang Lin.
He simply stood in place, his gaze unwavering.
Silence was the best answer.
Wang Lin sighed heavily, his tone complicated. Hanyun, well done. He did not know whether to feel happy or sad. But soon, he adjusted his emotions.
Since that's the case, you and I will fight side by side today. Even if we cannot kill this group of beasts, we will skin them alive. Wang Lin's eyes showed a fierce determination.
As a person from Great Xia, as a soldier of Great Xia, this fierceness was ingrained in his bones. I can die, but the enemy shall not live well. This is the soul of a soldier.
Mount Tai.
As the golden gate between heaven and earth gradually disappeared,
everyone who entered the secret realm of Mount Tai was transported out at this moment. Among them was Zhou Luo. Lu Feiyu looked at Zhou Luo beside him, feeling a subtle change in Zhou Luo's aura.
But when he tried to explain it, he couldn't quite articulate what had changed.
He asked Zhou Luo, Brother Zhou, where are you planning to go next? Back to Jiangnan City?
The secret realm has ended, and I should return to cultivate.
Zhou Luo nodded slightly.
Just now, he had already seamlessly integrated the Five Mountains scripture into his practice. At this moment, with each breath, he exuded the power of the Five Mountains, long and powerful. Moreover, with this top-notch breathing technique of the Five Mountains scripture, Zhou Luo found that his cultivation speed had qualitatively improved. In just 2 hours in the secret realm, he directly broke through to the third level of the divine realm.
That was much faster than when he absorbed the earth's evil qi.
Then I won't stay much longer.
Take care, Brother Zhou. Mr. Zhou, Yuer bids farewell.
If there's a chance in the future, please come visit us at the Bailey Group. Seeing Zhou Luo's decision was firm, Lu Feiyu did not intend to keep him any longer and took Lu Yuer away directly. Gu Qianhua did not linger in Taishan City. He had gained a lot from this secret realm, including the Daizong Jinhaiju, and he needed to hurry back to Aoda to practice the breathing method. Soon, the people around gradually dispersed. Zhou Luo also left the Taishan area, but at that moment, his phone kept ringing.
The Beast King has descended in Jiangnan City? Could it be that guy?
After reading the messages from Wang Lin and Xu Hanyu, Zhou Luo's expression changed. In his past life, he almost met disaster because of a Beast King that descended in Jiangnan City, and it was the Daxia Alliance that saved him. But now, he had enough strength to deal with it.
Perfect timing. I want to test how strong I am after practicing the Five Mountains Classic.
Besides, I'll give that guy a good beating.
A slight smile crept onto Zhou Luo's lips. Without any hesitation, he quickly headed towards Jiangnan City.
If it really is him, the timing seems a bit off. On the road, Zhou Luo felt highly confused. Because according to the timeline from his past life, within 3 months after the onset of the mutation era, no Beast King had descended in Jiangnan City. The Beast King that almost cost him his life in his past life descended in the 4th month.
But now, something was different. Could it be because of my rebirth that has caused a butterfly effect? Zhou Luo secretly speculated.
Only this possibility remained. After all, before his rebirth, Wu Qiyun had not completed the 9 Suns Bagua disc from the floating tower.
The number 1 breathing method was not the current Five Mountains Classic, but the Daizong Jinhaiju. If it really is him, would his strength still be at the transformation realm? Zhou Luo squinted his eyes and pondered.
In his past life, the Beast King that descended 4 months later was already at the transformation realm, extremely terrifying. With his current strength, dealing with a Beast King of the divine abnormal realm, even if it was in the late stage, would be more than enough. But if it was at the transformation realm, it would be a bit tricky. However, it didn't mean he couldn't fight at all. Now that he had practiced the Five Mountains Classic to the first level, his combat power was completely different from before entering Taishan. On the defense side, he had the 9 Suns Bagua disc, and on the offense side, he had the power of Taishan from the first level of the Five Mountains Classic.
With both offense and defense, he could still have a fight even against the transformation realm.
Too bad, if I had the Taya sword in my hands, I could kill one even if it was at the transformation realm. Zhou Luo sighed softly. The one thing he lacked the most now was a congenital supreme treasure for attacking. But such things couldn't be forced. After all, the Taya sword would not open for several days in Mountly, so he could only wait.
Jiangnan City.
Wang Lin and Xu Hanyu had already arrived above the Qinan mountain range. In front of them were 3 strange beasts. Behind them, there were no other people. The rest of the Daxia Alliance members in Jiangnan City had all been driven away by Wang Lin. Some people didn't want to leave, but were knocked unconscious and forcibly taken away by Wang Lin. There was no other reason, they were simply too weak. Still at the initial realm, they were like food for these strange beasts that had already reached the pre-mutation realm, posing no threat whatsoever.
Letting them go was Wang Lin's way of being responsible for their lives. Moreover,
stepping forward to face such powerful enemies was the duty of him and Xu Hanyu. After all, they were the only 2 in the Daxia Alliance of Jiangnan City who had reached the pre-mutation realm. With great power comes great responsibility. Sky-splitting falcon, golden-tailed white wolf, ground-shaking black bear. Wang Lin looked at the 3 strange beasts in front of him, his heart slightly sinking. Long before these 3 strange beasts appeared, he had requested their information from headquarters. Since the start of the mutation era, many strange beasts had appeared one after another, and these 3 were quite common types.
But only limited to the initial realm. As for the pre-mutation realm, this was Wang Lin's first encounter. Hanyu, I excel in speed, I.
Just hold off the Rift Falcon and the golden-tailed white wolf, and you deal with the earth-shaking black bear.
Quickly kill the earth-shaking black bear, so you can come support me, do you understand? Wang Lin immediately issued the strategy. Xu Hanyu nodded seriously, no problem.
The earth-shaking black bear was the weakest of the 3 strange beasts, only at the first level of the temporary change realm. And Xu Hanyun had also broken through to the first level of the temporary change realm. With weapon support, killing this earth-shaking black bear was just a matter of time. Of course. All of this was based on the premise that Wang Lin could hold off the Rift Falcon and the golden-tailed white wolf. If either of these 2 strange beasts came to help the earth-shaking black bear, Xu Hanyun would be in danger. Since you're ready, let's go together. With a command from Wang Lin, the 2 rushed towards the shield. This shield had strong defense against firearms, but had no resistance against the invasion of spiritual energy. Any awakened one could easily enter. Inside the shield, the 3 strange beasts clearly understood this, quickly taking up a defensive stance.
After entering the shield, Wang Lin first battled with the Rift Falcon, then pulled the golden-tailed white wolf into the fray, not giving the golden-tailed white wolf a chance to support the earth-shaking black bear.
Xu Hanyun also lived up to expectations, pushing the earth-shaking black bear back in their exchange. If we can kill these 3 before the Beast King arrives, it counts as accomplishing something.
Seeing the earth-shaking black bear on the verge of defeat, Wang Lin felt a wave of relief. Although they could not defeat the Beast King, if they could kill these three little brothers, it would count as a breath of air. Just when Wang Lin felt the situation was under control. Hiss hiss hiss. Suddenly, the ground under the earth-shaking black bear began to surge. Next, a crimson scorpion tail emerged from the ground, piercing straight at Chu Hanyun. Chu Hanyun did not expect this turn, and while hurriedly dodging, the earth-shaking black bear seized the chance and struck his chest with a paw. Puff. Chu Hanyun spat out blood, his momentum rapidly fading. The owner of that scorpion tail also emerged from the ground. It was the crimson-tailed sharp scorpion that had appeared in Eagle Country before. There's actually a fourth one. Wang Lin was shocked, despair filling his heart. He never imagined that another strange beast was hiding underground. With this, the situation flipped instantly. You filthy creature, even if I die, I will take one with me. Chu Hanyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, showing a smile. Seeing this, a sense of sadness rose in Wang Lin's heart. He knew Chu Hanyun was going to use self-detonation to exchange for the life of the already wounded earth-shaking black bear. One life for another. The earth-shaking black bear seemed to sense the danger and wanted to retreat. But Chu Hanyun was faster than it. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside the earth-shaking black bear. Let's go together. Chu Hanyun gritted his teeth, about to mobilize his Dantian spiritual energy for self-detonation. But just then, a loud shout came from afar. Wait! Chu Hanyun turned at the sound, hope suddenly appearing in his eyes. Mr. Zhou. The newcomer was Zhou Luo. In a hurry to return, Zhou Luo finally arrived back in Jiangnan City. Just a few animals, why must it be this way? Zhou Luo had watched the scene, and he had a good impression of Chu Hanyun. He did not want him to sacrifice like this. You leave first, I will deal with these beasts. Zhou Luo waved his hand, and Chu Hanyun felt himself enveloped by a vast power, directly sent out of the battlefield. This move was something Zhou Luo had just learned. After mastering the first level of the Five Mountains scripture, he discovered he could combine the mighty power of Taishan with the extraordinary realm, summoning everything with a wave of his hand. Mr. Zhou's cultivation. After being sent out of the battlefield, Chu Hanyun was somewhat shocked. If he remembered correctly, only someone in the extraordinary realm could do this, right? Could it be that Zhou Luo had broken through to the extraordinary realm? Before he could think too much. At this moment, Wang Lin in the battlefield saw Zhou Luo arrive. My heart was filled with indescribable joy. Mr. Zhou, I'll hold off the sky-rending falcon and the golden-tailed white wolf, the other two are up to you. He shouted loudly and continued to entangle with the two strange beasts. Zhou Luo, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile slightly. Why make it so troublesome? He waved his hand at Wang Lin again. Wang Lin, who was battling the sky-rending falcon and the golden-tailed white wolf, was suddenly enveloped by a vast power and sent to Chu Hanyun's side. Mr. Zhou, what are you doing? Wang Lin was somewhat confused. Why send him out? Could it be that Zhou Luo wanted to fight for alone? Zhou Luo didn't explain. Instead, he looked down from above, gazing at the four strange beasts, his eyes filled with killing intent. No matter the reason, since you have come to Jiangnan City, you can only blame your bad luck. Today, let you die here and become the nourishment of Jiangnan City's soil. Zhou Luo's whole body shook, and a vast aura instantly spread around him. Behind him, a towering mountain phantom suddenly appeared. The Phantom of Mount Tai. Go! Zhou Luo raised his hand to wave. The Phantom of Mount Tai erupted with unparalleled might, crushing directly towards the four strange beasts. 043, Dominant Suppression. Frost Thunder collapsing. The towering Phantom of Mount Tai exploded with a roar, enveloping the vast power which directly suppressed the four strange beasts. Roar! The four strange beasts felt as if a real Mount Tai was pressing down on them, their bodies involuntarily crawling on the ground, yet they still couldn't ease the pain of being crushed, crying out in despair. But the four strange beasts seemed not to have given up, trying their utmost to resist Zhou Luo's strike. A mere transformation realm beast dares to challenge me? Seeing this, Zhou Luo frowned and no longer held back. His internal spiritual energy flowed at full speed, making that towering Phantom of Mount Tai even more solid. Boom! In the next moment, the four transformation realm strange beasts couldn't withstand the pressure any longer, and their bodies exploded in an instant, beast blood splattering across the entire Chinan mountain. What kind of power is this? Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun were stunned. These were four transformation realm strange beasts, not mere initial stage creatures. Just a moment ago, these four beasts almost killed both of them. But now, Zhou Luo casually made a move and directly killed the four strange beasts. They didn't even have the strength to resist. After killing the four strange beasts, Zhou Luo retracted his aura, and the Phantom of Mount Tai gradually dissipated in the air. The Five Mountains scripture is indeed powerful. He secretly marveled.
The Phantom of Mount Tai condensed from the Five Mountains scripture had a might that was simply beyond what ordinary breathing techniques could compare to. Just practicing to the first level had such great power. What would it be like to practice to the 9th level and reach the realm of resonating the flesh with the earth's veins, standing as if on the not-sinking mountain? Would it be unnecessary for him to make a move? Just one breath, and all 4 strange beasts would be suppressed? While lost in thought, Zhou Luo had already reached Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun's side. After that fierce battle, both of them were already heavily injured. Especially Chu Hanyun, whose internal injuries were severe, making his breath become erratic. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your help." But when the two saw Zhou Luo arrive, they still respectfully cupped their fists in gratitude. They knew very well that if it weren't for Zhou Luo's intervention today, they would have died here. There was no alternative possibility. Against 3 transformation realm beasts, they could still battle. But against 4, they truly couldn't match up. That red-tailed scorpion was too treacherous, managing to deceive everyone by hiding underground. "No need to thank me, Jiangnan City is my hometown, naturally, I won't allow them to run rampant here." Zhou Luo shook his head, not saying much more. Then, he directed his gaze toward the nearby milky white aura that was still brewing, his eyes flashing with a trace of seriousness. "I observe that the aura of the Beast King is becoming more solid, it is estimated to arrive very soon. A great battle is unavoidable soon. You are seriously injured, it's better to retreat far away, to avoid being caught in the crossfire." Zhou Luo reminded the two. "The Beast King about to descend is still unknown in what realm it is, if it's in the divine realm, that would be fine, just slightly tricky. But if it's truly in the spirit transformation realm, then Zhou Luo can only fight with all his might. At that point, the aftermath of the battle will definitely be substantial. He also doesn't have the energy to protect the two while fighting with full force. Crossing a great realm to battle the Beast King is already difficult, and if there are any distractions, it is very likely to end in death." Yes. Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun were very obedient, they understood the reasoning behind it and quickly left Jinan Mountain. After the two left, Zhou Luo took a deep breath, preparing to concentrate fully on facing the imminent Beast King. It is said that a few special Beast Kings possess a congenital spiritual treasure, and even more special ones may have a congenital supreme treasure to assist them. If I can kill it, I can obtain the treasure, and even take out the Beast King pill from its body, which can enhance my cultivation when consumed. Thinking of this, a spark of excitement flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. This world's supreme treasures are divided into 3 levels: innate treasures, congenital spiritual treasures, and congenital supreme treasures. For Zhou Luo at this moment, he has already outgrown innate treasures, only congenital spiritual treasures are worthy of his current strength. Therefore, if he can obtain a main attacking congenital spiritual treasure from this Beast King, it could temporarily make up for the lack of the Tai sword. Not to mention the Beast King pill that can enhance his cultivation. Inside the milky white shield, the aura of the Beast King was continually gathering, until dark clouds covered the sun, and fierce winds filled the sky. That aura finally completed. Boom! In an instant, the milky white shield gradually became covered with solid ice, and then exploded, sending countless sharp ice spikes shooting in all directions. Zhou Luo was also within the range of the ice spikes, but he had long been prepared and directly summoned the 9 Suns 8 trigrams plate, blocking all the ice spikes shooting towards him. "Where are my people? This deity has descended, why do you not come out to greet me?" From the source of the aura, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Luo looked in the direction of the sound, and his gaze instantly met a gigantic silver-white figure. 100 feet tall, resembling a qilin, entirely silver, with every strand of its flowing hair covered in 100 years of profound ice, but the pair of horns on its forehead shimmered with a destructive aura of thunder. Tianshuang Thunder King. Once Zhou Luo clearly saw this figure, a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. In his previous life, the Beast King that descended in Jiangnan City was called the Crimson Fire Lizard, not Tianshuang Thunder King. However, Zhou Luo had also heard of Tianshuang Thunder King's deeds. Before his rebirth, it had already descended on Blue Star. But he did not land in the Greater Xia, but in the west. The time was not this early. At that time, the disturbance caused was enormous, directly obliterating a nation, shocking the world. Each nation in the west was terrified, and heads of state held emergency meetings overnight, ultimately deciding to mobilize the strongest in their countries the next day, supporting them with powerful firepower to confront Tianshuang Thunder King together. In the end, this battle lasted 7 days and nights, countless strong ones fell in the divine realm, and even a spirit transformation realm power was slain, just to drive away Tianshuang Thunder King. And this was only because Tianshuang Thunder King's strength was merely in the spirit transformation realm. If given time to evolve into the Forbidden Realm, no one knows how many disasters he would bring to Blue Star. Who killed my people? Just as Zhou Luo was lost in thought, the Tianshuang Thunder King had already realized that his 4 exotic beasts were dead. The blood of beasts covering the mountains was the best proof. "Human, did you kill my people?" The piercing gaze of Tianshuang Thunder King shifted directly to Zhou Luo. For no reason, within tens of miles, there was only Zhou Luo. Who else could it be?
It's me, what's wrong?
Zhou Luo was not afraid at all, looking directly at him with a calm tone. A mere human bloodsucker dares to act against my kin, you deserve to die.
Tianshuan Lei Chanshi no longer concealed his anger, which burst forth immediately.
The powerful pressure of the transformation spirit realm instantly enveloped the entire Qinan mountain. Indeed, it's the transformation spirit realm. Zhou Luo's expression changed slightly, but there was still no fear in his heart.
He remembered that Tianshuan Lei's thunderous instrument had the power to command thunder.
Its lethality is needless to say. In his past life, a fallen strong one in the transformation spirit realm was killed by this object. Although it's not a weapon, it perfectly fills the gap of lacking an offensive treasure in my hands.
Zhou Luo was already eager to try.
Just right, he would use this opportunity to test how strong his powers had become after practicing the Mount 5 Sutra.
044, the plan is changed.
Zhou Luo's surprise. In a military camp far from Qinan Mountain.
It's a transformation spirit realm beast king.
In the command center, Wang Lin and Xu Hanyun were shocked to see the live footage transmitted from satellites above.
Why must it be a transformation spirit realm beast king?
Wang Lin's eyes were filled with despair.
He admitted that Zhou Luo's strength was indeed very strong.
But it was merely in the Marvel realm.
Dealing with those transforming realm beasts was, of course, quite sufficient. But the Tianshuan Lei Ao in front of them was a genuine transformation spirit realm beast king. There is a whole major realm difference between the Marvel realm and the transformation spirit realm.
No, we cannot just let Mr. Zhou die. Wang Lin's expression hardened, making a firm decision in his heart.
Leader, do you mean?
Xu Hanyun seemed to realize something, and his expression became serious. Exactly, I will notify headquarters immediately and request the use of nuclear weapons. Mr. Zhou is so young yet already has Marvel realm cultivation. If given some more time, reaching the 5th level realm of the Heavenly Path Taboo realm will be just a matter of time. Such a genius must not be allowed to die easily at the hands of a beast king. This would be a significant loss for our great Xia. Wang Lin nodded firmly, his tone resolute. The people of Jiangnan City had mostly evacuated. Launching nuclear weapons at this time would not affect the masses. But the downside was that it would pollute the environment.
But now that Zhou Luo was in a life and death crisis, what did environmental pollution matter? Xu Hanyun silently listened from the side and did not speak.
He also agreed with Wang Lin's views. Even if Zhou Luo did not agree to join their Great Xia Alliance, through their interactions, he understood that Zhou Luo was definitely not one of those tyrants who act recklessly with power. The existence of such a person was a blessing for them in Great Xia.
He must not be allowed to die like this.
Leader, let me notify Mr. Zhou to leave the battlefield as soon as possible to avoid being affected by the nuclear weapons.
Xu Hanyun immediately said.
Good, I will also coordinate the launch time with headquarters to ensure Mr. Zhou will not be affected. You go quickly.
Wang Lin agreed with a nod. Qinan Mountain.
A mere Marvel realm human dares to approach me. Such courage is commendable. After Tianshuan Lei Tan released his transformation spirit realm might, Zhou Luo not only did not flee but even seemed eager to try, snorting coldly. Very well, then today I shall let you die a quick death. Tianshuan Lei Hui's orifice suddenly flashed with a blue mystical light, and in the next moment, the area within 10 miles was instantly covered by frost. The raging blizzard destroyed everything, and the snowflakes that fell immediately solidified into hard ice.
9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, open.
Seeing this, Zhou Luo did not hesitate at all and directly summoned the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc.
Oh? You have such a treasure?
The snowflakes from Tianshuan Lei Tan were completely blocked by the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes.
How can mere humans deserve such a precious treasure? If I kill you, this treasure will be mine.
Ice Sword of the Abyss, go. As the command of Tianshuan Lei Hui was given, countless snowflakes in the sky instantly transformed, turning into numerous sharp ice swords that flew like a sudden storm towards Zhou Luo.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The ice swords continuously struck against the shield formed by the 9 Sun 8 trigrams. The sound of shattering was relentless. However, the 8 trigrams shield was not broken, it only became a little thinner.
A mere trick.
Zhou Luo gave a cold snort and then continued to channel spirit energy into the 9 Sun 8 trigrams, the shield quickly returning to its original state. What a treasure, what a treasure! Tianshuan Lei Hui was not disappointed by this scene. Instead, he became even more excited. In his eyes, the stronger Zhou Luo's treasure was, the more benefits he would reap after killing Zhou Luo. He never considered the possibility of defeat. After all, Zhou Luo was just a human of the divine abnormal realm. To him, Zhou Luo was no different from an insect.
But Tianshuan Lei Hui was mistaken.
After his round of attacks, the 9 Sun 8 trigrams that hung high behind Zhou Luo had its balance of black and white colors gradually disrupted, with black slightly increasing.
Humph, laugh while you can, soon you won't be able to laugh anymore. Zhou Luo looked at Tianxuan Lei Huai's appearance and couldn't help but sneer internally.
He was building up the counterattack power of the 9 Sun 8 trigrams through Tianxuan Lei Huai's attacks.
Once he built it up to a certain level, he would unleash it directly, hitting Tianxuan Lei Huai hard.
Zhou Luo knew very well that as a person in the divine abnormal realm, to kill the spirit transformation realm Tianxuan Lei Huai, he needed to rely on the power of the 9 Sun 8 trigrams.
If this strike succeeded, Tianxuan Lei Huai would be severely injured.
At that time, Zhou Luo could directly use the might of the 5 mountain scripture to suppress and kill Tianxuan Lei Huai. Before that, he just needed to fully immerse himself in operating the 9 Sun 8 trigrams and build up his momentum. But there was one variable. That was the treasure controlled by Tianxuan Lei Huai, the 9 Calamity Thunder Pearl.
If Tianxuan Lei Huai activated the 9 Calamity Thunder Pearl, then Zhou Luo's 9 Sun 8 trigrams would most likely not withstand it.
After all, there was an entire major realm difference between the two. If Zhou Luo were at the later stage of the divine abnormal realm, he wouldn't have to worry about this, but Zhou Luo was currently only at the early stage.
I can only take a gamble.
Zhou Luo thought to himself secretly.
Soon, Tianxuan Lei Huai's chaotic attacks had arrived.
Still blocked by the 9 Sun 8 trigrams, which made Tianxuan Lei Huai furious.
This treasure is actually so powerful, able to withstand my 2 attacks without damage?
Tianxuan Lei Huai looked at the black and white shield, feeling astonished inside. It seems I have no choice but to summon that treasure.
Tianxuan Lei Huai's eyes gleamed.
The purple thunder between his horns suddenly became violent, and then a round purple pearl gradually emerged. The surface of the pearl was covered in lightning, and an aggressive aura instantly spread across the Chinan mountain range.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
In the sky, thunder exploded loudly. This 9 Calamity Thunder Pearl in Tianxuan Lei Huai's hands could actually invoke a phenomenon in the world.
Such divine power.
Zhou Luo looked at the 9 Calamity Thunder Pearl, his heart heavy. In the next moment, he operated the spirit energy within him, fully replenishing the energy of the 9 Sun 8 trigrams. The 9 Calamity Thunder Pearl was summoned. It was both a disaster and an opportunity. As long as he could withstand 3 strikes, the energy he had accumulated would be directly replenished, allowing him to unleash it.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
In the sky, thunder continued to sound.
Tianxuan Lei Huai's powerful purple pearl was about to launch its first attack. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from a distance, audible only to Zhou Luo. Mr. Zhou! Zhou Luo turned to look for the voice and discovered that Chu Hanyu had unexpectedly run back. What are you doing here?
Zhou Luo frowned and immediately reached out, pulling Chu Hanyu directly into the protective shield. Mr. Zhou, please run quickly. Our alliance leader has asked for instructions to prepare nuclear weapons to deal with the Beast King of the spiritual realm. If you don't hurry and leave, you will also be affected by the nuclear weapons.
Chu Hanyun spoke efficiently, laying out his and Wang Lin's plan entirely. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo was taken aback. In the next moment, his expression turned to one of great joy, and he immediately said to Chu Hanyun, "Go back and tell your alliance leader not to have any concerns, launch the nuclear weapons directly." Ha?
Mr. Zhou, but if that happens, the nuclear weapons will also affect you.
Chu Hanyun was full of confusion. What I want is to be affected.
Zhou Luo's lips curled slightly as he directly said something that left Chu Hanyun puzzled. Why? Chu Hanyun wanted to ask more, but Zhou Luo didn't give him the chance, directly tossing him away thousands of meters. Do as I say, do not worry about me, I have my own considerations. After sending Chu Hanyun away, Zhou Luo's gaze turned back to the thunder of ice storm. His heart was filled with joy at that moment. The plan has changed. Originally, he needed to rely on the thunder of ice storm to force a breakthrough.
But now, that's no longer needed.
As long as the nuclear weapons are successfully launched, not only can they severely damage the thunder of ice storm, but it will also directly accumulate massive energy for his 9 Yang Bagua shield. At that time, with just one activation, he could deal a blow to the thunder of ice storm. Alliance leader, Mr. Zhou told us not to worry about him and to launch the nuclear weapons directly. After returning to the command center, Chu Hanyun directly reported to Wang Lin. Are you sure you didn't mishear?
Wang Lin's face was full of shock and confusion after listening.
This is a nuclear weapon, with immense lethality, able to seriously injure or even kill the Beast King of the spiritual realm. This is not an exaggeration. Some time ago, a Beast King of the spiritual realm that descended on the border of the Eagle country was directly destroyed by the military using a small-yield nuclear weapon. This event also served as a warning to humanity. Beast Kings above the spiritual realm are not immune to all heat weapons. Highly powerful nuclear weapons can cause them harm.
But nuclear weapons are a double-edged sword, unless absolutely necessary, no one would easily use them. Wang Lin's current situation is a typical case of being forced into a corner. If it wasn't to save Zhou Luo, he wouldn't apply for it with the headquarters. Now Zhou Luo actually wants him to use nuclear weapons to bomb him. This is no joke, right?
Alliance leader, it's absolutely true, Mr. Zhou said so, letting us not worry about him, he has his own plans.
Chu Hanyun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and he also couldn't understand Zhou Luo's intentions.
Wang Lin thought for a moment and finally gritted his teeth. Then do as Mr. Zhou says, I will immediately request the headquarters to launch the nuclear weapons.
Alliance leader, will this?
Chu Hanyun still had doubts, but Wang Lin waved his hand decisively. Since Mr. Zhou said so, he must have his own plans.
If anything goes wrong, the responsibility is mine.
After saying this, Wang Lin no longer hesitated and directly contacted the headquarters. Seeing this, Chu Hanyun could only suppress his doubts and choose to trust Zhou Luo. Soon, the headquarters of the Great Xia Alliance received the message and immediately launched a nuclear missile towards the Qinan Mountains. The warhead broke through the clouds and flew rapidly toward the direction of the Qinan Mountains.
In the Qinan Mountains, Zhou Luo's surroundings had already become a wasteland. Just now, the Thunder of Ice Storm used the 9 Calamity Thunder Extreme Pearl to launch an attack.
The world-destroying thunder turned the surroundings into a scorched earth. But under the protection of the 9 Yang Bagui disc, Zhou Luo remained safe and sound.
Ha, human, can you only defend and not attack?
Your treasure is indeed powerful, but how long can you sustain it with your spiritual realm cultivation?
Why don't you just hand it over, and I might consider sparing your life and taking you as my little brother.
The Thunder of Ice Storm laughed wildly as he attacked, believing that Zhou Luo's efforts were all in vain.
After all, the gap in strength between the two is clearly laid out.
No matter how strong the defense of the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc is, it cannot compensate for that. Moreover, he still has the 9 Catastrophe Thunder Extreme Pearl in hand.
Being a little brother? That sounds interesting. Zhou Luo noticed a hint of contemplation flash in Tian Xuanlei's eyes. What? Are you moved? Then hurry up and hand over the treasure.
Tian Xuanlei mistook Zhou Luo's hesitation as a sign, his eyes brightening at once, and he stopped attacking. If Zhou Luo really followed his words and gave up resisting, handing over the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc, he would indeed spare Zhou Luo's life. After all, as a beast king making his first descent into this world, having a strong human to run errands for him would be quite nice.
But he was mistaken.
Zhou Luo had no intention of taking anyone as a little brother.
Instead, he wanted to make Tian Xuanlei his little brother. Why didn't I think of having a beast king as a little brother before? These days going back and forth between Jiangnan City and Taishan City, although it doesn't cost me much spiritual energy, to be honest, it's quite tiring. It would be so nice to have a mount.
The more Zhou Luo thought about it, the more he felt it made sense.
Moreover, looking at Tian Xuanlei, he felt a sense of excitement arise. Tian Xuanlei's unusual beast, using him as a mount would be just perfect. Human, what does that look in your eyes mean? Tian Xuanlei was furious, for he had seen that look before.
Before descending to Blue Star, back on his ancestral planet, he had already understood the meaning of that look.
This kid actually wants to make me his mount? What an insult!
A sudden flash of purple lightning erupted from Tian Xuanlei's eyes, his anger hard to control.
Since you do not know what is good for you, do not blame me for being heartless.
He let out a howl to the sky, and the 9 Catastrophe Thunder Extreme Pearl between his horns erupted with divine might. At that moment, in the distance, a nuclear warhead broke through the clouds and arrived above Qinan Mountain.
It's here! Zhou Luo's spirit jolted upon seeing the nuclear warhead.
Immediately, he began to circulate his internal spiritual energy, charging the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc to its peak.
What is that thing? Tian Xuanlei looked at the nuclear warhead flying towards him, feeling an immense sense of dread despite the lack of any spiritual energy emanating from it. In a hurry, Tian Xuanlei activated the 9 Catastrophe Thunder Extreme Pearl, forming a thunder barrier to defend himself. The next instant. Boom! The nuclear warhead accurately smashed against the barrier formed by Tian Xuanlei. An earth-shattering explosion erupted.
The entire Qinan mountain range began to shake, a massive mushroom cloud appearing in the sky. All living beings within the explosion range were caught in the blast, instantly melted down to dust by the searing heat.
Tian Xuanlei's barrier shattered, followed by the scorching heat he felt on his skin.
The scorching sensation lasted for several minutes. As the dust from the explosion was gradually blown away by the fierce wind, Tian Xuanlei's might was no longer as vigorous as before, quickly becoming much weaker. But that still couldn't kill him. He appeared to be in distress, but in reality, he had only suffered some superficial injuries, not even serious wounds.
Human, today I will kill you. Tian Xuanlei was at his peak fury, he had never felt as powerless as today. Yet not far away, Zhou Luo, protected by the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc, showed no signs of injury under the explosion of the nuclear warhead. The key point was that the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc hovering behind Zhou Luo was now boiling with energy, emitting a blazing light. The moment has come. Zhou Luo did not want to confront Tian Xuanlei head-on.
Sensing that the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc was ready,
Zhou Luo's mind stirred at once. The 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc suddenly flew into the air.
A red-yellow divine light, like the sun, shot out from the center of the trigrams disc, heading straight for Tian Xuanlei.
Tian Xuanlei was filled with shock. He never expected that the treasure in Zhou Luo's hand could actually attack. Moreover, the power of this divine light was clearly beyond that of the nuclear warhead just now. Not good. Tian Xuanlei realized the situation was dire.
But it was already too late. The divine light swiftly approached him, and in a millisecond, it quietly landed on his body.
046, I still prefer your unruly appearance. There is great terror between life and death.
As the divine light fell upon him, Tian Xuanlei immediately unleashed the 9 Calamity Thunder Pearl between his 2 horns. The 9 Calamity Thunder Pearl floated into the air, instantly erupting with unmatched power, countless destructive thunders charging directly toward the divine light.
Booming thunder echoed.
Another tremor shook the ground in mountains. The entire Qi-Nan mountain range trembled because of the battle between Zhou Luo and Tian Xuanlei.
Bang!
In just the time of an incense stick burning. The 9 Calamity Thunder Pearl could no longer hold on. It could no longer unleash the purple destructive thunder, ultimately losing its brilliance and silently falling.
With the 9 Calamity Thunder Pearl's defense gone, the red sun divine light swept over Tian Xuanlei like a bamboo being broken. Roar, roar, roar. Tian Xuanlei couldn't bear it anymore. His internal energy rapidly declined, and he instantly became weak. Until the divine light ended. Tian Xuanlei was astonished.
But relying on his transformation realm cultivation, he still had the power to fight.
Human, without that treasure, let's see how you face me. Tian Xuanlei was already gritting his teeth in hatred.
A mere anomaly realm forced him into such a situation.
This is truly humiliating. If his Beast King friends found out, how would he face them? He must skin this human alive, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Otherwise, his heart's hatred wouldn't be resolved. But soon, Tian Xuanlei realized something was wrong. He saw Zhou Luo put away the burnt-out 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc and approach Tian Xuanlei alone.
He looked down at Tian Xuanlei on the ground, his tone playful. Tian Xuanlei, I Zhou Luo am not a bad person.
I give you a chance to live. Are you willing to be my little brother and serve me?
You little brat, dream on.
Tian Xuanlei was furious and immediately wanted to battle Zhou Luo to the death. But in the next moment,
Zhou Luo suddenly burst forth with immense power, and a towering phantom of Mount Tai appeared behind him. He raised his hand and slapped.
The Mount Tai phantom rushed towards Tian Xuanlei with overwhelming might. Creaking noises echoed.
Tian Xuanlei was terrified. He immediately tried to defend with all his strength, but how could he, already injured, defeat a fully prepared Zhou Luo? As the bones in his body began to emit sounds of not holding up, Tian Xuanlei was horrified.
If this continued, he would really die. At the moment of life and death, Tian Xuanlei shouted desperately, "Big brother, please spare my life."
Oh? Zhou Luo's eyebrows flashed with surprise and immediately retracted the Mount Tai phantom.
In the next moment, with a thud, Tian Xuanlei dropped to his knees before Zhou Luo, bowing down.
"Great brother, I humbly greet you."
A voice of extreme humility echoed. "I still prefer your unruly appearance." Seeing this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but slightly smile. He really thought Tian Xuanlei would fight to the death.
In the end, this guy was too spineless, kneeling down the moment he was told.
At this speed, even he almost didn't react in time.
"Big brother is joking, I was just confused earlier."
How could I be unruly? Since he was already kneeling, Tian Xuanlei lost the last bit of face and spoke very flatteringly. There was no choice, Zhou Luo's strength was simply too terrifying, he truly couldn't defeat him. Who wishes to die when they can live? Moreover, on the ancestral planet, there are countless examples of kind being ridden by others.
Tian Xuanlei Mingdi secretly comforted himself.
All right, get up.
Zhou Luo had a black line on his forehead, feeling a bit speechless.
How did he not know in his past life that Tian Xuanlei Hao had such a name?
All right, humans in his past life seemingly never gave him the chance to kneel down.
Thank you, big brother. Tian Xuanlei Gaxia boasted with pride. Zhou Luo slowly descended, not fearing Tian Xuanlei Han.
Right now, Tian Xuanlei Zhang was already very weak. As long as he dared to have any thoughts of resistance, Zhou Luo would sense it immediately. At that time, Zhou Luo would not give him another chance, but would directly suppress him.
As for Tian Xuanlei Hao's sudden betrayal after reaching his peak strength, what then?
Zhou Luo had naturally thought about such things long ago. If Tian Xuanlei Huan wanted to regain his peak, it would take at least over a month. By then, with the support of wielding, Zhou Luo's cultivation might have already broken through the transformation spirit realm.
When he was in the divine mystery realm, he could already burn Tianquan Lei Huan, what more at the transformation spirit realm? These were completely not problems. After Zhou Luo landed, he slowly walked to the dull Jiu Ji pearl on the ground and picked it up. Can this pearl still be restored to its original state? Zhou Luo looked towards Tianquan Lei Bu. Of course, just place it between my horns, and the Jiu Ji pearl will regain energy. It will be restored in less than half a month. Tianquan Lei La said proudly. This Jiu Ji pearl is a treasure of their Tianquan Lei. As long as it is not completely shattered beyond repair, he has a way to restore it. Alright, then I will leave this pearl to you for nurturing. Zhou Luo nodded in satisfaction and casually tossed the Jiu Ji pearl to Tianquan Lei Chua. Tianquan Lei Gaxia caught it and immediately placed it back on his head. The moment the Jiu Ji pearl returned to its place, it regained a hint of its former spirit. Seeing this scene, Zhou Luo also felt relieved. It seemed that Tianquan Lei Hao did not deceive him. Since that is the case, let him restore the Jiu Ji pearl first. When the time comes for him to use it, he will let him take it out. After obtaining the Taya sword, he would no longer need this Jiu Ji pearl. It would be just right to return it to Tianquan Lei Chua, not a waste at all. So, big brother, where should we go now? Tianquan Lei Linghua sensed what Zhou Luo was thinking and asked nervously. Where to go? He, of course, home. Zhou Luo smiled slightly and then jumped directly onto Tianquan Lei Zhang, pointing in a direction. Big brother, hold on tight. We're setting off soon. Tianquan Lei Zhang understood and, without a second word, carried Zhou Luo towards the direction he pointed. Inside the command center. The smoke and dust from the nuclear warhead explosion still lingered in the sky. As a result, the satellite images of the Daxia Alliance were completely obscured by dust, making it impossible to see what was happening in the Qinan Mountains. Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun paced back and forth in the command room, each feeling more anxious than the other. Leader, since the nuclear explosion, the Qinan Mountains only shook for a while, and there has been no further news. Do you think something happened to Mr. Zhou? Chu Hanyun was the first to lose patience, looking worried as he asked. Don't think too much, all we can do now is wait for news. Wang Lin shook his head and spoke. Although he said this, his feelings were similar to those of Chu Hanyun. Even though this matter was done according to Zhou Luo's request, if something truly happened to him, Wang Lin would feel immensely guilty. After all, the one who should have died was Wang Lin. If it weren't for Zhou Luo arriving in time to save himself and Chu Hanyun, the two of them might have long since perished at the hands of those strange beasts. The atmosphere in the command room was heavy. Suddenly, Chu Hanyun frowned, his expression slightly changing as he gazed at the satellite image. Leader, what is that? He quickly called Wang Lin over. Wang Lin hurriedly stepped to the screen, his face suddenly serious. On the screen, a gigantic beast-like figure gradually emerged from the dust-covered Qinan mountain range. When it completely stepped out of the dust, revealing its true form on the screen, both Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun's expressions changed dramatically. It's the Tianquan Lei Zone. Could it be Mr. Zhou? A wave of despair instantly flashed through their minds, along with deep regret. Especially Wang Lin. Smack. He slapped himself hard, filled with ultimate regret. I am so foolish, to let the nuclear weapon explode with Mr. Zhou. Wang Lin held his head in his hands, in immense pain. He wished that it was not Zhou Luo who died in the explosion, but himself. But at that moment, Chu Hanyun pulled him back. Leader, something's not right. Look at who is writing that Tianquan Lei Zone. Wang Lin was pulled back to reality by Chu Hanyun's voice. His gaze shifted to the Tianquan Lei Zone. When he saw clearly who was writing the Tianquan Lei Zone, Wang Lin was completely stunned. That is... Mr. Zhou? His eyes widened in disbelief. He blinked several times, thinking he was mistaken, but no matter how he looked at it, that was indeed Zhou Luo writing the Tianquan Lei Zone. Not only that. The Tianquan Lei Zone that Zhou Luo was writing even had an expression that looked somewhat enjoying. What was going on? Didn't Zhou Luo just fight to death with the Tianquan Lei Zone? How could things change so quickly, with Tianquan Lei Zone now being written? Wang Lin was in utter shock. Chu Hanyun was also stunned into speechlessness. Until the Tianquan Lei Zone approached the command center. Leader, that strange beast king has come to us, we should leave quickly. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. The other members of the Great Xia Alliance immediately sounded the alarm, and some rushed into the command room to escort Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun away. But Wang Lin's words left them frozen in place. It's alright, this is an ally. An ally? Everyone in attendance exchanged puzzled glances, all showing confusion and doubt. Due to the immense size of the Tianquan Lei Zone, the satellite image in the command room could not show its back view. So in their eyes, this was clearly a beast king about to attack the command center. Moreover, Wang Lin's statement was quite absurd.
Since the first Beast King appeared on Blue Star, it had caused countless human casualties.
How could such an enemy be an ally?
But Wang Lin was the leader of the Jiangnan branch. People dared not ignore his words.
Wang Lin noticed their confusion.
He smiled and explained, "Don't worry, this Beast King has already been tamed by our great Xia experts and won't harm us."
Tamed as a mount?
When these words were spoken, they shocked everyone present.
Taming a Beast King as a mount, what kind of fairy tale was this? This was a Beast King. It could easily destroy a city.
When did our great Xia have such a powerful expert capable of taming a Beast King?
Meanwhile, the Tianshuan Leizong.
Zhou Luo looked at the approaching command center and said to the Tianshuan Leizong, "You're too big, can you shrink down a bit?"
"Of course. I'll shrink down right away."
The Tianshuan Leizong instantly acknowledged with that title, its towering form gradually shrinking to 3 meters in height. From this perspective, the Tianshuan Leizong looked like a massive special exotic beast horse. Although it had shrunk. But those horns, like true dragon horns, and the continuous frosty aura around them still displayed the mighty power of the Beast King.
Truly, someone is riding the Beast King. What the leader said was actually true. Who is this person? They seem a bit familiar. The people of the Daxia Alliance finally saw clearly the figure riding on the Beast King, Zhou Luo. They also finally understood that what Wang Lin had said earlier was true, and he hadn't lied to them. Taming the Beast King as a mount, such a thing really existed. Mr. Zhou. Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun hurried forward. The two looked at the immensely majestic Beast King and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. No matter how low the beast's demeanor might be, in their eyes, this was a true Beast King. A Beast King at the transformation realm. An existence that people trembled at when mentioned. "Human, what are you looking at? Keep staring and I'll gouge your eyes out." The Beast King's eyes gleamed with a terrifying coldness as he noticed Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun sizing him up, his gaze extremely strange, instantly becoming displeased. In that instant, the aura of the Beast King pressed down on the two of them. Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun were horrified, the pressure overwhelming them. Although they were both at the transformation realm, just the slightest release of pressure made them struggle to maintain their composure. "Xiao Yao, behave yourself, or I'll slap you to death." Zhou Luo coldly snorted when he saw this. This newly acquired mount still had a temper. How dare it try to attack others without his permission? If it didn't listen, Zhou Luo wouldn't care if it was unfortunate, he would directly suppress it. "Yes, big brother. Big brother, I was wrong." The Beast King's cold killing intent instantly disappeared as he shook with a shiver and withdrew his released aura. The pressure on Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun instantly vanished, and when they regained their senses, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. "Are you two okay?" Zhou Luo asked, looking at them. We're fine. Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun quickly shook their heads. At the same time, both were even more shocked. This Beast King, it listened so obediently to Zhou Luo's words? What had happened in Qinan Mountain after the nuclear explosion to make Zhou Luo manage the Beast King so well? The crisis in Jiangnan City has been resolved. I'll leave first, and the rest is up to you. Zhou Luo didn't say much more, leaving these words before riding the Beast King and heading toward the Jiangnan Manor. Looking at Zhou Luo and the Beast King leave, Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun were still stunned. What a relief, truly, what a relief. After a while, Wang Lin couldn't help but sigh. Yes, if Mr. Zhou hadn't arrived in time, we, and even the entire Jiangnan city, might have been destroyed. Chu Hanyun nodded vigorously. Mr. Zhou is so powerful, having him here is truly a blessing for Daxia. Wang Lin smiled slightly, his eyes full of joy. In fact, in the days since the onset of the mutation era, the international situation had been rapidly changing. Among them, the most intense conflict had been between Daxia and the nearby Sakura country. Due to the fact that the people of Sakura country consumed nuclear wastewater, their average combat strength was extremely strong, with almost every citizen being an awakened one. During this time, they had also targeted Daxia many times. Now, with Zhou Luo emerging in Daxia, they no longer had to worry about Sakura country causing any major problems. No matter how strong your average combat strength is, can any of you tame a Beast King? You can't, but someone in Daxia can. On the other side. After Zhou Luo rode the Beast King to the Jiangnan Manor, he prepared to enter seclusion and cultivate. Now that he had obtained the 5 Mountains Sutra, a top-tier breathing technique, his cultivation speed would certainly improve by leaps and bounds. Every moment was precious, and he could not afford to waste any time. But when Zhou Luo was about to begin his closed-door cultivation, the Beast King suddenly looked at him with suspicion. Big brother, can I go out and stroll around by myself these few days you are in seclusion? Tianshuan Lei looked at Zhou Luo with a pleading expression. You want to go out alone? Where to? Zhou Luo responded with a hint of curiosity. Hee, I hurt myself, so I want to go outside and see if there are any rare fruits that can help me recover, otherwise, relying solely on my own recovery is just too slow. Tian Xuanlei wore a pitiful look on his face.
At the same time, he felt a bit anxious, unsure whether Zhou Luo would agree.
You can still look for rare fruits by yourself? Don't tell me you also have the ability to sense them? Zhou Luo slightly furrowed his brow. Yes, many beast kings have this ability, we Tian Xuanlei family has it too. Tian Xuanlei continued speaking with enthusiasm. After all, not everyone possesses this ability, even some top-tier beast kings envy it. Interesting. Go ahead, but I must remind you, you only have 5 days, come back yourself after 5 days, or bear the consequences. Do you understand?
Zhou Luo did not refuse and directly agreed. He wasn't afraid, after this seclusion, his strength would definitely increase significantly.
Then, finding such an eye-catching Tian Xuanlei would be easy.
Okay, big brother.
Thank you, big brother. After receiving permission, Tian Xuanlei instantly flew away.
I didn't expect this guy actually has this ability, it really surprised me.
A thoughtful expression flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. You see, after the era of transformation began, the entire blue star would undergo astonishing changes over time.
Various heavenly materials, precious treasures, and spirit mines would appear one after another. At that time, Tian Xuanlei would be able to find an abundance of treasures.
But that was a matter for the future.
Zhou Luo shook his head, cleared his thoughts, and then turned around to enter the quiet room, officially starting his seclusion.
048, Tian Xuanlei, Li Ruyan's hope? While Zhou Luo was in seclusion training, thousands of miles away at the headquarters of the Skull Society,
Yang Tianying's sharp eyes focused tightly on the beautiful woman sitting across from him, doubt flashing in his eyes. You have a life and death feud with Zhou Luo, I have no doubt about that.
But how can you prove you are worth my investment?
On the sofa, Lu Ruyan remained unfazed, locking eyes with Yang Tianying, not afraid at all. Whether I am valuable, you will know at a glance. As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of disaster aura erupted instantly from within Lu Ruyan. The temperature in the entire reception room dropped significantly, a dead air gradually spreading everywhere.
This physique, indeed extraordinary. Seeing this, Yang Tianying's eyes lit up. Talents can sense each other.
He could clearly feel that Lu Ruyan's physique was not much inferior to his own supreme jade bone.
However, since it was a flawed version, there was still a difference in momentum between the two.
But this was not a big problem. As long as it can be repaired, Lu Ruyan would be a great help for him. Zhou Luo dared to humiliate him like that in front of the world, he was already his mortal enemy and must be dealt with, no mercy. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Lu Ruyan, who has a blood feud with Zhou Luo, would naturally be a great ally for him.
So, how is it? Is my physique enough to cooperate with you?
Lu Ruyan withdrew the disaster aura she had unleashed, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yang Tianying, waiting for his response. After fleeing from Jiangnan Villa, she quickly heard the news that the Skull Lord, Yang Tianying, had been publicly slapped by Zhou Luo. Upon learning this, Lu Ruyan immediately went to the headquarters of the Skull Society. She understood that with Yang Tianying's rumored merciless nature, he now had an irreconcilable feud with Zhou Luo.
If I can cooperate with him, my revenge plan will likely succeed. Of course it is enough. Yang Tianying smiled and readily agreed. Moreover, he immediately said something that made Lu Ruoyan's breath quicken significantly.
I just happen to know that a rare treasure is about to emerge, capable of healing any injury to the body. It should be able to replenish your disaster holy body as well.
Where is that thing? Lu Ruoyan's beautiful eyes widened in an instant. Such a great opportunity, she couldn't let it slip away.
Haha, it's located in a small mountain 30 miles to the north.
Yang Tianying smiled slightly, but don't rush.
I have already sent someone to monitor the growth of that treasure around the clock.
There is still 1 day until it matures. After 1 day, I will go with you to pick it and give it to you.
Great.
1 day is nothing, I can wait. Hearing this, Lu Ruoyan temporarily suppressed her excitement. Miss Lu, how about we raise a glass to celebrate our successful cooperation?
Yang Tianying lifted his cup in front of him and said to Lu Ruoyan. While speaking, his eyes roamed over Lu Ruoyan without restraint.
For no other reason.
Lu Ruoyan was simply too beautiful, almost like something not of this world.
Any man would find it hard to look away. If Lu Ruoyan were an ordinary person, he probably would have taken action by now.
But Lu Ruoyan was definitely a future partner, and they were going to deal with Zhou Luo together, so Yang Tianying held back the flicker of desire in his heart.
Alright, then I look forward to your guidance, President Yang.
Lu Ruoyan smiled, raised her glass in the air, then drank it all at once.
At the same time, Tian Xuanlei flew directly toward a certain direction after leaving Jiangnan Mountain Villa, with a clear target.
The aura from that location definitely indicates a rare treasure is about to mature.
Tian Xuanlei's heart was filled with extreme joy.
Ever since he left Qinan Mountain, he had detected this aura. After some calculations in his mind, he estimated it to be several thousand miles away from Jiangnan City. But this wasn't a problem. With his speed, he could arrive in one day. As long as he could swallow this rare treasure, Tian Xuanlei believed he could restore his strength. In that case, he wouldn't have to wait suffering for an entire month.
Once I regain my strength, should I still go back? While on the road, Tian Xuanlei contemplated quietly. Forget it, I should go back.
That kid is clearly not an ordinary person, and he might grow faster than I do. If I let him slip away this time, I'd be finished when I meet him next. In the end, after careful consideration, Tian Xuanlei decided to return to Zhou Luo's side. After all, Zhou Luo's strength was too terrifying. Even in the divine anomaly realm, he could easily suppress him, a beast king in the transformation realm.
If he were to grow and reach the transformation realm, wouldn't that be even more horrifying? Moreover, with such a great figure as Zhou Luo, he might benefit from being around him. A day passed quickly. On that morning, Lu Ruoyan, under young Tianying's guidance, arrived at a rarely visited mountain.
As she slowly ventured deeper, Lu Ruoyan discovered many members of the skeleton society gathered around a grove. In the center of the grove, there was a spirit fruit radiating pure energy. This spirit fruit was completely silver in color, while its vines were pitch black. The two combined created a surprisingly harmonious sight.
This is the yin-yang fruit. As the two landed before the spirit fruit, young Tianying introduced it.
Lu Ruoyan regarded the yin-yang fruit with a calm expression, but her heart was bubbling with excitement.
She could sense an incredibly vast life force emanating from the yin-yang fruit.
If she could swallow it, it would definitely restore her disaster holy body.
How long until the yin-yang fruit ripens? Lu Ruoyan asked. Yang Tianying pointed at where the yin-yang fruit connected to the vine. Do you see this? When the last trace of black fades away, the yin-yang fruit should be fully ripe.
It probably won't take long, at most 1 hour. Lu Ruoyan looked over and indeed found a hint of black still lingering at the root of the fruit, but the area was very small, so the whole fruit appeared silver white.
1 hour. Alright, I understand. Lu Ruoyan took a deep breath and waited silently.
She knew very well that impatience wouldn't yield hot tofu. As long as she could restore her Calamity's sacred body, she was willing to wait as long as it took. Before long, an hour passed quickly.
The yin-yang fruit finally shed the last trace of black and fully matured.
The moment it ripened, an incredibly powerful life force instantly filled the entire mountain range. The small grass that had just sprouted suddenly shot up, growing to half a person's height under this life force's touch. The surrounding trees grew astonishingly, and the entire mountain range was instantly covered by countless towering trees.
Such divine power?
Yang Tianying was stunned. He had still underestimated the effect of the yin-yang fruit. Lu Ruoyan, on the other hand, was overjoyed and, at this moment, no longer hesitated, preparing to pick the fruit and consume it.
But just then, from the sky not far away, a roar echoed. Human, put down the yin-yang fruit. Who is it?
Upon hearing the roar, Lu Ruoyan and Yang Tianying both turned and looked in the direction of the sound.
They saw, in the distant sky,
a strange beast with 2 horns on its head, stepping on dark clouds and snow, resembling a qilin, was approaching them.
It wasn't the Heavenly Frost Thunder King? Beast King. Lu Ruoyan and Yang Tianying recognized the Heavenly Frost Thunder King at a glance.
Such a presence could only belong to a beast king.
Not good, he's coming for the yin-yang fruit. Lu Ruoyan was startled, and immediately disregarding everything else, reached out to pick the yin-yang fruit.
This yin-yang fruit was her hard-earned hope of restoring her Calamity sacred body. She couldn't just hand it over. She must pick and consume it before this beast king arrived. But her speed could not match that of the Heavenly Frost Thunder King.
Even though she was heavily injured, the transformation spirit realm Heavenly Frost could easily catch up to her. In just a moment, the Heavenly Frost Thunder King arrived above the yin-yang fruit. He reached out, and the yin-yang fruit, still on the vine, suddenly flew into the sky and landed in his hand. Human, this yin-yang fruit is mine, no one can take it away. Ha 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 ha. The Heavenly Frost Thunder King laughed wildly after seizing the fruit, preparing to leave. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan and Yang Tianying also felt the presence of the Heavenly Frost Thunder King's realm. Transformation Spirit Realm. A beast king of the Transformation Spirit Realm.
Despair surfaced on both of their faces. They knew that beast kings were utterly ruthless, capable of destroying a city with a snap of their fingers. They would not show mercy to humans. With a transformation spirit beast king descending, they could hardly think of escaping. But soon, they noticed something wrong. This beast king is injured? His strength has fallen to the late stage of the transformation realm. Yang Tianying keenly observed the Heavenly Frost Thunder King's weakened state. After hearing this, Lu Ruoyan's face, once filled with horror and despair, instantly transformed into joy. President Yang, if we join forces, we might still stand a chance against an injured Beast King. If we kill him, the opportunities he possesses will belong to you, while the yin-yang fruit still belongs to me. How about that? Lu Ruoyan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she proposed. Yang Tianying's expression brightened upon hearing this, and he immediately agreed without hesitation. Then let's make our move. Although Lu Ruoyan's Calamity sacred body was incomplete, her cultivation speed was still impressive, having reached the first level of the transformation realm. With her assisting, they might not be without the ability to fight this injured transformation spirit Beast King. It is even highly likely that it could kill it. One must know, every Beast King carries some supreme treasures. Now Lu Ruoyan actively gives up the treasure, leaving it for herself. If I could obtain it, my strength would absolutely soar. Then, working together with Lu Ruoyan, who has restored her disaster holy body, avenging Zhou Luo would be no problem at all. Two mere transformed humans dare to set their sights on me? The thoughts of Tian Xuanlei thought it outrageous. They actually want to kill me, reclaim the yin-yang fruit while taking my treasure. What an extravagant thought. Though I have been severely injured, my strength is still not something two transformed little bugs can challenge. No more useless talk, let's fight. Yang Tianying was extremely decisive. After reaching an agreement with Lu Ruoyan, he directly attacked. The supreme jade bones in his body erupted with unmatched power, making him appear as if wrapped in uncut jade. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Tian Xuanlei, striking a powerful punch. With the support of the supreme jade bones, this punch possessed tremendous force, like breaking bamboo towards Tian Xuanlei. What a strong physique! A flash of surprise crossed Tian Xuanlei's eyes, but he quickly reacted and released the cold air to counter the attack. Boom! Yang Tianying's punch heavily struck the cold air, nearly shattering it completely. But even in a severely injured state, the cold air released by Tian Xuanlei was not something mere transformed beings could withstand. Before long, Yang Tianying felt a chill spreading from his fist. Then, this chill quickly turned icy cold and began to spread throughout his body, scaring him to quickly withdraw his punch. This gap gave Tian Xuanlei a chance. The cold air immediately transformed into several ice arrows, shooting directly at Yang Tianying's vital points. Bang, bang, bang. Several crisp sounds rang out. These ice arrows pierced 3 inches into Yang Tianying's vital skin before being shattered by the supreme jade bones. But even so, it still caused him considerable injury. In an instant, he was bleeding profusely. Damn it, is this what a Beast King in the spiritual transformation realm is like? Clearly severely injured, yet still terrifyingly powerful. Injured, Yang Tianying quickly retreated, silently circulating spiritual energy to stop the bleeding, while inwardly thinking that things were not good. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan, who had been brewing an offensive all along, finally made her move. Beast, return my yin-yang fruit. A clear shout echoed. Around her, a calamity aura erupted, and a palm print directly struck towards Tian Xuanlei. Is this the disaster holy body? Tian Xuanlei was shocked upon seeing this palm. This time, he did not counter the palm with the cold air like before, but instead dodged to the side. Yet, this palm print followed him like a shadow until there was nowhere left to hide, and Tian Xuanlei used the cold air to confront it. Sizzle, sizzle. At the moment the cold air and palm print clashed, it melted like hard ice meeting fierce fire. Before long, the cold air dissipated entirely. And that palm print only shrank slightly, then continued to advance towards Tian Xuanlei. As expected of the disaster holy body. Tian Xuanlei's expression grew grave. Lu Ruoyan's disaster holy body, even placed on his ancestral planet, was an extremely top-tier physique. The calamity aura it released could annihilate everything, truly terrifying. But your human cultivation is still too shallow, unable to unleash the true power of the disaster holy body. To deal with me, you're still a bit lacking. Tian Xuanlei no longer hesitated, immediately channeling all the spiritual energy in his body into the Zhoujie Thunder Pearl. Boom, boom, boom. The originally dim Zhoujie Thunder Pearl suddenly lit up. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and thunder roared. At the same time, a terrifying purple lightning shot out from the 9 calamities Thunder Extreme Pearl. The target was the palm print formed by the aura of disaster. Boom! The moment the lightning touched the palm print, it was pierced through and then vanished between heaven and earth, without any resistance. After resolving the palm print, the purple lightning remained focused, shooting straight toward Lu Ruoyan. Not good. Lu Ruoyan was startled and immediately tried to escape. But how could she escape faster than the purple lightning created by Tian Xuanlei Tan with all its might? Bang! A loud sound echoed. The purple lightning exploded on Lu Ruoyan. Lu Ruoyan was severely injured on the spot, falling unconscious. Since you couldn't keep me, I will take this yin-yang fruit with me. Tian Xuanlei Tan no longer hesitated, laughed loudly, and then stepped into the air and flew away. Want to leave? Stay here. Yang Tianning saw this and understood what Tian Shuanglei Tan was doing, immediately stepping forward to try to stop him. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a strong killing intent coming from behind him. Turning around, he noticed that the purple lightning had not dissipated, it was coming straight for him. Bang! Another loud sound resounded. Yang Tianying's body fell from the sky, growing weak and also fainted. Boss, are you okay? Members of the Skeleton Society hurried over, and the scene instantly fell into chaos. Meanwhile, Tian Shuanglei Tan had already run 100 miles away. Hours passed. Lu Ruyan slowly regained consciousness. She found herself lying on a hospital bed. Cough cough. Lu Ruyan sat up, unable to help but cough twice. Upon closer inspection, she realized her injuries were extremely serious this time. To recover, it would take at least half a month. Fortunately, this was thanks to her disaster holy body, otherwise, it would take months to heal. Yin Yang fruit. Thinking of the yin yang fruit that had been snatched away, Lu Ruyan felt her teeth itch with anger. She was so close to restoring her disaster holy body. But unexpectedly, a beast king appeared out of nowhere and took it away. In the future, she must not find out who that beast king was. Otherwise, once her cultivation was high enough, she'd chase him to the ends of the earth to kill him. Miss Lu, you're awake. At that moment, another voice rang out in the hospital room. Lu Ruyan turned to look, only to find another hospital bed beside hers, and Yang Tianning was lying on it. Yang Tianning looked worse than her, his whole body wrapped in bandages like a dumpling, resembling a mummy. This was because before he was knocked out by the purple lightning, many parts of his body had been pierced by the aura of Tian Shuang. Seeing him like this, Lu Ruyan felt slightly better. But she still could not forget the yin yang fruit, quickly asking Yang Tianning, President Yang, is there another yin yang fruit? He, of course there is. Yang Tianning smiled slightly, his words making Lu Ruyan excited. There really is another? Lu Ruyan was overjoyed, she thought that the yin yang fruit was a one-of-a-kind item. After it was taken away this time, she didn't know how long it would be until she could find another one. But now, Yang Tianning actually said there was another? Looking at it this way, it seemed that her disaster holy body still had hope for restoration? Of course, our skeleton society has also found a place where yin yang fruits grow, but this one has a longer maturation period, it will probably take about half a month to mature. Yang Tianning nodded and said. But as he said this, his tone was clearly a bit pained. In fact, there was only one place where yin yang fruits grew, right where he had taken Lu Ruyan today. A yang yin fruit has already ripened, and he has harvested and stored it, waiting for an opportunity to use it later. If it weren't for already having one, he wouldn't have agreed so decisively to help Lu Ruyan right after she came to him. Who would so easily give away such a treasure? But the current situation forced him to do so. The second yang yin fruit has sunk, and he is severely injured. If he doesn't quickly take out the second one to help Lu Ruyan restore her disaster sacred body, when will he ever be able to take revenge on Zhou Luo? Lu Ruyan did not catch the unusual tone in Yang Tianying's voice. At this moment, she was already immersed in joy. Time slowly passed. 5 days had already gone by. In the Jiangnan mountain villa, inside the quiet room, Zhou Luo finished the last circulation and let out a long breath of turbid air. I am now at the 7th level of the divine realm. Feeling his own strength, a slight smile appeared on Zhou Luo's lips. With the 5 mountain scripture, the speed of cultivation was indeed different. In just 5 days, he had risen from the 3rd level to the 7th level of the divine realm. He had crossed 4 realms in total. After reaching the divine realm, breaking through each level becomes exponentially harder. In his past life, powerful cultivators like Gu Qianhua and Lu Ruyan, with excellent cultivation talent, spent months stuck at the divine realm before they could finally break through to the spirit transformation realm. Yet he had only taken a week to reach the late stage of the divine realm. It was like a cheat. With the opening of the Lishan, it's time to leave this retreat. Zhou Luo cleared his thoughts and got up to leave the quiet room. The 5-day period is over, I wonder how Tian Shuanglei has fared. With a curious mindset, Zhou Luo walked out of the hall and into the outdoors. Soon, he saw a huge figure lying on the ground, eyes tightly shut, it was Tian Shuanglei. Not knowing if it was sensing Zhou Luo's presence, Tian Shuanglei opened his eyes. Brother, you've come out. He examined Zhou Luo from head to toe, and was instantly astonished. In just 5 days, Zhou Luo's cultivation had actually reached the late stage of the divine realm? To think, before his retreat, he was only at the early stage of the divine realm. Such immense progress in just 5 days. How did your rare and exotic fruits turn out? Zhou Luo noticed the surprise in his eyes but did not say much, instead he smiled and asked. Haha, of course I found it. Tian Shuanglei chuckled, then suddenly shook his entire body, releasing a powerful aura. Oh? You've actually recovered completely. Zhou Luo felt Tian Shuanglei's aura, and the guy had fully restored his strength. Moreover, looking at the state of the 9 catastrophe thunder pearl on his forehead, it seemed to be in much better shape as well.
Brother, now that you've come out, do you have something to attend to? Tian Shuanglei was eager to help and said, if it's not something serious, just leave it to me. You can continue your retreat, and I promise to handle everything perfectly.
Zhou Luo's speed of cultivation had completely shocked Tian Shuanglei.
If there were any lingering feelings of resentment about being Zhou Luo's mount before, they had now completely vanished. Tian Shuanglei understood how important it was to follow the right person.
With talent like Zhou Luo's, as long as he continued to develop, he would definitely become a dominant force in the future.
Staying with him would surely bring many benefits.
I do have matters to attend to, but this is something I can't delegate. I need to go in person.
Zhou Luo smiled, feeling reassured with Tian Shuanglei's attitude. Let's go, accompany me to Lishan. Without saying another word, Zhou Luo immediately sat on Tian Shuanglei's back.
Brother, hold on tight.
Tian Shuanglei soared into the sky, carrying Zhou Luo toward the location of Lishan. 3 days earlier. Strange phenomena were happening in many places across the Blue Star. Countless secret realms were emerging one after another.
People were beginning to familiarize themselves with these secret realms. On a night, the majestic Lishan suddenly began to shake. Many witnessed a grand and splendid palace appearing at the top of Lishan. This event instantly shocked the entire Great Xia.
Everyone in Great Xia knows what Lishan is. The resting place of the first emperor in history, Emperor Qin. Also known in later generations as the Land of Dragon's Breath.
Now that Lishan is shaking, signs of a secret realm are appearing, and nearly all awakeners in Great Xia want to join in the excitement.
Moreover, this news even reached overseas.
Awakeners from other countries crossed the ocean, coming to Great Xia just to get a share of the pie in the Lishan secret realm. And today is also the day when the phenomenon of Lishan is fully revealed.
051, Lishan opens. Arrogant Sakura country. Outside Lishan, it was crowded with people.
Strong individuals from various powerful factions of Great Xia, as well as those overseas forces that crossed the ocean, were all gathered here. As a representative force within Great Xia, Bailey Group was naturally among them.
Lu Feiyu scanned the surroundings but did not see Zhou Luo, so he turned to Lu Yuer. The Lishan secret realm is about to open. Why hasn't Brother Zhou arrived yet?
Lu Yuer shook her head. I'm not sure. I just contacted Mr. Zhou. He said he just left and is on the way.
All right.
Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu calculated in his heart that the journey from Jiangnan City to Lishan was not a short one. Even if he claimed to be the fastest in Great Xia, it would take him several hours to travel.
In contrast, the phenomenon of Lishan's royal mausoleum would not take long to start. Zhou Luo probably wouldn't make it in time.
Clearing his thoughts, Lu Feiyu continued to look at the positions occupied by those overseas forces not far away. This Lishan royal mausoleum is a secret realm that belongs to Great Xia. How could these foreign savages think they can share in it? It's simply outrageous. Lu Feiyu snorted, clearly dissatisfied with the interference of these foreigners. Beside him, Lu Yuer sighed. Their strength is not weaker than Great Xia's, especially a few from Sakura country. Otherwise, we Great Xia people could unite to drive them out.
Hearing this, Lu Feiyu shook his head helplessly.
Due to the enormous scale of Lishan's phenomenon and its great fame, this time the opening of the secret realm had spread widely around the world. Thus, many awakeners from abroad came to participate. Among them were many renowned strong individuals in their own countries, all at the transformation stage, not weaker than Great Xia's people.
It was truly unfortunate.
Clearly, the Lishan secret realm concerns the first emperor, yet it has to be interfered with by outsiders. If Emperor Qin knew about this, he would probably be so angry he would come back to life.
Lu Feiyu felt deeply powerless. At that moment, a figure approached not far away.
Young friend Lu, this Lishan secret realm is of great importance. I want to unite our forces within Great Xia to compete for opportunities in the secret realm against those foreigners.
What do you think?
Lu Feiyu turned to see it was Gu Qianhua who had come to find him.
After thinking for a moment, he immediately agreed. If that's the case, that would be wonderful. I am willing to join.
Lu Feiyu originally had this thought, and now that Gu Qianhua had taken the lead to gather everyone, he was naturally happy to join.
That's great.
I just want to find Cui Lingfei from the Great Xia Alliance. He is also willing to cooperate with us.
Gu Qianhua laughed heartily, very pleased with Lu Feiyu's joining. It's a pity that the Skeleton Society didn't send anyone today. Otherwise, if we could unite with them, the strength of Great Xia people would certainly be even stronger. As he spoke, Gu Qianhua seemed to think of something else and asked, by the way, why haven't I seen the God of Death today?
Young friend Lu, you should be quite familiar with him.
Where has he gone?
If the God of Death is also willing to join us,
then our chances of winning will be much greater. Hearing Gu Qianhua's question,
Lu Feiyu shook his head helplessly. Brother Zhou is on his way, but I observed the time and fear it might be too late.
That's too bad. Gu Qianhua couldn't help but feel regret upon hearing this.
Zhou Luo was a presence that could crush and dominate young Tianying. Without him, the strength of the Daxia forces would be significantly reduced. While Gu Qianhua was trying to win over the Daxia forces, those overseas forces coming to Lishan also realized this point. The Daxia people are so stingy, wanting to ally against us in the secret realm, not wanting us to gain opportunities. No, if things go on like this, they may really succeed, we must also ally. The people from Eagle Nation reacted the fastest, immediately starting to gather overseas forces together. The recruitment went very smoothly, everyone agreed to join forces to deal with Daxia once inside the secret realm. But when the Eagle people approached the representative from Sakura country, they hit a wall. The representative, Kojiro Yui, let out a cold snort, showing no care for the alliance with Daxia, a mere Daxia people. Even if they unite, what storm can they stir? I and Kawakawa-kun are both at the 5th realm of transformation, enough to suppress all Daxia people. Upon hearing this, Kawada and Kawakawa immediately agreed. Kojiro-kun is right, we don't need to ally. The opportunity of Emperor Shi Huang from Daxia must belong to Sakura country. When the Daxia people strike at you later, don't come begging us for help. Eagle Nation representative Mike was not in a good mood either. Seeing the Sakura people so ignorant, he let out a cold snort and walked away. In his heart, he silently mocked, this country surrounded by nuclear wastewater has really gained a lot of courage after the era of mutation began, daring to speak to him in such a tone. In the past, every time the Sakura country saw their eagle people, which one was not humble and respectful? Mike walked away angrily. Across from the two, Gu Qianhua and Lu Feiyu also saw this scene. These Sakura people are truly arrogant, they actually dare to look down on our Daxia. Lu Feiyu's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Among this group of barbarians, the most hated without a doubt is this group from Sakura country. But who could have thought that the originally not top-tier Sakura country would suddenly become fierce after the mutation era began, also becoming so arrogant?
Absolutely cannot let these Sakura people touch the opportunity of Emperor Shi Huang.
Gu Qianhua was also very displeased, his tone revealing a murderous intent.
That's inevitable. Chui Lingfei spoke firmly, showing no sign of backing down.
If the Sakura people really obtained the opportunity of Emperor Shi Huang, just thinking about it made one feel sick. Every Daxia person would find it hard to accept.
Time slowly flowed. The magnificent palace on Lishan became even more solid.
This means the Lishan secret realm is about to open. But at this moment, a sound of wind and cloud stirring came from the distant sky.
What is that?
Lu Feiyu was the first to hear it. He immediately looked in the direction of the sound, dumbfounded. As he spoke, everyone present turned their gaze to the horizon. They saw a beast resembling a qilin, radiating an icy aura, flying towards them at high speed from thousands of meters away. Wherever this beast passed, the surrounding clouds were scattered by the airflow, producing bursts of sonic booms.
That is, the Beast King? Why is the Beast King appearing at this time?
Run, the strength of this Beast King is definitely above the divine realm. If you don't run now, you're waiting to die.
Everyone was immediately taken aback.
Lu Feiyu and the other strong Daxia individuals, as well as the overseas forces, also quickly prepared to flee. Although they were unclear about why the Beast King was heading towards Lishan.
But the best choice right now. Just run away quickly.
But at that moment, someone suddenly sensed that something was wrong.
Look! Is there a person sitting on the back of that Beast King? Are you crazy? How could a person possibly sit on the back of the Beast King? I'm not crazy. There really is a person sitting there. Open your eyes and look properly.
Everyone looked again in the direction of the Beast King. At this moment, the unknown Beast King was approaching Lishan. Because of this, everyone could finally see clearly what was on his back. Just as that person said, there was indeed a man sitting on the Beast King's back, looking calm.
Isn't that the god of killing? Someone instantly recognized Zhou Luo's identity. It really is him.
It's the god of killing. My god, the god of killing is actually sitting on the Beast King's back.
Does he actually ride this Beast King?
Terrifying, too terrifying. Seeing it was Zhou Luo, the crowd who initially wanted to escape all stopped in their tracks. Lu Feiyu, Gu Qianhua, and Chui Lingfei were all dumbfounded at this moment.
It's actually Mr. Zhou? Lu Feiyu looked in Zhou Luo's direction with disbelief. The god of killing can actually sit on the Beast King's back? Could it be that he really? Gu Qianhua's expression changed, pondering something. If this is true, then Daxia has hope. Chui Lingfei thought of something immediately, different from the other two. If Zhou Luo could really tame the Beast King, wouldn't that mean that the Beast King's appearing in Daxia would pose much less danger? In that case, the people of Daxia wouldn't have to live in fear every day. Isn't this exactly what they in the Daxia Alliance were pursuing? On the other side, the overseas forces saw the Xia people stop halfway and point at the Beast King in the sky, feeling something was off. Once they heard what the Xia people said, the overseas forces were in shock. The Xia people are actually this terrifying, able to tame the Beast King? Just a few days ago, a Beast King descended upon our country, and it took the entire nation to kill it. How is this possible? Liars, definitely liars. The Xia people can't be this strong. After the shock, many overseas forces began to accept reality. But the people of Sakura country were the most incredulous, questioning the truthfulness of it all. However, their actions were regarded as foolish by other overseas forces. What kind of liar can convince a Beast King and ride on its back? You try to fool me with one. Before long, Zhou Luo had already ridden on the heavenly frost thunder and was stirring the air. Everyone, how have you been? He looked down at Lu Feiyu and the others, smiling as he greeted them. Brother Zhou, what is this? Lu Feiyu stepped forward, shocked as he looked at the heavenly frost thunder. At this moment, they could also sense it. This was clearly a Beast King at the spirit transformation level. Oh, this is a little brother I picked up after returning to Jiangnan. Zhou Luo patted the heavenly frost thunder and said, Little Yao Sakura, greet Brother Lu. Hello, I am the new little brother of the big brother. The heavenly frost thunder actually greeted Lu Feiyu. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. No way, how did you do that? Can you teach me? This was a Beast King at the spirit transformation level, why did it feel so humble before Zhou Luo? When told to greet, it actually did. Beast Kings are not supposed to be extremely violent and filled with killing intent? Hello? Lu Feiyu was clearly stunned, taking a long time before managing to squeeze out a sentence. No other reason. It was simply too shocking to his worldview. Since the beginning of the mutation era, whenever the title Beast King was mentioned, it represented endless destruction and slaughter. But now, a Beast King at the spirit transformation level had actually been tamed as a little brother by a human. This was too terrifying. Zhou Luo scanned the surroundings, quickly fixing his gaze on the gathering place of the overseas forces not far away. In an instant, a chill flashed in his eyes. In his past life, the one who obtained the supreme treasure, the Taiye sword of the first emperor, was not from the Great Xia, but rather this group of foreign barbarians. This fact has always been a regret in the hearts of the Great Xia people. How could the glorious ancestor dragon of Great Xia, the personal sword of the first emperor, be taken away by barbarians? It is indeed the greatest joke in the world. Yet, everyone was powerless to respond. Because the one who took away the Taiye sword was the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, which had become powerful after the disease era began. If Zhou Luo remembered correctly, the person from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom who obtained the Taiye sword was named He Tian Hechuan. Originally, He Tian Hechuan was already one of the top experts in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and after obtaining the Taiye sword, his strength soared, reaching the peak of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. However, in this life, Zhou Luo would definitely not let such a thing happen. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but slightly curl his lips. Because he came to Mount Li today with no intention of allowing these barbarians to enter the royal tomb. How could you barbarians step into the resting place of the Great Xia ancestor dragon? Xiao Yao, go over there. Zhou Luo patted Tian Shuang Leizhua, signaling him to walk towards that group of foreign powers. What does the god of kill want to do? On the Great Xia side, everyone was speculating about his intentions upon seeing Zhou Luo's actions. Oh my god, that Beast King from the spirit transformation realm is coming over here. What does that man want to do? Does he want the Beast King to eat us? How is this possible? Why can the Great Xia people act so arrogantly? But the overseas forces were getting restless. Looking at a Beast King from the spirit transformation realm walking towards them, anyone would be afraid. What's more, this Beast King was on the side of Great Xia. Soon, Zhou Luo and Tian Xuan Leijua's heads were covered in anxiety. Zhou Luo scanned the area, and his gaze quickly landed on a very distinctive person from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. The person from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom felt a shiver all over under Zhou Luo's gaze. But under the pressure from Tian Xuan Leijua, they did not dare to speak. Completely unlike their previous arrogance. Zhou Luo lightly moved his gaze away, then looked at everyone, speaking, listen up. The royal tomb of Mount Li is the resting place of our Great Xia First Emperor, only we, the Great Xia people, can enter. I am only giving you 10 minutes to quickly leave the vicinity of Mount Li, or don't blame me for taking action. Zhou Luo's voice was not loud. But it fell upon every person from overseas like a heavy weight, pressing them down until they couldn't breathe. Why should we? Since the secret realm is opened, it means that everyone can participate. How can you Great Xia people monopolize it? After a moment of silence, a Awakener from the Maple Leaf Kingdom immediately spoke up, his face full of defiance. With him taking the lead, the already disgruntled foreigners expressed their dissatisfaction one after another. That's right.
The secret realm is a public resource of Blue Star, we are all people of Blue Star, and we are qualified to enter.
Aren't you great Xia people always priding yourselves on being a land of etiquette? How can you act so stingily? Let us in. Protests continued without stopping.
Sitting in his seat, Tian Xuan Leizhuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a murderous intent flickering in them.
In the next moment, he raised his hand and pressed it down. A towering illusion of Mount Tai instantly appeared and then pressed towards the leading awakener from the Maple Leaf Kingdom. Bang! How could the awakener from the Maple Leaf Kingdom withstand Zhou Luo's supernatural power?
Once covered by the Mount Tai illusion, he exploded in an instant, becoming a mist of blood. Those standing nearby were directly splattered with blood all over.
Bang, bang, bang.
Zhou Luo did not stop, he waved his hand, and several others who yelled the loudest also exploded.
The surroundings fell into eerie silence.
Every person's face was filled with fear. After doing all this, Zhou Luo's expression remained calm.
He looked ahead, his tone icy. I am merely informing you, not discussing with you. Understand? 053, suppression. Not one of you will leave today. After the silence, all the awakened ones from the overseas forces. Unconsciously, they took a step back. Everyone looked at Zhou Luo as if they had seen a devil. It was terrifying. The few people just killed by Zhou Luo were all powerful beings who had entered the transformation realm. Yet even so, they were no match for Zhou Luo in a single move. With just a casual wave of his hand, they were crushed to death. There was no resistance at all. When did such a terrifying figure emerge in the Daxia kingdom? At this moment, no one dared to speak out in protest. All the overseas forces who came today to participate in the Lishan's secret realm had only one thought in their hearts. Run, quickly. The Sakura country was the same. They no longer had the same arrogance as before. Kojiro Opyu and Kawada Kazukawa both lowered their heads and quickly retreated, wanting to take their people away from this perilous place as soon as possible. But at that moment, Zhou Luo's devil-like voice rang in their ears. Others can leave, but you must stay. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze instantly turned towards Zhou Luo. The other overseas forces sighed in relief when they saw Zhou Luo referring to the people of Sakura country. But the people from Sakura country were no longer calm. Sir, our Sakura country voluntarily withdraws from this secret realm, so we won't stay any longer. Kojiro Opyu said with a flattering face, bowing and scraping. Voluntarily withdraw? Sorry, I haven't permitted you to withdraw. Zhou Luo squinted his eyes, his face showing no signs of joy or anger. But this statement left everyone present stunned. Kojiro Opyu said in disbelief, Sir, does that mean our Sakura country can participate in the Lishan's secret realm? Kawada Kazukawa was equally shocked. Logically speaking, their Sakura country had an irreconcilable relationship with Daxia. Why was this person so forcefully letting the people from other countries leave while keeping only their Sakura country? Could it be? An absurd thought brewed in Kawada Kazukawa's mind. He looked at Zhou Luo with eyes that had completely changed. From initial fear and respect, they instantly turned into disdain. If he remembered correctly, this type of person, by Daxia's standards, wasn't he called a traitor? Having figured this out, Kawada Kazukawa felt the pressure on him vanish. He smiled. Just as he was about to speak to Zhou Luo, he found that Zhou Luo spoke first. No, you misunderstood. I also didn't intend to let you enter the Lishan's secret realm. Zhou Luo's lips curved slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. What I mean is, none of you from Sakura country can leave today. Having said that, the phantom of Mount Tai reappeared behind Zhou Luo. The overwhelming power locked onto all the people from Sakura country present. In the next moment, Zhou Luo raised his hand and waved. The phantom of Mount Tai crushingly pressed towards the people of Sakura country. Bang, bang, bang. The slightly weaker awakened ones from Sakura country couldn't withstand the pressure and were instantly shattered into blood mist. Those awakened ones who had entered the transformation realm were still able to resist for a while, but within 10 seconds, they too were swiftly suppressed. Kojiro Opyu and Kawada Kazukawa's eyes immediately turned red, staring at Zhou Luo. Daxia person. Are you declaring war on our Sakura country? Zhou Luo's methods were truly terrifying. In less than a minute, several subordinates from Sakura country they brought along had been directly killed, leaving only the two of them. With such strength, if Zhou Luo wanted to attack them, it wouldn't take much effort. Therefore, they could only attempt to stop Zhou Luo in this way. But Zhou Luo was completely unfazed. He didn't even bother to respond to their feelings and simply raised his hand to press down. The phantom of Mount Tai instantly enveloped the two of them. Kojiro Opyu and Kawada Kazukawa felt as if they were being crushed by a 10,000-ton giant ship. Every inch of cell in the body is trembling, about to bear no more. Even with all their strength, they cannot resist at all. People of the Great Summer, your methods are so cruel, it will definitely provoke public anger. Our allies from the Cherry Blossom country will not let you go either. Kawada and Xuan gritted their teeth and roared. But in the next moment. Bang! Bang!
The shadow of Mount Tai suppressed the two without any obstruction. Thus, none of the 9 people from the Cherry Blossom country who came to participate in the Lishan secret realm survived. The overseas forces who witnessed this scene not far away fell silent, one by one. Their eyes looking at Zhou Luo were completely like looking at a demon. So terrifying, so frightening. Completely unconcerned about the threats from the Cherry Blossom country, he suppressed everyone without saying a word. Moreover, in their hearts, a feeling of sorrow for the dead rabbit and the sad fox arose. Quickly leave. Hurry and leave this place of disputes.
We must not stay long. They did not stay too long.
After seeing all the people from the Cherry Blossom country fall, they quickly left Lishan.
After they left,
the people of the Great Summer looked at Zhou Luo's gaze, which became different.
There was fear, admiration, envy.
But in everyone's eyes, there was undeniably a deep sense of awe.
It was because Zhou Luo's strength had truly exceeded everyone's expectations.
With just a raise of his hand, he suppressed the powerful from the Cherry Blossom country. It is known that before Zhou Luo arrived, they had all allied to deal with these overseas forces.
Now, what are they even allying for?
This group of overseas forces, one by one, were scared away. No one will contend with them for the opportunities in the Lishan secret realm anymore. Among the crowd, the siblings Lu Feiyu, who walked closest to Zhou Luo, were greatly relieved at that moment. Fortunately, they had previously connected with Zhou Luo using the energy of the Earth Sha. Otherwise, to befriend Zhou Luo now, the price to pay would probably be dozens of times higher. After all, for a powerhouse of this level, the number of people wanting to befriend him could be countless. Gu Qianhua silently watched Zhou Luo's direction, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Why does he feel that the shadow of Mount Tai Zhou Luo used when he acted comes from the same source as the Daizong Jinhaiju he obtained from the Mount Tai secret realm? Could it be that Zhou Luo also cultivated that Daizong Jinhaiju? But it should not be, as far as he understands, that the only copy of the Daizong Jinhaiju should have been obtained by him. It's truly strange. But Cui Lingfei was completely different. He occasionally glanced towards Zhou Luo and Tian Xuanlei, his face unable to hide his eagerness. Mr. Zhou is so powerful, he must be able to solve several Beast King disasters in our Great Summer. After the secret realm ends, I will go find him and ask for his help. But if I ask Mr. Zhou for help, what treasures should I offer as reward? Cui Lingfei was rapidly pondering these questions in his mind. On the other side, after confirming that all overseas forces had left, Zhou Luo returned to Tian Xuanlei's side. Big brother, so you humans are also this ruthless towards your own kind? I thought you were all united. Tian Xuanlei's eyes flashed with curiosity. Hearing this, Zhou Luo rolled his eyes at him. Don't talk nonsense, those I just killed are not considered human. Ah. But they clearly looked like. Tian Xuanlei realized that Zhou Luo glanced at him lightly, and instantly shut his mouth. At this moment, on the distant peak of Lishan, that resplendent palace suddenly radiated divine light at this moment. Following that, the Lishan beneath everyone's feet began to shake. The Lishan secret realm is about to open. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and they cast aside what had just happened. Who wouldn't want to gain the opportunities left by the first emperor? Seeing that the Lishan secret realm was already showing signs of opening, Zhou Luo was also ready to set off. But at this moment, Tian Xuanlei Qi beside him said in distress. Big brother, I'm afraid I cannot accompany you into this secret realm. Why? Zhou Luo furrowed his brow slightly, feeling confused. I can sense a will within this secret realm that does not allow us beasts to enter, otherwise, there will be a danger to our lives. Tian Xuanlei Qi had just perceived this will when the Lishan secret realm fully opened, feeling it emanating from that resplendent golden hall. This will was terrifying, so much so that even he, a beast king at the transformation realm, did not dare to confront it lightly. Is that so? Then it's fine, you wait for me outside? Although Zhou Luo had some doubts, he could clearly see that Tian Xuanlei Qi felt uneasy and nodded in agreement. All right. Tian Xuanlei Qi replied hurriedly. However, I have a task for you. While you wait outside, be on the lookout. If that group of people who just left tries to sneak back into the secret realm, I want every one of them killed, got it? Zhou Luo looked towards the direction where the overseas forces were fleeing and then turned to Tian Xuanlei Qi. Big brother, don't worry. If anyone dares to sneak back, I will definitely make them regret it. Tian Xuanlei Qi agreed without hesitation. Seeing this, Zhou Luo no longer hesitated and walked directly towards the top of Lishan Mountain. As everyone reached the summit, the magnificent and imposing hall suddenly emitted divine light, enveloping all the people. When everyone came back to their senses, they found themselves in a lush mountain range. Is this another Lishan? Someone immediately noticed that the mountain range beneath their feet had the same formation as Lishan. But this other Lishan had no traces of any technological age buildings. What is that city? Another person saw that in the Yellow Earth Highland in front of Lishan stood a quaint city. Moreover, the largest hall in this city astonishingly resembled the splendid hall at the top of Lishan. Could it be the Xian city of the first emperor? Among the crowd, Gu Qianhua was the first to recognize the origin of this city. It was exactly as described in ancient books, the Xian city built by the first emperor. It seems the chance left by the first emperor is within Xian city. Everyone quickly realized this and headed towards the quaint city. Zhou Luo remained silent, just setting off with the group. With memories from his past life, Zhou Luo knew the name of this city very well. It was not the Xian city that Gu Qianhua speculated, but another palace deeply connected to the first emperor, the Yifang Palace. The world's weapon of slaughter, the Tai sword, is located within the Yifang Palace. The group moved swiftly. In just a few minutes, they descended Lishan and arrived before the palace. At this time, everyone could clearly see the plaque on the hall, elegantly inscribed with 3 large characters, Yifang Palace. It's actually Yifang Palace? Gu Qianhua frowned slightly, feeling immensely surprised. It is known that this Yifang Palace was entirely burnt down in a great fire in the history of the Great Xia. But historical records vary on who set fire to Yifang Palace. Among them, the most recognized statement is that it was the work of the tyrant Xiang Yu. What a Yifang Palace, truly extravagant as described in the books. Looking at this palace that only existed in legend, Gu Qianhua couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, as rumored, just standing at the entrance and looking, one could sense the grandeur of the Yifang Palace. Carved beams, painted rafters, precious stones, and an opulent atmosphere. In modern words, it was an extravagance beyond humanity. Moreover, on the grand hall at the front of the Yifang Palace stood many terracotta warriors. These terracotta warriors were entirely different from those seen in the museums outside. There is no breath of time eroding here, each figurine seemingly radiates a chilling aura, pairs of eyes made of clay vivid and alive, just a glance can feel a sense of oppression. Among this group of terracotta warriors, the most eye-catching is the figurine that leads the group. This figurine is completely different from the others, not only is it draped in heavy armor, but it also carries a majestic halberd on its back, completely resembling a general. Just as everyone planned to continue admiring it. Suddenly, an extraordinary change occurred. That figurine wielding the halberd suddenly erupted with a fierce aura, and its claymate eyes actually started to move. Awaken! Immediately, this general figurine spoke human words, and after a command, all the terracotta warriors also woke up. Kill! The general figurine lifted the halberd from its back, and murderous intent instantly filled the surroundings. At this moment, everyone could clearly see the strength of this group of terracotta warriors. They are actually in the late phase of the transformation realm. Gu Qianhua's eyes flashed with a serious look. Each ordinary terracotta warrior was at the late phase of the initial realm, and with so many of them together, it was undoubtedly a formidable fighting force. And this general figurine is undoubtedly in the late phase of the transformation realm. It could even be said to be at the peak of the transformation realm. Only a step away from the extraordinary realm. Everyone became alert. The gaze towards this group of terracotta warriors was extremely serious. Formation! The general figurine shouted again. In an instant, countless terracotta warriors arranged themselves and formed a military formation. This left everyone even more shocked. This group of terracotta warriors can actually use formations. Why do they possess such intelligence? What is granting them this? Kill! The general figurine shouted once more. Kill! The other terracotta warriors also followed with shouts, their voices shaking the heavens, and the murderous intent surged. Just as the words left their mouths, the killing formation formed by the terracotta warriors charged directly towards everyone. And that general figurine was at the front, wielding the halberd fiercely, battling against Gu Qianhua and the others. But Zhou Luo did not join the battle. He stood to the side, silently observing that general figurine. It wasn't that Zhou Luo was standing by, he was waiting for the right moment. In his memory, this general figurine possessed the key to open the Yifang Palace, the Tiger Talisman. Once the battle fell into a stalemate, this general figurine would actively summon the Tiger Talisman to enhance its power. If Zhou Luo acted now, with his strength, he could probably suppress it instantly, and at that time, it would be uncertain whether the Tiger Talisman would even appear. Therefore, Zhou Luo waited for that general figurine to summon the Tiger Talisman to open the gate to the Yifang Palace before he would step in to solve it. Soon, the battle fell into a stalemate. This group of terracotta warriors was not weak, each was at the late phase of the initial realm, and now with the killing formation, their strength was incredibly fierce and hard to deal with. But the awakened side had the advantage in numbers, and the situation gradually began to tilt towards them. On the side of the general figurine, although its own strength was at the peak of the transformation realm, it was still hard to withstand the pressure under the combined force of Gu Qianhua, Lu Feiyu, and Cui Lingfei, retreating step by step. Talisman! Seeing that the situation was not good, the general figurine fully engaged and forced back Gu Qianhua and the other three, then exclaimed loudly. In the next moment, a tiger talisman radiating a hazy red light emerged from its body. As the tiger talisman was summoned, the hazy red light surrounding it spread outwards. Any terracotta warriors swept by this red light actually had their realms directly upgraded to the first level of the transformation realm. Combined with the killing formation, the situation instantly turned around. And that general figurine became even more terrifying, as its strength directly broke through the transformation realm, reaching the extraordinary realm. Under the swinging halberd, Lu Feiyu and the others gradually found it hard to hold on. It's time to take action. Zhou Luo looked at this scene and no longer stood by. He stepped forward, reaching out casually toward the tiger symbol in mid-air, and then pocketed it. The general soldier, seeing the tiger symbol taken, immediately turned his murderous gaze towards Zhou Luo. After sweeping away Lu Feiyu and the others, he charged straight at Zhou Luo. Kill! The gleaming spear blade pointed directly at Zhou Luo's throat, moving with incredible speed. Lu Feiyu and the others, seeing this strike, couldn't help but show a hint of seriousness in their eyes. They asked themselves, if this blow landed on them, they very likely wouldn't be able to withstand it. But Zhou Luo was different. At the instant the general soldier struck, he simply raised his hand and pressed. The vast energy from the Mount Tai Earth vein transformed into a giant hand, firmly pinning the general soldier to the ground, rendering him completely immobile despite his struggles. The tiger symbol has emerged, you are of no use now. Watching the general soldier groaning on the ground, Zhou Luo spoke in an extremely flat tone. In the next moment, the giant hand directly crushed the general soldier into pieces. After doing all this, Zhou Luo turned his gaze towards the group of mercenaries. He waved his hand, and the towering shadow of Mount Tai appeared behind him, crossing directly over the mercenaries. Boom! The Mount Tai shadow descended without any obstruction, and the mercenaries couldn't withstand such immense power, instantly transforming into a pile of clay fragments. This scene completely stunned everyone present. They had just been fighting fiercely against this group of mercenaries, barely managing to hold their ground. But in Zhou Luo's hands, it was as easy as waving a hand to resolve it. Is he even human? Lu Feiyu and the others were also somewhat dazed at this moment. That general soldier had been a tough opponent that they had struggled against for a long time without success. Yet in Zhou Luo's hands, he was like a toy, crushed with ease. Not human, far from human. Brother Zhou's strength, I understand less and less. Lu Feiyu shook his head slightly, feeling deeply amazed. Gu Qianhua said nothing, but his eyes revealed the shock deep within him. Cui Lingfei, on the other hand, was somewhat excited. In his eyes, someone as clear on right and wrong as Zhou Luo is definitely better the stronger they are. After dealing with this group of soldier statues, Zhou Luo did not hesitate, directly taking the tiger symbol and stepping into the Apang Palace, heading towards the main hall. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly followed. As Zhou Luo entered the city, he felt increasingly that something was off. Clearly, from outside, the Apang Palace looked luxurious, adorned with exquisite carvings and paintings. But once inside, it was obvious that the buildings were rather plain, even to say they were simple would not be an exaggeration. But this was not the key issue. Zhou Luo discovered that the city was filled with many hidden crossbows. These crossbows were intricately designed to a shocking degree, even the technologically advanced Zhou Luo found them inconceivable. Besides the crossbows, there were some mechanisms resembling cannons, which were quite frightening. According to legend, the Apang Palace should be extravagantly luxurious. Why does it look this way inside? This is not a palace of extravagance, it is clearly a city filled with deadly weapons. Zhou Luo felt very puzzled. In his past life, he had only heard about the process of the Lishan secret realm, but had never heard of these details. Further behind, Gu Qianhua was observing the various structures within the city, and could not help but frown. Something is not right, very not right. Why did the first emperor use a luxurious facade to deceive people while placing so many deadly weapons inside the Apang Palace? There must be some secret hidden in this. Gu Qianhua murmured to himself. The group continued to delve deeper. Until they reached the splendid main hall entrance, they finally stopped. That stone trough, is it the tiger symbol from earlier? Someone with sharp eyes immediately discovered a tiger-shaped stone trough left on the grand door. This tiger-shaped stone trough was exactly the same shape as the tiger symbol that the general soldier had summoned before. Clearly, if they wanted to open this grand door, that tiger symbol was the key. Zhou Luo was also very aware of this. He walked forward and inserted the tiger talisman into the stone groove. Buzz. The moment the tiger talisman was embedded, the stone groove began to operate, and the great hall's doors slowly opened. When the doors were fully opened, everyone was stunned once again. Inside this magnificently decorated great hall, it was surprisingly simple to the extreme. There were no decorations or luxurious gems at all. What was there was only an extremely empty hall, and above the hall floated a black cloud in midair. What is this thing?
Someone looked at the black cloud and questioned.
This black cloud was extremely strange, floating in midair, its gas circulating continuously without any sign of leakage.
It was something completely unseen before. Could this be the opportunity left by the first emperor? But I don't see this as a treasure. Don't even say treasure, this gas cloud looks really scary. Ahem, how about we get a bit closer to take a look? Everyone started to discuss.
Some people wanted to step closer to observe but were pulled back by their friends.
Are you stupid? Who knows if this thing has any lethal power? If it does, you wouldn't even know how you died. After that reminder, the person who wanted to get closer immediately backed down. Seeing the puzzled and fearful expressions on everyone's faces,
Zhou Luo just secretly shook his head in his heart. This black cloud was not a treasure, nor did it have any lethal qualities as that person had said.
Its structure was composed of pure spiritual energy to the extreme. But this spiritual energy was different from ordinary spiritual energy.
According to the past life of Gu Qianhua, this spiritual energy was transformed from ordinary spiritual energy by an ancient power into a highly special cloud of spiritual energy. It was very selective of a person's talent. If an ordinary person without any cultivation or talent came, this cloud of spiritual energy would not be absorbed at all. But if those with top talents came, the absorption speed would become extremely fast. The opportunity left by the first emperor was related to this cloud. Whoever is the first to absorb this cloud of spiritual energy to a certain extent could enter a hidden door and obtain the Tai sword. Of course. Besides the Tai sword, there was also an opportunity left by the first emperor inside that hidden door. However, in a past life, he Tian and Xuan, after entering the hidden door and gaining opportunities, never mentioned it to outsiders, leaving no one knowing what else he gained besides the Tai sword. Now, he Tian and Xuan were dead. In this Ipang palace, without a doubt, the one with the best talent was Zhou Luo. Let me see what the opportunity left by the first emperor really is. Zhou Luo calmed his mind and directly stepped under the cloud. Boom! As Zhou Luo trembled all over, the Jodo Chaos body operated at full speed, and every cell in his body began to greedily devour the spiritual energy within that cloud. Like a celestial pillar, the black spiritual energy from the cloud rushed toward Zhou Luo as if it were free. 056, Tai sword. Mysterious iron ball. With Zhou Luo leading, the others immediately understood that this black cloud was the test of the Ipang Palace. Following closely, everyone stepped forward and began to absorb the spiritual energy from this black cloud like Zhou Luo. Why is this spiritual energy so strange? It feels like it's resisting me. Resisting? Why can't I feel it? Where's the resistance? I feel this black spiritual energy is even more friendly than ordinary spiritual energy. Some people were surprised to find after absorbing for a while that the spiritual energy within this black cloud was completely different from the ordinary spiritual energy outside and was very difficult to absorb. But others felt that this spiritual energy was friendlier than ordinary spiritual energy and the absorption speed was faster. Now, everyone understood the rule of this test. Talent. The higher the talent, the faster the absorption of black spiritual energy. After realizing that, disappointment suddenly appeared on the faces of most people. Although the awakened ones who can come to the secret realm of Lishan are, in the entire Great Xia, some of the most gifted existences. But this time, they entered the secret realm of Lishan alongside Zhou Luo. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned toward Zhou Luo. Sure enough, they found that Zhou Luo absorbed the black spirit energy much faster than they did by countless times. If everyone was getting spirit energy from the black cloud like a trickling stream, then Zhou Luo was like a giant wave, highly efficient. Even Gu Qianhua, who was known as the fastest cultivator among the three, felt inferior upon seeing Zhou Luo's absorption speed. Fortunately, someone timely noticed that if this black spirit energy was refined immediately after absorption, it could enhance one's physical constitution. Everyone then no longer hesitated and began to absorb it. Time slowly flowed by. About 5 minutes passed. Zhou Luo could feel that the amount of black spirit energy stored within him had reached its peak. It's time. He opened his eyes, stood up, and walked toward the only dark door inside the Ipang Palace. Upon reaching the dark door, he poured all the black spirit energy within him into it. With a series of tremors, the dark door immediately opened, revealing a simple secret room. In the secret room, a pitch-black long sword, with layers of cloud dragon patterns engraved on its scabbard, was prominently placed on the table. Zhou Luo recognized at a glance that this sword was the rumored sword of Emperor Qinshi, known as the Tai sword, a weapon of great power in the world. However, after a quick glance at the Tai sword, Zhou Luo's attention was swiftly captured by another object. On that table, besides the Tai sword, there was also a pitch-black iron ball placed in a small box. The iron ball stood quietly in the box. It looked just like an ordinary small iron ball. But Zhou Luo could sense that a chilling aura surrounded this iron ball. What is this thing?
Zhou Luo furrowed his brows slightly. He had never heard of the existence of this iron ball. Could it be that this iron ball is another opportunity left by Emperor Qinshi, as the legends say?
In his past life, He Tian and Chuan had entered the secret room and stayed there until the secret realm of Lishan closed. When they emerged from the secret realm of Lishan, He Tian even did not linger in Great Xia and quickly left alone, not caring about his companion, Xiao Pugaik, and returned to Cherry Blossom Country. As if he were hiding some earth-shattering treasure on him. Although later, He Tian exposed the Taya sword to the eyes of the world during battles with the awakened of Great Xia, merely relying on the Taya sword was completely insufficient to make He Tian so cautious. In confusion, Zhou Luo stepped forward, wanting to take the iron ball in his hand for a closer observation. But the moment he touched the iron ball, a series of furious roars instantly rang in his ears. Kill! Protect His Majesty! Xiang Ji, how can you collude with outsiders? Can you bear this world? Before his eyes, scenes began to unfold. A man, draped in a black dragon robe, held the Taya sword, standing before the flaming Ipang Palace, with the sword tip pointing straight ahead. Opposite him stood a tall man with long hair falling over his shoulders, his face covered in blood, making it hard to see his features. All around them, the bodies of dead soldiers littered the ground. Blood soaked the ground, resembling a scene from the Hell of Avicii. The sound abruptly stopped. The images came to a sudden halt. Only Zhou Luo held that iron ball, his expression grave. That is Emperor Qinshi? Zhou Luo took a deep breath. It was evident that the man draped in the black dragon robe could only be Emperor Qinshi. And opposite him was the rumored overlord, Xiang Yu. At that moment, the Ipang Palace was on the verge of turning to ashes. What on earth happened then? Zhou Luo felt extremely puzzled in his heart. He tried several more times but found he could no longer gather any information from the iron ball, so he had no choice but to tuck it away. This iron ball is definitely not simple. After we go out, I will find a good opportunity to study it. Zhou Luo has a premonition that the value of this thing may be even more precious than the Taiye sword. No wonder in the previous life, He Tian and Chuan were so cautious after coming out of Lishan. Zhou Luo snorted coldly. Fortunately, the legacy of the first emperor was not obtained by the Sakura kingdom in this life. After putting the iron ball away, Zhou Luo reached out to lift the Taiye sword, grasping it in his hand. Clang! As he slightly drew the sword, the Taiye sword emitted a crisp humming sound. A chilling light also shone from the exposed blade. What a good sword! Zhou Luo couldn't help but exclaim. Even before refining the Taiye sword, he could feel a sharp intention from it. If he refines it and turns it into his innate treasure, its power would be absolutely astonishing. Just right, I will use this secret room to refine you. Zhou Luo's mouth slightly curled up as he crossed his legs and began to refine the Taiye sword. In the hall, the black cloud formed from spiritual energy was gradually shrinking and about to dissipate. Everyone saw Zhou Luo entering the secret room and couldn't help but shake their heads secretly. Indeed, Zhou Luo managed to seize the great opportunity within the Lishan secret realm. Although they didn't get anything, they did enhance their physique somewhat through the spiritual energy in the black cloud. It seems they need to go outside and wander around, maybe they will find other opportunities. Some people had already begun to take action. The number of people in the hall was rapidly decreasing. On the other side, the news of the opening of the Lishan secret realm had spread throughout the entire country and even the whole blue planet. If it was just the opening of a secret realm, the speed of spreading wouldn't be so fast. The key was that this time, all overseas powers that wanted to get a share of the pie were actually driven away. Moreover, all 9 members of the Sakura kingdom died at the gate of the secret realm. This incident directly shocked the entire Great Xia. At the headquarters of the Skeleton Club, Yang Tianying and Lu Ruyan naturally received this news too. They all knew that the one who drove away the overseas powers and killed all 9 members of the Sakura kingdom was Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo's strength is far beyond what we imagined. Yang Tianying frowned secretly, looking at Lu Ruyan across from him, his expression very serious. Lu Ruyan's face was equally grim. The stronger Zhou Luo became, the more difficult her revenge would be. However, she still did not give up. Thinking that after her Calamity Holy Body was repaired, she would mix in the secret realm to seize opportunities, she might not be surpassed by Zhou Luo too much. Moreover, with Yang Tianying teaming up, it wouldn't be impossible to fight back. I heard that this time a Beast King also appeared in Lishan, and Zhou Luo tamed it? Lu Ruyan looked at Yang Tianying and asked. That is indeed the case, Zhou Luo somehow managed to tame a Beast King. Yang Tianying sighed, and then added, but it's unclear what kind of Beast King it is and what it looks like. However, since it could be tamed by Zhou Luo, its cultivation level probably isn't very high, it's likely a low-tier Divine Beast King. Can we get a photo of it? Lu Ruyan asked again. After all, knowing your enemy and yourself will ensure victory in every battle. If we learn about that Beast King's information early, we will have a plan for dealing with it in the future. Yeah, I thought of this too and have sent someone to collect information.
Yang Tianying nodded. At that moment, someone knocked on the door of the reception room. President, we found the information on the Beast King. Yang Tianying's eyes lit up and he said immediately, quick, bring it to me so I can take a look. His subordinate pushed the door open, handed the photos and information of the Beast King from his phone to Yang Tianying, then stepped back out. Let me see what kind of beast this is that could be tamed by Zhou Luo. Yang Tianying opened the file with curiosity. The next second, his whole person was dumbfounded. He stood there, speechless for a long time. Lu Ruyan, sitting on the opposite sofa, noticed this and Xiaomei couldn't help but slightly furrow her brows and asked, what's wrong? Why do you have that expression? Hearing this, Yang Tianying finally came to his senses. You take a look yourself. But he didn't explain, he just handed his phone to Lu Ruyan with an incredibly strange expression. After Lu Ruyan took it, she glanced at the photo and became dazed as well. How can it be him? Lu Ruyan bit her silver teeth tightly, her eyes filled with anger and shock. The Beast King that Zhou Luo had captured was actually the very one that had stolen her yin-yang fruit last time. I said, how could a Beast King suddenly appear near my skeleton society, rushing straight for the yin-yang fruit? Yang Tianying took a few deep breaths, his expression equally enraged. It seems this is all Zhou Luo's doing. He sent the Beast King to snatch the yin-yang fruit, fearing that you would completely restore the disaster holy body. Yes, it must be like that. It must be Zhou Luo's orders. Lu Ruyan was so angry she trembled, looking at the phone with its image of the Beast King stripping and flaying. But soon, she thought of something and her expression suddenly turned joyous. You said, did Zhou Luo do this because he is very afraid of my disaster holy body? Lu Ruyan looked at Yang Tianying with a face full of joy. After thinking for a while, Yang Tianying nodded heavily, absolutely, your disaster holy body must have a restraining effect on him. Otherwise, think about it, he had no grudges or hatred with you before, and your Lu group even gave him a large sum of money. Why would he want to silence you and your father-daughter pair after the era of mutation began? This must definitely be because of the disaster holy body. Once Yang Tianying said this, Lu Ruyan instantly connected all the dots. She had always been puzzled as to why Zhou Luo would suddenly act against her family, and now everything was explained. Zhou Luo, I didn't expect you to have something you're afraid of. The flames of revenge in Lu Ruyan's eyes could no longer be suppressed. Wait until my disaster holy body is completely restored. You'd better pray not to fall into my hands, or I will certainly torment you 100-fold until death. Yang Tianying's mood also instantly improved a lot. Zhou Luo's strength was indeed too strong. He wanted revenge but had to bear immense pressure. Now that they had finally found Zhou Luo's weakness, how could he not feel joy? It seems he needed to find a reason to give that yin-yang fruit to Lu Ruyan in advance. News of Zhou Luo driving away all overseas forces quickly spread among various foreign countries. Especially in Sakura country. When the emperor of Sakura country learned of this news, he immediately became so enraged that he smashed the table in front of him. Baka Yoru. This Zhou Luo is simply a devil. How dare he act against my people? This child is so vicious, I must make him pay the price. The 9 people sent to participate in the Lishan secret realm from Sakura country were all exceptionally talented awakeners. Especially Koike Yusuke and Kawada Kazukawa, both come from great families and have grown up drinking the waters of the Radiant Isles, with outstanding talents. Now, all 9 of them were dead, none returned, causing immense losses to Sakura country. Hurry, contact the president of Eagle country for me. Also Maple Leaf country, Iron Tower country. Tell them that if this demon Zhou Luo continues to live, it will definitely be a great disaster later. Quickly convene a federal meeting and join forces to take down Zhou Luo. The emperor immediately ordered his subordinates to contact the leaders of various overseas forces. They must make Zhou Luo pay the price. The rest of the overseas leaders, upon receiving the news from Sakura country, also agreed with the emperor's proposal. They all knew that if someone like Zhou Luo was left unchecked, they would never think of entering the secret realm of Daxia in the future. He must be eliminated. Soon, messages rapidly exploded across the internet. Presidents of various countries decide to join forces to attack Daxia, unless Daxia voluntarily hands over Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo has already violated the public order of human society, killing people publicly and continuously. The means are cruel, and all countries have issued statements that they must eliminate him. The news spread extremely fast. Throughout the Great Xia, the news about Zhou Luo has become known by almost everyone. In the Skeleton Society, Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying, upon seeing the statements from various countries online, nearly jumped up in joy. Great! This guy Zhou Luo has acted so arrogantly, finally, he is getting his comeuppance. Yang Tianying wore a cold smile, he couldn't wait to see the countries directly kill Zhou Luo, so he wouldn't have to take action himself. Humph, the heavens will deal with the arrogant. Lu Ruyan also scoffed, but she still had some reluctance. What a pity, I wonder if he can hold on until I can take action myself. If I don't personally kill him, I still can't resolve the hatred in my heart. Hearing this, young Tianying couldn't help but chuckle. I think it's tough. With so many countries joining forces to hunt him down, no matter how strong he is, what can he do? He won't last a few days. While the two were talking, the secret realm of Lishan was gradually drawing to a close. As the secret realm ended, everyone was being teleported out.
At this moment, Zhou Luo had long refined the Tai Yi sword, turning it into his own innate treasure. Now, I also have 2 innate treasures. Zhou Luo said goodbye to Lu Feiyu and others, riding on the Tian Shuang Lei Yao towards Nanshan Manor, while silently calculating in his heart. The Zhouyang Bagua disc has supreme defense, and when transformed into its complete form, it also has unexpected attack ability. But after all, it's a passive attack, so it still isn't perfect. However, now that he has mastered the Tai Yi sword, this shortcoming has been compensated. With the power of the 5 Mountain Sutra added, Zhou Luo is now frighteningly strong. In today's world, there should be no one stronger than me. Zhou Luo smiled confidently. However, he didn't become arrogant because of this. He knew that during this time after the opening of the Lishan secret realm, many beast kings of the transformation realm, even Forbidden Realm, would descend on Blue Star. At the same time, secret realms were appearing in various places around the world, and strong people would emerge like mushrooms after rain. If he got self-satisfied and stagnated, he would eventually be surpassed. At this moment, Zhou Luo's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and found it was Lu Feiyu calling him. "Brother Lu, what's the matter?" After answering, Zhou Luo said to the other end of the phone. "Brother Zhou, not good. Quickly check the news." "What happened?" Zhou Luo's brow furrowed slightly. "You are wanted by the Federation. They have joined forces to come and hunt you down in the Great Xia." Lu Feiyu briefly explained what had happened during this time. After listening, Zhou Luo couldn't help but smile faintly. He really didn't expect his actions would cause such a big stir. It seems they really think highly of him. "Brother Zhou, why don't you find a place to hide? Come to Taishan safely, I guarantee no one will find you for a while," Lu Feiyu anxiously said on the phone. He knew Zhou Luo was very strong, but could he really be stronger than so many countries uniting together? So, he wanted to use the power of the Bailey Group in Taishan to protect Zhou Luo and help him safely ride out this period. "Brother Lu, thank you for your kindness, but I have gotten used to being in Jiangnan City, I don't want to go to other cities for now." Zhou Luo felt a bit touched but still refused. "Why?" "Brother Zhou, don't be impulsive. I heard that the Federation is not joking this time, there are many strong people." Lu Feiyu was puzzled. "Ah, it's fine, let them come." Zhou Luo's eyes flashed a cold gleam. "1 comes, I kill 1, 2 come, I kill 2. Until no one dares to come, no one dares to provoke." 058, Zhou Luo's decision. Preparing for Immortal Island. Zhou Luo's words deeply shocked Lu Feiyu. He truly didn't expect that Zhou Luo would not be afraid at all of the Federation's actions. In fact, from his tone, there was an underlying excitement. Lu Feiyu did not understand why Zhou Luo was so confident. Although being powerful is one thing, this is after all the Federation, with superpowers from Blue Star involved, not to mention those scattered small countries. "Zhou Luo, do you really intend to fight the whole world alone?" "Well, fine, Brother Zhou, since you have made up your mind, I won't persuade you anymore." After a moment of silence, Lu Feiyu sighed and said with a bitter smile, "However, if you change your mind during this time, you can contact me anytime, I will definitely help you." The call ended. Zhou Luo looked at the silent phone and couldn't help but shake his head. In his previous life, he had heard that Lu Feiyu from the Bailey Group was a righteous person. Once, because one of his subordinates was bullied by the Skeleton Club, he immediately led a group of brothers to confront the Skeleton Club for an explanation. That battle saw Lu Feiyu, who absorbed the Earth Evil Qi, exhibiting remarkable strength, battling Yang Tianying for several hours, ultimately forcing Yang Tianying to hand over his men to Lu Feiyu. In this life, upon first meeting Lu Feiyu, it was indeed just like that. Picking up the phone, Zhou Luo began to browse the news about the Federation that filled the internet. Just now, the Federation had issued a threat to the Daxia Alliance, forcing them to hand over Zhou Luo voluntarily. However, the Daxia Alliance did not agree, instead firmly refusing and stating that they would not give up any Daxia person. If the Federation had opinions, the Daxia Alliance would respond to the end. Their attitude was very strong, putting the Federation in a tough position. The Federation, a nest of snakes and rats. After a quick glance, Zhou Luo couldn't help but show a cold smile on his face. In his previous life, due to Daxia's vast territory and rich heritage, countless secret realms had surged after the onset of the transformation era. This instantly attracted a host of overseas forces led by the Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation. They tried every way to come up with excuses to get the Daxia Alliance to cede part of its land but were all refused. In the end, they even tore their facade and united to deal with the Daxia Alliance. It was shameless to the extreme. If the Federation really dares to take action this time, Zhou Luo would not mind letting them understand their mistake thoroughly. There is still a month until the day the immortal island appears. During this time, I should first break through the 5 mountains scripture. Zhou Luo shook his head, cleared his mind, and prepared to return to the quiet room for closed-door cultivation of the 5 mountains scripture.
The immortal island is a great opportunity unique to Daxia after the onset of the transformation era.
In 1 month, an aerial island will appear above Daxia's Tianfeng mountain, which the world will call the immortal island. At that time, only those who have reached the transformation spirit realm will be qualified to step on the immortal island. In his previous life, Luffy Yu, Gu Qianhua, Yang Tianying, Lu Ruyan, and Chui Lingfei were among the first to break through to transformation spirit realm and stepped onto the immortal island, staying there for a full 7 days. When they emerged, each of them had significantly improved in strength. Among them, the fastest progress were Lu Ruyan and Gu Qianhua, who had already reached the late stage of the transformation spirit realm. Just 1 step away from the 5th layer of the forbidden realm. At that time, many people asked them what exactly was on the immortal island, but no one was willing to say. Therefore, Zhou Luo must make thorough preparations in advance. It would be best to cultivate the 5 mountains scripture to the 3rd level or higher before then, mastering 2 kinds of wonders.
That way, if he encounters any danger on the immortal island, he can respond calmly. Xiao Yaoqing, I will go into closed-door cultivation for a while. Keep an eye on the door for me, do you understand?
Before preparing for closed-door cultivation, Zhou Luo said to Tian Xuan Lei Gua Shua outside the door. Don't worry, big brother, I will definitely keep a good watch on the door for you.
Tian Xuan Lei Jing nodded repeatedly.
Zhou Luo was very satisfied, and then he prepared to start his closed-door cultivation. But at this moment, Tian Xuan Lei AI said outside the door, please wait a moment, I sense someone entering the villa.
Someone? Who is it? Zhou Luo frowned.
This guy looks a bit familiar.
I have met you at Mount Li, would you like to come out and take a look? Tian Xuan Lei AI was somewhat unsure.
Zhou Luo had no choice but to walk out of the quiet room and look towards the direction Tian Xuan Lei mentioned.
Chui Lingfei? Upon seeing the appearance of the visitor, Zhou Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What did someone from the Great Xiao Alliance want with him? Could it be because of that matter with the Federation? Zhou Luo felt curious. He immediately walked towards the gate of Jiangnan Mountain Villa.
Chui Lingfei was hesitating at the gate about whether to go in when he saw Zhou Luo stepping out. His face instantly brightened. Mr. Zhou, I apologize for intruding, please forgive any offense. He stepped forward and said with a smile. Then, Chui Lingfei glanced at Tian Xuan Lei behind Zhou Luo and asked, Mr. Zhou, I came this time to ask if you have any special methods to deal with the Beast King? Of course, our Great Xiao Alliance wouldn't ask for nothing in return. If you are willing to share, we can trade for the Heaven and Earth Xuang Huang fruit. After saying this, Chui Lingfei looked at Zhou Luo, waiting for his response, feeling anxious. Seeing him like this, Zhou Luo instantly understood everything. It turns out, having captured Tian Xuan Lei made the Great Xiao Alliance think he used some special method. But this was normal, after all, Tian Xuan Lei was a spirit realm beast king, and there had never been a case of someone capturing one before. He was the first. And the Heaven and Earth Xuang Huang fruit that Chui Lingfei mentioned was an extremely special treasure. Taking it could enhance a person's talent, with wonderful effects, even turning an ordinary person into an awakened one in an instant. But at the same time, it was extremely rare, only growing on a certain treasure tree in a deep mountain of Tianjing. Every 3 months, the treasure tree bore 1 fruit, and no method could interfere with it. Now that the age of mutation had just begun, this Heaven and Earth Xuang Huang fruit should be the only one in the world, its value immeasurable. To be able to offer the Heaven and Earth Xuang Huang fruit shows the sincerity of the Great Xiao Alliance.
So, Mr. Zhou, are you satisfied with this condition?
Chui Lingfei added, of course, if you feel it's not enough, our Great Xiao Alliance can offer 2 Heaven and Earth Xuang Huang fruits, but the second one might have to wait 3 months for delivery.
2? You really are willing to give 2 Heaven and Earth Xuang Huang fruits in exchange for my method?
Zhou Luo raised his brow slightly, he truly did not expect the Great Xiao Alliance to offer such a hefty deal. Of course, you don't know, recently the Beast Kings have been appearing frequently within the Great Xia territory, and the people are suffering immensely. But our current strength is completely insufficient to deal with those powerful Beast Kings. If we can find a method to handle them, countless ordinary people could be saved.
If our Great Xiao Alliance doesn't do this, who will?
Chui Lingfei spoke calmly, but his tone revealed a deep determination. Looking at Chui Lingfei's unwavering expression, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration. After 2 lifetimes, the way the Great Xiao Alliance operated remained the same, unchanging. Zhou Luo shook his head and said, unfortunately, the method you seek, I truly do not have. He was indeed willing to collaborate with the Great Xiao Alliance.
But ultimately, the reason he could capture Tian Xuan Lei was entirely based on strength.
In other words, he had forcibly subdued Tian Xuan Lei. There was no special method at all.
Is that so? Then all right.
After receiving Zhou Luo's answer, Chui Lingfei's expression dimmed noticeably. But he soon regained his composure. Mr. Zhou, I apologize for disturbing you today.
I will take my leave now.
After saying this, he prepared to leave. At that moment, Chui Lingfei's phone in his pocket suddenly rang.
He picked it up to answer, and his face changed instantly. What? Beast tide? How could the beast tide suddenly erupt? I understand, I'm coming over right away.
Zhou Luo, standing aside, furrowed his brows upon hearing the words beast tide. He immediately called out to Chui Lingfei, who was about to leave. Wait, did you just say the beast tide appeared in Dongshan City? Chui Lingfei turned to look at Zhou Luo. That's right, it's Dongshan City.
How did you know?
His face was filled with confusion. He had just learned about the beast tide himself, and during the call earlier, he did not mention the location.
How could Zhou Luo accurately say the place? Don't worry about how I know, I want to go with you this time. How about it?
Upon receiving a positive response, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel joy in his heart, and continued speaking.
The beast tide in Dongshan City was a big news in the previous life.
It was the first beast tide that occurred after the era of the changing times on Blue Star began. It caused a huge commotion, directly destroying Dongshan City, even affecting several surrounding cities. The core of the beast tide was two beast kings in the transformation realm, extremely powerful. However, in the previous life, this wave of beast tide erupted a month later, by which time there were already quite a few late-stage experts in the wonderful realm within Daxia. Everyone fought bloodily for 3 days and nights, completely ending the beast tide, and then found two keys from the bodies of the two leading beast kings. Ultimately, these two keys fell into the hands of Gu Qianhua and Lu Ruyan. Although they never mentioned the function of these keys, everyone deduced from the later appearance of the immortal island that these keys must be related to it. Otherwise, why were they the two who gained the most among the few who stepped onto the immortal island? These two keys had already been part of Zhou Luo's plan. He never expected that the beast tide would appear ahead of time.
Mr. Zhou, are you sure you want to go with me?
I just learned that the instigator of this beast tide seems to be two beast kings in the transformation realm. Chui Lingfei was initially delighted to learn that Zhou Luo wanted to go together, but he still made sure to explain the pros and cons to him.
Transformation realm beast kings, and two of them, along with countless other beasts, this was no small matter. Even if Zhou Luo could subdue the Tian Shuang Thunder, facing such a powerful group of beasts would still be very difficult to resist.
What, are you reluctant for me to help?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo looked at Chui Lingfei with amusement.
This guy was too honest. He even told him about the existence of the two transformation realm beast kings before they set off.
Was he not afraid that he would directly choose not to go? Willing, of course I'm willing. Chui Lingfei suddenly didn't know what to say and forced a bitter smile. Alright, just two transformation realm beast kings, they can't threaten me.
Zhou Luo said no more and patted his shoulder. No time to waste, let's set off.
If we delay, many more people will die.
Okay. Seeing this, Chui Lingfei felt a surge of gratitude in his heart and immediately prepared to leave with Zhou Luo.
Hey, do you still want to walk? Get on.
But he had already climbed onto the Tian Shuang Thunder, calling for him to come up.
Chui Lingfei was momentarily stunned, looking at the Tian Shuang Thunder with some nervousness. Can I sit?
The Tian Shuang Thunder said, Big brother, I am a beast king, also have dignity, not just anyone can.
Can what? Zhou Luo shot him a glare. The Tian Shuang Thunder quickly turned to look at Chui Lingfei. What are you dazed for? Didn't you hear my big brother calling you up?
Without waiting for Chui Lingfei to move, it directly lifted him with a paw and placed him on its back.
Chui Lingfei. Ha, hold on tight, we're setting off soon. Zhou Luo couldn't help but laugh, giving the order as the three, person and beast, flew towards the distance. Daxia, Dongshan City. Outside the city, a scene of war. A massive crowd of beasts charged towards the urban area of Dongshan City, seemingly desperate.
And outside the city, rows of main battle tanks were firing continuously, while hundreds of soldiers wearing Daxia military uniforms were holding 95 rifles,
firing continuously at the group of strange beasts.
Although on the surface, it seems that the Daxia side has the advantage. After all, most of these strange beasts are at the initial realm, not very high in level, and hot weapons can inflict considerable damage on them.
But they are too numerous, so many that one cannot see the end. Where on earth did this group of beasts come from? God knows, where in Dongshan is there such a big place for them to hide?
Damn it, once this era of mutation starts, all kinds of strange things can happen.
Bang bang bang. The soldiers were firing at the strange beasts while angrily cursing. Put.
At that moment, suddenly long spikes shot out from the tide of beasts, piercing through the foreheads of several soldiers.
Old Jiang. Xiaopang, what happened to you?
A few soldiers next to them were about to check the situation, but in the next second, several long spikes shot out again, completely ending the lives of this small squad. Deep in the tide of beasts, a creature resembling a hedgehog slowly stood up, possessing the strength of the transitional realm, and those long spikes were its doing.
Boom. Boom. Boom!
On the ground, several tanks opened fire again, and the powerful firepower shredded the group of strange beasts. But soon, a giant mutated black bear suddenly leaped up and slapped one of the tanks.
Bang!
The main battle tank, with heavy armor that can withstand over 100 tons of pressure, was actually flattened with a single slap, then exploded on the spot. And that black bear, after the explosion, was not injured at all. Instead, it turned its gaze to a few other main battle tanks, ready to attack. A strange beast of the divine realm. In the distance, the commander of the command center saw this scene through satellite footage, and his expression immediately became serious.
The divine realm is no longer something ordinary hot weapons can deal with.
Even a main battle tank, which is a massive weapon, can hardly inflict fatal damage on it. There is actually a being of divine realm in this tide of beasts, and the two beast kings of the transitional realm have not yet made a move. A flicker of despair crossed the commander's eyes. He knew very well that this black bear was definitely not the only strange beast of the divine realm in the tide. Besides it, there must be many more, just not yet revealed.
Dongshan is doomed.
The commander sighed deeply. At this moment, the deputy beside him said, I have contacted the Alliance headquarters, and they said Major General Chui is in the nearby Jiangnan city, and he is on his way here.
Major General Chui?
Upon hearing this name, a flicker of hope appeared in the commander's eyes, but soon faded away. In his eyes, even if Chui Lingfei arrived, with his strength, he could indeed work with the military's powerful firepower to slay these beasts of the divine realm. But don't forget that the initiators of this tide of beasts are the two beast kings of the transitional realm.
How could Chui Lingfei alone possibly handle it?
060, the crisis of Dongshan.
Beast kings of the transitional realm.
It seemed that he saw the commander's worries. The deputy immediately said, according to the information from Major General Chui, he has brought someone with him this time.
Oh? Who is it? Could it be the Black Feather King? Or Elder Gu?
The commander raised his brows, a bit curious.
Anyone who could make Chui Lingfei bring them along is certainly not an ordinary person.
Yang Tianying from the Skeleton Society has a bizarre style and definitely would not help the Dasha Alliance. So, there were only these two options.
Neither.
But the deputy's words stunned him. The person Major General Chui brought is that god of killing.
God of killing. Zhou Luo? Hearing these two words, the commander's eyes widened.
Immediately, a look of wild joy appeared on his face.
He naturally knew Zhou Luo's strength very well.
Extremely powerful, even able to crush Yang Tianying, and his cultivation level was estimated to have broken through the divine realm. Moreover, news from Lishan said that Zhou Luo had tamed a beast king of the transitional realm, which shows he certainly has his own means to deal with the strange beasts. If Zhou Luo is coming along, then the crisis in Dongshan City is very likely to be resolved.
Great. The god of killing.
No, Mr. Zhou is truly a blessing for our great Xia. The commander happily walked back and forth in the command center, his expression filled with immense excitement. But the deputy's words poured cold water on him. Commander, although Mr. Zhou is indeed powerful, this beast tide contains two spirit transformation realm beast kings.
We cannot be careless.
I suggest we immediately request a batch of powerful firepower from our superiors to assist Mr. Zhou.
After hearing this, the commander gradually calmed down and nodded seriously. You are right.
Then you issue the order and immediately apply to mobilize the Dongshan fleet for firepower coverage of the beast tide. Before Major General Chui and Mr. Zhou arrive, we must do our best to reduce the strength of the beast tide.
Yes.
The deputy accepted the order and left. Dongshan City is near the East China Sea, and at the base stands an aircraft carrier named Dongshan, which is always on standby, boasting immense firepower and a range that just covers the outbreak of the beast tide.
Under normal circumstances, the Dongshan would not be dispatched easily, but now is a time of life and death for Dongshan, if not now, when?
Soon, at the commander's shout, the Dongshan fleet began to sail out of the base. Countless artillery pieces instantly aimed at the position of the beast tide, and fighter jets loaded with munitions took off from the carrier.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
With the roar of cannon fire, the number of beasts visibly began to diminish.
Deep within the beast tide,
two enormous beast kings, exuding an overwhelming might, were now filled with fury.
Damn humans, their magical treasures are too strange. What should we do?
One of them, the earth vein molten rhino, clad in lava armor, snorted in dissatisfaction, feeling quite unhappy. The Dongshan fleet was attacking from 10 kilometers offshore, not even reaching the ground, so even if they wanted to destroy it, they couldn't do anything. Simple, since they want to use magical treasures to exhaust our strength, we can simply launch a full-scale assault.
Let's obliterate this city.
The other, the illusion moon silver wolf, shining with silver light and radiating purity, sneered, its sharp gaze pointing directly at Dongshan City.
Good idea. Then let's take action.
The earth vein molten rhino fully agreed with the illusion moon silver wolf's plan, and with a roar, all the beasts began a reckless attack on Dongshan City.
At that moment, they were also not sitting back like before. The two spirit transformation realm beast kings, along with the beast tide, slowly made their way towards Dongshan City. Inside the command center, the commander also noticed this. Those two spirit transformation realm beast kings that had remained inactive were now about to strike. Damn it, they want to launch a surprise attack on Dongshan. The commander saw their intent at a glance but felt utterly powerless. For the spirit transformation realm beast kings, they currently had no effective countermeasures. Only nuclear weapons could inflict damage on them. But this time, unlike the situation with Qi Nanshan, the beast tide outbreak point was too close to the urban area of Dongshan. Nuclear weapons could absolutely not be used. Otherwise, it would only lead to a greater disaster. On the battlefield, the beasts were going crazy, with continuous attacks making it difficult for the soldiers defending Dongshan City to cope. Moreover, with several transcendental beasts appearing in succession, the Great Xia side was showing signs of collapse. In the sky, several fighter jets kept firing at the beast tide, but all were intercepted by the overwhelming molten lava raised by the earth vein molten rhino. Even the missiles launched from the Dongshan fleet exploded in midair. Without the Dongshan fleet's assistance, on the ground, the soldiers of the military district could no longer hold on. A thick wave of despair rose in everyone's hearts. Damn it, are we really unable to hold? The commander watched the scene, his eyes turning red. He had never felt such helplessness. The strength of the spirit transformation realm beast kings was too powerful. With just a slight action, they had neutralized the Dongshan fleet's attack. Major General Cui and they. How long until we arrive? The commander gritted his teeth and asked his deputy. Right now, their only hope was to wait for Cui Lingfei and Zhou Luo to rush to the battlefield. If not, Dongshan City might not last an hour. Sir, I sent a message to Major General Cui 10 minutes ago, but he hasn't replied. The deputy's tone was heavy with concern. Upon hearing this, the commander's expression changed gradually, and a trace of determination flickered in his eyes. Pass the order down, we must hold Dongshan City at all costs. We will fight to the end. Yes. The deputy saluted sharply and immediately headed for the battlefield. However, as soon as he stepped out the door, he suddenly widened his eyes. Sir, look over there. Hearing this, the commander quickly turned to look where he was pointing. In the not-so-distant sky, a dark figure gradually grew larger in their sight. Finally, a beast king resembling a Qilin appeared before everyone. And on the back of the Qilin beast, there were two people sitting. One of them was Major General Cui Lingfei of the Daxia Alliance. Major General Cui, it's Major General Cui. They have arrived. The deputy was overjoyed, his expression filled with excitement. Excellent. So excellent. The commander was equally thrilled. Now that Cui Lingfei and Zhou Luo had come, there was finally hope for Dongshan City. In the sky, Zhou Luo and Cui Lingfei sat on the Tianshuan Lei Sun, looking at the dark swarm of exotic beasts ahead, their expressions serious. Mr. Zhou, it seems that this beast tide is worse than I imagined. They are about to break through the defensive line of Dongshan City. Cui Lingfei observed the battlefield, his voice filled with worry. Zhou Luo cast his gaze towards the battlefield and quickly spotted the two most prominent figures. Sure enough, it's them, the earth vein melting rhinoceros, the illusion moon silver wolf. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Luo's mouth. This matched perfectly with the information he knew from his past life. Those two keys related to the immortal island were indeed within them. This trip was not in vain. No time to waste, let's join the fight directly. He smiled faintly and then commanded the Tianshuan Lei to speed toward the battlefield. All right. Tianshuan Lei responded, then accelerated straight into the beast tide battlefield. 061, the sword slashes the fire dragon, the power of the Tai sword. The approaching Tianshuan Lei quickly attracted almost all eyes on the battlefield. Seeing another transformation realm beast king appear, despair gradually surfaced in the eyes of the soldiers. But soon, a voice rang from each soldier's personal communication device. Don't panic. This beast king is an ally, do not fire at him. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. A question emerged in each person's mind. Since when did we have a beast king as an ally? Aren't beast kings supposed to be extremely ferocious? But this doubt only flickered for a moment before being dismissed. On the battlefield, the orders from above are everything. Since the command center said this beast king was an ally, then even if he wasn't, he was considered one. In an instant, the morale of the soldiers on site rose significantly. The despair that had lingered in their eyes disappeared in an instant. An ally beast king from the transformation realm could undoubtedly provide them great support. Maybe this was the turning point. In the sky. You all take care of those divine realm exotic beasts, leave the two transformation realm beast kings to me, alright? Zhou Luo said to Cui Lingfei in a very calm tone. It was as if those two transformation realm beast kings were just small animals, not taken seriously at all. No problem, but Mr. Zhou, these are two transformation realm beast kings. Do you really not need our help? Cui Lingfei immediately agreed, but there was still some doubt in his expression. Hee, you don't have to worry about this, just leave it to me. Zhou Luo smiled slightly and did not explain too much. Seeing this, Cui Lingfei could only nod in agreement. Soon, he leaped down and directly entered the battlefield, cooperating with the military of Dongshan City to deal with the beast tide. Among the beast tide, the earth pulse melting rhinoceros and the phantom moon silver wolf both saw Tian Shuang Leizong and the two human beings, their eyes flashing with a hint of confusion. Tian Shuang Leizong, how did you end up here? And you brought two humans with you? The earth pulse melting rhinoceros snorted coldly, issuing a question. The phantom moon silver wolf also fixed its cold gaze on Tian Shuang Leizong, its expression full of cruelty. Why are you here? Hee, of course, it's to collect you. Tian Shuang Leiyan laughed coldly, as a response. This sentence instantly infuriated the two beast kings. Tian Shuang Leizong, it seems you have betrayed our beast tribe. Since that's the case, there's no need for more words. Tian Shuang Lei Kui Wei, I haven't tasted you yet. The earth pulse melting rhinoceros and the phantom moon silver wolf licked their lips simultaneously, gazing at Tian Shuang Leizong with greed. In their view, Tian Shuang Lei Iwan was also at the spirit transformation level, 2 against 1, how could they lose? As for Zhou Luo, Hee, a human in the divine anomaly realm, what kind of waves could he stir? Just an ant. Xiaoying, you go fight the phantom moon silver wolf, this rhino is mine. Zhou Luo naturally understood their gaze, but he didn't care at all, instead speaking to Tian Shuang Lei. No problem, big brother. Leave it to me. Tian Shuang Lei AI immediately said nothing more and entangled with the phantom moon silver wolf. Frosty cold air, purple lightning, and phantom silver moonlight intertwined, flickering back and forth. Even the energy that was dispersed could easily slay a beast at the transformation stage. Within 100 meters, everything instantly became empty. Human, you dare to challenge me one-on-one? On the other side, the earth pulse melting rhinoceros saw Zhou Luo striding toward it, its gaze full of coldness. A mere divine anomaly dared to challenge it, simply not putting itself in its eyes. The earth pulse melting rhinoceros decided to give Zhou Luo a good lesson, making him understand what the gap truly meant. Hearing the dissatisfied tone of the earth pulse melting rhinoceros, Zhou Luo's lips curled slightly, not paying attention. Without saying a word, he drew the Taiya sword from his waist, its sharp tip emitting a fierce chill, directly pointing at the earth pulse melting rhinoceros. I thought it was something, turns out you hold a congenital supreme treasure. Upon seeing the Taiya sword, a hint of fear flashed in the depths of the earth pulse melting rhinoceros's eyes, but it quickly dissipated, turning into greed. However, relying on just one congenital supreme treasure to bridge the gap in realms is still far from enough. The earth pulse melting rhinoceros's body shook, its four hooves pounding the ground, and the surrounding ground instantly shattered, erupting a stream of scorching lava like several fire dragons charging toward Zhou Luo. The earth pulse melting rhinoceros sneered inwardly. This attack was extremely terrifying. Even the phantom moon silver wolf and Tian Shuan Lei AI, both at the spirit transformation level, would struggle against it. This human before him would definitely not withstand this blow. Zhou Luo also felt the terrifying energy contained within these fire dragons. However, there was not the slightest hint of fear in his heart. He didn't even plan to summon the Nine Suns 8 trigrams plate. Clang! With a ringing sound of the sword, Zhou Luo swung his sword, and the Taiya exploded with a murderous aura, slashing towards the fire dragons. As the sword light swept past the fire dragons, several fire dragon flame pillars were cut in half without any resistance, scattering onto the ground. Sizzle, sizzle. The area of hundreds of meters instantly turned into molten rock, the piercing sound of burning constantly ringing out. No wonder it's a congenital supreme treasure, it can indeed cut through my fire dragon flame pillars. The earth pulse melting rhinoceros watched this scene, a serious expression flashing in its eyes. It had indeed underestimated the power of the congenital supreme treasure. Or rather, this congenital supreme treasure in the hands of this human was not an ordinary one. Among the many supreme treasures, it was also one of the best. In the midst of these thoughts, Zhou Luo did not give the earth pulse melting rhinoceros a chance to catch its breath, swinging the Taiya sword again. A beam of sword light instantly slashed toward the earth pulse melting rhinoceros. The earth vein melting rhinoceros reacted in time, summoning 3 layers of lava shields, just enough to block the sword light. No wonder it is the beast king in the spirit transformation realm, indeed tricky. Seeing this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. His current realm was still too low, unable to break through to the spirit transformation realm. If it weren't for having the Taiya sword, this treasured weapon, he would probably have to rely on the 9 Sun 8 trigrams disc like before, struggling against Tian Shuang Lei Mao. Shaking his head, clearing his thoughts, Zhou Luo pulled out his sword again and continued to fight the earth vein melting rhinoceros. At the same time, far across the sea, at the federal headquarters, a piece of news quickly arrived. What? A beast tide has broken out in Daxia Dongshan City, and there are 2 spirit transformation realm beast kings appearing, and Zhou Luo is also there? In the federal conference room, the leaders who were just discussing how to deal with Zhou Luo couldn't sit still upon hearing this news. Especially the Emperor of Sakura country. What a great opportunity! This is definitely a great opportunity. The Emperor slammed the table, stood up, and looked at everyone. I propose that we immediately launch missiles towards Dongshan City to crush Zhou Luo amidst the beast tide. Good idea. No wonder you are the Emperor. As soon as these words came out, they immediately won support from many countries. But the leader of Eagle Country frowned and asked, "No, the impact of this matter is huge. We are already pretending to seek revenge for Sakura Country to hunt down Zhou Luo. If we recklessly launch missiles towards Daxia, won't that give them leverage against us? You have to know that Daxia has close ties with the Bear Country and the Congo continent, especially the Congo continent. They are practically natural awakeners from the mutated era, and we find it very hard to deal with." This statement instantly poured cold water on those who had just agreed. What the leader of Eagle Country said was true. Daxia Country has always been friendly with the countries of the Congo continent. After the mutated era began, the Congo continent was even more terrifying than Sakura Country, nearly everyone possessing tremendous power. After all, in their place, various diseases have become commonplace, and even diseases like HIV and Ebola are routine. Very terrifying, can't be provoked. After the conference room fell silent for a moment, the Emperor suddenly changed his expression, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. How could we be caught? What do you think has happened in Dongshan City right now? And where is Zhou Luo now? Upon hearing this, the leader of Eagle Country frowned and said, "Of course, there's a beast tide outbreak. Zhou Luo is resisting the beast tide." Exactly. The Emperor's expression was grim. "We only want to help Daxia eliminate the beast tide. If some people accidentally get bombed to death, isn't it quite normal? If Zhou Luo dies in there, he can only blame his bad luck. We just need to apologize to Daxia. What do you think?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was taken aback. Immediately afterwards, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Eagle Country's leader's mouth. "Good. Emperor, your idea is very good." After saying this, he also stood up, a flash of coldness in his eyes. "A beast tide has broken out in Daxia Dongshan City, with danger looming. How can our federation stand by? Everyone, come with me, let's provide fire support to our friends in Daxia immediately." After making the decision, the countries that had been driven away by Zhou Luo immediately called the military, ordering them to launch intercontinental missiles towards the position of the beast tide in Dongshan City. Among them, Sakura Country was the most impatient. After the Emperor's order, Sakura Country's military immediately began operations. Boom! 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 With a series of loud bangs, several powerful intercontinental missiles, capable of flattening a small hill, flew rapidly towards Dongshan City. After Sakura Country took action, the other countries did not hesitate. Once the launch was completed, everyone sat in the conference room, pulling up high-precision satellite images, watching with amusement the location of the beast tide outbreak in Dongshan City. "Heh, Zhou Luo, daring to kill our subjects from Sakura Country, this is already the most merciful way for you to die." The Emperor of Sakura had a slight smile on his lips. The smile was full of cruelty. But looking deep in his eyes, there was still a hint of regret. If Zhou Luo fell into his hands, he had 1,000 ways to torment Zhou Luo, to relieve his hatred. Opposite him, the leader of the Eagle Nation also wore a cheerful smile. Although this time Zhou Luo did not directly provoke their Eagle Nation, but the emergence of such a ruthless person in the Great Xia truly made him uneasy. It would be best to eliminate him as soon as possible. Dongshan City. In the coastal area, within the Dongshan fleet. In the command room of the Dongshan ship, a naval colonel was looking sullenly at his deputy. "Are you saying the fleet detected intercontinental missiles launched from the positions of Sakura Nation, Eagle Nation, and Maple Leaf Nation? Have they gone mad? To strike at this time, are they unable to restrain themselves?" The colonel's tone was filled with anger. He truly did not expect that Dongshan City would suffer such a huge disaster from the beast tide, yet these countries were still adding fuel to the fire. Although after the outbreak of the mutation era, tensions among countries had been very high, it was understood that an explosion would happen one day. But it should not be so soon. Especially at such a critical juncture of the beast tide outbreak. "Colonel, based on the ballistic calculations, they are targeting the core location of the beast tide, not Dongshan City itself. Moreover, just now, the Federation also issued an international statement, claiming that Dongshan City has erupted in a beast tide and that their intercontinental missiles are here to help our Great Xia resolve the beast tide, and they seek no reward." The deputy hurriedly expressed what he knew, fearing the colonel would get angry again. Sure enough, after hearing this, the colonel's anger dissipated somewhat. But soon, he realized something was amiss. Are they really that kind-hearted? The colonel's brows furrowed as he said, "Has the equipment detected what model the intercontinental missiles they launched are?" Do they carry nuclear warheads? It has been detected that the missiles do not carry nuclear warheads. The explosion will only cover the entire beast tide and will not affect Dongshan City.
The deputy quickly replied. Upon hearing this, the colonel's suspicions deepened. These foreign forces have always harbored greed against their great Xia. This sudden announcement to strike, yet not intending to affect Dongshan City, felt very strange. But soon, he figured it out.
Damn it, I know what they are trying to do.
The colonel slammed the table, angry. These bastards must want to take out our military forces defending against the beast tide as well.
But why would they do this? Is it just to destroy our Dongshan City's army? The deputy was also very angry upon hearing this but quickly raised a question. Damn it, have you forgotten?
Major General Cui and Zhou the God of Death are also in there. The colonel's face turned very ugly. It must be because of the events that happened near Lishan recently. This group of dogs from the Federation are holding a grudge against Zhou the God of Death, seizing this opportunity for revenge. If these intercontinental missiles explode successfully within the beast tide, Zhou the God of Death will definitely be unable to resist. It's quite a good plan. After hearing the colonel's analysis,
what should we do?
The deputy became flustered. He also knew how important Zhou Luo was to Great Xia. Although Zhou Luo was not an official of Great Xia, he had helped the Great Xia Alliance solve beast disasters several times, which was enough. If Zhou Luo were killed, it would definitely be a significant loss for them people of Great Xia. Notify the entire fleet, turn on all air defense measures, and do our best to intercept all missiles. And contact the Alliance headquarters immediately to activate Dongshan City's air defense system. Hurry.
Now.
The colonel immediately gave the order, and the entire Dongshan fleet sprang into action at full speed. Now, it was too late to notify the people on the battlefield to retreat. They could only do their best to intercept these missiles. Upon receiving the news, the military district headquarters of Dongshan City also promptly activated air defense measures.
The intercontinental missile flies at an incredibly fast speed.
Before long, it has arrived over the sea near Dongshan City. At this moment, the Dongshan fleet's air defense artillery had been waiting for a long time. As these intercontinental missiles approached, the air defense artillery immediately opened fire.
Bang bang bang!
With a series of loud noises. In the sky, brilliant fireworks exploding with a breath of death appeared. But there were too many intercontinental missiles. The Dongshan fleet's air defense artillery was limited, unable to intercept them all.
Still, many slipped through, heading deep into the tide of beasts. At this moment,
the air defense measures within Dongshan City also began to fire. Like the Dongshan fleet, the air defense measures in Dongshan City used all their strength and still only intercepted 80% of the missiles. The remaining 20% had already reached above the tide of beasts. These beasts. In the command room of the Dongshan, the colonel looked at this scene, his eyes nearly splitting. In his heart, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. They had already tried their best. These federal people were truly shameless, having launched so many intercontinental missiles at once. Was this the number of missiles they claimed to fire to help Great Xia eliminate the tide of beasts? Clearly, it was meant to destroy everything on the battlefield of the beasts. Whoosh! On the battlefield of the beasts. Everyone at this moment heard a sound of something breaking through the air from the horizon. Everyone instinctively looked up. They saw groups of intercontinental missiles flying towards the ground at incredible speed.
How can there be so many missiles? Who launched them? Who? I didn't receive a retreat order. Are they crazy? Do they want to kill us all?
The soldiers, upon seeing this, each had eyes full of rage, their tones filled with unwillingness, despair, and anger.
Zhou Luo and Cui Lingfei also saw this scene. What's going on? Zhou Luo frowned tightly. The number of these missiles was enough to destroy everything around.
If they exploded, no one present would survive.
No, it definitely wasn't launched by headquarters. Absolutely someone else.
Cui Lingfei looked at the sky in disbelief, his tone full of doubt. But right now, there was no time for him to doubt. The warheads, representing destruction and death, were about to land. At a critical moment, line end. Zhou Luo gritted his teeth tightly, his eyes fierce, and immediately summoned the 9-yang Bagua disc.
The spiritual energy within him instantly poured in. 9-yang Bagua disc, unfold. Boom boom boom. A series of thundering explosions echoed outside Dongshan City. The heat wave from the explosion even swept across the entire Dongshan City. Inside the city, countless citizens stared blankly at the direction of the explosion for a moment. Soon, wails began to rise from the crowd. My son. Daddy, boo-hoo. Husband. Those who cried were all family members of the soldiers participating in this defensive battle against the tide of beasts. Such a massive explosion meant no one could survive. And when the tide of beasts erupted, the military department of Dongshan City had already told them. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not fire missiles.
Now that the missiles had exploded, it was clear that the troops defending against the tide of beasts were already facing annihilation.
At this time,
inside the military department of Dongshan City, a middle-aged man with graying hair and a resolute face silently shed 2 lines of tears.
"Soldiers, I am sorry to you."
He clenched his fists tightly, looking at the direction of the explosion, his eyes filled with sorrow.
"Alliance leader son, what should we do next?"
Beside him, another man with red eyes spoke difficultly. Wait for the aftermath of the explosion to dissipate, and immediately send people to the front line to search for any surviving wounded. The subleader of the Dongshan Great Xiao Alliance, Sun Lian, gritted his teeth and looked into the distance, where the missiles had come from. "I will definitely make this group of beasts pay for it."
At the same time, on the sea near the shore,
the colonel of the Dongshan fleet looked at the explosion, his whole being deflated, slumping into his seat. His eyes were also red. The assistant beside him was also filled with tears, and beneath the tears lay deep hatred. A bunch of dog bastards. He nearly ground his teeth to dust, wishing he could skin and dissect those who launched the missiles right now. This time, outside Dongshan City, there were actually thousands of people resisting the beast tide. Each of them was a son of some mother, a father to some child.
Some were in the prime of their youth, young and vibrant.
Some had already entered middle age, being the pillar of a family. But now, all because of a group of vicious beasts, they were dead. In the command room, silence reigned.
Everyone fell silent at this moment.
Soon, the dust from the explosion gradually settled. At this time, the assistant suddenly widened his eyes, pointing at the screen, his voice trembling. "BB Brigadier, look." These words were like a thunderbolt thrown onto a calm sea, attracting the attention of everyone in the command room. Even the brigadier turned to look at the satellite image.
On the battlefield,
a black and white energy shield, with mysterious words appearing upon it, enveloped the soldiers on the entire battlefield. It seemed that the attack was too severe. This shield was visibly thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. And at the center of the shield, Zhou Luo stood there, his forehead covered in beads of sweat, utterly exhausted. But the corners of his mouth were slightly raised.
Blocked it. Zhou Luo smiled.
Before the missile explosion, he used all the spiritual energy in his body to expand the range of the 9-yang Bagua disc to the maximum.
Claimed to be the ultimate defense, the 9-yang Bagua disc truly did not disappoint him.
The power of the missile explosion was completely isolated outside the shield. The only ones affected were the groups of alien beasts.
"Damn it, don't let me find out who launched these missiles."
Zhou Luo cursed inwardly. Those who did such things were simply madmen. No, even calling them madmen is too light, they are completely beasts. It was clear they did not regard the lives of the soldiers as lives, wanting to destroy them together with the beasts in the beast tide. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, the shield produced by the 9-yang Bagua disc gradually dissipated. And Zhou Luo looked towards 3 massive figures not far away. The Earth Pulse Melting Rhinoceros, the Illusory Moon Silver Wolf, and the Skyfrost Thunder Beast. Because Zhou Luo only let the shield cover the human side before the explosion. So, even the Skyfrost Thunder Beast was affected by the explosion. But as spirit beasts of the transformation realm, their body strength goes without saying. After the explosion, they still retained their last breath and had not completely died.
"Little Yaoing, you really are suffering."
Zhou Luo glanced at the barely breathing Skyfrost Thunder Beast and then looked at the Earth Pulse Melting Rhinoceros and Illusory Moon Silver Wolf.
"Human, what do you want?"
The Earth Pulse Melting Rhinoceros, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed but still conscious, asked weakly as Zhou Luo walked toward it.
"What can I do?"
"Of course, it's to take advantage of your illness and take your life." Zhou Luo sneered, and the Taiye sword had already been drawn. With one thrust, the heavy armor of the Earth Pulse Melting Rhinoceros was pierced directly. The sword tip met no resistance, penetrating its heart.
"Put."
After doing all this, Zhou Luo pulled out the Taiye sword, splattering blood. Then, he walked to the fainted Illusory Moon Silver Wolf and stabbed it in the throat. 2 spirit beasts of the transformation realm fell just like that. Afterwards, he found 2 completely silver keys from their bodies, tucked them into his pocket, and then sheathed the Taiye sword.
Only then, the soldiers on the battlefield, including Cui Lingfei, finally regained their senses after the previous explosion.
"Zhou, Mr. Zhou."
Cui Lingfei was just about to speak.
But soon, the overwhelming calls from the soldiers drowned out his voice.
"God of killing. Thank you, God of killing."
Every soldier's face was filled with gratitude.
They knew very well that it was Zhou Luo who saved them just now.
Without Zhou Luo, they would now undoubtedly be dead. Hearing the waves of calls behind him, Zhou Luo turned around, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Nodding slightly to everyone, he accepted their gratitude.
Unfolding the 9 Sun 8 trigram disc over such a large area took a huge toll on him.
Without the support of the 9 Nether Chaos Body, it would probably take a month to fully recover. But even with the 9 Nether Chaos Body, it would still take 3 days.
3 days is not short for him.
It's enough time for him to break through a small realm.
Despite the high cost, Zhou Luo still chose to do this.
The reason, of course, goes without saying. He may not be a great person, but he couldn't just sit and watch the lives of thousands of his fellow countrymen perish.
At this moment,
Cui Lingfei rushed over, his face full of anger. Mr. Zhou, I just found out that these missiles were launched by the Federation. They say they are helping our great Xia to eliminate the beast tide, but I think it's just nonsense.
Cui Lingfei spoke with extreme fury.
Hearing this, a chilling glint flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes.
The Federation.
In an instant, he understood the Federation's intentions. They were definitely targeting him. They intended to use the excuse of eliminating the beast tide to kill him. Moreover, just a little thought made Zhou Luo guess that the Sakura country definitely contributed the most to this plan. In fact, this idea might have been proposed by them.
It was simply the height of depravity.
For the sake of revenge, they didn't care that there were thousands of others on the battlefield besides him.
I will make them pay the price. Zhou Luo took a deep breath to calm the anger within him.
This grudge must be avenged. None of those from the Federation can escape.
The beast tide matter was entering its final stage.
Zhou Luo checked the situation, and this time the Heavenly Frost Thunder Pot had endured so many intercontinental missile explosions, it was even more severe than the previous time he caused.
Big brother, you must avenge me. In my next life, I will still follow you. The Heavenly Frost Thunder's voice was weak, looking pitiful.
After saying this, he rolled his eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Hurry up and get up, who are you pretending to be dead for? He had checked, and although this guy was severely injured, he wasn't going to die. After all, he was the Beast King of the Spirit Transformation Realm, and his body strength was still intact. But as soon as Zhang Luo finished speaking, the Heavenly Frost Thunder acted.
Really dead?
Seeing this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth, then with a face full of regret, he said, Alas, it's tough to take a little brother, but unexpectedly he's gone so soon.
Brother Cui, could you do me a favor and bury this guy?
Remember to pack the soil firmly.
After saying this, Zhou Luo prepared to get up and leave.
But at this moment, there was movement under his feet.
Cough, cough, cough. Oh, I'm still alive?
The Heavenly Frost Thunder, swaying, stood up, looking grateful. Seeing him like this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but smile.
The mighty Beast King, surprisingly playing the pity card. If this got out, wouldn't it make people laugh out loud?
Alright, tell me, just how serious are your injuries?
Zhou Luo said to the Heavenly Frost Thunder impatiently.
Back to big brother, this time it's not too bad, give me a week and I can recover. The Heavenly Frost Thunder replied.
A week?
I see your injuries are worse than last time, how can you recover so quickly? Zhou Luo frowned, puzzled. Because this time my 9 Calamity Thunder Pearl was not damaged, it can absorb energy from within to help me recover.
The Heavenly Frost Thunder explained happily. I see.
Zhou Luo nodded, not expecting the 9 Calamity Thunder Pearl to have such a function. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, this thing was a spiritual treasure of the Heavenly Frost Thunder, and in the hands of its true owner, it could display many miraculous effects.
Pack up and prepare to return to Jiangnan.
Zhou Luo didn't say much, the beast tide had been dealt with, and the most important thing now was to quickly cultivate and improve strength, then prepare to attend the impending Immortal Island secret realm. At this moment, Cui Lingfei came looking for him.
Mr. Zhou, do you have a moment? We from the Great Xia Alliance would like to talk to you.
Sure, go ahead.
Zhou Luo nodded and looked at Cui Lingfei.
Cui Lingfei smiled and said, Please wait a moment, the branch leader of Dongshan City, Sun Lian, is on the way and will be here soon. After he finished speaking, not long after, a middle-aged man with gray hair appeared before Zhou Luo.
Hello, Mr. Zhou.
Sun Lian approached with a beaming smile and shook hands with Zhou Luo, his eyes filled with gratitude. If it weren't for Zhou Luo's help just now, all the soldiers from Dongshan City would have perished. This great favor, he naturally remembered in his heart.
Leader son, what do you want to talk to me about?
Looking at the enthusiastic Sun Lian, Zhou Luo asked curiously.
Well, Mr. Zhou, have you considered joining our Great Xia Alliance?
Sun Lian didn't beat around the bush and stated his intention directly. After speaking, he anxiously looked at Zhou Luo, waiting for his response.
Well, didn't someone from your side already reach out to me before? I don't want to join any faction at this moment.
Zhou Luo shook his head. Please don't rush to refuse.
Last time was last time.
Seeing this, Sun Lian hurriedly said, The headquarters has already communicated with me. If you agree, the headquarters can offer you an honorary general title, with no need to manage any trivial matters, and it won't interfere with your freedom. Moreover, you will have the same fire control authority as a general, with command levels equal to that of a branch leader, and prioritized over the branch leader. After speaking, Sun Lian waved to his aide behind him, signaling him to come forward. The aide stepped forward, holding a delicate redwood box. He opened it, and a small fruit, completely light yellow and emitting an aura of mysterious yellow, lay inside. This heavenly yellow fruit is our token of gratitude for helping us resist the beast tide. Regardless of whether you agree or not, please accept it. After speaking, the aide presented the heavenly yellow fruit in front of Zhou Luo. Looking at the heavenly yellow fruit before him, Zhou Luo felt a bit hesitant in his heart.
Undoubtedly, the sincerity of the Great Xia Alliance was very strong.
Even if he did not agree to join, they still presented the heavenly yellow fruit. What a treasure! Tian Xuan Lei Tan's eyes widened as he saw the heavenly yellow fruit. Such a rare treasure, even if taken back to the ancestral star, would be a great item. Zhou Luo ignored his silly expression, considered for a moment, and finally nodded. All right, I accept your terms. But let me be clear, I will only hold the title and have the right not to accept any orders from anyone. Of course. Seeing Zhou Luo agree, Sun Lian was instantly overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. What they wanted was not to make Zhou Luo a true part of the Great Xia Alliance. This honorary general position held great power, with the privilege to listen to orders but not to be ordered, unprecedented in the Great Xia Alliance. The reason for offering it to Zhou Luo was ultimately to make Zhou Luo an ally of the Great Xia Alliance, not a member. The headquarters understood that top-notch powerhouses like Zhou Luo would never easily join a faction. Thus, making him their ally was considered the best outcome. After giving the heavenly yellow fruit to Zhou Luo, Sun Lian and the others did not stay long and quickly left. Now that the beast tide was over, they still had to take care of the follow-up work. Although the intercontinental missile had not harmed the soldiers because of Zhou Luo, many soldiers were still injured or killed in the battle against the beast tide. The work of comforting the families still needed to be done by them. After obtaining the heavenly yellow fruit, Zhou Luo did not linger too long in Dongshan City. With both keys in hand and the beast tide completely resolved, this trip to Dongshan could be considered a complete success. Now, it was time for him to return to Jiangnan City and enter seclusion properly. Of course, Zhou Luo didn't forget the actions of the Federation. When he breaks through to the Forbidden Realm and is able to tear apart nuclear warheads, he will make those trash in the Federation know what regret truly means.
This time will not be too long. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Federation, far across the ocean, the signal interference caused by the explosion of the intercontinental missiles finally vanished at this moment. Everyone was able to see the situation of the beast tide in Dongshan City clearly. They are actually fine? The leader of the Eagle Nation looked at the screen in disbelief, his face filled with shock. So many intercontinental missiles exploded, enough to flatten a small mountain, and even the Beast King of the Transformation Realm couldn't escape. But why are these Daxia people still alive and well? 065, the true face of the Federation. Daxia is furious. The conference room was in an uproar. The leaders of other forces also looked at the satellite images with expressions of disbelief. My god, are these Daxia people made of iron? No, even if they were made of iron, they would melt instantly in the high temperatures after the explosion? Could it be that the intercontinental missiles we launched were fake? No way. Absolutely not. They must have used some kind of sorcery. Among them, the Cherry Blossom Emperor was the angriest, his face dark as if water could drip from it. He looked at the leader of the Eagle Nation. Mr. President, is there any way to obtain footage of the beast tide during the explosion? Our people are analyzing it, we need to wait for some time. The leader of the Eagle Nation took a deep breath and said. Upon hearing this, everyone calmed down and began to wait. Before long, the analyzed footage finally appeared before everyone's eyes. On the screen, the intercontinental missiles that crossed the anti-aircraft guns undoubtedly exploded at the position of the beast tide. However, everyone could see clearly that before the explosion, a layer of black and white energy shield instantly enveloped all the people on the Daxia side. Zoom in. Zoom in. The Emperor slammed the table and stared intently at the screen as he spoke. The footage rewound and zoomed in. At this moment, everyone finally understood. Just before the explosion, a figure suddenly stepped out, conjuring an extremely mysterious bagua plate, and then the black and white shield appeared. And everyone present recognized this figure. Zhou Luo, what kind of treasure is that in his hand? The Emperor gritted his teeth, his gaze at the Nine Suns bagua plate filled with both confusion and greed. To withstand the explosion of so many intercontinental missiles, the power of the Nine Suns bagua plate needs no further explanation. It is definitely a rare treasure in the world. Damn it, how do the Daxia people have such good luck, that this level of treasure can appear in their country? The leader of the Eagle Nation slammed the table in anger, his tone revealing unabashed jealousy. What should we do now? Zhou Luo was not killed, and when he grows up, he will definitely be a great trouble for us. And with him around, how will our people ever enter Daxia or compete with them for secret opportunities?
This lunatic has said that in the future, as long as he is in Daxia's secret realms, our people can forget about participating. Everyone started to voice their concerns about what would happen next, one after another.
Why rush? This time we failed, there will be a next time. Zhou Luo has not fully matured yet. We still have a chance.
The urgent matter is for everyone to brainstorm and think about how to kill Zhou Luo next, instead of wasting time here.
The leader of the Eagle Nation began to calm everyone down. Upon hearing this, everyone also started to calm down. The leader of the Eagle Nation was right. Although Zhou Luo was powerful, he was still far from being uncontrollable.
As long as they could get rid of him quickly, they still had a chance to touch the Daxia secret realm. Daxia is vast and rich, with a deep heritage. In this short period since the onset of the mutation era, the number of secret realms appearing almost rivals that of all their countries combined. Such good resources cannot be allowed to be monopolized by the Daxia people. They must be made to give it up. When Zhou Luo returned to Jiangnan. On the internet, a huge wave has been stirred up because of the beast tide. Among the discussions, without a doubt, the loudest voice is about the Federation's unilateral decision to launch intercontinental missiles at Dongshan City. What the Federation did is entirely inhumane, completely losing any sense of shame.
Countless people from Daxia speak out, demanding the Federation give an explanation. Among them, the official Daxia government also issued an international statement, severely condemning the actions of the Federation.
However, the Federation showed no sign of remorse.
They even publicly stated that they launched the missiles out of humanitarian motives, solely to aid Dongshan City.
For this, they also demanded the Daxia Alliance express gratitude. When this news broke, it almost drove the high officials of the Daxia Alliance mad with anger.
It was truly the peak of shamelessness.
But there was nothing to be done. The countries involved in the beast tide made up 70% of the total Federation. They knew their numbers were strong, so they were not afraid of Daxia's retaliation. They could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. At the same time, while the discussions online were raging, the Federation had already discussed measures to deal with Zhou Luo in private. With the Eagle Nation at the forefront, the many nations of the Federation quickly brought out their top scientists to begin developing a type of portable, immensely powerful mini-nuclear weapon. They would then send a top-tier powerhouse into Daxia, to lie in wait for the right moment. Once the weapon was developed, it would be sent into Daxia, and this assassin would trigger it, eliminating Zhou Luo.
This plan was internally named Dragon Slaying Operation by the Federation.
The Dragon Slaying Operation had a very high level of secrecy, accessible only to top-tier officials from the participating countries.
Daxia
Skeleton Club, in the secret room. Lu Ruyan was sitting cross-legged on the ground, with calamity energy swirling around her, the breath of death spreading in the air. After a while, she opened her eyes, and all the calamity energy around her was withdrawn. Her pupils, once brown and black, had completely turned into an incredibly deep black.
Like a black hole, just one glance could pull you in. The Calamity sacred body has finally been restored.
Lu Ruyan felt the change in her body, a heavy weight lifted from her heart. Earlier, when the latest news of the beast tide returned to the Skeleton Club, Yang Tianning found a reason to give Lu Ruyan the other yin-yang fruit. He had hoped that the massive array of intercontinental missiles would kill Zhou Luo, bringing him revenge, but unexpectedly, Zhou Luo survived thanks to the 9-yang 8 trigram plate. Yang Tianning, helpless, could only quickly restore Lu Ruyan's Calamity sacred body and prepare for the revenge.
Crack!
The door to the secret room was opened.
Yang Tianning looked at Lu Ruyan walking out of the secret room, a flash of shock crossed his eyes. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was vastly different from before.
In her cold elegance, there was an added touch of sinister charm.
Moreover, Yang Tianning could clearly sense the change in the aura around Lu Ruyan.
The aura accidentally revealed by the Calamity sacred body was not at all weaker than his supreme jade bone.
I bet right. Yang Tianning felt a wave of joy in his heart. Such a powerful Calamity sacred body, combined with his supreme jade bone, the two powerful physiques together, there was no way they couldn't deal with Zhou Luo. The two exchanged smiles, a cold smirk appearing at the corners of their mouths. Miss Lu, just now, someone from the Federation contacted me, saying they want to talk to us about Zhou Luo. What do you think? Yang Tianning smiled as he looked at Lu Ruyan.
Oh? I didn't expect the Federation to approach us so quickly.
In that case, why don't we go meet them? Lu Ruyan was very much looking forward to it.
One could imagine what the Federation wanted to discuss with them.
Having an extra ally is naturally the best. Especially when it is a colossal entity like the Federation? Alright, then please come with me, we will go together.
Yang Tianying's lips curved slightly, and he immediately got up, leaving the secret room with Lu Ruyan.
066, at the same time, a breakthrough. 5 Mountains Sutra Threefold. Jiangnan Mountain Villa.
In the quiet room, Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on the ground. In his hand, he firmly held the heavenly earth mysterious yellow fruit. It is said that the heavenly earth mysterious yellow fruit not only enhances one's talent but also aids in cultivation and helps comprehend breathing techniques. It is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Looking at the heavenly earth mysterious yellow fruit in his hand, Zhou Luo pondered for a moment before he directly swallowed it. In terms of talent, his 9-nether chaos body was already among the top in Blue Star, likely the fruit wouldn't improve it further. What he was focused on were the last two effects:
aiding cultivation and accelerating the comprehension of breathing techniques.
His current realm was the 7th heavy of the divine extraordinary realm, merely one step away from the spirit transformation realm. Moreover, due to the 9-nether chaos body, his breakthroughs were completely unhindered. As long as the spiritual energy within him reached its limit, everything would come naturally. With that point, the heavenly earth mysterious yellow fruit was indeed very useful.
Even more crucial was the speed at which the fruit provided enlightenment for his breathing techniques.
At present, his 5 mountains scripture had already been cultivated to the 1st heavy, and he could clearly feel that he was not far from the 2nd heavy. After swallowing the heavenly earth mysterious yellow fruit, if he could immerse himself in cultivation for a while longer, he might directly break through to the 3rd heavy. Once he reached the 3rd heavy, he would be able to comprehend the Huashan sword intent, and then his strength would ascend to a whole new level.
Taking a deep breath.
After the heavenly earth mysterious yellow fruit entered his stomach, it quickly began to decompose into pure mysterious yellow energy.
Zhou Luo hurriedly mobilized this mysterious yellow energy to flow through his entire body. Gradually, part of the mysterious yellow energy began to transform into even purer spiritual energy than the earthly evil energy, starting to converge into his dantian. Another part began to nourish Zhou Luo's spiritual awareness.
Taking this opportunity, Zhou Luo immediately began to comprehend the 5 mountain scripture.
Time slowly passed. Half a month quietly went by. In the quiet room,
Zhou Luo sat quietly on the ground, his breath extremely weak.
If someone were nearby, they might think Zhou Luo was about to fall. Outside the window, a gust of wind blew by.
During late spring, the ginkgo trees planted in the Jiangnan villa were swept by this wind, dropping countless leaves, which floated in front of the window.
Suddenly,
in the quiet room, Zhou Luo's breathing stopped, and then a sharp and fierce aura burst forth from his body. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless strands of sword energy, invisible to the naked eye, instantly swept across the entire quiet room, leaving marks on the ceiling, walls, and floor. The small window was immediately shattered, and the falling leaves outside were reduced to powder in an instant. A chill that did not belong to spring instantaneously filled the entire Jiangnan villa.
What's going on? Has someone broken in? Tianshuan Lei Pai stared vigilantly at the surroundings, quickly getting up to check. It's me.
At that moment, the voice of Zhou Luo came from the door of the quiet room. Tianshuan Lei Yao looked over, realizing that Zhou Luo had somehow emerged from his seclusion, now sporting a faint smile, looking at him.
Big brother, what's going on with you? Tianshuan Lei Yao discovered that Zhou Luo's realm had unexpectedly broken through to the spirit transformation realm.
Not only that, a sharp sword intent, extremely fierce yet with a hint of ethereal like clouds, was subtly diffusing from Zhou Luo's body.
How many days have passed since I entered seclusion? Zhou Luo did not answer Tianshuan Lei Yao, instead turning to ask. It's been half a month. Tianshuan Lei Yun replied. He could clearly sense that Zhou Luo's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even he himself was no longer a match. Perhaps only those in the Forbidden Realm could contend with him. Half a month?
Upon hearing this, a look of contemplation flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes.
Then, he looked at Tianshuan Lei Yun and asked, has anything significant happened?
Tianshuan Lei Han immediately replied, Big brother, just 2 days ago, I sensed a massive wave of spiritual energy coming from the west. I wonder if some treasure has emerged.
West?
Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes and immediately took out his phone to check the latest news. After a while, a smile gradually formed on his lips. Sure enough, the immortal island has appeared in the world. 2 days ago, in the extreme west of Great Xia, on Mount Tianfeng, an island suddenly appeared out of thin air. From the ground, the island was lush and vibrant, filled with a mystical aura, incredibly mysterious. Some people tried to use telescopes to spy on the specific scenes inside the immortal island, but they found nothing. The mist surrounding the immortal island seemed to have a shielding effect, even the high-precision satellites of the Great Xia Alliance could not scout it out. After the immortal island appeared, some enthusiasts even attempted to fly helicopters to enter the island. But when helicopters approached within 10 miles of the immortal island, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the island, causing the helicopter to explode mid-air, leading to destruction and loss of life. From then on, no one dared to venture near. Even ordinary passenger planes changed their flight routes, avoiding the immortal island, fearing to get caught up in it. However, everyone still did not give up probing the immortal island. Countless speculations appeared online. Ultimately, everyone still agreed that this immortal island was likely to be a grand secret realm about to open, filled with countless opportunities. Even countries overseas paid great attention to it, all wanting to get a piece of the pie. This timing is exactly the same as my previous life, it didn't come early like the beast tide. In other words, there are only 10 days left until the immortal island truly opens. Zhou Luo looked at his phone, deep in thought. After reading the news about the immortal island, he began to check other updates. In the half-month he had been in seclusion, quite a bit had happened. Many large and small secret realms appeared all over Blue Star, and many people gained opportunities to become powerful individuals. Just 3 days ago, Gu Qianhua appeared in a secret realm on Aodao, and her cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of the deity realm. As for Lu Feiyu and the others, they had also broken through to the deity realm, but they were still in the early stage, not as fast as Gu Qianhua. After all, Gu Qianhua's 5 organs immortal body naturally had a fast cultivation speed, plus the enhancement of the Daizong Jinhaiju, it was not surprising that she was far ahead of everyone. Besides what happened within Great Xia, what caught Zhou Luo's attention the most was a major news story overseas. Ever since the era of mutation began, there has been continuous internal strife among countries overseas. Finally, a week ago, the internal strife completely erupted. Countless countries underwent a complete transformation, including top nations like Bear Country, Eagle Country, Ganges Country, and Cherry Blossom Country. After the outbreak of internal strife, the powers of each country quickly reorganized. Ultimately, 4 major forces were formed, almost ruling the entire West, including the Holy Court of Bear Country, the Stellar Company dominating the entire American continent, the Brahma completely reigning over the Ganges continent, and the Shadow Group located on Cherry Blossom Island. Only the Congo continent remained in chaos, with warlords struggling for power, and no one could emerge to unify the continent. The 4 major forces divided the world and were immensely strong. Moreover, each force had the top deities of the current era stationed there. However, interestingly enough, the original leaders of other countries mostly perished in the internal strife. Yet, the Emperor of Cherry Blossom Country and the President of Eagle Country still remained as the heads of the Shadow Group and the Stellar Company. This aligned perfectly with Zhou Luo's memories from his past life. If I remember correctly, soon these guys will send someone to find an opportunity to enter the immortal island, right? Zhou Luo's mouth curved into a slight smile. In his previous life, after these forces learned about the emergence of the immortal island, they all sent people to Great Xia, wanting to enter the immortal island. But what they didn't expect was that when the immortal island opened, it only accepted people from Great Xia, and they had no qualifications to enter, ultimately returning empty-handed. This incident almost drove them to fury back then. And in this life, Zhou Luo had already made up his mind. As long as this group of people dares to appear in Great Xia, if one comes, he will kill one. If a group comes, he will make the rivers of blood flow. This can also be considered as collecting the interest on the revenge for the beast tide of Dongshan in advance. 067, Eye of Death. Stellar Corporation Plan. But relying on myself alone, this matter might not succeed. Zhou Luo contemplated for a moment, then immediately called Wang Lin, the branch leader of the Great Xia Alliance in Jiangnan City. The two had met once at Qinan Mountain before, so they were quite familiar, and soon the call was successfully connected. General Zhou, do you have something to discuss? On the other end of the line, Wang Lin asked with a smile. The news of Zhou Luo joining the Great Xia Alliance had long spread within the alliance. Even many people outside had learned about this news. Therefore, Wang Lin calling Zhou Luo general was completely reasonable. Leader Wang, have you heard about the Island of Immortals recently? Zhou Luo did not beat around the bush and directly said, the Island of Immortals has emerged, those overseas forces will definitely be covetous and may sneak into Great Xia. I would like to ask you to help me keep an eye on them, and if anyone enters Great Xia, immediately inform me. Wang Lin immediately agreed, no problem, I will report this to headquarters, as soon as there is any movement outside, I will report to you right away. Thank you very much. What is there to thank, General Zhou, this is what we should do. Wang Lin said with a smile. Now, it has been almost a month since the onset of the mutation era. The situation is becoming increasingly severe, and the overseas countries have combined into 4 major forces, while our Great Xia is not optimistic either. At this moment, Zhou Luo is willing to stand up to share the pressure from overseas for Great Xia, they are all delighted about it. Alright, I will hang up now. Zhou Luo hung up the phone. When it comes to intelligence, the various forces in Great Xia still have to rely on the Great Xia Alliance. With them keeping an eye, those overseas forces will absolutely not escape. After sorting out his thoughts, Zhou Luo turned to look at Tian Xuanlei and asked, have you recovered how much? Big brother, I have completely recovered. Tian Xuanlei seemed to be afraid that Zhou Luo wouldn't believe him, and immediately released the aura of a beast king in the transformation realm. Not bad, then let's go out and take a look. Zhou Luo nodded with satisfaction and immediately got on Tian Xuanlei. After obtaining benefits from the heavenly yellow fruit, Zhou Luo found that if there were such top-quality natural treasures to assist in cultivation, it would be much more efficient than relying solely on himself. Therefore, he planned to use his memories from his past life to collect all the natural treasures that were about to emerge recently.
Alright, big brother, hold on tight. Tian Shuanglei was eager to go out, and his big round eyes suddenly widened.
During this half-month, he had been guarding outside the quiet room without leaving an inch, almost suffocating him. Now he finally had the chance to go outside and breathe some fresh air, and he was extremely happy.
Tian Shuanglei soared into the sky, rushing into the air. At the same time, far across the ocean, within the Stellar Corporation on the American continent.
At the long table of the meeting room, the original leader of the Eagle Nation, Cantans, sat in the main position, with various executives of the Stellar Corporation on either side.
Recently, an aerial island has appeared within the territory of Great Xia. I believe everyone has received the news? Cantans scanned everyone and continued, that aerial island is definitely a super great secret realm.
Our professionals have analyzed that this aerial island holds opportunities that may surpass all secret realms that appeared on Blue Star since the onset of the mutation era. I believe that our Stellar Corporation must get involved, otherwise, we cannot ensure our position as the overlord of Blue Star.
What do you all think?
After speaking, he crossed his hands on the table and waited for everyone's response.
I have no objection. I have no objection either.
The executives all raised their hands to express their support.
Not a single person opposed.
It is clear that they also understood the importance of the island of immortals. After all, the mysterious realms that appeared before were all places that existed in the Blue Star originally. And this floating island is a completely foreign entity, appearing suddenly atop Tianfeng Mountain. You must know, Tianfeng Mountain is known as the highest peak in Blue Star, nearly 10,000 meters. And this floating island is even higher than Tianfeng Mountain, almost close to the atmosphere.
This is something unprecedented in human history.
It shows how terrifying this fairy island is. Very well, since everyone agrees, you should also understand how difficult this matter is. Half a month ago, a man named Zhou Luo from the Daxia killed all the people sent by Sakura Nation to participate in the Lishan's secret realm. And he even declared that any foreign force that dares to step into Daxia and covet its secret realms, he will kill without mercy. Zhou Luo is a very strong individual, and his methods are quite ruthless. This statement is not made lightly. Therefore, if we want to enter the fairy island, we must find a way to deal with Zhou Luo. After finishing his speech, Constance stood up and waved his hand to the bodyguard guarding the meeting room door.
The bodyguard understood and stepped forward to open the door, and a white man in casual clothes walked in.
The man was very thin, with sunken cheeks like a sick ghost, but his eyes contained a chilling malice.
Alex? Why is he here? Oh my god, I need to stay away from him. Who brought this madman here?
Upon seeing the man enter the meeting room, everyone's faces showed a trace of fear. Alex was an experimental subject from a secret laboratory set up by the Eagle Nation. This man had thick skin and tough flesh, he survived being injected with many viruses, and his vitality was very strong.
However, having spent day and night under the blinding fluorescent lights in the laboratory, Alex had a slight problem mentally. With the arrival of the Era of Mutations, Alex slaughtered everyone in the laboratory overnight. After leaving the laboratory, the nearby villages did not escape his toxic hands either. In just one day, a radius of dozens of miles turned into hell. However, when the higher-ups of the Eagle Nation learned of his existence, they immediately sent someone to communicate and offered him extremely high conditions to make him a thug for the Eagle Nation. And now, with the change of dynasties on the American continent, Alex naturally became a member of the Stellar Company. Currently, his cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the Divine Abnormal Realm, at the peak of Blue Star. Everyone, please remain calm. Constance pressed his hand down, signaling everyone to quiet down.
Then he continued, a week ago, we sent a mini-nuclear weapon into the hands of Weston, who has entered Daxia. That mini-nuclear warhead has great power, capable of instantly annihilating all living beings within a radius of 500 meters. It is enough to kill Zhou Luo.
However, based on our assessment, Weston's strength is completely insufficient to use the nuclear warhead in front of Zhou Luo.
So, I plan to have Alex boldly enter Daxia, attract Zhou Luo to act, and then Weston will secretly cooperate to detonate the nuclear warhead and kill Zhou Luo. As he spoke, Constance's lips slightly curled up, as if he could already see the scene of victory.
But soon, an executive raised a question. Constance, have you forgotten?
Zhou Luo has a very strong defensive treasure. That treasure can withstand several intercontinental missile explosions. If he uses it, the nuclear warhead will also find it hard to kill him. Upon hearing this, Constance's smile widened even more. Don't worry, I've considered this matter a long time ago. As far as I know, the treasure Zhou Luo possesses, according to the Daxia people, is what they call innate supreme treasure, and we have someone in the Stellar Company who owns it.
Using this innate supreme treasure even once requires tremendous energy.
Last time, Zhou Luo used that treasure to save over 1,000 people. Absolute loss is not small. By now, it can only recover about 50% of its effect. And with Zhou Luo's strength in that mystical realm, relying on a congenital supreme treasure with only 50% of its power, it absolutely cannot withstand the explosion of a nuclear warhead.
Constance said confidently. But someone was still worried. Constance, what if Zhou Luo's congenital supreme treasure fully recovers? Wouldn't our efforts be in vain? You're mistaken. Constance straightened his collar, a glint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. My plan has never gone wrong. Alex, it's time to bring that thing out.
At these words, everyone's gaze turned to Alex. Upon hearing this, Alex's lips curled into a cold smile, and a tennis ball-sized object appeared in his hand seemingly out of nowhere.
When everyone saw this thing, they were all taken aback. Eye of Death. There's actually another Eye of Death. When was it developed?
The Eye of Death is the latest miniaturized nuclear weapon developed by the Stellar Company. Don't be fooled by its small size, it uses the latest technology, condensing the explosive power of millions of tons, which is terrifying.
What was sent to Zitting's hands was indeed one Eye of Death. Everyone, one Eye of Death may not kill Zhou Luo. But what about two? Constance laughed heartily, his face full of amusement.
Seeing this, everyone also revealed a smile. You're worthy of your reputation, Constance, your considerations are indeed thorough and farsighted. In that case, I can rest assured, our Stellar Company will definitely be great.
Unbelievable, can Constance actually play with this?
One by one, words of admiration echoed in the conference room.
The corners of Constance's mouth lifted even more at this moment.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, since you all recognize my plan, Constance, will announce it now. The dragon-slaying plan is officially launched. Zhou Luo will surely die in the hands of our Stellar Company.
Constance waved his hand, full of spirit.
Alex, escorted by bodyguards, also boarded the plane heading to the Great Xia. Meanwhile, within a stronghold of the Skeleton Society in the Great Xia, Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying arrived at a guest room, both with joyful expressions.
Mr. Zitting, you mean the Stellar Company has officially launched the dragon-slaying plan?
Yang Tianying looked at a hawk-nosed man on the sofa, asking expectantly. That's right, our company's plan is very well structured, Zhou Luo will definitely die at our hands. Zitting smiled slightly, confidence evident in his tone.
Oh. That's great.
I wonder if Mr. Zitting could share what exactly the dragon-slaying plan entails.
Yang Tianying looked curious.
But Zitting directly dismissed him. Mr. Yang, this plan is highly confidential and cannot be disclosed. You only need to know that in less than 2 days, Zhou Luo will die, in your Great Xia's words, he will perish. Zitting stood up with a smile, looking very mysterious.
Well, that settles it. As long as we can kill Zhou Luo, everything will be worth it. Yang Tianying was sharp enough not to ask further.
Too bad I can't personally shred him to pieces. Lu Ruyan felt disappointed, her hatred for Zhou Luo had reached its peak. Not being able to do it herself felt like something was missing. Alright, Mr. Yang, Miss Lu, thank you for your cooperation with the Skeleton Society, secretly bringing me to the Great Xia, this greatly helps our dragon-slaying plan. I must bid farewell to you both, within 3 days, you will hear the news of Zhou Luo's death. Zitting made a very gentlemanly gesture.
We will wait for good news. Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying nodded, their expressions full of expectation.
In the southern region of the Great Xia, amidst a great mountain,
a giant tree, shining with precious energy, stood proudly at the mountain's peak.
Under the tree, a beast with a snake body and an elephant head coiled at the base, its gaze fixated on a strange fruit growing between the branches of the precious tree.
The strange fruit was blue, with a misty aura emanating from its surface. A faint and elusive fragrance pervaded the entire deep mountain. Suddenly,
a strange beast was startled, turning its head to look in a particular direction, as if facing a great enemy. But just at the moment it turned its head, a cold white sword energy howled past. The massive elephant head unexpectedly slipped from its body, rolling dozens of meters on the ground before barely stopping. A strange beast at the late stage of the divine realm can actually be killed in one sword strike.
Big Brother is mighty.
Following that, a naive and simple voice rang out from the forest.
Clang.
Sitting in the Tianchuan Thunderbolt nest, he sheathed the Taya sword and felt quite satisfied. He discovered that after cultivating the 5 Mountain Sutra to the 3rd level and comprehending the Huashan sword intent, he could also gather the sword intent into external objects. And he just happened to have the Taya sword, a congenital supreme treasure, which was like a fierce general obtaining a fine steed, a perfect match. The combination of the two greatly amplified their power.
Let's go, take a look at that fruit. Tianchuan Leihang smiled as he got up.
Zhou Luo looked up, his gaze full of satisfaction. Indeed, it is the Xianqing sacred fruit. The Xianqing sacred fruit had caused quite a stir in his past life. After consuming it, one could instantly enhance their spiritual awareness and gain a permanent clear ears and bright eyes effect.
From then on, any illusion of the same realm would be completely ineffective on the consumer. However, this effect was somewhat unnecessary for Zhou Luo. After all, he already had the 9 nether chaos body, capable of seeing through all illusions in the world. But this Xianqing sacred fruit could temporarily increase his comprehension of breathing techniques, which is what Zhou Luo was really after. It seems there's still some time before it matures, just enough to take a break. Zhou Luo observed for a while, then sat cross-legged, preparing to use this time to cultivate the 5 Mountain Sutra. Big brother, can I eat this strange beast? At this moment, Tianquan Lei Jiang himself asked carefully beside him. What's wrong, is this strange beast very special? Seeing this, Zhou Luo raised his eyebrows slightly, curious. He had been traveling with Tianquan Lei for some time. However, Tianquan Lei had never shown such a request. Now, seeing Tianquan Lei's eager look, could this elephant-head snake-bodied beast be something special? Hee, big brother, you don't know, this guy is very rare in our region. Tianquan Lei replied with glee, it's called the bash snake, and its meat is extremely beneficial for us strange beasts. Eating it can not only enhance physical strength but also improve cultivation talent, it's quite hard to find. I see, then you can eat it, don't waste it. Zhou Luo nodded upon hearing this. He didn't know much about strange beasts. If Tianquan Lei wanted it, then let him have it. After all, as the big brother, he hadn't really given Tianquan Lei anything yet, instead, he had lost in that incident in Dongshan. This bash snake could be considered compensation. Thank you, big brother. After getting Zhou Luo's permission, Tianquan Lei excitedly ran to the bash snake and began to tear into it to eat. Just then, Zhou Luo's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Wang Lin. Could it be news about overseas forces? Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow and immediately pressed the answer button. General Zhou, there's movement from Star Company. An hour ago, a private plane took off, heading toward Ardashia. After connecting, Wang Lin immediately said. Oh? Who is on the plane? Zhou Luo asked with interest. Star Company has good confidentiality, so we don't know exactly who is on board, but the scouts reported that it's a high-level executive from Star Company with great strength, likely coming for you. Wang Lin's tone was somewhat grave. I understand. Once the plane lands, just send me the location, is that okay? Of course, we have sent people to keep a close watch. As soon as the plane lands, the location will be sent directly to your phone. The call was hung up. Looking at the black screen of the phone, Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes, a trace of coldness flashing in his gaze. I didn't expect the first to lose their composure would be the Stellar Company. But it doesn't matter, since they dare to come, I will make sure they never return. 069, kill upon landing. The devil of the Stellar Company. Before long, Zhou Luo received a precise location message on his phone. It also sent a photo of an airplane, confirming it was indeed the Stellar Company. Xiao Yaoing is ready to set out. Zhou Luo took a simple glance and then turned to Tianquan Lei. At this moment, Tianquan Lei, having just finished devouring the prey, immediately ran over upon hearing Zhou Luo's call. Wow, the effects of this snake are really strong? Zhou Luo was surprised to find that Tianquan Lei was significantly stronger than before. This is just the initial effect of the snake meat. Once I fully digest it, my realm will definitely break through to the 4th level of spirit transformation, stepping into the mid-phase of spirit transformation. Tianquan Lei exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this, Zhou Luo was also very satisfied. The reason he spared Tianquan Lei and took him as a little brother was due to his potential. At this growth rate, it wouldn't be long before Tianquan Lei reached the late phase of spirit transformation. In fact, breaking through to the Forbidden Realm would just be a matter of time. Let's go, time waits for no one. Okay. Zhou Luo returned to his senses and immediately mounted Tianquan Lei as they quickly flew westward. The landing point chosen by the Stellar Company's airplane was a city near Tianfeng Mountain, named Jishan City. Jishan City was vast and sparsely populated, but due to its location near Tianfeng Mountain, there were many broad roads, making it extremely suitable for airplanes to land. Buzzing. A Boeing airplane, after racing along the runway for a distance, came to a steady stop. The cabin door opened, and Alex slowly stepped out, reaching the ground. Looking up at the distance, there loomed the famous Tianfeng Mountain, its peak shrouded in mist, exuding an aura that rightly earned it the title of the highest peak on Blue Star. However, at this moment, a massive floating island was eerily suspended in the sky above Tianfeng Mountain. It must be the Immortal Island. The company indeed didn't lie to me, there must be huge treasures hidden inside. Alex licked his lips, as the Stellar Company had promised him that as long as he successfully completed the dragon slaying operation and killed Zhou Luo, he would be the first one to enter the Immortal Island. Just as he was admiring the rootless island in the sky, a man suddenly approached from a distance, a staff member from the runway. Hello, which airline is your plane from? We did not receive any news about your landing. the staff member approached Alex and asked. Alex withdrew his gaze, narrowing his eyes and said, "Are you sure you didn't receive anything?"
Of course, please tell us your origin, we need to register.
The staff member nodded.
Oh, sir, that's quite unfortunate. A smile tugged at the corners of Alex's mouth as he suddenly laughed.
Put. A tearing sound echoed.
The staff member's chest was pierced by a hand that was jet black and claw-like, as if from a demon.
Thick blood dripped from his fingertips.
A look of disbelief filled the staff member's face, and his eyes gradually dimmed. Meanwhile, the mastermind of it all, Alex, merely withdrew his right hand nonchalantly, still wearing a faint smile.
"I'm sorry, but I never liked registration, so I'll have to trouble you a bit." Everything happened very quickly.
The nearby ground staff were frozen in fear.
After a moment, they finally reacted and quickly turned to run away.
"There's been a murder.
There's a madman, a madman."
As they ran, they cried out in terror. Seeing this, Alex's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement.
"Gentlemen, why are you running? Am I really that scary, that you run at the sight of me? Please, everyone stay."
He licked his lips, and then he vanished again.
Puff, puff. After that, the ground crew members fell one by one, until the entire runway was left with only Alex. Alex. At this moment, a blond man hurried down from the plane and shouted angrily at Alex, "What are you doing? Our target is just Zhou Luo. We haven't completely torn our faces with Disya yet. Have you thought about the consequences of what you are doing?" "Shut up."
Alex slowly turned his head, and his cold eyes made the blond man shiver. "I couldn't care less about the relationship between the company and Disya, even if we tear our faces, so what? It's only a matter of time. And you, if you dare to speak again, I will kill you." Alex sneered, the killing intent in his tone unhidden. Hearing this, the blond man gradually realized that this guy was not a normal person. He was a demon with countless blood on his hands. Talking reason with him was like playing a lute to a cow. Moreover, this cow was a mad bull. Avoiding being gored would be considered good luck.
At this moment,
a sudden gust of wind swept through the sky in the distance. Alex looked up and saw a small black shadow gradually enlarging.
Zhou Luo is coming.
After seeing who was coming, a hint of impatience appeared on his face. Then he took out his phone and sent a message. On a mountaintop about 1,000 meters away from him, a hawk-nosed man's pocket vibrated at that moment. "The dragon has arrived, the plan begins." Ziding glanced at his phone, and a smile gradually appeared on his lips.
In the sky,
Zhou Luo leaned down to look at the ground, and his eyes fell on several bodies of Disya people lying together. Not far away stood a white man as thin as a ghost.
"Touchdown."
A cold glint flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes as he said lightly. The sky frost and thunder suddenly landed on the ground.
Zhou Luo lightly jumped and was soon in front of Alex. "Are you from Stellar Company? Did you kill these people?"
He looked at Alex, his tone revealing no joy or sorrow.
"Haha, it is indeed me who killed them. Is there a problem?"
Alex squinted his eyes, a playful smile crept to his lips.
"What, does it make you angry?" "Oh my, I'm so sorry, Mr. Zhou Luo. Actually, this can't all be blamed on me. I just wanted to greet everyone. Who would have thought you Disya people would be so weak and die so quickly? But it's alright, our Stellar Company always values people and will give you a reasonable compensation, 10,000 per person, how about that?" Ha ha ha.
As he said the last part, Alex couldn't help but laugh out loud. The sarcasm in his tone was evident. Zhou Luo remained expressionless at his words. He only took a glance around before he continued, "Is Stellar Company only you here? Isn't that obvious?" Alex shrugged. "In that case, I have nothing else to ask." Zhou Luo nodded slowly, a chilling glint suddenly flashing in his eyes. "And you can go to hell." 070, a fleeting sword. The eye of death in hand. As soon as the words fell, a crisp buzzing sound was heard. Clang. A cold white sword light, full of murderous aura, immediately slashed towards Alex. Alex's heart startled. At the instant Zhou Luo drew his sword, a strong feeling of death enveloped him. He sidestepped and leaped, wanting to dodge this terrifying sword light. But unfortunately, he was one step too late. Puff. A column of blood shot into the sky. Alex's right arm was directly severed. Soar into the sky.
Oh my god.
the squid. Alex's teeth chattered in pain, his eyes shifting from casual to terrified. Zhou Luo's strength was very strong, he had heard about it long ago. Before departing from the Stellar Company, Constance had also warned him to be cautious. But he hadn't taken those words seriously at all. After all, his own strength realm was the peak of humanity today, the third stage of the extraordinary realm. No matter how strong Zhou Luo was, he was still just in the extraordinary realm, right?
Since they were both in the extraordinary realm, why should he be afraid? But now, Alex suddenly regretted it. He should have listened to Constance and not been so arrogant. You can still speak, it seems you are still not in enough pain. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes, looking at Alex's terrified expression as he swung his sword again. This sword strike was different from the previous one. If the previous strike was a sword of extreme lethality, this one was an ethereal sword. It was unclear, untouchable. As if one was trapped in an illusion. However, Alex truly felt a deathly aura he had never experienced before. It was even more intense than before. Eye of Death. Alex could think of nothing else. He wanted to inject energy into the Eye of Death he carried and detonate it. But the moment this thought crossed his mind, his vision gradually rose into the sky. Until it fell again, spinning and tumbling, until it turned into endless darkness. Alex, with his body and head separated, his eyes filled with deep unwillingness, fell. Zhou Luo didn't even glance at the terror on Alex's face, he simply turned his gaze to the headless corpse. Just now, he seemed to want to trigger something? Zhou Luo had just sensed Alex's surge of spiritual power. It was as if there was some kind of trap hidden within his body, wanting to trigger it. Taking a couple of steps forward, Zhou Luo began searching Alex's body. Before long, he indeed found an object the size of a tennis ball. This is the Eye of Death? Upon seeing this object, a glint of surprise flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. He had heard much about this thing in his past life. It was a micronuclear weapon developed by top scientists from the original Federation, gathered by the Stellar Company. Its lethality was immense, equivalent to 1,000,000 tons, capable of instantly destroying a city. Even a beast king in the Forbidden Realm would find it hard to resist. However, this item was extremely difficult to produce, and it was said that the Stellar Company only had 3 of them. I really didn't expect that to deal with me, they would actually use the Eye of Death. Stellar Company, I've truly underestimated you. Zhou Luo observed the Eye of Death in his hand, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. If this thing exploded, even the 9-yang Bagua plate couldn't guarantee complete protection. The top-notch weapon that had been used against the Beast King in the Forbidden Realm was actually taken out early for use against him, making Zhou Luo both amused and exasperated. It's good I didn't hold back just now, otherwise, I might have suffered a huge loss. Zhou Luo shook his head, unable to help but sigh. But it's also good, now that the Eye of Death is in my hands, I also have a weapon that rivals a congenital treasure. Zhou Luo stored the Eye of Death in his pocket, thinking to himself. The container of this object had very high strength, and the nuclear material inside was extremely stable. It was the pinnacle of the Stellar Company's technology. To trigger it, one must use spiritual energy, otherwise, even if it fell from 10,000 meters, it wouldn't explode. Buzzing. Just as Zhou Luo was pondering. In the distance, the engine of the Boeing airplane suddenly began to operate, seemingly wanting to quickly leave this troublesome place. Almost forgot about you. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. He was too lazy to even draw the Tai sword, instead pointing with his index finger as if wielding a sword. A shining white sword light instantly swept past the Boeing airplane. Boom! A fireball soared into the sky. The Boeing plane about to take off exploded on the spot. Everything happened in just a breath. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of Zitting from a kilometer away. At this moment, Zitting's back was already drenched in cold sweat and his eyes were filled with terror. Devil! Devil! His lips trembled from fear, and without any hesitation, he turned around and ran. According to the company's plan, Alex was supposed to fight Zhou Luo first, holding him back while he secretly detonated the Eye of Death. But now Zitting only felt that the company was wrong, horribly wrong. How could Alex hold back Zhou Luo? In just 2 moves, he couldn't even last through 2 moves before dying in hatred. Zhou Luo's speed was too fast. Zitting had just used all his strength to try to see his moves, but still could not see clearly. In fact, Alex didn't even have time to detonate the Eye of Death on him before he died at Zhou Luo's hands. Everything was too fast. Zhou Luo's strength far exceeded their imagination. We must report this news back to the company. We underestimated Zhou Luo too much, way too much. As Zitting ran, he angrily shouted in his heart. The news quickly returned to the Stellar Company. In the president's conference room, Constance listened to the message from the secretary, his knuckles rhythmically tapping on the table. Everyone, I think. Zhou Luo may have surpassed the range that our Stellar Company can handle. We must seek external aid. What do you think? After pondering for a while, he looked at everyone present and asked solemnly. That's right, we underestimated Zhou Luo. His strength may have already broken through the transformation realm. One executive nodded, very much in agreement with Constance's statement. When referring to the transformation realm, his tone was also clearly somewhat incredulous. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The transformation realm was simply too hard for them to believe. After all, the strongest among them was currently only at the 6th level of the divine realm.
This was under the condition of accumulating various resources. Aside from their stellar company, the Holy See, Shadow Group, and Brahma, their top combat power was also about this level.
But now, in the Great Xia, there was someone who had already broken through the transformation realm?
It was like developing weapons. You were happily celebrating just having made a smoothbore gun by hand when you learned that your competitor had already tested atomic bombs.
Who could take that? Quickly contact the Holy See, Shadow Group, and Brahma. Start a Transocean conference.
Constance made a decision without any hesitation. The Immortal Island absolutely could not be let off easily. To enter the Immortal Island, Zhou Luo must first be eliminated.
Moreover, even without the Immortal Island, Zhou Luo could not be allowed to stay.
His existence had already seriously affected the interests of their four major forces.
This child must be killed.
071, the alliance of the three major forces.
Chui Lingfei's decision. That night,
a Transocean conference quietly started. However, the forces participating in this meeting were only the Holy See, Shadow Group, and Stellar Company.
Why didn't Brahma participate? Don't they care at all about the Immortal Island?
Before the meeting started, Constance frowned, filled with confusion. The secretary explained, Brahma said they have important matters to handle recently, so they did not send anyone.
Important matters? What could be more important than the Immortal Island? Have these people gone crazy drinking the Ganges water? Constance was very confused.
People from Brahma were usually very greedy. Under normal circumstances, they absolutely would not miss the opportunity to appear at the Immortal Island's secret realm in the Great Xia.
But now, they actually refused to participate.
It was very strange. There was definitely a secret they couldn't let others know about.
Send someone to investigate Brahma. Remember, it must be secret. Don't alert the snake in the grass. Constance immediately ordered. Right after that, he stepped into the conference room.
On the big screen, High Priest Harry of the Holy Court and the Emperor of the Shadow Group were already in position.
Seeing Constance enter, the Emperor couldn't help but snort coldly. Constance, is there news from Baroshan? Why are we kept waiting so long?
Constance shook his head. I have contacted their people. They are not preparing to participate in this dragon-slaying plan.
Not participating?
Heh, that's fine. After we kill Zhou Luo, we can keep a larger share of the opportunity. The Emperor showed no disappointment but rather an indifferent expression.
Your Majesty, this idea is not advisable. Zhou Luo's strength is very strong. Without Baroshan's participation, our chances of winning are not high.
Constance spoke seriously. Having just suffered a major loss at Zhou Luo's hands, he was now very cautious.
In response, the Emperor simply sneered and did not reply.
In his view, Constance was completely a victim of past experiences, afraid of shadows after being bitten by a snake. A stalwart company like yours may not have gained any benefits from Zhou Luo. But now, the Shadow Group, the Holy Court, and the Stellar Company are cooperating, the three top forces combined. This lineup is more than enough to go to war with the Great Xia Alliance.
Would we still fear a Zhou Luo? Mr. Constance, can you tell us your plan?
At this moment, the silent High Priest Harry suddenly spoke up.
Of course. Constance nodded, a glint of coldness passing through his eyes. My idea is that our three forces each send out one powerhouse at the third level of the extraordinary realm or above. The time is set for after the meeting ends.
As soon as he finished this statement, he was immediately met with questioning from High Priest Harry. Mr. Constance, I have a question. You said your Stellar Company has already sent a powerhouse of the third level of the extraordinary realm, yet Zhou Luo easily killed him.
Zhou Luo has such strength. If he wants to kill three awakeners of the same realm, wouldn't it also be easy? Also, don't forget, Zhou Luo has a Reaper's Eye developed by your Stellar Company. After Harry finished speaking, Constance did not deny it. Of course, three powerhouses at the third level of the extraordinary realm would not be able to defeat Zhou Luo head-on. However, who said we need to fight Zhou Luo head-on? He curved his lips into a cold smile. We only need to enter the Great Xia in a grand manner. At this crucial moment, it will definitely provoke the official response from the Great Xia Alliance. At that time, we will stir up the situation into a mess, making it impossible for the Great Xia Alliance to respond, and Zhou Luo will definitely be unable to resist appearing. When that time comes, the assassins we have arranged within Great Xia will appear alongside Zhou Luo, triggering another Reaper's Eye to make Zhou Luo fall on the spot. As for your concerns, Mr. Harry, they are completely unnecessary. We just need to choose a densely populated city to land, and based on Zhou Luo's character, he definitely won't use the Reaper's Eye. Only we can use the Reaper's Eye, the advantage is mine. After finishing the plan, both Harry and the Emperor nodded. Indeed, your plan is very thorough. Let's proceed as you said. The Emperor immediately agreed. But High Priest Harry still asked, but if we detonate the Reaper's Eye, won't it affect hundreds of thousands of people? In that case, we would have an unending feud with the Great Xia Alliance. So what? Constance sneered. Mr. Harry, I ask you one question. Do you covet that piece of land in Great Xia? High Priest Harry did not respond. But silence represented a form of acknowledgement.
Since the onset of the Era of Mutation, the region with the most secret realm inheritances has been Great Xia.
To say that one is not covetous would definitely be a lie.
Moreover, not to mention after the Era of Mutation began, even before it started, that land was also a coveted prize in the eyes of all nations on Blue Star.
Ha, it seems Mr. Harry, you are tacitly agreeing. Constan's lips slightly curled upwards. What if we fight to the death with the Great Xia Alliance? This is not a bad thing.
At worst, our major forces can unite and completely tear apart our relationship with them. When that time comes, that land filled with hidden legacy realms, how we divide it will be up to us to decide.
What do you two think?
Constans crossed his hands, his sharp gaze like that of an eagle looking at the two.
I have no objections.
The Emperor scoffed coldly. He had long wanted to do exactly what Constans proposed.
He was too eager to support it. How could he oppose it?
As for High Priest Harry, he first raised his right hand, made a gesture in front of his chest, and tightly closed his eyes, saying, "Amen, the Lord will forgive my actions."
Ha, it seems both of you have no objections. Then I announce, the plan officially begins.
Constans immediately stood up, acting swiftly and decisively. This matter must be done quickly. We meet in Chang'an.
10 minutes later.
3 planes took off respectively from Star Company, the Shadow Group, and the Holy Court. Their target was all the same, the super metropolis of Great Xia, Chang'an City. This operation was very ostentatious, not hiding at all. As soon as the planes took off, the Great Xia Alliance received the news. In a conference room within the Chang'an City branch of the Great Xia Alliance, Cui Lingfei, a major general and top-tier fighter within the Great Xia Alliance, was stationed in Chang'an City.
Upon receiving the news, he immediately convened an emergency meeting.
Star Company, the Shadow Group, and the Holy Court, these 3 major forces suddenly rushing to Chang'an, surely have ill intentions.
Have you found out exactly who they sent? Cui Lingfei looked at his deputy and asked.
We've found out, they haven't kept it a secret. The deputy quickly answered. The Holy Court sent a bishop, the Shadow Group sent a captain, and Star Company sent a senior executive. All 3 are at the 3rd realm of the divine transformation stage. They are very powerful and not here with good intentions. Hearing this, a serious look flashed in Cui Lingfei's eyes.
3 third realm awakeners of the divine transformation stage were undoubtedly a powerful threat.
Within the Great Xia Alliance, including himself, there were only 2 who had broken through to the divine transformation stage.
It seems the only way is to ask for help. Cui Lingfei gritted his teeth, picked up the phone, and dialed. 10 minutes later. Cui Lingfei hung up the phone with disappointment on his face. Gu Qanhua and Lufeiyu are actually in seclusion for the opening of the Immortal Island and cannot participate. Should I go ask the Skeleton Club for help? Cui Lingfei felt very conflicted inside.
The Skeleton Club always acted in ways that went against the ideals of the Great Xia Alliance. But to some extent, they were also a force within Great Xia. Now, with Star Company, the Shadow Group, and the Holy Court taking action, it was clear they meant trouble. They could very likely deal a devastating blow to Chang'an City. Forget it, at this moment, who cares about saving face? Cui Lingfei gritted his teeth and immediately contacted Yang Tianying. But when he stated his purpose, he only received a cold laugh. The call was immediately hung up. I shouldn't have had any hope for them. Cui Lingfei shook his head and sighed deeply. The Skeleton Club's refusal to help was expected.
It seems I can only disturb General Zhou? Cui Lingfei's eyes flashed with hesitation. The headquarters had instructed that unless it was a dire emergency, they should avoid disturbing Zhou Luo.
Because they also knew that although Zhou Luo appeared to have joined the Great Xia Alliance, in reality, they had a cooperative relationship. Just as Cui Lingfei was hesitating, a soldier suddenly burst in. Major General Cui, the people from the 3 major forces have already arrived.
So soon?
Cui Lingfei was taken aback. Their speed was much faster than he had imagined. Help me contact General Zhou, just say Chang'an City is in trouble and request his help. I will go check the situation first. Cui Lingfei had no time to think further.